Chapter 3149. A moment later the ground was littered with corpses. Apart from Yang Kai and Lu Yen there were no other survivors. In the end not everyone was a tough nut to crack. Although the surviving Origin Kings had joined forces at the last moment, it was nothing more than ants trying to shake a giant tree. Witnessing Yang Kai's murderous ferocity, one of them could not bear the pressure and told Yang Kai the answer he wanted. Although he did not escape death, he was at least happy. 9 Heavens Holy Land. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. This name was quite familiar to him. Having said that, he was still the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land back on Tongxian realm. Later, a group of subordinates from 9 Heavens Holy Land had been brought to Shadowed Star by him, but this time he had not seen them on Shadowed Star. Now that he thought about it, they had probably returned here with Xianxia. After all, this was their homeland, and with foreign enemies invading, they naturally could not ignore them. Xianxia choosing 9 Heavens Holy Land as her foundation was a kind of nostalgia for him. Let's go. Yang Kai beckoned to Lu Yen, and Lu Yen rushed to his side and flew side by side with Yang Kai towards 9 Heavens Holy Land. After Exin Xianming was killed and the 8 Desolation Array Core was broken, in another ink spot, on Tongxian realm, a Third Order Origin King realm old man suddenly trembled. He opened his eyes from his meditation and revealed a look of fear. At that moment he faintly noticed something, as if a great crisis was about to descend. Frowning, he took out an array plate and used his Saint Chi to probe, but his face suddenly changed drastically. This array plate was the one that controlled this 8 Desolate array, but because of the particularity of the 8 Desolate Spirit Sealing array, this array plate could communicate with the other 7 array plates. At this moment the old man sensed through this array plate and found that the remaining 6 array plates were safe and sound. Only the 8 Desolate Array Core was unresponsive. He seemed to have lost contact with the 8 Desolate Array Core. In an instant an incredible thought popped up in Yang Kai's mind. Not daring to be negligent, Yang Kai stood up and quickly arrived at a secret room. The secret room was filled with runes and spirit array patterns. Obviously it was a carefully arranged spirit array, but Yang Kai didn't know what effect it had. The old man activated the spirit array and the entire secret room immediately flickered. A moment later, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in front of him. That figure only had a human silhouette and no facial features. It was as if it was cast from water, constantly changing. As soon as this figure appeared, it said, "Third Elder, I happen to have something I wanted to talk to you about. Just now, I heard some movement from Vice Sect Master Xian's side. I tried to contact Vice Sect Master Xian to ask about the situation, but I didn't get any response. Now even the connection between the array plates has disappeared. Does Third Elder know what happened to Vice Sect Master Xian?" When the Third Elder heard this, the uneasy feeling in his heart became even stronger. If he was the only one whose array plate had lost contact with the array core, there might have been a small accident. Perhaps things would improve after a while. But now even this old man was in the same situation as him. Coupled with the fact that he was the closest to the array core and had noticed some movement, the problem was obviously big. The Third Elder said, "This old master summoned you here because of this array plate. I don't know the specifics, but Vice Sect Master Xian hasn't responded. Let's wait and see how the others are doing." As the two of them were talking, a few more illusory figures appeared in the secret room one after another. Even though they were far away from each other, under the guidance of the secret room's formation, everyone could still gather together and communicate as if they were facing each other. Could be said to be extremely convenient. Including the Third Elder, there were a total of 7 figures in the secret room. They were the masters from the Great Desolate Star territory who presided over the 7-8 Desolation arrays. After a brief exchange, everyone discovered a shocking fact. They had completely lost contact with the array core, and even Vice Sect Master Xian had disappeared without a trace. The secret room was silent for a moment before one of them said in horror, "It couldn't be, impossible." Another person immediately refuted, "Vice Sect Master Xian is a Third Order Origin King. Even if we fought alone we would not be his opponent. He is also presiding over the 8 Desolation Array Core, so who could possibly be his opponent? Vice Sect Master Xian should be fine. You old Third, you were the closest to the array core. Tell us what you saw just now." Everyone turned their eyes to the figure who had first arrived here. "You old Third," said in a low voice, "a stream of light fell from the sky, causing the earth to tremble, and then there was no more news from the array core. The secret room became even more silent. You old third said, although it's hard to believe judging from the current situation, Vice Sect Master Xen might really be. As he spoke he couldn't help but shudder. If that was the case then Netherworld Sect had really provoked a powerful enemy this time, but who could have such shocking means? Third Elder, what should we do now? The third elder's face was solemn as he pondered for a moment before letting out a long breath, seemingly having made a difficult decision. We must cut off all means of retreat. Everyone was startled and someone immediately said, Third Elder, I'm afraid this is not a good idea. We have been operating here for several years and will be able to complete our mission in half a year. If we do this now, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Yes, we should first determine the situation with Vice Sect Master Xen before making any further plans. Foolish. The third elder snorted. This old man knows you don't want to believe it, but the truth is right in front of us. How can we not believe it? If Vice Sect Master Xen is really safe, why didn't he send a message? Why didn't the 8 Desolation Array Corps respond? I'm afraid the odds are against him. No matter who it is, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop that person. If that person could kill Vice Sect Master Xian under the protection of the Array Corps, then that person could break into these subformations and take their lives. It takes courage to cut off one's wrist. Moreover, our efforts won't all be in vain. Third Elder, you mean? The third elder sneered, luring the snake out of its hole. Moreover, it's time for that hidden chess piece to play its role. At that time, as long as we can subdue that Star-Lord, it doesn't matter whether we have the 8 Desolation Array Corps or not. With the Star-Lord's power, we might be able to fight that unknown enemy. Hearing this, everyone pondered for a moment and understood his plan. You old third was the first to agree. I agree with the third elder's decision. The main reason was that there was no sense of security in continuing to stay in these subformations, so it was better to take a gamble and have a glimmer of hope. Everyone present was an origin king and had lived for many years, so they quickly understood the pros and cons of such a decision. Naturally, no one objected and everyone nodded in agreement. In that case, everyone go prepare. After a stick of incense worth of time, we will work together to catch them off guard. Everyone nodded and their figures disappeared like flowing water. Soon, only the third elder was left in the secret room, standing in place with his brow furrowed. The uneasiness in his heart had not dissipated and had instead intensified after he made this decision. Gritting his teeth, the third elder put aside these distracting thoughts and turned around to leave the secret room. At this point he had no better idea. Yang Kai, who was rushing all the way to Nine Heaven's Holy Land, frowned as he looked down at the ground below with a gloomy expression. The current situation of Tong Xian realm was very unsatisfactory. The world energy aura here was even thinner than when he left all those years ago, and the so-called spirit mountains and rivers had lost their former charm. It was as if all the stars had fallen seriously ill. If things continued like this, even if the Netherworld Sect and the Cultivator on Great Desolate Star did not wreak havoc, it would not take more than 100 years for the world energy aura here to be completely depleted. At that time it would be impossible for another cultivator to be born, and the lives of mortals would become more and more difficult until the world energy aura was completely exhausted and the source collapsed, turning the planet into a dead star. Many of the countless dead stars in the territory of Tongxian realm had undergone such a transformation step by step. Perhaps tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years ago, these stars were still full of vitality and flourishing, but with the changes of the flowing time great emperor, even the brightest stars would die. People were born, grew old, got sick and died, and the stars were no exception. The world of the cultivator was greatly affected, not to mention the world of mortals. Natural disasters were constant and countless people were displaced. There were tragedies everywhere. This time, even if the cultivator on Great Desolate Star was driven away, it would take at least 100 years for Tongxian realm to recover its yuan qi. Even though he had not returned to Tongxian realm for many years, as the Holy Master of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, he was still very familiar with this land. Thinking that he would be able to see Xianing Chong and Shui Yu soon, his mood improved a lot. After seeing them to relieve the pain of lovesickness, he would deal with the small fries on Great Desolate Star's territory. Among the 9 peaks, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant, and the world energy was abundant. Tens of thousands of cultivator had gathered here, but many of them looked worried. This was the last pure land in the entire Tongxian realm. As the Star Master Xianxia was unable to stop the invasion of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star, nor could she stop them from arranging the 8 Desolate Spirit Lock Array to poison Tongxian realm's world energy, but she could still protect 9 Heavens' holy land. With her here, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory would never be able to take a single step into the 9 peaks. At this moment in the main hall there were many people. Led by Meng Wuya and Old Demon, there was 9 Heavens' Holy Land Saintess and Ling, Elder Qian Ning, Li Rong and Han Fei of the Ancient Demon Clan, Hu Jiao and Hu Mayor of Twin Spirit Pavilion, the Palace Master of Dragon Phoenix Palace, and Wizard Jie of Netherworld Sect. In the main hall, there were about 30 acquaintances of Yang Kai. Except for a few people he knew in the central capital, the rest were friends he had made in Tongxian realm. In addition to these people there was another familiar figure. The young Union Master of Sword Union, Gu Jianxin, was also the son of Gu Songyun. This person had a special constitution, the Great Void Sword Body, which made him a natural talent for the Sword Dao. After so many years he was still as handsome and elegant as ever. His left and right sword servants Ling Yu and Nxing were by his side. After so many years of tempering he had become more and more mature, no longer possessing the threatening sword intent of the past. His whole person was like a sword hidden in a scabbard, and although he did not reveal his full strength when he attacked, it was as if he was a bolt of lightning. At this moment he was discussing something with another person in a low voice. This person was the current leader of Purple Star, one of the top forces in Tongxian realm territory, Ziwuji. Chapter 3150. Back then the sect master of Purple Star Zilong had a falling out with Yang Kai because of his son and was killed by Yang Kai and his embodiment in the star field, causing Purple Star to be leaderless for many years, resulting in constant internal strife. However, in the end, Ziwuji took over and became the new sect master of Purple Star. However, before Ziwuji could enjoy the joy of becoming an overlord, the territory of Great Desolate Star invaded. However, due to years of internal strife, Purple Star's strength had greatly decreased compared to before. In the face of the Grand Desolation Starfield's masters, they were simply unable to resist. In less than half a year they were completely uprooted by the Grand Desolation Starfield, losing several cultivation stars. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ziwuji took some of his subordinates to Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and lived a stable life for a while. However, as Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce was unable to hold on, he could only rush to Tongxian realm with Shui Yu and the others. Sword Union's experience was similar. Over the years the cultivator in Great Desolate Star territory had become unruly in the Hung Luo star field. Since Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce could not resist, Sword Union naturally could not either, and several of its former top forces fell one after another. This was also the reason why everyone had gathered here. 9 Heavens' Holy Land was the last pure land and hope for all of them. If they couldn't even protect this place, there would likely be no place for them in the vast star territory. Over the years they had not sat still and waited for death. After discovering that Netherworld Sect had arranged the 8 Desolation Array, they had repeatedly tried to harass it, but unfortunately, the 8 Desolation Array was too powerful and they could not break through it. Even if they were contaminated by the Black Qi for a long time, they would feel dizzy and their Saint Qi would not be enough. Although they managed to kill some people, they were all insignificant pawns that had little impact on Netherworld Sect's grand plan. It could be said that this group of people had brought 9 Heavens' Holy Land to its end. Although they did not know what effect the 8 Desolation Array had, they could tell that once it was activated, even Xianxia would no longer be able to protect them. After all, the foundation of Tongxian realm was too shallow. If it were a star like Shadowed Star or Water Moon Star that had a Star Master, how could the cultivator on Great Desolate Star act so presumptuously? How is Sister Xia now? Ziwuji asked quietly. Gu Jianxin hugged the simple sword and slowly shook his head. I haven't seen her in 2 months. The last time I saw her. Let's not talk about it. Gu Jianxin couldn't bear to see such a person suffer such torment because of the poison in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Is Miss Shuiyu taking care of her? Gu Jianxin nodded. They're like sisters, so it's only right to take care of them. That brother Yang Kai sure is lucky. Ziwuji chuckled lightly before continuing. It's just that he's not a man running away on his own while leaving his woman to suffer here. Gu Jianxin frowned when he heard this. He was a sword cultivator and had a straightforward and resolute nature, so he didn't like to hear others speak ill of others behind their backs. However, this was their freedom, so even if he didn't like it, he didn't want to refute it. Speaking of which, he also felt that Yang Kai had gone too far. He had been gone for several dozen years without any news, leaving behind a few women to work hard in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Gu Jianxin didn't know if he was unable to come back, or if he had long forgotten these women. If it was the latter, it would be too sad. Ziwuji said sourly, that Sister Xia is both beautiful and intelligent, gentle and quiet. If this Z can win her favor, Brother Z. Gu Jianxin raised his head and glanced at him sharply, implying a warning. Others may not have known, but Gu Jianxin was well aware of this. Since the first time Ziwuji saw Xianxia, he had been shocked by her beauty and had repeatedly expressed his admiration towards her. Gu Jianxin simply pretended not to know. Now that they were in a bad situation and Ziwuji was a second-order origin king, it wasn't worth it to make such a fuss. It was just that Ziwuji's words today had been too blunt. But then again, although that Sister Xia had always been wearing a veil, making it impossible to see her true face, anyone who saw her would still feel a rush of excitement. Shuiyu was also an extraordinary woman, but because she had been in a high position for many years, it was inevitable that she would give off an air of arrogance, making others feel a sense of distance. On the other hand, even though Xianxia was a star master and a third-order origin king, she never put on airs and had an extremely gentle temperament. What man would not want such a woman? She was a perfect example of a good wife and mother, and whoever could marry her would have to cultivate 10 lifetimes of good fortune. It was inevitable that Ziwuji would fall in love with her. Perhaps, Ziwuji also had thoughts of taking advantage of her to ascend. Xianxia was also a star master, so if he could really marry her, breaking through to the third-order origin king realm in the future would not be just wishful thinking. The friendship between Gu Jianxin and Ziwuji was not too deep. Before coming to Tongxian realm, they had not had many dealings, so Gu Jianxin did not know much about Ziwuji's temperament. But at this moment, seeing Ziwuji's rude words, Gu Jianxin had no choice but to give him a warning. Without mentioning anything else, if Ziwuji revealed such intentions in front of others, he would definitely be rejected by Shuiyu, Meng Wuya and the others. Ziwuji also knew that he had misspoken and smiled awkwardly. Good fortune, good fortune. It was unknown who he was referring to. At the same time, in a room in the inner hall, Xianxia was lying weakly on the bed, a faint black qi covering her body as if she was terminally ill. Tongxian realm had been ravaged by the Netherworld sect, and as the Star Master she had been the most directly affected. The 8 desolate spirit lock array was like a shackle that locked her body, and the 8 spirit arrays were like poisonous boils that constantly eroded her vitality. Her veil had been removed, revealing a face that could captivate all living beings. Her face was pale, causing anyone who saw it to feel distressed. Shuiyu sat beside the bed, holding her hand tightly, her heart filled with self-blame. At that time Water Moonstar had been destroyed and she had no choice but to come to Tongxian realm to seek Xianxia's protection, but now it seemed that this was a very wrong decision. Tongxian realm was located in the periphery of the Star Territory and was not valued by the Great Desolate Star Territory. It was only because she had brought a group of people here that they had attracted their pursuers. If it weren't for her, Tongxian realm would not have been ravaged and Xianxia would not have suffered such torture. The more she thought about it, the more she felt guilty, wishing she could take his place. The figure of a man appeared in front of her eyes, causing her to grit her teeth and shout in her heart, "Where are you now?" Suddenly Xianxia, who was lying on the bed, groaned as her delicate brow furrowed and her aura became unstable. Shuiyu was startled and quickly raised her hand to press her forehead gently while at the same time pouring her saint qi into her body. Her furrowed brow slowly relaxed and her unstable aura stabilized. However, Shuiyu did not stop, thinking that something was wrong with her body. Shua. Xianxia suddenly opened her eyes and a bright light bloomed from them. Ning Chong. Shuiyu called out in surprise. She had not seen Xianxia show such an expression for a long time. In the past few years she had been sick and even her figure had become thin and weak. What happened? Did the Great Desolate Star Territory finally make a move? Xianxia raised her hand and grabbed Shuiyu's arm with all her strength. Her strength was so great that Shuiyu felt a trace of pain. Although she was still weak, Xianxia's face was filled with joy. If you have something to say it slowly. I'm here, Shuiyu quickly comforted. He's here. Xianxia said. Who's here? Shuiyu asked suspiciously, but as soon as she spoke she was stunned as an unbelievable thought popped into her mind. Xianxia smiled. He's here. It was the same sentence, but Shuiyu clearly understood the meaning behind it. Her heart suddenly thumped violently as she pursed her lips and said, He's really here? Xianxia nodded slightly. I can feel it, he's coming this way. Elder sister, you go pick him up, but don't let him come to me. After saying this, Xianxia closed her eyes as if she had fallen asleep, but a faint energy fluctuation came from her body. At the same time, tens of thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and stopped. The surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth reacted abnormally, flickering with fluorescent light as if countless fireflies were dancing around him. These light dots quickly gathered in the middle, turning into a beautiful multicolored butterfly that danced around Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned and stretched out his finger. The butterfly immediately fell on his finger. Little senior sister. Yang Kai looked at the multicolored butterfly and called out softly. It was impossible for this butterfly to appear out of nowhere, so someone must have used some kind of secret technique. But besides Lu Yan, there was no one else around Yang Kai, so besides Xianxia, there was no one else who could do this. It seemed that Xianxia had also noticed his arrival, so she had deliberately given him some instructions, fearing that he would not be able to find them. As the Star Master, it was not surprising that Xianxia could detect his arrival. She also had the ability to do so. However, why didn't Xianxia show up in person? Before Yang Kai had time to think about this, the butterfly spread its wings and flew off, heading in the direction of Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Its movements were not big, but its speed was extremely fast, seemingly reflecting Xianxia's urgent mood at the moment. Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. In any case, he would be able to see Xianxia in a short while, and when that time came, everything would become clear. Inside Nine Heaven's Holy Land's main hall, the originally noisy hall suddenly quieted down after a single person walked out. Meng Wuya hurriedly stood up and looked anxiously at Shuiyu. Madam Yu, how is Ning Chong now? He had raised Xianxia single-handedly and treated her like his own daughter, so now that she was in such a difficult situation, he naturally couldn't sit still. However, Xianxia's current condition wasn't an ordinary injury or illness, but one that was closely related to the vitality of the entire Tongxian realm. There was simply no medicine that could cure her. Unless all the cultivators in the Grand Desolation star field were driven away and the entire star was properly managed, perhaps after a few dozen or 100 years, when the vitality of the star was restored, Xianxia would be able to recover. Shuiyu shook her head gently. Meng Wuya immediately knew that the situation was still not optimistic and clapped his hands in annoyance, turning the chair under him into dust. Chapter 3151. Old Demon asked, Madame Yu, is something the matter? Seeing Shuiyu's solemn expression carry a trace of excitement as she looked outside the hall, he immediately realized something. But when he followed her gaze, there was nothing there. The 9 peaks were now under the protection of Xianxia's Star Master, so it was impossible for anyone from Great Desolate Star's territory to force their way in. Shuiyu suppressed the excitement in her heart and walked out of the hall step by step. When everyone saw this, they exchanged glances with each other before following her outside. In an instant, everyone gathered outside the hall. Meng Wuya glanced at Old Demon, both of them slowly shaking their heads, not knowing what was going on. Suddenly, the 9 Peaks Grand Array trembled. Meng Wuya's face paled as he said, An enemy is attacking. Everyone else was also on high alert. Shuiyu raised her hand, Don't be nervous. As soon as these words came out, everyone calmed down and looked up, only to see the Grand Array rumbling as it opened on its own, not because it had been attacked by an enemy but because it had opened on its own. The method to control this Grand Array was in Shuiyu's hands, and besides her, only Xianxia could control it. But now Shuiyu had not done anything yet the Grand Array had opened on its own, so it was obviously Xianxia's doing. Before they could figure out why Xianxia would do such a thing, a figure suddenly walked out from the fog. It seemed like there was no movement, but in a few steps, it appeared in front of everyone. Its speed was so fast that no one was able to react. Everyone stared at him as if a spell had been cast on them, stupefied. Only Xueyu quietly stared at Yang Kai, a complex mix of love and hate flashing in her eyes as they gradually turned red. Yang Kai smiled at her, and Xueyu could no longer hold back her tears as they slid down her cheeks. Even though this man had disappeared without a trace for several decades, he still appeared in front of her at the most critical moment. In an instant she had found someone to rely on and was no longer as restless as before, calming down a lot. Young master. Old Demon's lips trembled with excitement. Subordinates greet Holy Master. And Ling Qianning and the others also recovered and stepped forward, half kneeling on the ground. Greetings, Master. The ancient demon clans Li Rong and Han Fei also quickly saluted. Yang Kai. Hu Jiao Er and her sister covered their red lips as they cried out in shock. Everyone's eyes filled with disbelief as they stared at him. They had never before seen him here, as if they were dreaming. Ziwuji asked in amazement, Little brother Gu, could this person be the sect master of Shadowed Star? Gu Jianxin replied solemnly, his brow furrowing slightly as he tightened his grip on his sword. At that moment the simple sword in his bosom had actually transmitted a sense of fear, causing him to be unable to even raise his fighting spirit when he looked at Yang Kai. As a sword cultivator, this was basically impossible. A sword cultivator's heart was firm, and when they encountered a strong opponent, their first thought was to fight and temper their sword cultivation. However, when he saw Yang Kai, his own sword was actually warning him, as if it was telling him that no matter what, he was not Yang Kai's opponent. Just how high was his cultivation? Even his spirit sword felt fear. Ziwuji heard this and was startled. So it was him. It turned out to be him. Back then Yang Kai had acted presumptuously on Purple Star's home star and even killed several Purple Star masters. Later, Purple Star confirmed that both Zilong and his son had died at Yang Kai's hands, so the hatred between them was absolutely irreconcilable. However, this was the first time Ziwuji had seen Yang Kai, so naturally he did not recognize him. What's more, what happened back then was already a thing of the past. Now Ziwuji needed to rely on Xianning Chang's protection to survive, so how could he show any hostility to Yang Kai? Yang Kai walked over to Xueyu, stretched out his hand and wiped her tears, saying softly, "Don't cry, I'm back." The tears in her eyes stopped and Xueyu turned her head away, not letting him touch her as she reached out and wiped the corners of her eyes. Yang Kai was stunned, but in front of so many people, it was not appropriate for him to linger, so he simply waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite." Everyone was lifted into the air, unable to resist at all. "Where's Ning Chong?" Yang Kai looked at Xueyu and asked. Xia Ning Chong had led him here, but now he had not shown up, which was a big problem. Coupled with what he had seen before, Yang Kai immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. Xueyu lowered her eyes and did not answer. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya sighed and slowly shook his head. Yang Kai's face collapsed instantly as all his expectations collapsed and his heart sank, as if it was about to sink into an endless abyss. "Come with me," Xueyu beckoned to him and walked towards the inner hall. Although she had many complaints about him, in the end, how could this matter be blamed on him? She only blamed herself for leading the pursuers here, bringing disaster to Tongxian realm and Xianing Chong. She was not a woman who would pester endlessly, and her indifference to Yang Kai was not because she resented him, but rather because she felt ashamed to see him. If something really happened to Xianing Chong, she would be the culprit. Yang Kai stepped forward to catch up with her and reached out to grab her soft hands. Her small hands were cold as if they had no temperature, and after struggling slightly she could only let him go, not daring to look at him. The figures of the two disappeared, but the outside of the hall was still quiet. The long period of depression and uneasiness had not been alleviated much by the arrival of Yang Kai, because everyone understood that even if Yang Kai's cultivation was heaven-defying and he could drive away the cultivator on Great Desolate Star, the injuries suffered by Xianing Chong could not be easily healed. At that moment, another small figure slowly walked over. Meng Wuya let out a soft cry of surprise and looked at her. The next moment he revealed an astonished expression. He discovered that the small figure was actually a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. She was very cute but gave people a very strange feeling. After carefully thinking about it, he immediately understood why it was so strange. No expression. This little girl's face did not have the slightest change of expression, just like an ancient well. It was very strange. In front of the little girl there was a multicolored butterfly fluttering. She walked up the stairs from the foot of the mountain, step by step, neither fast nor slow, as if she was chasing the multicolored butterfly, but also as if she did not want to miss it. She probably doesn't want to see you. Outside the inner hall, Shuiyu stopped and said with her head lowered. She didn't want to see him, not that she didn't want to see him, but she didn't dare let him see her haggard appearance. As a woman, Shuiyu could understand her feelings. Women always wanted to show their best side in front of the man they liked. Yang Kai held her hand tightly. Thank you for your hard work. Tears once again poured out uncontrollably, as if the past few decades of longing and all the grievances she had suffered could disappear with this one sentence. Shuiyu shook her head. Ning Chong is the one who has suffered the most. You can talk to her, but don't force your way in. Yang Kai nodded, turned to face the door, raised his hand and knocked gently, calling out, Is anyone home? There was no response from inside the room, but Yang Kai could clearly feel Xia Ningchang's aura. But it was extremely weak, like a thin thread that could break at any time. This discovery made Yang Kai's heart ache, and at the same time his murderous intent soared. Xia Ningchang's current state was undoubtedly related to the actions of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star on Tongxian Realm. All of them had to die. None of them should even think of escaping. If you're at home, please open the door. Yang Kai restrained his murderous intent, his voice still soft. There was still no response. Yang Kai continued, Ning Chong, I'm back, can you see me? Junior brother, I miss you very much. All these years I've been away, I often think of you. Now that I'm finally back, do you have the heart to shut me out? Yang Kai rambled on for a while. Shuiyu grabbed Yang Kai's arm and slowly shook her head. Xia Ningchang was usually extremely gentle and obedient to Yang Kai, but when it came to her image in Yang Kai's eyes, she also had her own principles. Yang Kai sighed and shrugged. All right then, Ningchang, you rest well. Junior brother, I'll go kill all those small fries and avenge you first before coming back to see you. Turning around, he winked at Shuiyu. Shuiyu understood and turned to leave with him. But after taking a few steps, they suddenly heard a loud noise from the room behind them. Shuiyu and Yang Kai glanced at each other and both paled. With a bang, the door was knocked open and Yang Kai rushed into the room and helped Xia Ningchang up from the bed. His hand touched Xia Ningchang's back, but now his little senior sister was much thinner. Although she wasn't completely skin and bones, he estimated she only weighed about 70 kilograms. With her height, 90 kilograms or even 100 kilograms was normal. Her thin flesh and bones pressed against Yang Kai's hand, piercing Yang Kai's heart. However, Kai Yang was not in the mood to pay attention to this because at this moment Xia Ningchang was spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blanket on the bed had been dyed a deep red, and her body was shrouded in a faint black aura. At this moment, the black aura was like a living thing that was constantly churning. Not only that, some parts of her body had become extremely dark, as if someone had sprinkled ink on her body. This situation was exactly the same as when Yang Kai looked down at Tongxian Realm from high up in the sky. The only difference was that those ink spots before were all over the world, but now they were all on little senior sister's body. After counting, there were exactly 7 of them. Great Desolate Star Territory, Netherworld Sect, you're courting death. Although Yang Kai didn't know why such a sudden change had occurred, it was obvious that there was some movement on Great Desolate Star's territory. He had just broken the array core of the Great Array, and now his little senior sister had been killed. There was definitely some kind of connection between them. The ink spots were slowly expanding, and although they weren't fast, a slight movement would affect the whole situation. Every time these ink spots expanded, they would devour Xia Ningchang's vitality, making the black qi shrouding her body thicker. If these ink spots expanded to cover her whole body, Xia Ningchang's fate would be sealed. Chapter 3152. Ningchang. Shuiyu was dumbfounded as she stood rooted to the spot, never having expected such a turn of events. She had thought that it was because of Yang Kai's return, but now it seemed that things were not so simple. Kai Yang sat sideways on the bed, letting Xia Ningchang lie in his arms. Both of his hands went under her armpits, holding her small hands and methodically pouring his pure qi into her body. Yang Kai had sealed his cultivation, so although he could only display the strength of a peak origin king, the essence of his emperor qi had not changed much. Emperor Qi was 2 levels higher than Source Qi and Saint Qi, so pouring it into Xianxia's body immediately had a miraculous effect. The 7 black dots that had been slowly spreading across Xianxia's body slowed down significantly and even showed signs of being suppressed. Even the tumbling black qi around her body stabilized. Yang Kai worked hard for half a quarter of an hour, carefully not daring to relax, but he could only suppress the 7 black dots to the size of a fist. He knew that these black dots were only external manifestations of Xianxia's body. The most fundamental cause was the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory who had tampered with Zhou Xian realm. Yang Kai was not wrong, it should be the effect of those Inqi spirit arrays. Zhou Xian realm was closely related to Xianxia, so if he wanted to solve Xianxia's current problem, he must first solve the disaster on Zhou Xian realm. In other words, unless those spirit arrays were uprooted, it would be impossible to get rid of these black dots. Uprooting those spirit arrays was not difficult, and Yang Kai only needed to make a trip there, but the premise was that he had to stabilize Xianxia's vitality first. The black qi and black dots that shrouded her body were constantly devouring her vitality and Zhou Xian realm's vitality, making her extremely weak. Now that they had suddenly erupted, she was immediately hit hard. If Xianxia's vitality was not stabilized first, she would be in danger of dying. Raising his hand, Yang Kai threw several jade bottles to Xueyu. Take out some pills and give them to her. Xueyu caught them, opened the caps and poured out some spirit pills. Pinching Xianxia's small mouth, she stuffed these spirit pills into her mouth before pressing her hand on her chest and slowly guiding her Saint Qi downwards to help her dissolve the medicinal efficacies. However, the effects were minor. However, the effect wasn't great. These spirit pills were only Dao source grade, so their effects were limited. Yang Kai had many emperor pills on hand, but with Xianxia's cultivation he couldn't give her any of them. Otherwise, just one would be enough to cause her body to explode. He slapped his head and scolded himself for being foolish. He had actually forgotten about that thing at such a crucial moment. Immersing his consciousness into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai took out a green leaf a moment later. On this leaf was a drop of milky white juice. This juice was white and flawless, but it contained an unimaginable amount of vitality, as if it wasn't just a drop of juice but a life of its own. The leaf was the same. The leaf was the leaf of the immortal tree, and the sap was also the sap of the immortal tree. Both were extremely precious, and even in the star boundary, they were treasures that would cause countless people to fight for them, but at this moment they were taken out by Yang Kai without hesitation. If it could resolve Xianxia's current crisis, Yang Kai would not hesitate to refine the immortal tree. However, Yang Kai had not yet found a way to refine the immortal tree, so a single leaf and a single drop of sap was the limit of what Xianxia could bear. Pinching open her mouth, Yang Kai put the leaf and the sap into her mouth. Yang Kai raised his hand and gently patted her back, causing the two things to roll into his stomach. Pushing his emperor qi slightly, Yang Kai felt as if he was holding a delicate porcelain, his movements extremely gentle. Any moment of carelessness could cause Xianxia, who was in his arms, to suffer an accident. The leaf and sap of the immortal tree slowly melted, and the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pills she had taken before also spread out. A faint green light suddenly bloomed from Xianxia's body and merged with the black qi, diluting it. Seeing this, Xueyu wept with joy. Although she did not know what method Yang Kai had used or what he had given Xianxia, the scene before her undoubtedly showed that Xianxia was getting better. Sure enough, it was impossible to live without a man at home. Xueyu could not help much at the moment, so she could only constantly call out Xianxia's name, hoping to wake her up. The green light gradually became stronger, and the exhausted vitality gradually recovered. The black qi that shrouded Xianxia's body was suppressed, and the two colors intertwined on her body, gradually reaching a balance. The effects of the immortal tree were extremely powerful. If it were anyone else, even if they were on the verge of death or seriously injured, they would still be alive and kicking at this moment, but Xianxia's situation was different. The root of the problem was that the immortal tree had not been able to solve the root of the problem. With a moan, Xianxia's eyelashes trembled. Soon after, her eyes slowly opened to a slit. Xueyu whispered, "Ning Chong." Elder sister. Xianxia's eyes were a little dazed, but after seeing Xueyu's appearance, her mind gradually returned to normal. But soon she felt herself lying in a spacious and comfortable embrace, and her mouth and nose were filled with a longing scent. Leaning her head back and resting it on Yang Kai's shoulder, Xianxia looked at the side of his face and smiled bitterly. Junior brother. She did not want to see him, but in the end he still saw her like this, so it must be very, very ugly. Call me husband. Yang Kai gently touched her with his forehead. Xianxia's pale face turned slightly red, but it disappeared in a flash as she lowered her head and softly called out. Yang Kai laughed. It's fine if Su Yan calls me junior brother, but everyone can't call me that. For better or worse, this husband is the head of the family. Where will I put my face in the future? He turned his head to look at Shuiyu and asked, What about you? Shuiyu shyly said, You save Ningchong first. Xianxia said, I feel much better. After a few words her complexion improved a lot, and even her voice became louder. She no longer felt as uncomfortable as before. Wrapped in the green light, her whole body felt warm and comfortable. She wished she could lie in this man's arms until the end of time. Shuiyu angrily said, Ningchong, how can you be like this? Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled. Shuiyu said, Husband. She stared at Yang Kai with an expression that said, Are you satisfied now? A person flashed through the door. It was Meng Wuya, and his face was full of anxiety. He and the others had been outside the hall before, so they did not know what had happened here. Now that he saw Xianxia lying in Yang Kai's arms with a shy expression and Shuiyu smiling again, he inexplicably relaxed. The haze that had been suppressing in his heart for a long time was swept away. Looking at each other, Yang Kai and Shuiyu immediately understood. Putting Xianxia down again, Yang Kai said, Lie down properly. Wait for your husband to go kill some people and help you vent your anger. As he turned around, his clothes were pulled. Xianxia was lying on the bed looking at him with a frightened expression. Her eyes made his heart ache. She was afraid that Yang Kai would leave and never come back like last time. She was afraid that everything just now was just a dream. If that was the case, she would rather not vent her anger. She would rather have him stay by her side than leave her. Yang Kai patted her hand and said, Don't worry, I will be back soon. This way you can count to 100 and I will reappear in front of you. What if I don't come back? Xianxia asked. I will definitely come back. Xianxia nodded gently, loosened her hand and closed her eyes. Yang Kai gave Shuiyu and Meng Wuya a look and they stepped out. Lu Yan stood outside the door and looked up at him. Yang Kai patted her head and said, Stay here and look after her. Lu Yan nodded obediently. Meng Wuya frowned slightly. He didn't know why Yang Kai asked a little girl to stay here, and he didn't even understand the relationship between the two. Could it be that she was Yang Kai's daughter? It had to be said that Lu Yan's image could easily lead to such misunderstandings. But even if she was Yang Kai's daughter, there was no trace of cultivation on her. So what could she do by staying here? After a while they stepped into the outer hall. Meng Wuya said anxiously, That group of bastards seems to be escaping from Great Desolate Star's territory. Young boy, tell me what to do. It was because he noticed that the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory was fleeing that he hurriedly went to find Yang Kai to discuss countermeasures. While they were talking, they had already arrived outside the hall. A group of people were looking up. Following their gazes, Yang Kai immediately saw streams of light flying out from all directions, escaping into the star field. There was no lack of huge starships among them. Sure enough, as Meng Wuya said, the cultivator on Great Desolate Star's territory was escaping Tongxian realm. Yang Kai sneered. Escape? Where can you escape to? He had planned to deal with the cultivators on Great Desolate Star after meeting with Xianxia and Shuiyu, but he hadn't expected them to flee like birds startled by the twang of a bow. But do you think you can escape death like this? Little senior sister's pain will be repaid 100 times, 1,000 times over. Everyone looked at him. Although he had just returned, when he stood here he was everyone's backbone. Stretching out his hand, he pointed to the sky and said in a low voice, Entangle them, no need to fight, just don't let them escape easily. Everyone was shaken when they heard this and agreed in unison. Wait, suddenly someone shouted. Everyone turned to look at him, only to see that the person who spoke was the current leader of Purple Star, Ziwuji. Yang Kai glanced at him and frowned slightly. He didn't know him. Greetings, big brother Yang, this one. Yang Kai interrupted him. If you have something to say, say it quickly. A trace of displeasure flashed across Ziwuji's eyes. Although he knew that Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, having reached the second-order Origin King realm several dozen years ago and having gone to a mysterious place, he was still the master of Purple Star. Although he was living under someone else's roof, his own strength was not bad. Now that they were facing a powerful enemy, every bit of strength he could offer was extremely precious. Whether it was Shuiyu, Xianing Chong, Meng Wuya, or the others, all of them had been polite to him over the past few years. Yang Kai's sudden display of strength naturally made him unhappy. Restraining his thoughts, Ziwuji said, "Great Desolate Star's territory has many people. As far as I know, there are several third-order Origin Kings, and now there are more than a dozen starships escorting them. With just the few of us, I'm afraid we'll be like sheep in a tiger's den." Chapter 3153. What's more, they are already on the verge of fleeing, so why bother provoking them? This is what it means to not pursue a cornered enemy. I ask Brother Yang to reconsider. Are you done? Yang Kai looked at him. Ziwuji nodded. Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to him and instead raised his hand to the sky and shouted, "Entangle them for me." You. Ziwuji was stunned, not having expected this person to be so stubborn as to not listen to persuasion. To a certain extent, Yang Kai's concerns weren't wrong. Although Nine Heaven's Holy Land had gathered a large number of masters and many of them were of extremely high grade, compared to the lineup of the Grand Desolation Starfield, they were still somewhat lacking. If Yang Kai really chased after them, not only would he fail to kill the enemy, he would also be in danger of losing his own life. The best way to deal with this situation was to respond to all changes by simply allowing the people on Great Desolate Star to leave, giving them a chance to catch their breath. After all, 10 years was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge, so there was no need to worry about not having a chance in the future. Ziwuji's efforts to persuade Yang Kai were simply playing the lute to a cow. However, Ziwuji couldn't help cursing in his heart. "Since you're so stubborn, I'd like to see who is willing to accompany you in your madness." But soon he was stunned. Because as soon as Yang Kai gave the order, Li Rong and Han Fei both nodded and turned into two streaks of black light that shot straight up into the sky, followed by all the ancient demon clan members. Meng Wuya, an old demon, followed closely behind. Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air turned into two streaks of light, one purple and one blue, that entwined with each other. One figure after another rushed out without the slightest hesitation or doubt. In the blink of an eye, only the people from Purple Star and Sword Union remained in front of the hall. Have they gone crazy? Ziwuji's face was blank. Yang Kai's eyes turned back, pierced through the void, bent his knees, bowed and shot out, disappearing in an instant. "Brother Z, let's also go help them," Gu Jianxin suddenly said. Ziwuji turned to look at him. "Brother Gu, have you also gone crazy?" Rushing forward now was tantamount to throwing away their lives. The others might have been fine, but the key was that Gu Jianxin had also made such a decision. Because of their circumstances, Yang Kai had developed a sense of appreciation for Gu Jianxin over the past few years, so he could not understand why Gu Jianxin would act so unwisely. Gu Jianxin smiled. "If you're not a mad demon, you won't survive." The quaint long sword in his arms trembled incessantly, making his blood boil. He couldn't wait to have a big fight and release the sword intent accumulated in his body. Sword cultivators specialized in the Tao of slaughter, and he had been holed up all these years. He felt that his heart of the sword had been worn down quite a bit. Although the current situation was not optimistic, it gave him an endless desire to fight. Regardless of whether he was wise or not at this moment, he only needed a big battle to vent his anger. Gu Jian's heart and sword became one as he shot out like a bolt of lightning. The left and right sword attendants followed him without saying a word. Ziwuji's eyes twitched. No matter how thick his skin was, he was too embarrassed to remain here alone, so he could only call out to the Purple Star cultivator to rush forward while secretly making up his mind to only fish in troubled waters. If he found that the situation was not right, he would immediately flee. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left in front of the hall and the entire Nine Heaven's Holy Land fell silent. "Little senior sister, thank you." Yang Kai laughed loudly, his fists like dragons, a storm of fists bombarding downwards. He did not intercept the cultivator on Great Desolate Star because he had more important things to do at this moment, which was to deal with the 7-8 Desolation Spirit Arrays. These 7 spirit arrays were like 7 malignant tumors growing on Tongxian realm. If they were not removed, they would erode the vitality of Tongxian realm and Xianxia. Even though Yang Kai had stabilized Xianxia's situation with the leaves and sap of the immortal tree, these 7 spirit arrays still needed to be dealt with first. Yang Kai wanted to rush to the location of these 7 spirit arrays as quickly as possible, but while he was flying, his body suddenly became light and he appeared here, teleporting hundreds of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. This was obviously the work of Xianxia. She was the star master of Tongxian realm, so it was not a problem for her to teleport a person here. Although she was still recuperating in her room at this moment, she obviously realized Yang Kai's plan, so she decided to help Yang Kai with the power of the star master. This was also her way of saving herself. Down below was one of the 7 black dots. Logically speaking, the situation should be no different from the largest black dot that Yang Kai had destroyed before. But at this moment the cultivator on Great Desolate Star seemed to have done something, causing the black dot to spread wildly in all directions. The huge black dot was constantly devouring the surrounding land, and an extremely uncomfortable aura was being emitted from it, as if it was connected to the underworld and purgatory. Boundless fist shadows slammed down and rushed into the black dot. In an instant, black chi tumbled, like a drop of water falling into a pot of oil, causing an unpredictable chain reaction. The expansion of the huge black dot suddenly stopped, followed by a violent explosion, and a black halo shook the surrounding 1,000 kilometers. Yang Kai withdrew his fist, took a deep breath and looked down. The black dot was no longer in shape. Although it had expanded a lot, its color had dimmed. No matter what the cultivators of the Grand Desolation Star Domain had done before they left to make this 8 Desolation subformation erupt with such power, it was still a spirit array. As long as this spirit array was broken, these black dots would no longer be a threat. As time passed, the heaven and earth aura would assimilate and nourish them, and these black clouds would disappear one day. Without waiting for Kai Yang to look around, his body suddenly became light again, as if he was being held by an invisible hand. When that invisible hand put him down, he was already in another place, and below him was another black dot that was rapidly spreading in all directions. Yang Kai did the same. Next. Little senior sister, don't tire yourself out. If you feel any discomfort, don't force yourself. Junior brother's cultivation is heaven-defying now, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to travel quickly. Right, I forgot to tell you, Zhou Xian is fine. I've brought her back. She's probably with Aluo now. When this matter is resolved, we'll return to Shadowed Star together. When the time comes, we'll be reunited and have a good chat. Again and again Yang Kai kept talking to himself. Although he did not get any response, he knew that Xianxia had been paying attention to him and was helping him at the critical moment. Such help undoubtedly saved him a lot of time on the road. Although Tongxian realm was not too big in his current situation, it would still take him some time to deal with the 7 black dots. With the help of the Star Master, all of this became simple. However, this was a bit of a burden for Xianxia. Her condition had just stabilized, so it was not appropriate for her to use too much strength. In less than the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the 7 black dots were removed and the 7 spirit arrays were destroyed. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Good little senior sister, you should rest. Leave the rest to me. A breeze blew past and something seemed to leave Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai knew that Xianxia had been paying attention to him. Yang Kai looked up and his gaze instantly became as sharp as a sword, no longer as gentle as before. High up in the sky, above the clouds, blood and corpses were thrown down as one figure after another was entangled in a fierce battle. Although the forces gathered by 9 Heavens Holy Land were not weak, compared to the lineup on Great Desolate Star's territory, it was not as good as the one on Great Desolate Star's side, so it quickly fell into a disadvantage. On Great Desolate Star's side, there were as many as 4 third-order origin kings. If Xian Shenming, who was killed by Yang Kai, was included, there were 5. Although most of them had just broken through, third-order origin kings were still third-order origin kings, so how could they be so easy to deal with? Shuiyu alone was entangled with one person, the Netherworld Sect's 3rd elder. Among all the masters on Great Desolate Star's territory, this person was the strongest. Both were third-order origin kings, but Shuiyu was full of vitality while the 3rd elder was old and vigorous. For a time they were evenly matched, and with the power of their artifacts and secret techniques, neither side could do anything to the other. The strongest against the strongest, this was the best way to deal with this situation. Otherwise, if the third elder were to take action, no one on Nine Heavens Holy Land's side would be able to resist. Meng Wuya and the old demon were each entangled with a powerful enemy, but they were both being beaten into a corner. In a short time, both Meng Wuya and the old demon had suffered some minor injuries. Facing the methods of these third-order origin kings, they could only engage in a roundabout battle, unable to engage in a direct confrontation. Hu Jiao Heir and her sister's sword harmonization technique, and although they were both only first-order origin kings, their situation was much better than Meng Wuya and the old demons. Two blue and purple sword lights crisscrossed and weaved into a huge sword net that enveloped the last third-order origin king on Great Desolate Star's territory, making it impossible for him to escape. Li Rong Han Fei Gujian Xian and his two sword servants Qian Ning and Enling Ru, all of them were fighting fiercely, keeping Yang Kai's orders in mind and entangling their enemies, not allowing them to escape easily. Since you dare chase after us, I'll make you all die. The third elder forced Shuiyu back with a palm strike before laughing loudly and quickly retreating. The other masters on Great Desolate Star's territory seemed to have received some kind of order and quickly distanced themselves from their opponents, one of them even diving deep into the sword net created by Hu Jiao Heir and the old demon to pull his companion out. Third elder stood high up in the sky, his face filled with anger as a sinister grin appeared on his face. Behind him, the dozen or so starships lined up in a row, their crystal cannons flashing white light as they aimed directly at the Nine Heavens Holy Land cultivators. Escaping was just a pretense. Their biggest goal was to lure the snake out of its hole. And now it seemed that this goal had been achieved. The well-prepared starships only needed a single round of fire to blast this group of Nine Heavens Holy Land cultivators to smithereens. Victory was in sight, but Third Elder's heart still palpitated slightly as he felt that something was wrong, making him extremely uneasy. His eyes swept across the crowd, but he did not see any strange faces worthy of attention. Who was it that broke the 8 desolate array core and killed the vice sect master? Oh no! Meng Wuya shouted in a low voice, his face turning pale. The dozen or so starships lined up in a row were like vicious beasts that would devour a person without spitting out the bones, giving off a strong sense of pressure. When the crystal cannons flashed, a great sense of crisis filled everyone's hearts. Chapter 3154. Starships had always been a powerful weapon for attacking cities, and crystal cannons were even more powerful. How much damage could a dozen starships and hundreds of crystal cannons display? Even Netherworld Sect's third elder could not easily predict. The only thing he was certain of was that Nine Heavens Holy Land could not stop them. Shuiyu and the others could not stop them, but they had no choice because behind them was Nine Heavens Holy Land and Tongxian Realm. If they avoided these attacks, it would be Nine Heavens Holy Land and Xianxia who would be attacked. Xianxia's situation had only just stabilized, so if he were to be shot by these hundreds of crystal cannons, it would only make things worse. Shuiyu's figure flickered, her long hair fluttering behind her as she stood high up in the sky. One by one, figures gathered around her, forming an impenetrable defense around her. Third elder was overjoyed and shouted, "Since you don't want to hide, you can all die." Waving his hand, he ordered the cannons to fire. The light from the crystal cannons was extremely dazzling as the energy they released reached its peak. With a loud bang, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble. The expected scene of crystal cannons firing together and destroying the world did not appear. Instead, an aura so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate rapidly approached from behind. The third elder suddenly turned his head and then his eyes started to tremble. He saw a young man with fluttering black hair rush out from the side and crash into the dozen or so starships on Great Desolate Star's territory alone. Compared to the huge starships, this person's figure was like a firefly compared to the bright moon, filled with a tragic and resolute aura. However, when this person hit the starships, the defenses of the starships themselves were like paper to him. The third elder casually waved his fist, and a huge hole appeared on the side of a battleship. With a violent sound, sparks flew in all directions, and miserable cries could be heard from the inside as life was extinguished one by one. In the blink of an eye, this young man rushed out from the other side of the starship and headed straight for the second one. He was like a meteorite falling from the sky, piercing through one Origin King-grade starship after another with unparalleled momentum. Hong Hong Hong. Every battleship was emitting explosive sounds. By the time he rushed out of the last battleship, none of the dozen or so battleships were intact. The crystal cannons that were originally shining with dazzling light had become extremely unstable at this moment, their light flickering. Rumble. One of the battleships suddenly exploded, engulfed by the flames. The gigantic body of the battleship collapsed, emitting creaking sounds as it slowly fell downwards. Another battleship was engulfed in flames. The third ship, the fourth ship, in just a few breaths of time more than a dozen warships were wiped out. All the cultivators on the territory of the Great Desolate Star were scared out of their wits. A chill ran down their spines from head to toe. They felt chills all over their bodies and their hands and feet were icy cold. Everyone looked at the young man with fear in their eyes. What kind of person was this? He had actually destroyed a dozen warships so easily. Was this still something that could be done by a human? A thought flashed through the third elder's mind as he cried out involuntarily, "It's you." He had been wondering who had broken the 8 Desolation Array Core and who had killed the vice sect leader Xianxia. It was not until now that he had seen this shocking method that he was suddenly enlightened. It's him. It was definitely him. There was no one else who had the ability to destroy the 8 Desolation Array Core and kill the vice sect leader. Who was this? How could he be so powerful? Shuiyu breathed a sigh of relief. She had made up her mind that even if she had to die here, she would not let those crystal cannons hit Tongxian realm. She had not expected that he would arrive at the critical moment, instantly giving her someone to rely on. These ups and downs made her heart tumble and a proud look appeared on her face. This is the man I chose. Gu Jianxin looked absent-minded, and the corners of his mouth were full of bitterness. No wonder my long sword gave me a warning. Has this guy become so strong? When they first met, his cultivation was not even as high as his own. Although Gu Jianxin knew that he had a promising future, he did not expect him to be so far ahead of him in just a few decades. He had left Gu Jianxin in the dust. What is his cultivation now? Is it comparable to the legendary great emperors of Starfield? No wonder he asked me and the others to entangle the cultivator on the Great Desolate Star territory. With the strength he has shown so far, even if everyone on the Great Desolate Star territory swarmed him together, they would not be his opponent. In an instant, the situation took a turn for the worse because of the arrival of one person. Many of the cultivator on the Great Desolate Star territory turned ashen. Facing this young man, they did not even have the courage to fight. Kill. Yang Kai coldly spat out a word. When he spoke, he was still in the same place, but when his voice fell, he had already appeared on the other side. The third elder only saw a vague shadow pass through his camp, and before he could react, the other party had calmly left. The third elder was startled and instinctively felt that he had just walked through the gates of hell. Chi. There was a strange sound, and many of the cultivator on the Great Desolate Star territory looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a scene that made them tremble in fear. A headless corpse was standing in the air, blood spurting out from its neck like a fountain. The corpse still maintained a defensive posture, but its head was nowhere to be seen. Turning his head stiffly, the third elder saw the corpse's head, but at this moment, it was being held in the hand of the young man who had suddenly appeared. The expression on its face was blank, as if it did not understand what had happened even after its death. That was a third-order origin king. The master who had just fought with Meng Wuya and beaten him into a pulp was now directly beheaded by Yang Kai. No one saw clearly how he did it. Kill. Shuiyu shouted, the anger and resentment she had accumulated over the years, and even the guilt she felt towards Xia Ningchong all erupted at this moment, turning into thick murderous intent as she took the lead and rushed towards the cultivator on the Great Desolate Star territory. How could the rest of the cultivators hesitate? After witnessing Yang Kai's methods with their own eyes, they immediately knew that there was no possibility of losing today's battle, so all of them used their movement skills and leapt out. The battle began again, but the situation had been reversed. The cultivators on the Great Desolate Star territory were deterred by Yang Kai's power and had lost all will to fight, while Nine Heaven's Holy Land charged forward with unparalleled anger. The result of this battle was already decided from the very beginning. Yang Kai did not remain idle either. Xia Ningchang's torture was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, so how could he not collect some interest? Like a tiger descending from the mountain, Yang Kai pounced towards the third-order origin kings, sending out a series of palm strikes and punches. These third-order origin kings, who were usually arrogant and insufferably arrogant, exploded into blood mists one after another, completely unable to resist. In the blink of an eye, only the third elder remained. The third elder looked around in horror, not knowing that he had already lost. This person's strength was something he had never seen before, and no one in the Starry Sky territory was his opponent. In a flash, his opponent had already arrived in front of him, only half a meter away. Before he could withdraw, the third elder was grabbed by the neck and lifted high up. He was unable to circulate his Saint Chi at all, and even his bones felt like they were being crushed. Only when facing this person personally did the third elder fully understand the horror of this person. When I wasn't at home, you were quite happy. Yang Kai looked at him coldly as he exerted a little force in his hand, ending the third elder's life. Wait! The third elder shouted with a red face. Yang Kai grinned fiercely. If you have any last words, speak quickly. If you don't speak now, you won't have the chance. The third elder, on the other hand, shouted fiercely, let me go or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly, say it again. The third elder coldly said, your Star Master. Don't you want to go back and see how she's doing? If nothing unexpected happened, she should have been captured by now. Activating the 7-8 desolation arrays and luring the snake out of its hole was just one of his preparations. He also had a second one, which was to deal with Xianxia. 9 Heavens Holy Lands masters had all been dispatched, so at this moment, their defenses were practically non-existent, so there was no possibility of failure in this plan. Unfortunately, before he had time to use this trump card, he was the only third-order origin king left on his side. In his heart, he cursed Yang Kai for acting so decisively and ruthlessly. He had only wanted to lure the snake out of its hole, but who knew he would end up attracting a man-eating tiger instead? Really? Yang Kai tilted his head. You can go and confirm it. My netherworld sect has fallen today, so this old master doesn't ask for anything else. If you let me live, I'll spare your Star Master. Idiot. Yang Kai exerted force in his hand and separated the third elder's head from his neck. Blood splattered everywhere, and the head that flew into the air had a look of disbelief on its face, as if it still couldn't figure out what was going on with Yang Kai. I've already told him the truth, doesn't he need to confirm it? His thoughts were cut off and he fell into eternal darkness. Yang Kai stood midair and swept his eyes over everyone, curling his lips as he muttered, sure enough, it's hard to guard against a thief in your own home. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered Long Tianshang's warning before he lost his mind. It seemed that Long Tianshang had learned some secrets before he was refined into a heavenly corpse. Glancing at 9 Heavens Holy Land below, Yang Kai raised his brow. Forget it, I'll go back later. He was not worried about Xianxia's safety at all. This third elder had calculated everything, but he would never have imagined that Lu Yan was guarding Xianxia. With little Lu Yan here, who could hurt Xianxia? Yang Kai attacked again, his figure shuttling through the void, killing one master after another from Great Desolate Star's territory. Many people saw that the situation was not good and wanted to escape, but how could Shui Yu and the others let them escape so easily? They all used various methods to intercept. Coupled with the fact that the number of masters on Great Desolate Star's territory was decreasing as the battle went on, it soon became a massacre. After just half an hour, the battle was over. None of the cultivators on Great Desolate Star's territory survived, and all of them were killed. As for 9 Heavens Holy Land's side, except for those who died when they tried to intercept them at the beginning, after Yang Kai came to support them, no one was injured. Most people were covered in blood, some of their own, some of their enemies, all of them gasping for breath. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Kai Yang, filled with admiration and amazement. Everyone was very curious just how strong had he become. Today's battle seemed to be just a casual move, not his full strength at all. Chapter 3155. Just as the cultivators of 9 Heavens Holy Land and the cultivator on Great Desolate Star were engaged in a decisive battle above the clouds, a sneaky figure suddenly appeared in the empty 9 Heavens Holy Land. This figure wore a purple robe, giving off an aura of incomparable magnificence. Ziuji. He did not follow Gu Jian Xen out and instead returned to 9 Heavens Holy Land after fainting with his spear. Xian and the others were focused on fighting the enemy, so how could they pay attention to his small movements? Although the Holy Land was under the protection of Xianxia and outsiders could not invade, Ziwuji was still one of them, so the impregnable defenses of the Holy Land were nothing to him. Ziwuji returned to the main hall with ease, muttering under his breath as if he was cursing something, his face filled with hatred and resentment. A moment ago he had received a secret order that put him in a difficult position, but for the sake of his life he had no choice but to go all out. If he succeeded, not only would he be able to save his life, but he would also be able to get close to Xianxia, killing two birds with one stone. Ziwuji carefully approached the inner hall while trying to conceal his aura. He knew that in the eyes of a Star Master, it was impossible to hide his whereabouts, especially when he was so close to her. However, the premise was that the Star Master was in good condition and had the strength to perceive the situation around her. Xianxia's condition was very bad, getting worse and worse with each passing day. Ziwuji had confirmed this with Xian earlier, so even though he was a little nervous, he still had some confidence he would succeed. After crossing the inner hall, Ziwuji soon arrived at a room not far from the main hall, and after turning a corner he was overjoyed. The door of this room was open and there was no trace of any spirit array. The heavens are really helping me. Before he could rejoice though, a burst of crisp and pleasant laughter suddenly reached his ears. Ziwuji was taken aback and froze in place. Because he recognized that this laughter belonged to Xianxia, and although she was still quite weak, she was obviously not as bad as he had imagined. What happened? Logically speaking, shouldn't she be lying in bed and not even have the strength to speak? How could she still laugh? Then who is the one who is laughing with her? In an instant, Ziwuji decided to retreat. Although he could not disobey these orders, if his life was in danger, he had to consider whether he should carry them out. A thought flashed through his mind and he remembered the identity of the person who had spoken to Xianxia. That 7 or 8-year-old girl. She was the only one who didn't leave out of all the people who came in earlier. It seemed that it was her. Ziwuji breathed a sigh of relief. It really was a false alarm. If it was that little girl, there was no need to worry too much. The only thing he had to worry about now was Xianxia's condition. If he had the strength to laugh, would he have the strength to mobilize the power of the stars? If that's the case, I'm afraid I'm not a match for him. Just as he was hesitating, Xianxia's voice suddenly rang out. Come in if you have something to say. Why are you hiding outside? Cough cough, what are you doing? He had been discovered. Ziwuji was startled at first, but his mood quickly calmed down. Since Xianxia was not unconscious, it was natural for her to discover him. After all, he was so close to her. Moreover, listening to her voice, he could tell she was really weak. After struggling for a moment, Ziwuji immediately made up his mind and no longer concealed himself, hurriedly rushing towards the room while shouting, Sister Xia, something bad has happened. As he rushed into the room, a look of anxiety appeared on his face. Xianxia's face changed and she could not help straightening her body from the bed as she asked anxiously, What's wrong? Ziwuji said bitterly, Brother Yang ha. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, deliberately tantalizing the other party. Even though Xianxia had doubts in her heart, she could not help turning pale and focusing her divine sense on the battlefield above the clouds. At that moment, Ziwuji suddenly launched an attack, purple light flashing from his palms as he sent them towards Xianxia, unable to bear it any longer and saying, Young Lady Xia, please don't blame me, this Xi was forced to do this, but you can rest assured that I won't take your life, it's just. Before he could finish his words though, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Because a small figure had suddenly appeared in front of him, a pair of clear black and white eyes staring at him quietly, without the slightest emotion, as if she was looking at a stone or a lump of dirt. This caused Ziwuji's heart to palpitate uneasily. Fram! Ziwuji shouted. Since he had already taken action, he would not turn back. This little girl did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, so I'll start with you. Sending out a palm towards Lu Yan's head. As his palm landed, Ziwuji passed by Lu Yan, but when he turned his head to look at her in shock, his eyes trembled. She was completely unscathed. This delicate little girl was actually completely fine after being hit by his full force. She still stood there quietly and her figure didn't even sway in the slightest. A creepy feeling grew in his heart. Did I make a mistake? Before he could figure it out though, A fire snake wrapped around him and tied him up. So when Yang Kai finished dealing with the cultivator on Great Desolate Stars territory and returned here, he saw Ziwuji tied up in a corner, shivering. The fire snake flicked its forked tongue in a ferocious manner, and although its flames were tumbling, it did not release any scorching aura. Otherwise, Ziwuji would have been burned to ashes. Sure enough, it's you. Yang Kai glanced at him, seemingly having expected this. Although Third Elder's words had not been clear, how could he not have guessed what was going on? Sweeping his eyes over the battlefield, Yang Kai guessed the meaning of Third Elder's words. Lu Yen tugged at the corner of his clothes and pointed to herself, indicating that this was her work, and then put on a praise me expression. Yang Kai rubbed her little head and said, well done. Lu Yen narrowed her eyes, a look of enjoyment on her face. A little senior sister, why are you sitting up? Quickly lie down. Yang Kai walked over to the bed and helped Xianxia lie down. Xianxia showed a smile and said, I'm fine. With the nourishment of the immortal tree's essence, Yang Kai had broken the 7-8 desolate subarrays and prevented the spread of the ink spot poison. She felt much better than before. She should have been recuperating, but she was very curious about Yang Kai's experiences outside over the years, so she sat up and pulled Lu Yen to talk to her. Lu Yen also sympathized with her and only talked about some of the interesting things Yang Kai had experienced outside, not mentioning the dangers he had faced over the years, which naturally made Xianxia laugh. Have you counted to 100? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and scratched her nose. Xianxia said, not yet. How could she really count? She was only focused on chatting with Lu Yen. Yang Kai laughed, it seems that I didn't break my promise. While talking, Shuiyu also walked in from the outside, and when she saw Ziwuji, she was startled and asked, what happened? Ziwuji cried and begged, sister, you save me. Shuiyu frowned as she looked at him, then at Xianxia. Although she didn't know the cause and effect, with her intelligence she quickly guessed what had happened and her pretty face suddenly sank. How dare you do this? Before this there had been no warning at all. It wasn't that Ziwuji had hidden himself well, but that in the past few years, coupled with his identity, no one had expected him to seek refuge on Great Desolate Stars territory. But now that she thought about it, this person did seem to have some suspicions in the past few years. I didn't mean to, I was forced to do this. Ziwuji showed a bitter expression. It's just a simple barrier. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Yang Kai had not carefully examined Ziwuji before, but now that there was a problem, he immediately discovered that there was a very hidden barrier on Ziwuji's body. The person who had placed this barrier was very skilled, and with the level of the cultivator in Great Desolate Stars territory, it would be impossible to find any clues without a close and careful investigation. Moreover, this barrier had been planted for at least 7 or 8 years. It seemed that when Purple Star was broken, this barrier had already been planted. Ziwuji said, if possible, how could I do such an unjust thing? Sister Xia has protected me for so many years. The sea is extremely grateful, but this barrier is difficult to break. The sea has tried for many years but still failed. If I were to be discovered, I would be tortured if... A ray of light suddenly shot out, interrupting his words. Ziwuji's face filled with shock as he thought Yang Kai was going to kill him, but after this light entered his body, he immediately felt his body lighten, as if some kind of shackle had been broken. With a thought, Ziwuji stared at Yang Kai in horror. The barrier planted by a master on Great Desolate Stars territory had actually disappeared. This should have been a joyous occasion, but Ziwuji couldn't bring himself to be happy at all. Instead, a deep sense of regret washed over him like a tide as he thought to himself that if he had told Yang Kai about his situation before, he would have already regained his freedom. And now... Ziwuji's lips moved but no sound came out, only bitterness filling his mouth. Kill him. Yang Kai said coldly. No, let me go. Ziwuji screamed in horror. Lu Yan's thoughts flashed and the fire snake wrapped around Ziwuji immediately came to life, releasing a scorching aura. Wait. Yang Kai said again before winking at Lu Yan. Throw him out and kill him, don't dirty this place. Lu Yan nodded, controlled the fire snake and flew out with Ziwuji. A moment later, a scream came from afar. Shuiyu shook her head and sighed. This was a true case of refusing to walk the road to heaven and barging into the gates of hell. Even though the overall situation was already set, he still insisted on seeking his own death. Purple Star had suffered one blow after another since several decades ago, so it was likely they would never be able to turn things around again. Although Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's current situation was not good, its foundation was still there. As long as it could recover those cultivation stars, there would always be a day for it to make a comeback. Little senior sister, you should rest. Yang Kai held Xia Ningchang's soft hand and put her down without any explanation. Xia Ningchang showed a helpless look and could only let him do as he wished, her cold little hand holding Yang Kai's hand tightly, as if he would disappear if she let go. Her red lips squirmed, but before she could speak, Yang Kai said, "I'll stay here with you, I won't go anywhere." Xia Ningchang nodded before closing her eyes. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Shuiyu before opening his other hand with a smile. Shuiyu gave him a disgruntled look before walking up valiantly and leaning into his arms. Lu Yen pursed his lips and walked out unwillingly, but he still closed the door very softly. Chapter 3156. First he met Su Yen by chance in the ancestral territory, then he returned to Shadowed Star to quell the war, then went to Monster Star to help Shanqing Luo. Now the connecting Xian continent had been settled. The people close to him were safe and sound, which was his greatest happiness. The rest could be dealt with slowly. Xia Ningchang had been suffering for many years while maintaining the protection of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. When Shuiyu and the others occasionally went out to harass the cultivator in Great Desolate Star's territory, she also had to take care of them, so she hadn't had any real rest for many years. Now that her troubles had been resolved and Yang Kai had returned, she snuggled up to Yang Kai and soon fell asleep. With her current cultivation, she no longer needed to rely on sleep to replenish her spiritual energy, but she still fell into the most ordinary of slumbers. Her expression was serene as she curled up beside Yang Kai. It was unknown what she was dreaming of, but she actually revealed a faint smile. Shuiyu was lying on the other side of Yang Kai, the two quietly communicating with their divine senses, describing their experiences and lives over the years. A sweet fragrance lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose, and although he had no lust for her, he couldn't help but kiss Shuiyu's red lips. Shuiyu stretched out her hand and blocked his lips, saying faintly, "If you don't solve Ningchang's problem, don't even think about touching me." Although Tongxian realm had been pacified and the cultivator in Great Desolate Star's territory had been beheaded, the damage Xia Ningchang had suffered could not be easily erased. Even though Yang Kai had used the Immortal tree to restore her vitality and also destroyed the 8 desolate spirit lock array, as long as Tongxian realm was not restored, Xia Ningchang would not be able to live in peace. Yang Kai scratched his head. "It will take decades or even 100 years, can you afford to wait?" Shuiyu snorted. "I don't mind, I'm just afraid you can't afford to wait. You underestimate me too much." Yang Kai spat disdainfully. He had been in the star boundary for many years, and if he hadn't encountered a fire with Zhu Qing, he would probably still be a virgin. He wasn't a gentleman. He would be tempted by beauty, but he wouldn't go out of his way to have sex. Shuiyu said, "You're also not allowed to touch Big Sis and a Luo." Yang Kai's face fell. "Why do you have to do this?" Sure enough, a woman's heart was the most poisonous. He had 4 women on his side. If he couldn't touch any of them, then what fun would there be in life? The path of martial arts was not only about the glory of cultivation. If Shuiyu and Su Yan's Shanqing Luo colluded, they might be able to convince them. No, they would definitely be able to convince them. Shuiyu snuggled into Yang Kai's embrace and said in a tender voice, "Ningchang is like this now, it's all my fault. As long as her problem isn't solved, I won't feel at ease. Husband, I beg you, please think of a way to help Ningchang recover quickly." Yang Kai pinched her nose and said fiercely, "If you dare to say the word beg again, I'll do you right now." Shuiyu spat. Yang Kai reached out and lifted her chin. "Ningchang won't blame you, so you don't need to blame yourself. If she was in your position, she would have made the same choice as you. Correspondingly, you won't blame her." "But, no buts," Yang Kai smiled slightly and rubbed his head, "but you really did give me a difficult problem." Solving Xia Ningchang's problem wasn't so simple, but even if Shuiyu hadn't said so, he still had plans. A few decades or 100 years, whether it was him or Xia Ningchang, was too long. He couldn't wait, and neither could Xia Ningchang. "Husband, you don't have a way?" Shuiyu asked with a sad expression. "I was thinking." Yang Kai hesitated. "And I thought of something." Shuiyu showed a look of pleasant surprise and looked up at him. "If I do well, will there be a reward?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Shui Yu's face reddened and she lowered her head and whispered, "You only know how to play dirty tricks. Ning Chong is one of your people, so how can you ask me for a reward? It's really unreasonable." She pouted. "Then what kind of reward do you want?" Yang Kai reached out and tapped her red lips. Shui Yu glared at him, but took the initiative to straighten up and press her lips against his. After a while, Shui Yu suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's hand that was wandering under her clothes. She slowly shook her head. Xia Ning Chong was still sleeping next to her, so how could she be so presumptuous? Yang Kai also didn't force her. He knew that she wasn't in the mood right now, so he pulled her into his arms and enjoyed this moment of peace. Xia Ning Chong slept for 5 days and didn't wake up until 5 days later. Seeing Yang Kai sitting next to her in the same position as before, as if she hadn't moved at all these days, Xia Ning Chong suddenly felt distressed and somewhat guilty. After 5 days of rest, her spirit had improved, but her problem had not been solved. The two auras in her body were entangled, one green and one black, but it was obvious that the green aura had the upper hand. She only needed to wait a few more days for the black aura to disappear. She didn't need to worry about her own problems. The only thing she needed to worry about now was Xian realm. However, over the past few days Yang Kai had thought about a lot of things and had already come up with a plan. The reason why he hadn't acted immediately was because he wanted to wait for her to wake up, so she wouldn't be disappointed when she didn't see him. After spending some time with her, Yang Kai told Shui Yu to take care of her, then got up and walked out. Opening the door, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Lu Yan squatting beside him. After greeting her, the two of them walked out together. The hall was still crowded with people. A few days ago they had killed the invading enemy, so the excitement had not yet dissipated. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Meng Wuya and the old demon immediately came forward to greet him. "How is Ning Chong?" Meng Wuya asked. "Don't worry, little senior sister's condition is very stable. Over time her situation will get better and better." Hearing this, Meng Wuya breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Kai looked around, glancing at all the familiar and unfamiliar faces before cupping his fists and saying, "Many thanks for your help over the years." Meng Wuya laughed and scolded, "Smelly brat, don't treat us like outsiders." Yang Kai said seriously, "Although Xian realm's crisis has been resolved, the situation in the entire star territory is still not optimistic, so there may be areas where I will need your help in the future. When the day comes that all the enemies in Xian territory have been swept clean, this junior will hold a banquet to celebrate." As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into contemplation. They had been trapped in Xian realm for the past few years, so they didn't know much about the situation in the outside world, but they could imagine that the outside world wasn't very good either. "So, I ask you all to hurry up and cultivate, perhaps we will soon begin a new expedition." Saying so, Yang Kai threw a space ring to Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya caught it and swept it with his divine sense, immediately showing a look of shock. The space ring was filled with a variety of cultivation materials, and these things were obviously extremely precious, many of which Meng Wuya had never seen or heard of before. Although Meng Wuya hadn't examined them carefully, such a huge amount of materials was enough for thousands of people to use for several years. With the help of these materials, everyone's strength would definitely usher in a glorious period in a short time. I'll have to trouble Senior Meng to distribute these things. Next, I will open a communication channel between this place and the outside world. When the time comes, we will be able to connect Water Moon Star, Monster Star and Shadowed Star. 1 month, you only have 1 month. After 1 month, I ask you all to follow me out. 9 Heavens Holy Land also had a space array arranged by Yang Kai, and together with Lu Yan, Yang Kai quickly modified and upgraded this space array to connect to the outside world. After instructing Lu Yan to stay behind, Yang Kai stood on the space array and activated its power. After a flash of light, he disappeared. On Water Moon Star, Yang Kai's figure appeared in the main hall and saw a young girl sitting cross-legged with a lot of source crystals piled up around her. She seemed to be cultivating. The young girl obviously felt something and hurriedly opened her eyes, raised her head and called out in surprise, "Lord Yang. Are you alone?" Yang Kai smiled at her. The young girl was Lu Sanyang's daughter, Lu Yuqin. Although her cultivation was nothing in the star boundary, in the territory of this side of the star, it was quite good. Staying here to guard the space array would ensure that it would not be destroyed and robbed. Lu Yuqin was obviously much more cheerful than before. Her small face flushed as she nodded. Mother said that this space array is very important to Lord Yang and told me to stay here and not let anyone get close. Where are your parents now? Yang Kai asked. Lu Yuqin said, they are in the city. Saying so, she pouted, they are ignoring me. Yang Kai laughed. They are reunited after a long separation, so it's inevitable that they are a bit lovey-dovey. Lu Yuqin snorted. They stick together all day long, so annoying. Although she said so, she obviously did not blame them. On Dragon Island, she and Lu Sanyang depended on each other for survival and suffered all kinds of bullying. Now that Li Jiao was by their side and taking care of them, Lu Yuqin was also happy to see this, so how could she blame them? Okay, you cultivate carefully, I will go find your parents. Yang Kai said and released his divine sense slightly, immediately determining the location of Li Jiao and the others. In a hall somewhere in the city, Li Jiao, Lu Sanyang, Wan Baiting and He Yunxiang were gathered together. In addition, there were many unfamiliar faces, but all of them were origin kings. These people looked at Li Jiao and the others, especially Li Jiao, with eyes full of admiration and worship. There were quite a lot of people, more than a dozen. They seemed to be discussing something as Li Jiao sat at the head of the table, bored and absent-minded. He was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so being placed here by Yang Kai to reclaim Water Moon Star was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. After splitting up with Lu Sanyang and the others, it took him less than a month to complete the task. However, after reclaiming it, he still had to work hard. After all, he did not know whether Water Moon Star was important to Yang Kai. But things here were simply meaningless to him, so he would rather go sightseeing with Sanyang. The origin kings present here were all Yang Kai's subordinates when he was subduing Water Moon Star. These masters were originally from Water Moon Star or Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, and over the years they had been hiding and fighting against Netherworld sect, but after being awed by Yang Kai's strength, they had all submitted to him. Chapter 3157. The door to the hall was suddenly pushed open and a man stood up and shouted, "Who goes there?" They were discussing important matters here, so who dared to disturb them so presumptuously and barge in without notice? Looking up, a young man stepped in. At first glance he looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. Just as he was feeling confused though, a gust of wind blew past him and Li Jiao greeted him in surprise. "Brother Yang." Lu Sanyang, Wan Baiting, He Yunxiang and the others also stood up and saluted. At this moment no one dared to underestimate Yang Kai. Over the past month, most of them had witnessed the shocking means of Li Jiao and the others. He Yunxiang was only a third-order origin king, and although she was strong, her strength was limited. As for the remaining three, whether it was Li Jiao, Lu Sanyang or Wan Baiting, their strength was unfathomable. In front of them, origin kings were like children that could be crushed at will. How could anyone who could receive such solemn treatment from these masters be ordinary? After taking a look, a few people let out a soft cry of surprise, revealing a look of surprise. They obviously recognized Yang Kai. In the past, Yang Kai had also come to Water Moon Star and met many people. Even after several dozen years had passed, this memory had not faded. Shui Yu's husband, Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's son-in-law, and the Master of Shadowed Star, any one of these titles was enough to attract their attention, but now he actually recognized these masters. Moreover, looking at the attitude of these masters towards him, it seemed they were quite respectful and even grateful. Suddenly remembering Li Jiao's casual remark that the reason why they were here on Water Moon Star was because they had been entrusted by one person. Now it seemed that this person was Yang Kai. For a moment, everyone couldn't help feeling excited. "Brother Yang, I have lived up to your expectations. This cultivation star has been recovered and all those miscellaneous fish have been cleaned up." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "Thank you for your hard work. And I came here this time because I have something to ask of you." Li Jiao smiled and said, "Brother Yang, if you have any instructions, just say it. There's no need for the word request." Yang Kai twisted his fingers. "Lend me some money." Li Jiao was stunned. "Lend me as many source crystals as you have. I'll return them to you when we reach the star boundary." Only then did Li Jiao confirm that he had not misheard and burst into laughter. He hurriedly took off his space ring, transferred the source crystals into another space ring, and handed it to Yang Kai. "Only these." Although he was the master of the Fire Dragon Palace, it was impossible for him to bring too many source crystals with him. After all, the Fire Dragon Palace also needed to develop, and the cultivation of the disciples required a large amount of source crystals. If he took away all the source crystals, the sect would not be able to operate. What's more, Fire Dragon Palace owed a huge sum of money to High Heaven Palace, and more than 90% of the source crystals in the palace had been used to pay off the debt. As such, he only had a few 100,000 high-rank source crystals in his space ring. The number of mid-rank and low-rank source crystals was slightly more, but it was not in line with his identity as a third-stage Emperor Realm Master. In short, he had been living a tight life for the past 2 years. I have some here. Lu Sanyang stepped forward and took out his own source crystals. Yang Kai did not mind and took them all. Wan Bai, Ting and He Yunxiang were helpless in this matter. In fact, Yang Kai had worked hard in the star boundary over the years and had accumulated an incalculable amount of source crystals, but most of them were left in High Heaven Palace. Even though he had a lot on hand for his next plan, the more source crystals the better. No matter how much he had, it would never be enough. May I ask, Brother Li, have you dabbled in the Tao of Spirit Arrays? Yang Kai put away the source crystals and asked. Li Jiao said, I'm not a master, but I know a thing or two. Good, come with me. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed his arm before leading him out. Li Jiao was speechless. He did not know why Yang Kai was in such a hurry, but he did not resist and simply signaled to Lu Sanyang, telling her to wait here. Through the space array, Yang Kai and Li Jiao returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land together. Come. Yang Kai leapt into the air. Li Jiao followed closely behind. After a short while, the two flew 1,000 kilometers up in the sky. Yang Kai pointed down and said, Brother Li, take a look. Hearing this, Li Jiao looked down and couldn't help frowning. Looking around, the entire Tongxian realm seemed to be wrapped in an uncomfortable aura, and on the surface of this cultivation star, there were many obvious traces of poison. Brother Yang, what do you want me to do? Li Jiao vaguely understood Yang Kai's plan. Yang Kai asked, Is there any spirit array that can quickly restore this cultivation star's yuan qi? Li Jiao pondered for a moment before saying, This Li knows a kind of spirit array called the Profound Heaven Spirit Array. It may be of some help to Brother Yang. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, In that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Li to arrange the Profound Heaven Spirit Array. Li Jiao said, The Profound Sky Spirit Array is divided into a few types, namely the 18 Profound Sky Spirit Array, the 36 Profound Sky Spirit Array, the 72 Profound Sky Spirit Array, and the highest level is the 108 Profound Sky Spirit Array. The resources required for each type are greatly different, and the requirements for setting it up will also increase with each level, but the effects will also become better and better. If this was the star boundary, this Li would be able to easily set up the 108 Profound Sky Spirit Array, but here, I can help. Li Jiao laughed in spite of himself and said, Brother Yang, you also know that this world rejects higher level powers. We need to suppress our cultivation in order to move around here, but isn't it the same for spirit arrays? The Profound Heaven Spirit Array's existence already surpasses this world, so I'm afraid that even if I arrange it, it will still be useless. What if we can obtain the help of the Star Master? This cultivation star has a Star Master. Li Jiao was greatly surprised. This cultivation star was in tatters and its world energy was dried up. Even if it had a Star Master, it was likely that he was already beyond cure, so he didn't even think about this before. Now that he heard Yang Kai say this, he suddenly realized something. Yang Kai wanted him to arrange a spirit array to restore this cultivation star's yuan qi, so he was afraid that it wasn't for this cultivation star, but for that Star Master. Understanding, Li Jiao said, If we can obtain the help of the Star Master, then this matter is very promising. The Star Master was the master of this world, so even if the Profound Heaven Spirit Array was rejected by this world, the Star Master could eliminate this rejection and allow the Spirit Array to operate. Then what kind of Profound Heaven Spirit Array does Brother Yang want this Li to arrange? Naturally, it would be the best. Li Jiao said in surprise, The amount of materials required is not a small number. 108 Profound Heaven Spirit Array, even the Fire Dragon Palace might not be willing to arrange it, so it wasn't worth it for a cultivation star from the lower plane. Yang Kai resolutely said, At all costs. Saying so, he tossed the space ring in his hand to Li Jiao for him to inspect. Li Jiao probed it with his divine sense and immediately felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Inside, source crystals were piled up like mountains, simply too many to count, and all kinds of cultivation materials were dazzling. Even as a sect master, Li Jiao couldn't help but feel his blood boil. In comparison, the source crystals he had just lent to Yang Kai couldn't even be considered a fraction. After the shock was horror. Yang Kai's High Heaven Palace had been established not long ago and had no business, so it was impossible for him to earn so many source crystals. His only source of income was fighting and looting everywhere. These piles of source crystals and artifacts represented the enemies Yang Kai had killed and the sects that had been flattened. A drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Fortunately, he had not fallen out with Yang Kai back then, otherwise the Fire Dragon Palace would not have had a good ending. Is this enough? Yang Kai asked. If it's not enough, I still have an ore load on hand. It's enough, Li Jiao nodded repeatedly. If so many materials were not enough, it would be unreasonable. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Li. If you need any help, just ask. Naturally, and I also need Brother Yang to tell the master of this star that this Li needs some cooperation from her. Good. Immediately, Li Jiao took out a few blank jade slips and used his divine sense to inscribe the various essences of the profound sky spirit array before handing them to Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned to Nine Heavens Holy Land to inform Xianxia of this matter, while Li Jiao needed to fly around Zhou Xian realm to carefully survey the situation there before deciding where to set up the spirit array. The profound sky spirit array was not a very mysterious spirit array in the star boundary, but it had many variations. With Xianxia's perception, it was naturally not difficult for her to comprehend its mysteries. Yang Kai also accompanied her to comprehend it. After a few days they were familiar with it. On this day Xianxia suddenly sensed something and smiled. That person is here. Saying so, she waved her hand gently. Li Jiao was wandering outside Nine Heavens Holy Land, thinking about how to enter or call Yang Kai to come out and pick him up when the thick fog in front of him suddenly split to the left and right, revealing a passage for him to enter. Li Jiao immediately stepped in. Inside the main hall, Yang Kai was waiting. Seeing Li Jiao come in, he hurriedly asked, "Brother Li, how did your investigation go?" Li Jiao replied, "Although it took some time, it shouldn't be a problem." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "That's good. I'll tell Brother Yang where to set up the spirit array. The preliminary preparations need to be done by Brother Yang in advance. When the spirit array foundation is refined, we can start setting it up directly." While speaking, Li Jiao took out a jade slip and stretched out his hand to touch it. After a flash of light, a projection of a round sphere was projected from the jade slip. This sphere was mostly occupied by yellow and blue and was not evenly distributed. At a glance, Yang Kai recognized that it was a projection of the entire Zhou Xian realm. Yellow naturally represented the earth, while blue was the land filled with water. It seemed that Li Jiao had spent a lot of effort in the past few days. Not only had he run all over Zhou Xian realm, he had also painstakingly drawn such a map. Although he did not dare say it was 100% accurate, it was not far from the mark. After identifying the location, Yang Kai pointed to a certain place and said, "Brother Yang, please take a look. This is where we are now." Yang Kai nodded, recognizing that it was the location of Nine Heavens Holy Land on Zhou Xian realm. Chapter 3158. This place has the richest world energy and the most perfect world principles on the entire continent. Can be used as the profound sky spirit array core. Li Jiao waved his hand and a red light spot immediately appeared on the projection of Nine Heavens Holy Land, as if it had been marked by him. The people of Great Desolate Star had been running rampant on Zhou Xian realm for several years now, so Nine Heavens Holy Land was indeed the only place left unscathed. What's more, Xianxia was here, so it was the most suitable place to use as the spirit array core. Yang Kai nodded slightly, indicating that he would remember this. Li Jiao waved his hand and 8 small black spots immediately appeared on the projection of Zhou Xian realm, matching the location of the 8 desolate spirit lock array that had been broken by Yang Kai. Li Jiao said, "These 8 places suffered the most severe poison. If this Li's guess is correct, someone should have arranged a spirit array in these 8 places. If we want to restore the yuan qi of this star, these 8 places must be treated with great importance." Brother Li's words are reasonable. Li Jiao raised his hand again and red spots appeared on the spherical projection one after another. This Li has been running around for a few days and has investigated some places. In total, I have chosen 108 places to arrange the spirit array. Besides this spirit array core and these 8 places, there are 99 other places. No matter which one it is, Brother Yang needs to go there personally and bury enough source crystals in these places. When the spirit array is activated, these source crystals will be transformed into world energy by the spirit array to nourish this star. Wonderful! Yang Kai clapped his hands and praised. He had been studying the 108 desolate spirit array with Xianxia these past few days, so he had some understanding of its operation and layout. At this moment, after listening to Li Jiao's plan, he suddenly felt that it was very feasible. If Xianxia wanted to recover quickly, she had to rely on the transformation of Tongxian realm. Perhaps she could obtain a Star Master's reverse nourishment like Yang Kai did on Shadowed Star, pouring the power of the stars from the outer heavens into Tongxian realm. If that was the case, there would be no need for a profound sky spirit array. However, Xianxia's cultivation was not high enough, so it was impossible for her to achieve what Yang Kai had done. The Star Master's reverse nourishment was too far away for her. Yang Kai was able to easily achieve this because his own realm had far exceeded the limit of Shadowed Star's cultivation. If Brother Yang feels there is no problem, then this Li will do as he pleases. Thank you, Brother Li. Li Jiao gently nodded, pausing for a moment before continuing. There is one more thing this Li needs Sister Lu Yan's help with. Yang Kai's spirit lock. Li Jiao needed to refine a variety of spirit arrays, so Lu Yan would be able to help, lest she become bored and idle all day. The two of them immediately handed over the materials. Yang Kai took the source crystals and handed the remaining materials to Li Jiao to handle. These were the materials he would need to refine the heavenly profound spirit array's foundation. After dividing up the work properly, Yang Kai didn't stop and immediately found a suitable place in Nine Heaven's holy land, lifted his foot and smiled, "Little senior sister, please lend me a hand." As soon as he finished speaking, the solid ground beneath his feet suddenly turned into quicksand, and he continued to fall without any resistance. Yang Kai didn't move at all. He didn't panic at all as he silently calculated his position. A moment later he called out to stop. By then he had already sunk 10,000 feet into the ground. He took out a large number of origin crystals and scattered them, filling the depths of the earth. This point in Nine Heaven's holy land would be the array core of the profound sky spirit array, so the demand for source crystals was particularly high. Although Yang Kai didn't count them, he left behind 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals before stopping. 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals was a huge fortune even in the star boundary, not to mention in the territory of the lower plane. The only thing circulating in the territory of the star boundary was crystal stones. Even the best crystal stones were worth less than a low-rank source crystal. If the world energy contained in these 1,000,000 source crystals was drawn out, it could instantly transform Nine Heaven's holy land into a paradise not inferior to a sect in the star boundary. After he finished arranging the array core, he immediately flew up and turned to another place. After a stick of incense worth of time, he compared the information in the jade slip in his hand and stopped at a location. This place was the periphery of a city. However, the city, which should have been noisy, was now deserted and dilapidated. Obviously it had been abandoned. Yang Kai called out to Xianxia again and did the same thing, leaving a large number of source crystals here. In the following days he ran around Tongxian realm, according to the instructions in the jade slip given to him by Li Jiao, making the preliminary preparations to arrange the array. In the desert, in the depths of the sea, in the jungle, on the plains, Yang Kai's busy figure was left everywhere. During the journey he didn't let Xianxia intervene. Although Xianxia could teleport him anywhere in Tongxian realm with just a thought, doing so would consume some of her energy. Only when burying the source crystals did he ask Xianxia for a little help. Along the way he consumed countless source crystals and used almost 90% of the ones he had accumulated. It wasn't that he wasn't rich, but this matter was related to Xianxia's future, so he wouldn't be stingy no matter how much he had. A few days later, after all 108 places were dealt with, scratching his head, Yang Kai communicated with Xianxia, who had been paying attention to him, and jumped down to the ground. The ground parted, allowing him to pass through unimpeded. Soon he arrived at the Earth's core. This was the place where Tongxian realm's source was born. It was also the place where Xianxia refined its source. It could be said to be the core of the entire Tongxian realm. Hot magma flowed as if it could burn everything. Yang Kai raised his hand and pulled out a huge source crystal lode from the sealed world bead and dropped it into the earth's core, sinking into the magma. Yang Kai only had this one source crystal lode, which he obtained outside Maplewood City. He had been using it in the sealed world bead to cultivate his embodiment and had consumed a lot of it, but for the current Xian realm, it was still a huge sum of money. It was conceivable that with the help of so many source crystals from Yang Kai, the situation of the entire Xian realm would immediately improve when the profound sky spirit array was activated. Although it still needed time to repair and nourish it, it wouldn't take as long as a few decades. In other words, Xia Ningchang's recovery period would also be shorter, perhaps a few years or even 10 years before he would be as good as new. And this was not all. As long as the profound sky spirit array continued to operate, the situation of Xian realm would become better and better, and the world energy would become richer and richer. At that time, this star would definitely grow to a level comparable to Shadowed Star and Water Moon Star. It would no longer be the same as before, where it could only breed a cultivator to the Saint realm at most. It could also breed Saint Kings, Origin Returning Realm, Origin Kings, all the way to the peak of the territory of this star. If it became better, the benefits Xia Ningchang could obtain would also be greater. Filled with longing for the future, Yang Kai returned to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Li Jiao and Lu Yan were refining the spirit array's base. Even with Lu Yan's help, Li Jiao had consumed a lot of his strength at the moment. If not for the large number of spirit pills he had taken, he would have collapsed long ago. Yang Kai assisted him from the side. 2 months passed in a flash, and on this day, Li Jiao handed the last item to Yang Kai, his eyes hazy and a little dazed. I did not disappoint. The 108 profound sky spirit pillars had been refined, and his task had been completed. During this period he had made several mistakes and wasted a lot of materials, but Yang Kai had made sufficient preparations, so wasting some materials was not a big deal. Yang Kai reached out and accepted the spirit array, thanked him, then raised his hand and sent Li Jiao into the sealed world bead, allowing him to rest and recover. Fiddling with the profound sky spirit pillar in his hand, Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked towards the core of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, smiling slightly. Are you ready? A cool breeze brushed past his face as if an invisible hand was stroking his cheek. This was Xia Ningchang's response. Then let's begin. Yang Kai's figure flickered and immediately came to the place where the source crystals were previously buried. Taking a deep breath, he pushed his emperor chi slightly and threw the profound sky spirit pillar forward. His hands quickly formed a series of seals as he pointed towards the profound sky spirit pillar. Streams of light disappeared into the profound sky spirit pillar one after another. The profound sky spirit bead that was falling down seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as it grew longer and thicker. In the blink of an eye, the 1-foot-long profound sky spirit bead had turned into a 1,000-meter-long pillar that even several dozen people couldn't wrap their arms around. The complex patterns on the profound sky spirit pillar flickered as it fell straight down, as if an invisible hand was holding it and leading it to the ground. In Nine Heaven's Holy Land, countless people looked up with shock in their eyes. Although this profound sky spirit pillar was not an artifact and was only the foundation of a spirit array, it still exuded an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Not to mention being hit by it, even a graze from it would likely result in death. The ground turned into a vortex, revealing a passage that guided the profound sky spirit pillar deeper. Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice, "Array core pillar, buried 666 meters, exposed 333 meters, little senior sister needs to be careful." Silently, the profound sky spirit pillar continued to descend, and when it reached a certain depth, it suddenly stopped and the ground reformed, binding the profound sky spirit pillar tightly. 333 meters, no more, no less. After Yang Kai checked and confirmed that there were no mistakes, he rushed to another place with Lu Yan following closely behind. The All-Heaven Profound Spirit Formation was set up using the 108 profound spirit pillars as the base of the formation. The placement of each profound spirit pillar and the depth of its placement were extremely particular. The slightest difference could lead to a difference of 1,000 li. Fortunately, Li Jiao was still relatively familiar with this formation. It seemed that the mythical Dragon Palace had once set up this formation. However, it was not 108, but 72 all-heaven profound spirit formations. Although the number was different, the foundation was the same, so there would be no mistakes in the information he provided. The profound sky spirit pillars were refined by him and Lu Yen together, so as long as they were arranged properly, they should be able to smoothly open the spirit array. After 2 months, Yang Kai returned to the places he had been before, burying the profound sky spirit pillars above the source crystals. It took Yang Kai 7 days to complete the 108 profound sky spirit pillars. After that, he and Lu Yen went back and forth, cross-checking and confirming that there were no mistakes before returning to Nine Heavens Holy Land. Chapter 3159. In Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai's black hair and robes fluttered in the wind as he stood in the void. His expression was solemn as he held a bronze array plate in his hand. This was the array plate that controlled the profound sky spirit array. It was something he, Li Jiao and Lu Yen had spent a lot of effort to refine. Now that everything was in place, all that was left was the east wind. Closing his eyes for a moment, Yang Kai gently stroked the array plate with his finger, slightly inhaling and exhaling his emperor qi, causing the array plate to shine brightly. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes as they shone brightly. Holding the array plate in one hand, he formed a series of hand seals with the other, sending rays of light into the array plate as he shouted, "Rise." The array plate shone brightly. A humming sound came from the depths of the ground as the entire Nine Heavens Holy Land shook. Countless cultivators who were meditating were awakened and hurriedly left their secluded meditation to investigate the situation. At a glance, they saw the figure standing in the void and understood that it was him who had caused this and not some powerful enemy invasion. Only then did they feel relieved. In Nine Heavens Holy Land, the profound sky spirit pillar, which was the core of the array, suddenly underwent a strange change. On the surface of the 1,000-meter pillar, the complex patterns flickered. An invisible vibration wave suddenly spread out with the profound sky spirit pillar as the center, covering thousands of kilometers of Nine Heavens Holy Land and covering the entire Xian realm. The profound sky spirit pillars lit up one after another under the influence of this vibration wave, forming a resonance with it. The patterns on their surface flickered brilliantly, and if one were to look down from the star field, they would notice that there seemed to be 108 lights on the entire Xian realm, flickering one after another. Wherever the vibration wave passed, the light was extremely dazzling. Yang Kai's hand seals changed faster and faster as his expression became extremely solemn. Although his cultivation was profound, he had sealed himself and had to preside over this Xian realm's spirit array, so he didn't dare to be careless. Today's matter was related to Xianing Chong, so he had to treat it with caution. Sweat slowly seeped from the tip of his nose. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, the profound spirit pillar of Nine Heavens Holy Land once again emitted an invisible vibration, repeating the previous action. This pillar was like a rhythmically beating heart. Every time it beat, the remaining 107 profound spirit pillars would resonate with it. As the number of times this happened increased, this resonance would connect head to tail, no longer separating them from each other. At that time, the 108 profound spirit pillars would become a single entity, covering the entire Xian realm. Again and again the invisible vibration waves spread out. The 108 lanterns were lit and extinguished again and again. But as time passed, the frequency was slowly increasing. A day later, the frequency of drinking a cup of tea had been reduced by half. Another day later, it was reduced by half again. After another 3 days, the Xianling pillar at the eye of the formation would flicker every few breaths. The remaining 107 Xianling pillars were the same. Furthermore, if one were to observe carefully, they would discover that these Xianling pillars were not flickering one after the other. Instead, they were flickering simultaneously. Yang Kai focused on activating the array plate and presiding over the spirit array, unaware of the passage of time. Finally, the frequency of the Xianling pillars in front of him seemed to have reached a certain limit. An invisible aura spread out, as if an ancient beast had suddenly awakened. Yang Kai looked tired, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. No longer hesitating, Yang Kai changed his hand seals and threw the array plate high up into the air. A stream of light entered the array plate and a loud shout rang out, "Open!" The array plate hummed. The 108 lanterns that had been flickering continuously were all extinguished at this moment, leaving not a single trace of light. But in the next moment the extinguished lights were reignited. There was no distinction between front and back and no distinction between each other. They had completely become one. 108 vibrations rippled out together, and from each Xianling pillar, 107 rays of light shot out in all directions, crossing the sky and weaving a giant net over the entire Tongxian realm. At this moment all the living beings on Tongxian realm looked up. The crisscrossing rays of light were like meteors falling from the sky, converging to form a meteor shower that covered the entire world. This scene was shocking, but no one felt fear or hesitation. Instead they felt an impulse to worship it. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk humming sounds constantly rang out, and each Xianling pillar was closely connected to the other 107. Asterisk kacha. Asterisk as if a key was inserted into a keyhole, the 108 profound heavens spirit array was instantly unlocked and began to display its shocking effects. The heavenly might was brilliant, clouds gathered and principal strength circulated, beginning to repel this spirit array that was beyond this world's existence. Suddenly, a white and flawless jade hand flashed through the air. Wherever that jade hand passed, the heavenly might dissipated and everything returned to normal. If Xia Ningchang had not used the power of the Star Master to protect and interfere, this 108 profound heaven spirit array would not have been able to function properly. Li Jiao was right, even those from the Emperor realm could not safely exist in this world. They had to seal their own cultivation, so how could this 108 profound heaven spirit array from the star boundary work? If it was a slightly lower level spirit array it would have been fine, but this 108 profound heaven spirit array was an Emperor grade spirit array. It had long surpassed the limits of this world. Xia Ningchang's flick of the wrist actually allowed this large array to exist. The moment the 108 profound heavens spirit array began to operate, not only the entire nine heavens holy land, but the entire world began to tremble. The net of light that covered the entire world gradually disappeared, but the 108 Xianling pillars were connected as one, and the spirit array began to operate. The source crystals buried under the Xianling pillars by Yang Kai finally began to work. With the Xianling pillars as a guide, countless source crystals turned into pure world energy at this moment, which was then absorbed by the Xianling pillars and integrated into the world energy. Such rich world energy. In Nine Heavens Holy Land there was a burst of exclamations. Because at this moment the world energy in the Holy Land seemed to have risen to a new high, and it had not reached its limit yet. It continued to rise, and in the blink of an eye Nine Heavens Holy Land was wrapped in a layer of world energy. It was so dense that one couldn't even see their 5 fingers. It was as if they were immersed in a sea of world energy. No one had ever felt such a rich world energy aura before. Nine Heavens Holy Land, as the paradise of Tongxian realm, was naturally one of the best, but no matter what, there was always a fear of comparison. Because Tongxian realm's world energy had been exhausted in its early years, it had been unable to give birth to powerful cultivators, so even if Nine Heavens Holy Land was at its peak, it still couldn't compare to an ordinary spirit mountain on Shadowed Star or Water Moon Star. But now the cultivation environment of Nine Heavens Holy Land was not much worse than an ordinary place on Shadowed Star or Water Moon Star, and it was constantly improving. In time Tongxian realm would definitely become a cultivation star like Shadowed Star or Water Moon Star. Such a situation occurred everywhere in Tongxian realm. Every cultivator who survived the war cheered happily and ran off to tell others about it. The sun was shining high in the sky, but there were still drops of rain falling. The cheering cultivator seemed to be frozen in place as they looked up stupidly, reaching out to catch the raindrops and licking them with their tongues, shocked on the spot. Spirit rain. This rain was not ordinary rain. Each drop of rain was full of rich world energy. Could almost be said that it was condensed from pure world energy. When the spirit rain first appeared, it was just a drizzle, but soon it began to pour down, covering all parts of this world, not missing a single corner. In the withered wilderness, new green sprouts appeared, and on the dry earth, sharp horns sprouted from the grasses. At this moment the sick cattle mooed and stood up again. The dying old man suddenly opened his eyes, which should have been turbid and dull, shining brightly. A group of descendants who were ready to cry were stunned. When the profound heaven spirit array was in operation, it not only brought an increase in world energy, but also an uncontrollable vitality. Yang Kai was still standing in the void, holding the 108 profound heaven spirit array's array plate in his hand. His divine sense spread out like a tide, investigating the situation in every corner. Seeing this situation, a satisfied look appeared on his face. This time the problem of Tongxian realm was solved thanks to Li Jiao. He himself was not deeply involved in the Tao of spirit arrays and had never heard of a profound heaven spirit array. If not for Li Jiao's 2 months of hard work, this spirit array would not have been arranged. The effect today was beyond Yang Kai's expectations and he could not help but feel grateful. The debt owed by Fire Dragon Palace to me was written off. Good or bad, I went through life and death with Li Jiao. These days I was at his beck and call, so Yang Kai could not bring himself to ask for more debts. In any case, those debts were nothing to High Heaven Palace, so there was no need to make them tighten their belts. Secretly making up his mind, Yang Kai glanced around and immediately flew off in a certain direction. In front of the hall, 2 figures stood quietly. One was a national beauty, and the other was a beauty that could captivate all living things. Little senior sister, why did you come out? Yang Kai flashed to the side of the 2 women and held Xia Ningchang's arm with one hand. He was extremely nervous. Why didn't you lie down? Instead you ran out. Slow down, don't walk. It's raining outside. Just stay here. Shuiyu cast a sidelong glance at him and said, if I didn't know better, I would have thought that Ning Chong was pregnant. Xia Ningchang's face turned red when she heard this. Yang Kai touched his chin and thought about it seriously. That's fine. Xia Ningchang hurriedly changed the topic. I just came out to take a look. I suddenly felt a lot better. Although Xia Ningchang had Yang Kai's help to stabilize her vitality and prevent it from being corroded, she was still weak and her face was still pale. But now her face had regained some color. This was not only because she was embarrassed by Shuiyu's teasing, but also because of the effect of the formation. Although she was the star master and could grasp the situation of the entire stars with a single thought, most of the time it was a habit to look with the naked eye. It was also a more intuitive experience. This formation is really good. Junior brother, thank that Mr. Li for me. Xia Ningchang looked at the spirit rain pouring down. If Yang Kai was not standing here, she would have rushed in and danced in the rain to vent the joy in her heart. Chapter 3160. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. Although he didn't need to thank Li Jiao due to his current relationship with him, since Xia Ningchang had asked, he naturally had to accept this task. 10 years. Xia Ningchang suddenly said. What? Xia Ningchang smiled slightly. Within 10 years Tongxian realm will be restored. The great desolate stars cultivator had only taken a few years to recover from this torment disaster. But even with the massive amount of source crystals Yang Kai had spent and the help of the great spirit array, it would still take 10 years to recover. Destruction was often much simpler. Are you satisfied with this? Yang Kai looked at her with a grin. Xia Ningchang blinked. Then what else do you want? Yang Kai said, Tongxian realm is not like the other stars. Its grade is lower, so it won't be enough to restore it. Also 10 years is a long time. Shuiyu rolled her eyes and said, does husband have a way to make this Tongxian realm better? Where there's a will, there's a way. Yang Kai laughed. He had some plans in mind, but he didn't know if they would succeed, so he didn't dare to make any promises in front of them. He didn't want to lose face if he couldn't achieve what he promised. Shuiyu seemed to see through his thoughts and curled her lips. If you can make Tongxian realm better, I will. You will what? Yang Kai looked at her with burning eyes. Shuiyu blushed slightly, but she stood straight. You can do whatever you want. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. I want to sleep with you. Hey. Shuiyu spat. In a flash, Kai Yang appeared between her and Xia Ningchang. Hugging each of them in his arms, he shamelessly said, if you want a horse to run, you have to feed the horse grass. Big blanket to sleep with, big blanket to sleep with. Rogue. Shuiyu glared at him fiercely, her flirtatious expression almost stealing Yang Kai's soul. She lowered her head and said shyly, you have to convince Ningchang first. The senior sister's face was as red as blood. Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Yang Kai said seriously, the intersection of yin and yang is the Tao of heaven and earth. Is it settled then? Who said it was a promise? Xia Ningchang was anxious. That kind of thing was simply unthinkable. However, Yang Kai lowered his head and gave her a peck on the lips. She instantly froze as if she had been struck by lightning. However, she had never acted so intimately with Yang Kai in front of others. Shuiyu watched with a smile, but her red lips were caught off guard by Yang Kai. It wasn't that Yang Kai wasn't tempted, but he still remembered Shuiyu's words. If he didn't recover Xianxia, he wouldn't be able to touch her. At this time, although he could succeed if he persisted, how could he beat the expectation of sleeping with her? Humph, two naive women. Do you think you're the only ones? When the time comes, Shanqing Luo and Su Yan won't be able to escape. Laughing heartily, Yang Kai flew away. Shuiyu touched her red lips and stomped her feet. Smelly man. Amidst the rain, Yang Kai put his hands on his waist and shouted, "Everyone, great desolate star has invaded our territory for more than a decade, killing our star's cultivator and robbing our territory of our women and wealth. Now it's time for us to fight back." The rain was noisy, but it couldn't cover up Yang Kai's voice, which reached everyone's ears clearly. "Please follow me to battle, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood." Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed to Star Field. Blood for blood. Roars shook the heavens. The grievances accumulated over the past few years didn't disappear after Tongxian realm was purged, but instead became more and more intense. Within the territory of Endless Star on a dead star, Yang Kai sat on the top of a barren mountain, one hand supporting his cheek as he closed his eyes and meditated. His divine sense surged through his knowledge sea, shuttling through the endless star. Star was the star of the entire Hengluo star field. He had inadvertently obtained it when he first entered the star territory. At first he didn't pay much attention to it, only using it as a tool to guide the way. With the help of this star he had never gotten lost in the star territory. At that time he discovered that this star was different from the ones drawn by ordinary star masters. It seemed to constantly change, corresponding to every corner of the entire star territory. However, because the star was too big and its territory too vast, if one didn't investigate carefully, it would be impossible to notice this change. Later he learned that the star he had inadvertently obtained was actually the star's source of the entire star territory. It was also by using this star that he was able to sense a slight connection with Hengluo star field in the ancestral territory and return here. Wukong had said that every time he went to a star territory, he would find the source of that star territory and then refine it so that he could become the master of that star territory and no longer be rejected by the world principles. The source of a star territory was ever-changing and had no fixed form. Compared with the source of a cultivation star, the source of a star territory was almost a legendary existence that could only be found by chance. Yang Kai being able to obtain it could be said to be a great opportunity. However, he had not been able to use the source of this star territory because he had never refined it. Only by successfully refining the source of this star territory could he truly become the master of Hengluo star field. At that time he wouldn't even need to do anything himself. With just a thought he could kill all the cultivator in the great desolate star territory. It had been half a year since he left Tongxian realm, and during this time he had been trying to refine the source of this star territory, but he had made no progress. Even though his cultivation was now at the Emperor realm, the star territory was so vast that it contained countless stars. If he wanted to refine it, it was tantamount to controlling all these stars, which was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. There must be something wrong. Even Wukong had to seal his cultivation when he entered the star territory. Only after refining the star territory's source could he begin to act unscrupulously. Since Wukong could do it, so could Yang Kai. Yang Kai secretly regretted not asking Wukong more about this. If he went to the ancestral territory to find him now, not to mention whether he could find him, even if he did, this guy might not necessarily tell him. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that he had not boasted in front of Shuiyu and Xianxia at that time, otherwise he would not have the face to see them now. At that time Yang Kai only had a vague plan in his mind, which was to refine this star and become the master of this star territory. At that time he would be able to control the power of the entire star territory and replenish Tongxian realm's nutrients, upgrading it to a star like Shadowed Star and Water Moon Star. Now it seemed that he had been too naive. Is it still not possible? A clear and melodious voice came from beside him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and pulled Lu Yan into his arms, continuing to support his cheek with his hand. I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. Lu Yan looked up at him, reached out and stroked the hard stubble on his chin and said softly, if you have an idea, try it. There's nothing to lose. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yang Kai nodded, got up and asked, how long until they gather here? About 10 days before the agreed time. 10 days should be enough. You stay here and let me know if there's any news. I'll try this new idea. Lu Yan nodded. Yang Kai stomped his feet and shot up into the sky like an arrow, quickly disappearing. Entering the star field, Yang Kai flew forward aimlessly, neither too fast nor too slow. As he flew, he circulated his emperor qi, leaving his aura along the way. At the same time, according to the star in his knowledge sea, he delineated an area that was neither too big nor too small. With the star as a reference, Yang Kai was not worried about getting the location wrong. He kept flying around this area as if he was drawing a circle, and the circle was filled with his aura. 5 days later, Yang Kai came to the center of this circle and suddenly stood still, closing his eyes. Immersing his knowledge sea, Yang Kai silently probed the star. Suddenly, his body shook as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. He clearly felt an unusual area in the star in his knowledge sea, and this area was exactly where he had spent the past few days leaving his aura. There's hope. Perhaps the direction he had been trying for the past 6 months was wrong. If this method worked, it meant that refining the star territory star source was completely different from refining the star source. Previously, he had been trying to refine the star source by directly attacking the star atlas in his sea of consciousness, but it didn't have the slightest effect. Now it seemed that the way to go was from shallow to deep, from the outside to the inside. What method should he use to refine it? Apart from the star refining art, there was no other cultivation method. Making up his mind, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and immediately urged the star refining art, immersing his mind into the special area in the star. In an instant, Yang Kai suddenly had a wonderful feeling, as if his whole mind had spread out and filled the places he had been in the past 5 days, closely connecting his aura to the places he had been. Even without opening his eyes, he could see everything that was happening in this area, down to the tiniest detail. Slowly operating the star refining art, his mind left a brand in a certain area of the star, gradually changing the color of this area. There were no grand waves, nor were there any ups and downs. Everything seemed so calm and natural. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. He had actually found the right method to refine the star refining art on the spot. In his knowledge sea, the color of the small area in the star seemed to be somewhat different from other places, and in the corresponding star field, there was also a special area. Yang Kai didn't use any of his strength, simply changing his mind, and then his figure constantly flickered within this area, leaving behind afterimages as if there were countless of him existing at the same time. This was a special star field that belonged to Yang Kai. In this area, just like on Shadowed Star, he could dominate everything. His figure suddenly came to a halt as an eager light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. If that was the case, it would mean that his idea was really correct. At that time, as long as he spent a little more time, he would be able to refine the star and become the master of the Hengluo star field. Let's do it. Yang Kai took a deep breath and let out a roar, a strange sound coming from the depths of his soul as the shackles on his sealed cultivation were suddenly unlocked. First Order Dao Source Realm, Second Order Dao Source Realm, Third Order Dao Source Realm, the Emperor Realm. Safe and sound, there was no repulsive force from the world, nor was there any hostility. It was a success. Chapter 3161. Abandoned Lair was one of the 2 most notorious danger zones in Hengluo Starfield. It was both dangerous and evil, with only the equally famous Galaxy Ridge being on par with it. More than 90% of the space pirates and the outcast warriors of the entire space zone were gathered in the 2 places. The people who lived in the 2 places were all vicious, brutal, and ruthless people. For thousands of years, the 3 great forces in the Star Territory had constantly clashed with these pirate gangs and had even joined forces to try and eliminate them, but whether it was Abandoned Lair or Galaxy Ridge, they were both easy to defend and difficult to attack. What's more, they were protected by natural spirit arrays, so it was not easy to take them down. Repeated invasions not only failed but also resulted in heavy losses. Abandoned Lair was not a real lair, but an extremely chaotic star territory. Chaotic force fields, violent asteroid seas, and star field storms were its most natural barriers. If one was not familiar with the way in and out, even a third-order origin king would be in danger if they got lost. At the center of the chaotic area, a lot of broken, enormous asteroids were scattered. Every one of the asteroids was immeasurably large. The pirate gangs in the abandoned lairs had planted their roots on the asteroids and thrived for countless years, growing stronger and stronger. The countless star pirate gangs, large and small, were the foundation of Abandoned Lair. Among these star pirate gangs, the strongest and largest one was called the Ruthless Blood Pirate Gang, and its leader, Zhang Xian, was a proud third-order origin king. With such strength, even in the entire star territory, he was a peak existence with few rivals. He was naturally the king of evil. Zhang Xian had cultivated for 1,500 years, and it was rumored that he had some connections with Sword Union, one of the three great forces in the star territory. When he was young, he was also a young genius of Sword Union, and the higher-ups of Sword Union had high hopes for him. However, some kind of accident happened, and as a result he killed his master and brother, betrayed Sword Union, and fled into abandoned lair. A few hundred years later, a ruthless blood pirate gang appeared here. Zhang Xian's hair was completely white, indicating that he was in his twilight years. For a third-order origin king, this was very unusual. Even though he was already old, his figure was still ramrod straight like a sword. It seemed like the education he received in the Sword Alliance when he was young was still affecting him. As he sat there, his entire body was like a sharp sword that hadn't been unsheathed, and its edge was completely restrained. On the opposite side of the table, an extremely old man was lightly sipping his tea while his entire body was suffused with a bloody aura that caused others to feel extremely uncomfortable. Even though he was similarly old, if one observed carefully, one would notice that this person's body surged with a bloody glow, and his bloody aura was even more exuberant than a man in his prime. Moreover, this bloody aura wasn't ordinary, and it instead carried a ghastly aura that was extremely strange. "Did you find out anything?" The old man put down his teacup and asked softly. In this abandoned lair, Zhang Xian was the overlord. There had never been anyone who could speak to him as an equal, let alone ask him such a question. Although it was a question, there was a faint arrogance of a superior speaking to a subordinate. The old man's cultivation was also a third-order origin king, not any weaker than Zhang Xian, and the symbol on his clothes clearly indicated his origin. Great Desolate Star Territory Netherworld Sect. This old man was a vice-sect master of Netherworld Sect. Zhang Xian still didn't know his name, only that he called himself Old Ing. The sword master's sword heart was resolute, and he would rather break than bend, not to mention a peerless sword master like Zhang Xian. If someone else dared to show even the slightest disrespect to him, Zhang Xian would have cut them down with his sword and let them have a taste of his own power. However, against this Old Ing, Zhang Xian wasn't sure he could win. What's more, although he was dissatisfied with Old Ying's condescending attitude, he didn't want to become an enemy of Netherworld Sect. Over the past dozen years he had witnessed the strength of Netherworld Sect, and if they really fought, this abandoned lair wouldn't be able to resist Netherworld Sect's attack. Hearing this, Zhang Xian quickly said, "There is no useful information. The people in Noble Star's territory died too quickly, so no useful information was passed on." Old Ing said, "It's impossible that there is no clue at all, right? In recent months, the territory of Great Desolate Star had suffered heavy casualties. More than half of the results of the invasion over the past dozen years had been destroyed. They had lost contact with many stars such as Monster Star, Shadowed Star, Water Moon Star, Green Mountain Star. He didn't care about the life or death of the cultivator of the other great forces, but he cared about the situation of the Netherworld Sect disciples. What frightened him the most was that he had lost contact with Tongxian realm. One had to know that there was a vice-sect master on the other side, and his cultivation was on par with Old Ying's. There was also the assistance of 4 other third-order origin kings. With such a lineup, how could Heng Luo Starfield resist, let alone destroy them? Perhaps there was a small accident on the other side that caused the connection to be cut off. But when this conjecture appeared, Old Ing couldn't convince himself. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it, so he asked Zhang Xian to send someone to inquire about the situation. In the end, he got such an answer which made him quite unhappy. There are indeed no clues. If Old Ing doesn't believe me, you can send someone to investigate, Zhang Xian replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Unlike Galaxy Ridge's submission to Great Desolate Star's territory, he chose the path of cooperation. He cooperated with Great Desolate Star's territory to destroy Sword Union and take revenge for the blood feud of the past. In terms of the results, the cooperation was not bad. Sword Union was indeed destroyed, and some of the cultivation stars in its possession fell into the hands of the cultivator on Great Desolate Star. Sword Union fell apart, and only the young Union Master escaped the disaster and went to Tongxian Realm to seek refuge. However, Tongxian Realm was also in a precarious situation. Once Netherworld Sect's plan succeeded, Sword Union's young Union Master would have nowhere to hide and would die without a doubt. His 1,000-year enmity had been avenged, but Jiang Xuesong didn't feel much joy because he had mistakenly underestimated the strength of Netherworld Sect. Although he was still the biggest leader of Abandoned Lair, the entire Abandoned Lair was basically controlled by Netherworld Sect. He was no longer worthy of his title. If Netherworld Sect really wanted to deal with him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape. Asking a tiger for its skin was the reason for his actions today. However, there was no benefit in dealing with an unbending greatsword cultivator, and it would only increase internal friction. That was why Netherworld Sect tolerated him, but this cooperation was no longer possible. Jiang Xuesong had long lost the capital to cooperate with them. Although he hadn't become their lackey yet, when Hengluo Starfield completely fell, the first person Netherworld Sect would deal with would be him. Old Ing faintly smiled. Coupled with his gloomy aura, this smile gave people a bone-chilling feeling. This old man can still trust the words of the chief. It's just that the events of the past few months have been bizarre. The chief is a local, so do you know who in this world has such heaven-defying methods? Jiang Xuesong raised his sword-like eyebrows and said in surprise, "Does Old Ing think that those who have lost contact with them are all doomed?" Old Ing sighed. This old master doesn't want to think so, but I'm afraid it can't be wrong. If it was only 1 or 2 places that had lost contact, it could be explained as an accident, but in the past few months, there had been too many places where they had lost contact, so many that Old Ing was shocked. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he knew that some hidden master in Hengluo Starfield had come out of seclusion. This master was currently hunting down Great Desolate Star and Netherworld Sect. Jiang Xuesong was slightly shocked. If even Old Ing said so, then he was probably right. After pondering for a while, he said, "Back then there was an old man in Star Territory who was known as the strongest in Star Territory. His strength was unfathomable." Who? Wu Dao. Who in Star Territory didn't know Wu Dao's name? When Jiang Xuesong was young, Wu Dao was already a third-order origin king. After so many years, Wu Dao's cultivation had probably improved, so it made sense if he was the one taking action. But it shouldn't be him. Jiang Xuesong slowly shook his head. "Why do you say so?" Old Ing asked. "Because he left the Star Territory several decades ago and went to a more mysterious world. The Star Boundary." Old Ying's eyes flashed with a look of yearning, but it was quickly extinguished. The Star Boundary? Jiang Xuesong looked at Old Ing in amazement. This was the first time he had heard this term, so he was quite curious. "Go on." Old Ing was too lazy to explain. Hengluo Starfield didn't know about the existence of the Star Boundary, but Great Desolate Star Territory knew about it. That was because the Netherworld Sect's ancestral founder had gone to the Star Boundary and established a sect there, using the Great Divine Technique to send down a decree and some treasures. As the Vice Sect Master of Netherworld Sect, he was naturally not unfamiliar with the Star Boundary. The previous Sect Master Yin Luxing had gone to the Star Boundary. The Star Boundary was a place that all cultivators yearned for as it had more complete world principles and a higher martial Dao path. If it weren't for his old age, he would also want to go to the Star Boundary. Jiang Xuesong said, "Since it can't be Wu Dao, then I can't think of anyone else." While speaking, he frowned and hesitantly said, "It's also impossible for him." "Who?" "A junior called Yang Kai." "Since it's a junior, why mention him?" Old Ing said unhappily. Jiang Xuesong said, "Although I have never met Yang Kai, he is not an ordinary junior. Wu Dao was able to go to the Star Boundary all thanks to him. Back then it was Yang Kai who took Wu Dao and a few others away from the Star Territory. At that time there were rumors in the Star Territory that in less than 100 years, this junior would become the strongest person in the Star Territory and replace Wu Dao's position, but he left so early." He sighed. "It is this Zhang's regret that I couldn't fight him." "If you have such a wish, then this young master will satisfy you." A person's voice came from afar. When the first word was heard, the person seemed to be still several dozen kilometers away, but when the last word fell, a heroic figure appeared in front of the hall. The dim light of the abandoned lair shone on his back, casting a long shadow that seemed to cover the entire hall. His face was obscured by the shadow, making it impossible to see his features. only his eyes were shining brightly. Jiang Xuesong and Old Ing both held their breaths. The newcomer did not emit any aura, but it made their hairs stand on end and their blood run cold. Chapter 3162. Who goes there? Jiang Xuesong roared as he stood up. The figure strode in and arrived in front of Jiang Xuesong in a few steps. Jiang Xuesong felt as if a giant dragon was pressing down on him. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back and fall into a chair. The sword heart that he had cultivated for 1,500 years actually made a cracking sound and a fine crack appeared on it. Had he become timid? Only now did Jiang Xuesong come back to his senses and realize what had happened to him just now, causing a look of extreme shock to appear on his face. His life had been bumpy and he had encountered countless powerful enemies, but no matter when or what kind of enemy he faced, he had never been timid or retreated. No matter how many tricks the enemy had up their sleeves, no matter how high their cultivation was, he would break them with a single sword strike, even if it meant being crushed to pieces. It was precisely because of this determination that he had tempered his flawless sword heart. But in that moment he had felt timid for the first time in his life, causing a flaw to appear in his perfect sword heart. Yang Kai looked down at him, almost sticking his face to his face as he grinned. "Head chief, you really are forgetful. You were just talking about this young master, how could you forget in the blink of an eye?" "You are." Jiang Xuesong's eyes trembled as an extremely absurd idea appeared in his mind. He resolutely said, "That's impossible." "Anything is possible." Yang Kai turned around and sat down on the table before turning to Old Ing and asking, "Are you from the Netherworld sect?" His casual attitude made it seem as if he had not entered a dragon's lair, but rather a familiar neighbor's home. Even with Old Ying's rich experience, he could not help but feel that this was absurd. "Let me ask you something." Yang Kai stared at Old Ing. "Are you the Netherworld sect's sect master?" "No." Old Ing shook his head. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said regretfully, "I didn't find the right place." Sword intent suddenly surged as a brilliant sword light flashed, illuminating the hall. Everything in the world seemed to lose their luster at this moment, leaving only the light of this sword. Jiang Xuesong had brazenly attacked without any warning. As a swordsman, he shouldn't be sneak attacking others from behind. In the past he had never done so. He had always defeated his enemies fair and square. However, Yang Kai's forceful approach had actually caused him to feel timid. His sword heart was covered in dust and he couldn't care less about anything else. Before the sword chi arrived, Old Ing raised his hand and a blood-red banner appeared in his hand. It was one of the 2 most commonly seen secret treasures of the Netherworld sect, the Blood Sea Banner. However, the Blood Sea Banner in Old Ying's hand was obviously more powerful than all the Blood Sea Banners Yang Kai had encountered so far. The aura it exuded was at the peak of Origin King grade, and if not for this world's restrictions, it would have become a Dao Source grade artifact with just a little bit of refinement. Old Ing waved the Blood Sea Banner and a rolling sea of blood gushed out from it, turning into a sea of blood that enveloped Yang Kai. At the same time, the unparalleled sword intent also slashed at Yang Kai. Jiang Xuesong felt a sense of loss. Although he didn't know what this young man's cultivation was, how could he survive being attacked by a sword cultivator within 3 meters of him? What's more, Old Ing was cooperating with him at this moment. Although the 2 of them had always been at odds with each other, at this moment, they were of one mind and cooperated with great tacit understanding. As the sword light slashed down, Jiang Xuesong's face changed drastically while Old Ing obviously felt something and his body shook violently. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Without any hesitation, they turned into 2 streams of light and rushed out of the hall, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Amidst the rolling sea of blood, a fist suddenly punched out, shattering the sea of blood and causing the sword light to disappear. Yang Kai took a step forward and arrived outside the hall. He didn't give chase and instead just leaned against a pillar, watching with interest. Jiang Xuesong and Old Ing rushed out of the hall. Looking around, they were immediately stunned. They saw over a dozen pitch-black warships had appeared in the abandoned lair that they had thought to be impregnable. A great formation surrounded the entire abandoned lair. Figures flew down from the warships one after another, charging onto the meteors of various sizes as they pursued the cultivator in the abandoned lair. Since when? The abandoned lair was easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was protected by a natural formation as well as the extremely terrifying starfield storms. Only those who were familiar with the patterns would be able to find a safe passage in and out. Although the Netherworld sect was quite powerful, Old Ing knew that he would have to pay quite a price if he had to lead people to attack the abandoned lair. The reason why he could enter this place safely was because Zhang Xuesong had taken the initiative to contact him over a decade ago. However, at this moment this seemingly safe place had been silently breached by someone. It was basically a nightmare. Powerful auras surged in from all directions, clearly telling Old Ing and Zhang Xuesong a cruel truth. Today was probably going to be a bad day. A small figure suddenly flew towards them. Zhang Xuesong's eyes focused as he saw that it was a little girl around 7 or 8 years old. Old Ing had obviously noticed her as well. With a cold expression, he waved the Blood Sea banner in his hand and pulled the little girl into it. Zhang Xuesong's figure suddenly retreated, quickly distancing himself from Old Ing. "What are you doing?" Old Ing looked at him angrily. "Quickly join hands with me and leave this place." This guy was simply crazy. Even at a time like this he still wanted to distance himself from him. Did he really think that he could rely on a broken sword to kill his way out of this encirclement? Zhang Xuesong looked at him seriously and shook his head. "It's up to fate." Although he didn't see anything special about the little girl, when she approached him, the sword heart in his body actually sent out a strong warning. A voice shouted in his heart, "Go further, go further, go further." "Are you crazy?" Old Ing was furious. "Right now only you and I can." Halfway through his words he suddenly looked down at his Blood Sea banner and saw a red flame appear on it, rapidly spreading in all directions and burning wildly. The scorching aura caused Old Ing to shiver. He desperately poured his Saint Qi into the banner in an attempt to extinguish the flames. But no matter how hard he tried, the flames remained unmoved and instead continued to expand rapidly. Pooh. Old Ing coughed up a mouthful of blood. His artifact had been damaged and he had also suffered a backlash. The small figure stepped out of the Blood Sea banner and gently tapped Old Ying's head with a white jade-like finger. Old Ying's entire body immediately went limp like a deflated balloon. Lu Yen picked up Old Ing and looked forward, but Zhang Xuesong had already become one with his sword and turned into a streak of sword light as he flew away. What the hell? What the hell was this little girl doing? Not only was she safe and sound after being taken into the Blood Sea banner by Old Ing, she had even managed to escape and destroy the Blood Sea banner while severely injuring Old Ing with a single finger. Such strength was beyond his imagination. No matter how powerful his sword heart was, he couldn't summon up the courage to fight, only a single thought filling his mind. Run as far as possible. Don't run. A clear voice like the tinkling of spring water sounded in his ear. Zhang Xuesong turned his head to take a look and saw the little girl walking side by side with him in an unhurried manner. She was even carrying the dying Old Ing in her hand. The corners of his eyes twitched fiercely and he almost had the urge to curse. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence as the sword light became even faster. "I said." Lu Yen stretched out her small hand and grabbed the long sword. The sword light instantly went from extremely fast to extremely still as she angrily shouted, "Don't run." The incomparably sharp Origin King grade long sword that could split mountains and sever seas was held by her, unable to cause her the slightest harm. Wah! Zhang Xuesong coughed up a mouthful of blood, but this time because of the impact he turned his head to look at her, almost wondering if he was dreaming. A moment later Lu Yen carried Old Ing in one hand and Zhang Xuesong in the other and returned to the hall, dropping the two of them on the ground. Old Ying's aura was weak and his injuries were not light. Although Zhang Xuesong's situation was better, he had lost all will to fight and his eyes were dim as if covered by a shadow. Yang Kai crossed his arms and leaned against a pillar, smiling slightly upon seeing this. "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Yen pursed her lips as if blaming Yang Kai for being so polite to her, venting her anger by kicking Zhang Xuesong. Zhang Xuesong didn't say a word, not daring to say anything despite his anger. Yang Kai squatted down and stared at Old Ing. "Where is your Netherworld sect master now?" Old Ing looked up at him and said in a trembling voice, "I don't know." "How can you not know?" Yang Kai frowned and said fiercely, "Old thing, don't lie to me. Your cultivation is not bad, so you should be an elder. How can you not know where your sect master is?" Old Ing said with a sad face, "I really don't know. He might be in the Galaxy Ridge." "Might be." Yang Kai frowned and said with a fierce face, "Is he there or not?" Old Ing said in a trembling voice, "This old one, can't be sure." Trash. Yang Kai scolded, grabbing his clothes and throwing him out. Old Ing screamed and flew 100 zhang away before exploding in the air. The Netherworld sect was the main culprit for the invasion of the Great Desolate Star's territory, and the sect master of the Netherworld sect was the main culprit. Yang Kai naturally wanted to settle the score with him, but he couldn't find him here. However, it didn't matter. This was the first battle of the Hung Luo Star Field's counterattack. As long as the Netherworld sect master was still in the Hung Luo Star Field, he would be found sooner or later. At this time the Galaxy Ridge should have also made their move. They were led by Zhou Xian, so the Galaxy Ridge shouldn't be able to cause any trouble. At the same time, Yang Kai had sent Li Jiao and his family to guard the passage between the two planets. The Great Desolate Star's territory wouldn't be able to get any reinforcements from there, let alone escape from the Hung Luo Star Field. The reason why Yang Kai had waited here for 10 days was mainly because he wanted to capture all of Abandoned Lair in one fell swoop, not letting a single enemy escape. He and Lu Yen could certainly rampage through this place, but Abandoned Lair was too large, and if they didn't have a corresponding number of helpers, there would definitely be some fish that escaped the net. Now it was different. Of the two strongest people in Abandoned Lair, one was dead and the other was injured. The entire Abandoned Lair was surrounded by his own people. It was impossible for the Great Desolate Star's territory and the Star Pirates to escape. The sounds of fighting continued. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at Jiang Xuesong, a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes. "If you have any useful information, tell me and I'll give you a quick death." Chapter 3163. Half a day later, the noise gradually subsided. The Abandoned Lair was in ruins and corpses were piled up like mountains. This sinful land that had existed for tens of thousands of years was finally cleaned up today. Deafening cheers resounded through the clouds. Everyone was venting the joy in their hearts. Since the invasion of the territory of the Great Desolate Star, this was the first large-scale victory in more than 10 years, and it was a crushing victory. Although they only destroyed the Abandoned Lair, which was far from killing all the cultivators in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, today's battle was like a spark that illuminated the territory of the Great Desolate Star. This spark could also start a prairie fire. "I'll leave the rest to you." Yang Kai smiled at the people around him and floated away alone. This time he didn't even take Lu Yen with him. The Dharmakaya, Lu Yen, Ruan Bai, Ting and Su Yen were all beyond the limits of the territory of the star. In addition, there were many strong people in the territory of the star. Such a lineup was enough to easily solve the problem of the star territory. It only took time. Yang Kai didn't need to stay. He had more important things to do. "Where is he going?" Ruan Bai Ting looked at Lu Yen, who was unhappy, and asked. "To refine the territory of the star." Everyone was shocked. Could the territory of the star be refined? They had only heard of someone refining a cultivation star and becoming a star lord. They never knew that even the territory of the star could be refined. If the refining was successful, how amazing would it be? Could it be that he could become the master of the entire star territory? No one dared to imagine what kind of changes Yang Kai's trip would bring to the territory of the star, and no one dared to imagine how powerful Yang Kai was now. In the Wugan star field, Yang Kai went with the flow without a specific goal or a fixed direction. He left the Abandoned Lair and flew away, constantly urging his power and leaving his aura along the way. The previous experiment proved that the idea in his mind was feasible. In this case, he would go all out. Although it was a little troublesome and took a little longer, it was still a path. Perhaps he could find a more effective method in the process of refining. 10 days later, the star field around Abandoned Lair was refined by Yang Kai. At the same time, the star field in the corresponding position of the star in his sea of consciousness changed color, seemingly becoming brighter. Although this brightening range was only a drop in the ocean compared to the entire star, it was still a good start. After successfully refining this star field, Yang Kai immediately set his sights on the next star field. Day after day the cycle repeated. Not only did Yang Kai not feel bored, he even immersed himself in it. As the star field of various sizes was refined, and as the star in his sea of consciousness was lit up one by one, he vaguely felt that he had gained a weak connection with the entire territory of the star. With a thought, all the refined positions were within his grasp. If he had such a connection in the ancestral territory, he believed that he would not need to rely on the star to accurately locate the Hengluo starfield. The territory of the star was vast and boundless, nurturing hundreds of millions of creatures. There were places of death, but there were also places where vitality flourished. During the refining process, Yang Kai seemed to be able to experience everything, giving him all kinds of different feelings. 1 month, 2 months, half a year, 1 year, 2 years. Yang Kai was like a leaf of duckweed wandering in the territory of the star. And as large pieces of the star field were refined by him, the area lit up in the star also became larger and larger, and the refining speed also became correspondingly faster. Not only that, but he also found a faster refining method. In the endless meteorite sea, Yang Kai shuttled back and forth, jumping from one meteorite to another, leaving behind his own aura. Half a day later, he brushed past the meteorite sea. Looking back, the meteorite sea was like a rolling dragon, wandering aimlessly in the territory of the star. Wherever this meteorite sea passed, his aura would be scattered along the way, saving him a lot of time. This was one of the methods he found, borrowing the power of the meteorite sea to refine the star field it passed through, and the effect was not bad. In addition, there was a second method which seemed a little overbearing and direct. Above one of the stars, yellow sand danced in the air, and the clouds were turbid yellow, obscuring the sun and moon. The environment of this star was extremely harsh, and from time to time, there would be strong winds blowing. Yang Kai descended from the sky, and when he looked around he saw that this star was not a true dead star. Although the surface of the stars was mostly sand, there were occasional patches of greenery. There were some strange birds and beasts living on this star, and when they noticed Yang Kai's arrival they fled in all directions. This was not a dead star. A dead star had no vitality, but at this moment, it was filled with vitality. Nor was it an aging star. Instead, it was a star that was slowly growing and exuding vitality. Although nothing special could be seen for the time being, if Yang Kai were to return here tens of thousands of years later, this star would definitely be full of vitality. Even if it was not as good as Shadowed Star, it would not be much worse than Tongxian realm. Yang Kai naturally would not wait for tens of thousands of years. Suddenly he leapt up and fell headfirst, his whole body spinning like a top. The earth hummed and a passage leading directly to the ground immediately appeared. 10,000 meters underground, Yang Kai appeared leisurely. In front of him was a mass of gray-white energy that was floating about. At first glance, it looked like a candle flame, dim and unclear, but filled with obscure world principles. This was the star's source of this star. It was not as good as the star's source of Yang Kai's Shadowed Star, nor was it as good as the source of Xianxia's Tongxian realm. This source was like a placenta that was still in the process of being born. The territory of a star was unimaginably vast, so it was not surprising that some stars that were recovering or growing would give birth to such a source. But the cultivator would not choose to refine this kind of thing because refining it would not bring any benefits to the cultivator and might even cause some harm. Who knew if such stars could really grow? One day the situation suddenly changed, causing the stars to weaken and their source to collapse. The cultivator who refined them would definitely be implicated. However, Yang Kai was not afraid at all. In other words, he had come to this place precisely for this source that was still in the process of being born. If his grand plan succeeded, there would be no possibility of backlash. But if it failed, with his current strength, he was not afraid of such a small backlash. Reaching out to touch the source, Yang Kai found that the source seemed to have a trace of its own consciousness and wanted to avoid him, but in the end, it was still an inanimate object, so it could only react slightly. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Follow me and you will have endless benefits." Regardless of whether it could understand the meaning behind it, he grabbed the source energy and activated the star refining art, refining it in a short while. In his knowledge sea on the star chart, the light dot that symbolized this cultivation star suddenly flickered and became incomparably bright. However, it quickly returned to its original appearance, only becoming slightly brighter than before. Yang Kai observed the star, determined the location of his next target, and soared up. Firecloud Star. Looking down from the sky, the stars were brightly lit, and the major cities were peaceful. The common people lived and worked in peace, and the cultivator flowed endlessly. The invasion of Great Desolate Star's territory did not seem to have much impact on Firecloud Star. It still maintained its previous state, bustling with activity everywhere. It was not that the cultivator of Firecloud Star was very powerful. Although the overall strength of this star was good, It was still a bit worse than Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce. The only reason it could remain intact was that it had a star master. It was different from Tong Xian realm. Although Xia Ningchong was also there, Tong Xian realm's foundation was weak and couldn't withstand too much trouble. Even the star master couldn't cook without rice, which was why the people of Netherworld sect broke in and set up the 8 desolate spirit lock array. Fire Cloud Star was much stronger than Tong Xian realm, and with the help of the star master, the Netherworld sect had to pay a certain price if they wanted to invade. This was why Fire Cloud Star had been spared from war for more than a decade. Existences like Fire Cloud Star were not unique in the entire star territory, and there were at least 5 or 6 such existences. The original plan of the Netherworld sect and Great Desolate Stars territory was to first deal with the other cultivation stars that were easy to break through before dealing with these stars with star masters. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes, and Yang Kai's return ultimately caused them to fail. Which friend has graced us with his presence? This Qihua has failed to greet you, but I hope this honored guest will come and have a chat. A majestic voice suddenly rang out from between the heavens and earth, and the entire Fire Cloud Star seemed to fall silent at this moment. Everyone raised their heads and many knelt on the ground, praying devoutly as they chanted, "May Master Qihua live for 10,000 years." This voice sounded like thunder in Yang Kai's ears, as if the god of thunder was striking a lightning rod in his ears. The world principles seemed to reject this voice, and if an ordinary third-order origin king encountered such a situation, they would likely suffer some internal injuries. But Yang Kai just picked his ear with his little finger and grinned before turning his gaze towards a certain direction, his eyes flashing like lightning. "Is this a show of strength?" Smiling lightly, Yang Kai responded, "Sure." Leaping up, he turned into a stream of light and flew off. 3,000 kilometers across the Flame Mountain range, magma tumbled and flowed. Numerous large and small volcanoes spewed out black smoke, like giant dragons swaying in the 9 heavens. The air was scorching hot, and if one's cultivation was slightly weaker, they would not even be able to get close to this place. Qihua's flame palace was built on one of the largest volcanoes. The palace was majestic and grand, crimson in color. At first glance, the entire palace seemed to be made of magma. At a glance, one could tell that its owner had a fiery temper. A moment ago, inside the Flame Palace, the sound of music and dancing filled the air as Fire Cloud Star's Star Master Qihua entertained the various masters of Fire Cloud Star. Because today was Qihua's wedding day, as people who made a living on Fire Cloud Star, they naturally had to come and congratulate him. On Fire Cloud Star, there was nothing more important than a Star Master's wedding, so whether they were willing or not, they all rushed to the Flame Mountain range. Chapter 3164. Qihua was Fire Cloud Star's Star Master and a third-order origin king. It could be said that he stood at the peak of star territory, so there was not much point in cultivating any further. As such, since 500 years ago, Qihua had begun to indulge himself in pleasure, drinking fine wine and sleeping with beautiful women. Although the concubine he had taken in today was only a first-order returning realm cultivator, she was a stunning beauty. Most of the martial artists did not pay attention to etiquette. In the hall, Qihua and the bride were both dressed in red, sitting side by side. All the guests were celebrating to their heart's content. When they came up to toast, they also gave generous gifts. There were many flattering words, causing Qihua to laugh loudly, his voice like thunder. The bride sat motionless with a faint smile on her face, showing a dignified and generous temperament. Many women secretly pointed at her, their words full of envy and jealousy, thinking that she had climbed up a branch and was now a sparrow or a phoenix. When it was time for a second-order origin king to come up and offer a toast, Qihua suddenly raised his glass and looked into the distance, his eyes seemingly able to penetrate the void, revealing an extremely dignified look. The hall fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Qihua put down his glass and shouted loudly, "Which friend has graced us with his presence? This Qihua has failed to welcome you, so please come with me." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. They had never seen Master Qihua act so politely. He had reached the peak of his cultivation and was the Star Master of Fire Cloud Star. It could be said that he was in charge of the life and death of hundreds of millions of cultivators across the stars. Even third-order origin kings had to lower their posture in front of him. Who was it that could receive such solemn treatment from Master Qihua? What kind of person had such qualifications? Just as they were puzzled though, an extremely strange voice rang out in their ears. Good. Everyone could not help feeling strange. Although they did not see the person who spoke, such a response was too presumptuous, simply not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Facing the Star Master of Fire Cloud Star, this person did not at least show some basic respect. The lively atmosphere in the hall suddenly cooled down as everyone wore strange expressions. Yang Kai's figure flashed like lightning, crossing the 3,000 kilometers of Flame Mountain, heading straight for the towering Flame Palace. Suddenly, a shout came from below. Master, please give me a ride. Yang Kai looked down and saw a man standing on top of a black rock, surrounded by boiling lava and scorching heat. The environment was extremely dangerous. This person was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator and was quite young, looking about 27 or 28 years old. He had a square face and ragged clothes, obviously having suffered a lot on his way here. His exposed skin was covered with burn marks from the magma, and the Saint Chi barrier he was using to protect himself was dim, as if it would collapse at any moment. As Chi Hua's residence, the 3,000-kilometer Flame Mountain was not a place where ordinary people could trespass. If a second-order origin returning realm master did not have any guidance, they would eventually be buried here. However, he didn't back off. Even though he was battered and exhausted, his eyes were filled with determination. It was as though even if Yang Kai didn't agree to it, he would still barge into Flame Palace. Even if he were to die here, he wouldn't have any regrets. Are you calling me? Yang Kai stopped and looked at him. Master, please give me a ride. Cui Mengyuan will be very grateful. The young man bowed deeply. Although his face was covered in dirt, his etiquette was impeccable. At a glance, it was obvious that he had received an extremely good education. Why should I give you a ride? Yang Kai grinned. What benefits do you get? Cui Mengyuan shook his head. Besides my life, this Cui has nothing else. Yang Kai curled his lips. Your life is worthless in my eyes. Cui Mengyuan's eyes dimmed and he sighed slightly. He no longer insisted and leaped up to fly out. At this moment, the rolling lava around him turned into living creatures and condensed into fire pythons that bit towards him. Cui Mengyuan's heart sank. He knew that he was going to die, so he didn't resist and just glanced at the Flame Palace longingly. The scorching heat suddenly disappeared and the pain he imagined didn't come. Cui Mengyuan was startled, and only then did he realize that he had been saved. The fire pythons pouncing towards him turned into magma and fell down. He lifted his head and looked at Yang Kai gratefully. Thank you, Master. Forget it. Since you and I are fated, I'll give you a ride. Yang Kai grinned and grabbed Cui Mengyuan's collar. He carried him in his hands like he was carrying a chick. In a split second, the surrounding scenery receded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the peak of the Flame Palace. After being left behind by Yang Kai, he was still in a daze. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, he saw Yang Kai striding towards the Flame Palace. He gritted his teeth and followed closely behind. The palace door was wide open. The interior was resplendent and extremely luxurious. When Yang Kai walked in, pairs of eyes looked at him from all directions. They were scrutinizing and slightly hostile. At the top, a burly man with red hair and a red beard sat there like an iron tower. He was dressed in red and looked like a ball of flame that could burn the entire world. His red eyes were like two dazzling lanterns that shone with frightening radiance. Cui Mengyuan flashed out from behind Yang Kai. He looked at the bride beside Chi Hua with a complicated expression. He moved his lips and murmured. Although his voice was soft, it couldn't escape Yang Kai's ears. The bride was also shocked. However, she quickly lowered her eyes and returned to normal. Chi Hua and Yang Kai looked at each other. One was overbearing while the other was calm and profound. There seemed to be invisible forces colliding in the hall. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Suddenly, Chi Hua laughed and held the hand of the bride beside him. Today is my big day. It's really a joyous occasion to have a distinguished guest. May I know your name? Although he was asking, he still sat on the top seat and looked down. He didn't even look at Cui Mengyuan and treated him as if he was nothing. Yang Kai smiled slightly. A name is just a code name. Don't mention it. Today I came uninvited because I have something to trouble Brother Chi with. Chi Hua lowered his eyes and said lightly, let's talk about it after today. Today is this Chi's wedding. If little brother doesn't mind, you can stay and drink a cup of wine. He turned around to ask but didn't get a corresponding answer. He was a little unhappy. He felt that this young man was too arrogant. How could he be in the mood to talk to him? Moreover, he actually called him Brother Qi. Wasn't he being too arrogant? Did he really think that by giving him some face he would be able to talk to him as an equal? He didn't directly drive him away because he faintly sensed Yang Kai's strength. Coupled with today's wedding, he didn't want to experience any twists and turns in his life. Normally, with his temper, how could he endure it? The way he addressed Yang Kai had also unknowingly become little brother, giving off a sense of superiority. Initially, he thought that Yang Kai would listen to him. Unexpectedly, he shook his head and said, "This is a serious matter. Although I'm not in a hurry, it's better to settle it as soon as possible. Please forgive me, Brother Qi." Qihua pulled a long face. He didn't know Yang Kai and didn't have any grudges against him. He just disliked his arrogance and didn't need to take action. However, if this guy went overboard, he didn't mind adding blood to the flame palace. He said in a deep voice, "Is that so? Why don't you tell me what's so serious about it?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "It concerns the peace of this star territory." Qihua was stunned. His laughter was thunderous. Many guests also laughed with mockery. For a cultivator to suddenly stand up and say that he had something to do with the peace of this star field, no one could hold back their laughter. It was like a frog had come to them and told them that the sky was falling. The guests were all smart and had long noticed the change in Chihua's attitude. When they saw Yang Kai acting like this, they couldn't hold it in anymore. Immediately, an old man with a goatee shook his head and said, "Brat, this is the Flame Palace. It's not a place where you can speak without thinking. Go back to where you came from. Master Chihua is in a good mood today and probably won't hold it against you." "That's right, brat. Get lost. Don't delay our toast." Master Chihua was so polite to him. He's actually a lunatic. What a joke. This star territory has been peaceful for a long time. How dare he spread such nonsense? Yang Kai wasn't affected by all the mockery. He frowned and looked at Chihua. "Brother Qi, have you sealed off all the news?" Why? These guests didn't seem to know what had happened in the star territory all these years. How dare they say that it had been peaceful for a long time? Didn't they communicate with the outside world? Yang Kai recalled the barrier he encountered when he first came to the Fire Cloud Star. He immediately understood that it wasn't that they didn't communicate with the outside world, but that the Star Lord had sealed everything. They couldn't get any news from the outside world. He turned to the old man with the goatee and said, "Do you know about the Netherworld sect in the Great Desolate Star Territory?" The old man with the goatee frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Where did this crazy brat come from? His crazy words are making people unhappy. Master Chihua, please allow me to throw him out." Someone said with righteous indignation. This was supposed to be a good banquet, but it was ruined by this brat. They had lost the chance to bootlick, so they were naturally unhappy. "Brother Qi, why are you doing this?" Yang Kai looked at Chihua with a puzzled expression. Keep to himself? If that was the case, it would be too ridiculous. If the Hung Luo star field fell, how could the Fire Cloud Star resist? Chihua said indifferently, "It has nothing to do with you." Yang Kai thought for a moment and nodded, "That's true." He didn't want to care too much about other people's business, but he still reminded, "Brother Qi, you don't have to do this. The Great Desolate Star and the Netherworld sect have lost in the past 2 years. The cultivator in our territory has been winning and killing countless enemies, but the war is not over yet. If Brother Qi is willing, you can help them. I believe that with the help of the Fire Cloud Star, the war will end soon." Chihua grinned, "Why don't you help them?" Yang Kai said, "I have something more important to do, which is why I came here today." "Then I'd like to know what's more important." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Brother Qi, please lend me something." "Lend what?" Chihua asked in a deep voice. It was ridiculous. The guests here had all given him gifts, but he didn't have any, and now he wanted to borrow something. Chihua's heart was filled with killing intent. If Yang Kai dared to say something that displeased him, he would definitely attack. This star's origin. Yang Kai pointed at the ground under his feet. Chapter 3165. The hall fell silent as a thick murderous intent filled the air. Many guests looked at each other, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. Otherwise, how could they have heard such nonsense? "What did you say?" Chihua's face suddenly sank. What an impudent brat. Daring to say he wanted to borrow the star source of Fire Cloud Star? How could the star source of stars be borrowed so easily? The reason why Qi Hu could act so high and mighty, to the point where even ordinary third-order origin kings had to bow down to him, was ultimately because he was a star master. If he were to lend out the star source of stars, what advantage would he have? What's more, he had never heard of the star source of stars being borrowed. If Yang Kai's attitude and words just now had made him slightly unhappy, this one sentence had triggered Qi Hu's murderous intent. The star source of stars could be said to be his reverse scale, so Qi Hu immediately determined that this little brat was here to cause trouble and secretly made up his mind that today he would not let him leave. Brother Qi, please calm your anger. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, I came here with sincerity this time, so Brother Qi might as well let me finish. Qi Hu was so angry that he laughed. Good, go on. He wanted to see just how eloquent Yang Kai was. Brother Qi, if you're able to lend me the star quintessence, then you'll be able to ensure the safety of this region, and it can be considered to be a boundless benefactor. Of course, I know that the star quintessence is extremely important to Brother Qi, so I'll naturally not lend it to you for nothing. Qi Hu was startled for a moment before laughing loudly. Compensation? He was already standing at the pinnacle of the star field, so what in this world could be placed in his eyes? This brat's shameless boasting made him unhappy. Could it be that he was sent by his enemies to deliberately make fun of him? Compensation, Yang Kai said solemnly, flipping his palm and summoning a mass of brilliant energy. This is. Qi Hu's expression brightened as he suddenly stood up from his chair and stared at this mass of light in disbelief. The other guests also showed looks of shock and greed at this moment. This is also the source of stars, but there is no corresponding cultivation star. Yang Kai explained, but with this compensation I believe it won't have much of an impact on Brother Qi's cultivation. And after the matter in this territory is settled, I will return the fire star source strength to Brother Qi in this way. Brother Qi has earned a share of the source strength of this star. Which star's origin is this? Qi Hu murmured. Yang Kai shrugged and said, as I said, this origin source doesn't have a corresponding cultivation star. He still had many such sources in his possession, all of which he obtained from the shattered star sea back then. He had given some to others, but he still had a surplus. Qi Hu's face changed. It wasn't because he was tempted by Yang Kai's offer. Even if Yang Kai gave him a new origin without a corresponding cultivation star, he couldn't live up to his title as the Star Lord. How could he compare to tricking the Star Lord of Fire Cloud Star? He only had the thought of killing and snatching the treasure. However, just as this thought surfaced in his mind, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. It seemed to be warning him that if he really attacked the young man in front of him, he wouldn't have a good ending. This caused the hot blood in his body to instantly cool down and his mind to clear up. He sat back on the chair and shook his head. I won't lend you the Fire Cloud Star source strength. Please leave. He sneered in his heart. It seemed like this brat didn't understand the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Although he could suppress his greed and not attack him as long as he left the Flame Palace, someone would attack him. By then he could take the opportunity to see his background and decide whether to attack him or not. As the brilliance faded, Yang Kai kept the origin source. He rubbed his forehead and said with a headache, Sigh, it's indeed impossible to talk nicely. He originally wanted to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Who knew that he still had to go all out? He turned around, grabbed Cui Mingyun's collar and shouted, Brat, what grievances do you have? Tell me now. I'll stand up for you today. Cui Mingyuan was shocked. Ever since he followed Yang Kai into the Flame Palace, his eyes had never left the bride. It was only when Yang Kai took out the source strength of stars that he was distracted for a moment. However, he quickly refocused his attention on the bride. Now that he was suddenly questioned by Yang Kai, he was naturally confused. What are you talking about? I heard everything you said just now. Do you know the bride? Yang Kai's saliva was about to hit his face. Cui Mingyuan nodded his head in a daze. This was also the reason why he fearlessly barged into the Flame Mountain. Did you fall in love with the bride and decide to spend the rest of your life with her? Cui Mingyuan nodded his head again. His eyes were filled with humiliation and unwillingness. Did this old man bully the weak? Did he not care about your feelings and snatch away your woman? Yes. Cui Mingyuan shouted. He clenched his fists tightly and his teeth were almost bleeding. Good. Yang Kai shouted and threw him aside. He turned to Qihua and said slowly, I can feel your determination. Today I'll help you get the bride back. Cui Mengyuan was surprised and delighted. He never expected such a dramatic scene to happen. He barged into the Flame Palace alone with the determination to die. Who would have thought that someone would stand up for him? But soon he seemed to have realized something. He said sadly, Master, thank you for your kind intentions. But, shut up. Cui Mengyuan shut his mouth immediately and didn't dare to say another word. In the grand hall, Qihua lowered his eyes with a gloomy face. He said indifferently, right or wrong, one speaks too much. Trouble comes from standing up for others. Junior, I'll give you some face. Don't think too highly of yourself. This guy was simply looking for trouble. Indeed, those with good intentions didn't come here with good intentions. Yang Kai laughed and pointed at Qihua. He shouted, Old man, the territory of the Flame Cloud Star is in chaos. Enemies are invading. Not only did you not help, you even sealed off the Fire Cloud Star. You are simply unreasonable. Today I'm here for the sake of the common people. It's fine if you cooperate. But since you don't blame me for being merciless. He looked exactly like a villain who was standing on the moral high ground and was ready to commit murder and plunder. Instantly the guests cursed him. Chihua's red hair and robe fluttered. Outrageous. Yang Kai said, You have to lend me the origin of the stars even if you don't want to. As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced on Qihua. Presumptuous. Qihua was furious. With a thought, the power of heaven and earth trembled. An invisible pressure descended from the sky, causing everyone present to hold their breaths. It was as though a huge mountain was pressing on their chests. Yang Kai, who bore the brunt of the pressure, suddenly appeared. His body was slightly bent as if he would be pressed down at any time. This was the power of a Star Lord. Above the stars he could dominate everything. With a thought he could kill his enemies. Many guests cheered and clapped their hands. Chihua's expression was extremely solemn. He wasn't happy but was shocked. Yang Kai's performance was beyond his expectations. This brat wasn't pressed down. Sure enough, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. With a thought, the pressure increased. Yang Kai groaned and the floor under his feet cracked. He sneered, You have the power of the stars. Do you think I don't? In the distant star field, one of the stars flickered and a beam of light shot out, crossing hundreds of millions of kilometers in the blink of an eye and landing on Yang Kai, causing his body to glow so brightly that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Although this place was not Shadowed Star and did not belong to Yang Kai, it was still within the territory of the same star, so Yang Kai could naturally draw the power of Shadowed Star to resist the world principles of Fire Cloud Star. In an instant the pressure on Yang Kai lightened. However, this was not the end of it. Inside the territory of Endless Star, a vast expanse of star field also gathered its power and resonated with Yang Kai, becoming the source of his strength. This vast expanse of starfield was what Yang Kai had spent 2 years refining. Although the power gathered in this vast starfield was not as pure as the power of the stars on Shadowed Star, it was much greater in quantity and could naturally cause unimaginable changes. Break for me! Yang Kai shouted. Gotcha. The sound of something shattering rang out. Yang Kai's hunched figure suddenly straightened up like a javelin. A look of disbelief flashed across Chihua's eyes as he stood up from his chair. Before he could think of anything else, a figure had already appeared in front of him. A large hand that was like an iron hoop grabbed him by the neck. The strength that came from the hand was so strong that he couldn't even summon any will to resist. An invisible shackling force enveloped his entire body, severing his connection with Fire Cloud Planet in an instant. Not only that, but even the star source he had refined within his body was suppressed. Chihua's eyes trembled violently. What kind of terrifying strength was this? Who was this person? Ding ding dang dang. The sound of wine glasses shattering rang out as a group of guests stared at this scene dumbfoundedly, as if they were in a dream, their eyes filled with shock. Star Master Chihua had actually been lifted up by a little brat with one hand, and from beginning to end, Chihua had not even had time to react. The confrontation between the two had happened in an instant, so fast that it was dazzling. Many people did not even understand what was going on before the outcome was decided. This scene could only mean one thing: one person's strength was far greater than the others, resulting in such an instant kill. But Qihua was already a star master and a third-order origin king, so who could surpass him by so much? Their minds were not enough to comprehend this scene. This scene was bound to be the most shocking moment in their lives. Ah! Cui Mengyuan cried out, her eyes glazed over. The surprise had come so quickly that she had not even had time to prepare. The new bride also covered her red lips with her small hands as she looked up at Yang Kai in horror. She only felt that this figure was as majestic as a mountain, and even though he was clearly so close, she could not see his face, as if he was far away from the 9 heavens. Yang Kai turned his head and grinned at her. Quickly fly away with that little brat. Saying so, he waved his hand and, regardless of whether she was willing or not, directly threw her and Cui Mengyuan out of the 3,000 kilometers flame mountain. And she was willing. After all, when Cui Mengyuan appeared in this hall, she showed an extremely worried look. Chapter 3166. You? Who the hell are you? Qihua squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. He was tall and sturdy, a full head taller than Yang Kai, but at this moment he was being held in Yang Kai's hand like a helpless chicken. Anyone who saw him would feel a strong sense of conflict. Does my name mean anything to you? Yang Kai sneered, ignoring him as he silently circulated his star-refining art. Qihua suddenly understood. He had asked for this boy's name before but had not received an answer, so he thought this boy was just being arrogant, but now it seemed he simply disdained to answer. Suddenly, an unbearable pain spread throughout his body and Qihua trembled violently as his eyes bulged. Obviously feeling something, he cried out in horror, "Don't! Come out!" Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and pressed it against Qihua's dantian, his 5 fingers forming a claw as he pulled. A mass of crimson light was immediately sucked out and Yang Kai tossed Qihua away before lowering his head to stare at the crimson light in his hand and nodding with satisfaction. On the other side, Qihua got up awkwardly, his face pale as his yuan qi was severely injured. Yang Kai did not hurt him, but his star source had been forcibly taken away, so how could he remain unscathed? Looking up, Qihua's eyes filled with grief. How could his star source be so easily snatched away by someone else? Qihua had risked his life for many years to refine this source, and it was with this source that he was able to become the Star Master and unify Fire Cloud Star. Without this source he was just an ordinary third-order origin king, slightly worse than an ordinary third order. After all, his connection to his source had been severed and he had suffered some internal injuries. Seeing this, many guests could not help feeling a sense of pity, a chill enveloping their bodies as they froze in place, not daring to move. Fire Cloud Star's Star Master had not been able to withstand a single blow from this young man. Not only had he been instantly subdued, even his source had been forcibly taken away, so how could they dare to oppose Yang Kai? His eyes were filled with awe and shock. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai opened his mouth and stuffed the crimson light into it. In an instant, his skin turned blood red as if it was being burned by flames. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan. His qi sank into dantian as he activated the star-refining art to suppress and refine it. However, he soon discovered a bad situation. The shadowed star source in Yang Kai's body seemed to be in conflict with the Fire Cloud star source. The two seemed to be innately hostile, with the shadowed star source producing an unimaginable resistance to the Fire Cloud star source. This was rather surprising. Yang Kai had refined the star sources of several stars before coming here, but the star sources of those stars were still very weak, so he didn't feel anything. It was only now that he had a reaction. The laws of heaven and earth of every cultivation star were different. Since there were differences, it was natural that they could not coexist. Yang Kai quickly understood this, but he didn't panic and continued to circulate the star-refining art. In his next plan, he didn't just need to refine a single star's source, but also all the star's star territory's star sources. If he couldn't even overcome this small obstacle, how could he carry out his plan? Dividing his attention, Yang Kai comforted the shadowed star's source while harmonizing and refining the Fire Cloud star's star source. The characteristics that appeared on the surface of his body were that his left and right sides were blooming with different lights that attacked each other. The power of the star force rampaged, causing the flame palace to collapse in an instant. The majestic palace turned into ruins and many guests fled in all directions. The guests who came to congratulate the flame palace were all powerful cultivators, so naturally they wouldn't die because of such an accident. Instead, they were all shocked by Yang Kai's strength. The aftermath of the conflict between the origins of the two stars was already difficult for them to resist, so it was difficult to imagine how Yang Kai, who was at the center of the conflict, could remain unscathed. Yang Kai wasn't unscathed though. He felt like there were two naughty children fighting inside his body, vying for ownership of his body. He tried to calm them down, but it didn't have much effect. Instead, it caused his blood to boil and his face to turn red, making him extremely uncomfortable. In addition to these two naughty children, there were also several infants who were stirring up trouble. These infants were undoubtedly the origins of the stars that Yang Kai had refined recently. Compared to the origins of Shadowed Star and Fire Cloud Star, these origins weren't too complete and weren't too strong. They were originally obedient, but under the stimulation of Fire Cloud Star's star source, they became restless. Pacify, reconcile, pacify, reconcile. Pacify and reconcile your grandmother's legs. Oh, you better behave. Shouting angrily, Yang Kai fiercely urged the star refining art to suppress the star's origins. The whole world suddenly fell silent. Yang Kai's aura gradually stabilized and the conflicting origins in his body slowly subsided. These naughty children really need to be taught a lesson. However, Yang Kai also knew that this was just a stopgap measure. Although there was no problem for the time being as he refined more and more stars' origins in the future, this kind of conflict would only grow bigger and bigger. If he didn't come up with a foolproof plan when the time came, Yang Kai was afraid this would only lead to disaster. That would have to be dealt with later. In Yang Kai's knowledge sea inside the star, the symbol of Fire Cloud Star flashed. At the same time, Yang Kai established an unbreakable connection with the entire Fire Cloud Star. With a single thought, the entire Fire Cloud Star came under Yang Kai's control. The heavens and earth shook and the clouds tumbled, seemingly informing the world that the Star Master had changed. A group of guests who had come to congratulate Qi Hua hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Master." Not to mention the terrifying strength Yang Kai had shown before, his current status as Fire Cloud Star's Star Master forced them to lower their heads. In the future they would have to rely on him to survive, so how could they not be careful? "Greetings, Master." Qi Hua also lowered his head, looking as if he had aged several hundred years in an instant, his face bleak. He was also a man who was good at judging the situation. Before, he had dared to fight against Yang Kai because he had the confidence to do so. But now it turned out that it was just an illusion. Now that he was under someone else's roof, how could he not lower his head? Even if he had hatred in his heart, he didn't dare to think about taking revenge. In his peak condition, he couldn't even withstand one move from the other, let alone now. Yang Kai looked at Qi Hua with a meaningful look, making him shiver. He was afraid that Yang Kai would kill him. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't have that intention. He looked around and said, "I need your help with something." The old man with the goatee who had looked down on Yang Kai before quickly said, "Master, just tell us what you need. This old man will do it for you, Master." Not bad, not bad. Please tell us, Master." Yang Kai said, "Qi Hua has sealed this star. I'm afraid you don't know what has happened in the past few years in this star's territory, right?" The old man with the goatee hesitated and said, "What does Master mean?" "The territory of the Great Desolate Star invaded more than 10 years ago. They stole our cultivation stars and killed our cultivator in the territory of our star. They have wild ambitions. Unforgivable." The group of people were shocked. Although they had heard Kai Yang mention this before, no one had taken it seriously. Now that they heard it again, they had no choice but to treat it seriously. There was another star's territory? And they had invaded? This kind of thing was simply unimaginable. Fortunately, the situation is not so bad now. The cultivator in our star's territory is fighting back. This young master wants you to go and support him. Kill all the cultivators in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The old man with the goatee said, "I don't know. Where should we go?" They had never even heard of the Great Desolate Star's territory, so they naturally didn't know where to go. "Go and find out for yourself." Yang Kai had been alone for 2 years. He didn't know where the war had spread, but as long as he had the heart, he wouldn't be afraid that he couldn't find out. Fire Cloud Star was sealed by Qi Hua, but because of this, its strength was relatively intact. If they could go and help, it would be a good help. "Yes, yes, yes," the old man with the goatee responded repeatedly, lamenting that such a master was really temperamental. Don't waste time. Let's go. Yang Kai waved his hand and a gust of wind swept out. Like swatting flies, the group of Origin Kings lost their footing and were all blown away. In an instant he was the only one left in the ruins of the Flame Palace. He found a place and sat down cross-legged. Immersing his divine sense in his knowledge sea, he observed the star. At a certain location several light spots were flashing. They were the corresponding light spots of the cultivation stars he had refined recently. The brightest one among them was Fire Cloud Star. These light spots weren't random. If they were connected to each other with lines, they could outline an irregular polygon on the star. Yang Kai's mind flickered. Tens of millions of kilometers away he urged the source strength of these stars. Suddenly, the invisible irregular polygon on the star started from the edges and spread towards the center. Wherever the light passed, the star field was infected by the aura of these stars and was then slowly refined by Yang Kai. Yang Kai clearly felt that the star field had his own aura. Overjoyed, he knew that his previous guess was not wrong and immediately continued his efforts. In just 3 days Yang Kai had finished refining the star. Looking at it again, the irregular polygon outlined by several light spots on the star field was already connected to his mind. Such an irregular polygon might be insignificant on the star, but the corresponding star field was extremely vast. If Yang Kai had used the previous method to refine it, it would have taken him at least half a year. But now using this method to refine it only took Yang Kai a month. He only needed to refine the star sources of a few cultivation stars first, and then use these cultivation stars as a foundation to spread his star field around, saving him a lot of time and energy. The territory of the star field was too large. It took him 2 years to refine the territory of the star field. In other words, according to his previous speed, it would take him at least 40 to 50 years to completely refine the entire star field territory. How long was 40 to 50 years? How could he have so much time to stay in the territory of the star field? Now that he had this method, his efficiency would be greatly improved. Coupled with the aura he had left behind in the asteroid sea, he could further improve it. Within 10 years, Yang Kai would refine the entire starfield territory and become the master of the starfield territory. Chapter 3167. In the territory of the desolate star, a pitch-black battleship sailed slowly and silently, like a huge ghost. On the battleship, a skull symbol showed its origin. It was the battleship of the Netherworld sect in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The huge battleship drifted in the starry sky like a homeless wanderer, existing alone. Although it was an inanimate object, it exuded an extremely bleak aura, as if it was at the end of its road. It was sailing in the direction of a void bad passage, which had appeared in the past 2 years and was connected to the territory of the Great Desolate Star. As long as it could reach the void bad passage, it would have a chance to return to the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Since the Heng Luo starfield's counterattack 5 years ago, the cultivator in the territory of the Great Desolate Star began to have a hard time. All the invaders were eliminated one by one, and panic spread in the hearts of all the cultivator in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. They did not even understand why the Heng Luo starfield, which was supposed to be defenseless, suddenly rose up. All the sects and forces that invaded the territory of the Great Desolate Star paid a heavy price. The Thousands Beast Villa was destroyed, the Heavenly Sword sect was destroyed, and so was the Mad Thunder sect. Which one of these sects and forces was not the top existence in the territory of the Great Desolate Star? However, in front of the Heng Luo starfield, a ferocious beast that ate people without spitting out the bones, they did not have the slightest power to resist. The surviving cultivator in the territory of the Great Desolate Star even suspected that it was a conspiracy of the Heng Luo starfield. The previous decade of showing weakness was just to lure the enemy in so that they could attract more cultivator here and kill them all. Although the Netherworld sect was not destroyed, it was almost done. The entire sect only had one battleship left, and it was still suffering from the flames of war. The battleship was full of holes and blood stains. There were traces of the war everywhere. It had escaped the siege with great difficulty and wandered in the territory of the Great Desolate Star for a long time before it got rid of the pursuers. Go home. I must go home. This territory of the Great Desolate Star was definitely not a place that could be invaded casually. The Void Bad Passage was just 1,000 miles ahead. In the battleship, the surviving cultivator of the Netherworld sect could even see the Bad Passage through the crystal window. The smell of his hometown lingered at the tip of his nose, as if a long-separated family member was waving at him. Everyone was overjoyed and excited. A white figure suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking the path of the battleship. The cultivators inside the starship quickly discovered the existence of this white shadow. Some cultivators manipulated the starship's spirit array to enlarge the white shadow's figure and project it into the starship. In an instant, a beautiful woman with long hair cascading down her back like a waterfall appeared before everyone's eyes. Her face was indifferent, but her temperament was noble and pure, making anyone who saw her feel ashamed of their inferiority. A series of gasps rang out, and the entire warship suddenly became silent. Everyone held their breaths. It was her. The people in the territory of Great Desolate Star did not know her name, but this woman was a nightmare for all of them. That was because the Third Order Origin King cultivator was as fragile as a child in front of her. When she swung her long sword, no one was her opponent. Inside the battleship, the cold air was rampant. Everyone's hands and feet were cold and their bodies were cold. The huge battleship and the small figure formed a sharp contrast, but in front of the figure the battleship creaked as if it was groaning in fear. "Cheap slut, do you really want to kill us all?" Inside the Great Desolate Star, an old and angry voice sounded. Zhou Xian stood in the void, her beautiful eyes staring at the approaching Great Desolate Star, but she did not respond. "Get out of the way or this will be your burial ground today." The old voice threatened, but it seemed to be fierce in appearance. How could Zhou Xian give in? Raising her hand, she pressed the hilt of her sword. "Courting death, run over." The old voice was undoubtedly enraged. Although this woman had shown extraordinary cultivation and strength in recent years, no matter how strong she was, how could she compete with a Great Desolate Star? The people in the territory of Great Desolate Star were anxious to escape back home and did not want to cause more trouble here, so he threatened her. "Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, you can die here." The Great Desolate Star hummed and suddenly accelerated, slamming straight towards Zhou Xian. The distance between the two sides quickly closed, but Zhou Xian still stood there quietly, not dodging, not drawing her sword, and not even showing the slightest change in her expression, as if it was not a behemoth but a gentle breeze. When the distance between them reached 30 kilometers, a sword light suddenly flashed and instantly hit the huge Great Desolate Star. At the same time, the 30 kilometers around them were flattened, and the Great Desolate Star crashed into the place where Zhou Xian had been standing and sped away. "Ha, you overestimate yourself." The old voice laughed, but his laughter came to an abrupt end because he suddenly discovered that Zhou Xian, who should have been smashed to pieces, had actually appeared behind the Great Desolate Star. The long sword at her waist had been drawn at some point, and at this moment she had her back to the Great Desolate Star. Sheathing her sword, she turned into a stream of light and flew away, not sparing the Great Desolate Star a single glance from beginning to end. "What the hell?" The old voice's owner was confused, but soon he realized that something was wrong. The Great Desolate Star's speed suddenly slowed down, as if there was an invisible force binding it. At the same time, an astonishing chill spread from the Great Desolate Star and a crackling sound came from all around. Turning his head to look, he was immediately shocked. Inside the Great Desolate Star at some unknown time, snowflakes had appeared. These snowflakes were about the size of a fist, and one by one, they bloomed in every corner of the Great Desolate Star, spreading and freezing all the operating spirit arrays. Even the cultivator, who was caught off guard, froze in place, their bodies covered in white snowflakes. The old man suddenly felt something cold on his hand. He looked down and his pupils shrank. A snowflake had also appeared on the back of his hand. The snowflake made him lose consciousness. 1 snowflake, 2 snowflakes, 3 snowflakes. This was the case inside the Great Desolate Star and outside the Great Desolate Star as well. The dense snowflakes wrapped around the Great Desolate Star layer upon layer, as if a naughty child had sewn a snowflake coat onto the Great Desolate Star, making it pure white and flawless. Gotcha. A shattering sound came as the huge Great Desolate Star suddenly broke apart into pieces of ice. Even the cultivator inside the Great Desolate Star was not spared. Under the influence of inertia, the Great Desolate Star continued to drift forward, forever drifting in the endless void. Several streaks of light flashed by, chasing one another through the starry sky territory. The first 3 streaks of light all had profound auras and were at least First Order Origin Kings, with the leader being a third-order origin king. The last streak of light had a completely restrained aura, making it impossible to see any trace of cultivation. On top of that, the figure of this streak of light was that of a 7 or 8-year-old little girl. However, the three people flying in front of him didn't even dare to turn their heads back, fearing that they would see something terrifying. They only focused on running for their lives. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 10 full days, the three fleeing origin kings were a little exhausted. Although their cultivations were not bad, running for such a long time had consumed a lot of their strength. If they had not taken pills to supplement their energy, they would have already died from exhaustion. We should be able to escape, right? The three of them thought so at the same time. Looking back, the three of them suddenly felt their souls leave their bodies. That small figure was like a maggot following behind them not far away. Her delicate face was expressionless, and her clear black and white eyes were clear and deep, reflecting their fearful faces. What was even more despairing was that after running for such a long time, she did not react at all, her face not turning red, her heart not skipping a beat, just as indifferent as when they first met. Monster. This little girl is simply a monster. Let's kill her. The leader made a prompt decision, turned around and sent out a palm strike towards Lu Yen. The remaining two also knew that running away was useless, so they immediately cooperated with each other. In an instant, an irresistible force flooded the small figure like a rolling torrent. Did we kill her? The three of them rejoiced in their hearts, but after seeing clearly, this joy immediately turned into deep despair. So boring, a childish voice rang out, seemingly tired of playing some kind of game. Lu Yen raised her hand slightly. A great sense of crisis enveloped the three of them, causing them to go stiff and unable to move. A cluster of flames burned, leaving a red trail in the eyes of the three, the last thing they saw before they died. In the star field, Li Jiao's family was happy and harmonious. Although Yang Kai had assigned them an extremely boring task, and they had even been stationed here for 7 or 8 years, neither Li Jiao nor Lu Sanyong felt bored. Li Jiao even found a huge meteorite from somewhere and placed it in the star field, building a simple stone house on the meteorite for the family of 3 to live in. Thousands of miles behind the meteorite was a deep and chaotic void tunnel. This was the tunnel that the Great Desolate Star Territory first used to invade the Hengluo starfield. The people from the Great Desolate Star Territory used this tunnel to arrive in this world. Li Jiao had been stationed here for 7 or 8 years, killing countless cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory. These people probably heard that the cultivator of the Hengluo starfield was easy to bully, so they all came here from the other side of the Star Territory. Unfortunately, before they could obtain any benefits, they were sent to meet the King of Hell by Li Jiao. Not only did they kill the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory, but more of them were the cultivator who wanted to escape back to the Great Desolate Star Territory. In the past few years, the Hengluo starfield fought back vigorously, working together as one, and with the help of several extremely powerful helpers, the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory was not their opponent at all. The cultivation stars that they had previously stolen were all taken back, and all of them fled for their lives like stray dogs. Many people wanted to escape back, but with Li Jiao guarding this place, who could escape? If one came, he would kill one; if two came, he would kill a pair. Li Jiao was like a millstone lying in front of this void tunnel. No matter who entered or left, they were all crushed into meat paste by him, and not a single one was lucky enough to survive. Since the return of Yang Kai, the unstable situation in the Star Territory stabilized in a mere 7 or 8 years. The invaders were basically all killed, and even if there were some fish that escaped the net, they would not be able to cause any more trouble. Chapter 3168. On this day, Li Jiao had just finished dealing with a group of cultivators who wanted to escape back to the territory of the Great Desolate Star and return to the meteorite. Lu Sanyong greeted him with a smile. After all these years of getting along, there was no longer any estrangement between the two. Li Jiao even regarded Lu Yuqin as his own daughter, which moved Lu Sanyong greatly. She even had the thought of staying here with Li Jiao for the rest of her life. But she also knew that this was just her wishful thinking. Li Jiao and Yang Kai would definitely return to the star boundary, and at that time she would also take her daughter and Li Jiao to the Fire Dragon Palace. Because of this, she cherished the good times in front of her even more. "Are you tired?" Lu Sanyong asked softly. Li Jiao said proudly, "Just a group of clowns." Although he had sealed his cultivation, he still had the foundation of a third-order Emperor realm master. Killing a group of ants below the Origin King realm was simply overkill. He guessed that the reason why Yang Kai asked him to guard this place was mainly to give him time and opportunity to get along with Lu Sanyang. Reaching out, he wrapped his arms around Lu Sanyang's soft waist and gently kissed her forehead. Lu Sanyang blushed and said angrily, "Yu Qin is here." Before her voice fell, Lu Yuqin suddenly rushed out of the stone house and covered her eyes with both hands. She turned into a stream of light and flew away, her voice drifting over, "I'm going out for a walk. So boring here." This girl. How could Lu Sanyang not know what her daughter was thinking? Li Jiao said, "She's not here anymore." Saying so, he bent down and picked up Lu Sanyang by the waist and strode towards the stone house. Lu Sanyang's heart skipped a beat. She snuggled into his broad chest and her whole body softened. Li Jiao's big strides suddenly stopped. The smile on his face froze as he suddenly looked up at the void corridor thousands of kilometers away. In that instant he actually felt a sense of danger. He instinctively felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. After all, with his cultivation, what could make him feel threatened in the territory of this lower plane? To put it bluntly, in this territory except for Yang Kai, no one could possibly be his opponent. Yes, he also wanted to get rid of Lu Yan. The void corridor didn't seem to have changed, but it seemed to have become even deeper. The darkness suddenly expanded in Li Jiao's field of vision, spreading in all directions at a terrifying speed. Large swaths of the star field were swallowed by the darkness, disappearing without a trace. The void corridor expanded at this moment. Not good. Li Jiao turned pale with fright and turned to look in the direction that Lu Yuqin had left. He saw that not far away Lu Yuqin seemed to have been scared silly. She stood there in a daze, absent-mindedly looking at the darkness that was expanding towards her. Without thinking too much, Li Jiao carried Lu Sanyang with one hand and rushed towards Lu Yuqin. In the blink of an eye he arrived in front of Lu Yuqin. He grabbed Lu Yuqin's hand and shouted in a low voice, "Let's go." His figure flashed like lightning as he fled at an extremely fast speed. Although he didn't know what had happened here, this wasn't something he could deal with. He had to tell Yang Kai as soon as possible. Suddenly, Li Jiao's hair stood on end. He felt as if someone was spying on him, a pair of invisible eyes observing his every move. A soft sound of surprise sounded in his ears. It was as if it was just an illusion. But in the next moment, Li Jiao felt a huge binding force wrap around him, causing his fleeing figure to stop abruptly. "Don't leave my side." At this critical moment, Li Jiao shouted to Lu Sanyang and her mother, his emperor qi wrapping around the two women. The darkness swallowed him and the light in front of him disappeared. Day after day, year after year, Yang Kai shuttled through the stars' territory, forgetting the passage of time. All his thoughts were immersed in refining. In his knowledge sea, the star had been lit by more than 90%, leaving only a little bit. Over the years his footprints had almost covered the entire star's territory, even the most remote places had not been missed. With the guidance of the star he would not get lost. He could also clearly know where he had been and where he had not been. Everything was in order. Gathering thousands of stars came from one person and spreading his aura throughout the star's territory. This was an extremely magnificent project, but Yang Kai did not find it boring. As he continued to refine, he gradually gained more insights in his heart. Originally, after the experience of returning to the star's territory, he had great confidence in breaking through to the second-order Emperor realm. But now he was almost 100% sure that as long as he returned to the star boundary, he would be able to break through immediately. It's not enough. There's still a little bit left to refine. In fact, he wanted to know how Wukong refined the source of the star's territory. He definitely would not use painstaking efforts to achieve his goal like Yang Kai. He might be able to do the same thing in the shortest time and with the fastest efficiency. But after all, he had lived for so many years, so it was normal for him to have mastered some amazing divine technique and secret techniques. Time passed and he did not know how much time had passed. When the last part of the star in his knowledge sea was lit up, Yang Kai only heard a loud bang as if thunder had exploded in his mind. The explosion made him dizzy and he saw stars. After recovering, he was overjoyed. It's finally done. How long did it take? Years. 9 years. Or 10 years. He almost couldn't remember. But it wasn't over yet. For so many years he had only divided the entire star's territory into pieces of jigsaw puzzles of different sizes. Although he had refined them slightly, a jigsaw was still a jigsaw. Even if they could be put together to form a complete picture, there would still be many flaws. If these flaws were not eliminated, he would never be able to become the master of the star's territory. There was only one last step left, but it was also the most difficult step to take. With a slight thought, Yang Kai's figure flickered among the pieces of the star's territory, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the center of the territory. He took a deep breath and slowly adjusted his state. At a certain moment he suddenly opened his eyes and spread his arms, as if he wanted to embrace the entire star's territory. The space divine technique and spiritual energy were activated at the same time. His divine sense shuttled through the void, leaping forward and radiating towards the entire star's territory. In an instant, Yang Kai felt that his entire body had disappeared, as if he had turned into nothingness, filling the entire star's territory. The divine sense in his knowledge sea was rapidly flowing away like a flood that had broken through a dam. The colorful soul-warming lotus seemed to have sensed this and suddenly bloomed with colorful light. A trickle of energy flowed out, making up for the consumption of Yang Kai's divine sense. In the sky above his knowledge sea, stars flickered as if each star could blink, illuminating his knowledge sea. The vast star's territory underwent a wonderful change at this moment. All the creatures in the star's territory, no matter where they were, no matter what their cultivation was, felt a great will descend from the sky. This will was even more magnificent than the will of a star lord. This will was the will of the heavens and earth, the will of this star's territory. When Yang Kai divided this star's territory into countless jigsaw puzzles and began refining them, he did not feel any hindrance. But when he tried to refine and integrate the entire star's territory, the heavens and earth naturally did not allow it. Even the star, who had been peacefully staying in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, showed signs of wanting to jump out and abandon Yang Kai at this moment. Perceiving this, Yang Kai was also shocked. In order to refine a star's territory, the first thing one needed was the source of stars. If he allowed the star in his knowledge sea to escape, he would not be able to refine it at all. The light from the star chart flashed wildly and turned into a surging force that stirred up Yang Kai's knowledge sea, as if it was trying to force him to retreat and let it go. A heart-wrenching pain came from his knowledge sea. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and did not make a sound, sealing off his entire knowledge sea, refusing to let it go no matter what. With his divine sense damaged, Yang Kai only felt the sky darken. Fortunately, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus continued to pour out pure energy to nourish his soul, restoring his damaged divine sense immediately, causing the situation in his knowledge sea to fall into a stalemate. But as a result, Yang Kai had no spare energy to do anything else. His eyes flashing fiercely, Yang Kai summoned his soul avatar in his knowledge sea, stretched out his hand and grasped a large saber in his hand. Pointing it at the star in the sky, he shouted, "If you dare cause trouble again, believe it or not, I'll cut you down." This saber was a soul-severing saber and had been nourished by Yang Kai's secret technique heaven-severing strike for many years. If this saber were to cut down, even the source of the star's territory would suffer. Murderous intent surging, Yang Kai was obviously not joking. The star, however, remained unmoved and continued to flash, releasing an invisible force that interfered with Yang Kai's knowledge sea. It seemed to have a mind of its own and could tell that Yang Kai was just putting on a brave front. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yang Kai was furious. He could even cut down a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could a star dare to act so presumptuously? Unfortunately, he really couldn't do anything. If he didn't have this star, how could he refine his territory? Throwing away the soul-severing saber, Yang Kai formed a seal with both hands. In his knowledge sea, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus turned into a seven-colored treasure mountain and slammed upwards. Suppress. The seven-colored treasure mountain flew high into the sky and hovered above the star, suddenly releasing a huge suppressive force that slowly pressed down. The star's light flickered more and more fiercely. But as the seven-colored treasure mountain fell, it was pressed down bit by bit. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this, knowing that his approach was correct. The star was the source of stars, and although it was rare and precious, it was not unique in this world. Every star territory had its own star territory source. However, the soul-warming lotus was like the immortal tree, one of a kind in this world, and there was absolutely no second one. From this point alone, whether it was the soul-warming lotus or the immortal tree, they were both much more precious and superior than the source of a star territory. It turned out that the soul-warming lotus did indeed have the ability to suppress a star. Under the suppression, the star was suppressed bit by bit, and its flickering frequency slowed down significantly, its interference becoming less frequent. Yang Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief and concentrated on urging the soul-warming lotus to display its unimaginable effect. Hong Long. The seven-colored treasure island fell, and the entire star was suppressed under it, falling into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. The seawater in his knowledge sea was formed by Yang Kai's divine sense, and after being enveloped by the seawater, the star became much more stable. At the same time, Yang Kai felt that the connection between him and the star had become much closer. Chapter 3169. Without waiting for Yang Kai to rejoice, an unforeseen event occurred. The tens of thousands of star sources gathered in his body suddenly erupted at this moment, a huge amount of energy rampaging through Yang Kai's body. As early as when Yang Kai was refining the star source of Firecloud Star, he had noticed that if there were too many star sources in his body, they would produce irreconcilable contradictions. At that time, he had used his powerful cultivation to forcibly suppress the star sources in his body. After all these years of refining, the number of star sources in his body was no longer just a few trifling star sources. Now there were tens of thousands of them. In an instant, his body seemed to have turned into a battlefield. Tens of thousands of children were arguing and wrestling in this battlefield. If it were an ordinary cultivator, even if they had the cultivation of the Emperor realm, their meridians would have been damaged and their body would have collapsed. However, Yang Kai's body was extremely tough. After cultivating for so many years, he had always focused on body tempering, so the quality of his physique was not something to be trifled with. Coupled with his half-dragon body, this little bit of movement was nothing to him. He only felt a slight stabbing pain in his body. Yang Kai's soul avatar emerged from his knowledge sea and immediately noticed the abnormalities in his body. After the knowledge sea is the body? Refining the star sources of stars really isn't an easy task. He had already expected this to happen, so he didn't seem to panic and instead had a high fighting spirit. Multicolored light burst out from the pores of his body, and Yang Kai's entire body seemed to be bathed in a rosy glow, one that was even more dazzling than an ordinary rosy glow. Even his eyes, nose, and mouth were dazzling. The star sources of stars were very different and their colors were also different. This was the scene that appeared on Yang Kai's body. If someone were here to watch, they would definitely worry that he would immediately explode and die. All sorts of similar but slightly different laws violently clashed with each other on his body. These laws were the laws of the star source itself, and the quantitative change quickly caused a qualitative change. It actually caused him great pain and his body felt like it could collapse at any moment. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated the power of these naughty children. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai shouted, "Dragon! Transform!" A dragon's roar resounded, and the golden dragon's silhouette flashed behind Yang Kai's back and plunged into his body. Kacha, the sound of bones dislocating rang out, densely connecting together. Yang Kai's body, which could be considered handsome, started to swell rapidly as if someone had blown on it. His long hair fluttered in the wind and two small lumps appeared on his forehead. Short dragon horns emerged from the lumps, and his exposed skin was covered with sturdy dragon scales. His hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and a dragon tail suddenly appeared behind him. 3 zhang, 5 zhang, 10 zhang, 15 zhang, 18 zhang. 20 zhang. In an instant, Yang Kai turned into a half-dragon, half-human monster, all alone in the star field. It was actually able to transform into a 20 zhang long dragon. This was a pleasant surprise. Yang Kai remembered that when he used the art of dragon transformation on the Dragon Island, he was only 18 zhang long. He didn't expect that after all these years he actually grew another 20 zhang long. Although 20 zhang was not a lot, this was the embodiment of the purity of the dragon race's bloodline. He had taken so many dragon blood flowers and dragon blood pills in the past, but he wasn't able to absorb all of the medicinal effects in the first place. Many of the medicinal effects were hidden in his flesh and blood. This 20 zhang long body was undoubtedly the result of the effects of the hidden medicinal effects in these years. He lightly exhaled and 2 streams of white smoke rolled out from his nostrils. Almost all of his cultivation burst out at this moment and he didn't hold back anymore. The void trembled and collapsed. Such strength had already exceeded the limit of this world. Even if he didn't make a move just by standing here, he could make this world tremble uneasily. Around him the void was like the surface of a lake. Layers of ripples undulated, constantly fluctuating between collapse and repair. A great hostility shrouded him. That was the will of this territory. In the empty star field, arcs of lightning inexplicably flashed, and in a short instant, the land within 1,000 kilometers turned into a pool of lightning. Arcs of lightning leaped and merged into one, quickly turning into thick bolts of lightning that bombarded him from all directions. Yang Kai laughed loudly as if he had gone mad, but he didn't deliberately resist, allowing these bolts of lightning to fall on his body as he focused on suppressing the origin of the myriad stars in his body. Hong long long. The light of the star field flickered as the bolts of lightning bombarded his body, quickly causing his dragon scales to crack and his body to be charred. The will and exclusion of this territory was really not easy to bear. Even if he had the strength to reach the heavens, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. However, he already had an extremely powerful recovery ability, and now that he had a half-dragon body, even if there were some injuries, he could quickly recover. Thunder burst out, and after an hour of bombardment, Yang Kai's body grew taller and taller. On his 20-meter-tall half-dragon body, the origin of the myriad stars was still clashing with each other. Light burst out from his pores as different principal powers tangled and collided with each other. Suddenly, the power of the thunder weakened greatly, and the surrounding arcs of lightning also decreased. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he coldly snorted. If he didn't have the origin of the myriad stars, if he didn't have the previous 10 years of hard work, he would never have dared to release all his strength like this, because the only result of doing so would be to be pushed out of this world or to be reduced to ashes. But because he had suppressed the origin of the stars and because of his many years of hard work, his aura had long since infected the entire territory. Even if the world's will sensed his actions at this moment and rejected him, he still had the ability to resist. The only thing the heavens and earth could do was to make him suffer a little more, so that he would know the difficulties and retreat. How could Yang Kai retreat? He had worked hard for many years just to refine this territory, and now that the results were at his fingertips, how could he be willing to give up? In a battle between two sides, one side was bound to retreat and lose, and Yang Kai believed that it definitely wouldn't be him. The weakening of the power of the thunder was undoubtedly the best sign, and even Yang Kai felt a little dissatisfied. It was only because he didn't expect this side of the world to show weakness so quickly. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Faintly, he felt that something was approaching him, but after carefully examining it, he couldn't find anything. While suppressing the myriad sources in his body, trying to stabilize them, he also observed with rapt attention. Sure enough, something was approaching him at an extremely fast speed, causing ripples to appear in the void, visible to the naked eye. At a certain moment, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void 1,000 kilometers in front of him, as if the star field had been melted by something, and a behemoth jumped out from the black hole. At the same time as this behemoth appeared, a strange sound rang out. This sound was not sharp nor was it forceful, but it was filled with a dreamy feeling. At first glance it sounded like the sad cry of a dolphin, full of despair and yearning for life, but it was definitely not a sound that a dolphin could make. The size of this behemoth also looked like a dolphin, but a giant dolphin that had been magnified thousands of times. The star field was the sea it roamed and the void was its home. A shocking void beast. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he recognized the identity of this behemoth. It was actually a shocking void beast. This was a rare sight. He had seen a shocking void beast once in his early years and had even killed one, obtaining its monster core. Shocking void beasts could be regarded as ancient descendants and were naturally proficient in the Tao of space. What's more, this kind of proficiency was innate, a skill that was deeply ingrained in their bones. It was rumored that they could freely shuttle between various worlds without any hindrance. The terrifying void energy was the resource that allowed them to grow. Their favorite place to stay was the void crevice, where they could devour the void turbulence as nutrients for their growth. It was for this reason that shocking void beasts were rare, because they spent most of their time wandering the void, making it difficult to see them in ordinary worlds. Yang Kai never expected that a shocking void beast would appear at this time. No, it's a shocking void beast king. Yang Kai compared this to his early memories and soon discovered that this was not an ordinary shocking void beast, but a shocking void beast king. Its mountain-like body was definitely not something an ordinary shocking void beast could possess. The dreamy voice rang out again, and regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing or not, it poured into his ears, causing him to feel dizzy once more. The shocking void beast king gently flapped its tail, causing ripples to appear in the void, and with a single leap, it arrived not far from Yang Kai, so fast that he barely had time to react. In front of this shocking void beast king, the difference between a 200-meter-tall dragon body and a mountain was like the difference between a speck of dust and a mountain. Yang Kai really did feel like a mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. However, the shocking void beast king didn't seem to notice him at all as it opened its mouth wide, like a giant void corridor that connected the chaotic and nothingness, ready to swallow Yang Kai into its belly in the next moment. The shocking void beast king could not have appeared here for no reason, nor could it not have discovered him. Although it was powerful, it was not invincible. The aura Yang Kai exuded was not weak, so as long as it had a little bit of reason, it would not have directly charged over and opened its mouth to swallow him. At this moment Yang Kai felt the thick malice of this world. The reason why this shocking void beast appeared here and seemed to be coming for him was definitely because of the guidance of this world. The weakening of the power of the Thunder Pool was only to prepare for a more powerful killing move. As the saying goes, the world is heartless and treats all living things like dogs. It was truly vicious. If it were any other time, Yang Kai would not have minded fighting this shocking void beast king, perhaps even killing it and taking its monster core. The monster core of a shocking void beast king was extremely beneficial to his cultivation of the Tao of space, but today he had more important things to do, so he could only let it go for now. With a clap and pull of his hands, a huge crescent blade suddenly formed. With his current height of 60 meters, how could the crescent blade he condensed be small? If he really slashed out, even this shocking void beast king would not be able to ignore it. Chapter 3170. With the moon blade in hand, Yang Kai did not release it. At the same time, the shocking void beast king had already arrived in front of him. Apparently sensing something, the shocking void beast king's figure suddenly paused. It was difficult to imagine how it could freely control its huge body. From extreme movement to extreme stillness, it only took an instant. Then the two eyes on its head looked down, focusing on the place where Yang Kai was standing. Humph! Yang Kai snorted, the aura of the moon blade in his hand becoming more and more dangerous. The shocking void beast king's mouth suddenly closed as if it had just noticed him, its eyes flashing with a human-like light. Yang Kai raised his chin towards it, taking a stance of not retreating, his monstrous aura almost tangible. Two figures, one big and one small, faced each other in this strange star field. After a dozen breaths of time, the shocking void beast king suddenly leapt over Yang Kai's head, its huge figure like plunging into an invisible lake, melting into the void and quickly disappearing, leaving behind a huge void corridor that was slowly closing up. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, dispersing the space divine technique. Just as the shocking void beast king had discovered that he was not to be trifled with, he had also discovered that this guy was difficult to deal with. At the critical moment of refining the territory of this star, how could he be willing to complicate things? The shocking void beast king retreating like this was the best result. Otherwise, if they fought, not to mention whether or not he could kill the shocking void beast king, refining the territory of this star would most likely fail. What other moves do you have? Use them all, Yang Kai laughed, placing one hand on his waist and pointing to the heavens and earth. The hostility that had been shrouding the surroundings slowly faded, and at the same time, Yang Kai discovered that the conflict between the star sources of the myriad stars in his body had eased a lot. This discovery made him overjoyed. It seemed that, after everything that had happened just now, the will of this star field was showing signs of compromising and acknowledging him. This was for the best. Yang Kai was also a tactful person, so he naturally could not do anything to provoke the will of heaven and earth. He didn't hesitate any longer, and he immediately closed his eyes and started to refine the quintessence of the stars. Time passed slowly and Yang Kai's body shrank day by day. However, the light emitted from his skin became less and less. This was clearly a sign that the refining process was progressing well. Until a certain moment when the last ray of light disappeared, Yang Kai returned to his original appearance. He suddenly opened his eyes. There was a trace of exhaustion in his expression, but his spirit was extremely excited. The refinement was not complete yet. There was only one last step left. He spread his arms and shouted, "Let's go home, let's all go home." Thousands of rays of light suddenly overflowed from every part of his body, turning into stars that circled around him a few times before disappearing like lightning. All these years he had been refining the stars' origins everywhere in order to turn the entire star's territory into pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, which would make it easier for him to refine them. Now he had let these stars' origins leave for the final step. Simply suppressing them was not enough, only true recognition could connect their minds. The thousands of quintessences scattered and disappeared in the blink of an eye. With Yang Kai as the center, it was as if a meteor shower had fallen over the entire star territory. Only the last quintessence of the stars remained, fluttering around him, filled with nostalgia and dependence. Shadowed star's origin. It did not leave immediately like the other origins, but instead stayed behind as if it had its own thoughts and thoughts. Yang Kai smiled lightly as he stretched out his hand and picked it up. The star source wriggled on his palm, transforming into thousands of different forms. "Go," Yang Kai said softly, and the shadowed star's origin turned into a stream of light and flew off in the direction of shadowed star. "Come," Yang Kai shouted in his heart, closed his eyes, and immersed his divine sense into his knowledge sea. The seven-colored island transformed back into the soul-warming lotus and released its suppression of the star, allowing the star to slowly rise from his knowledge sea and intertwine with Yang Kai's divine sense, becoming indistinguishable from one another. With a bang, Yang Kai felt his whole body shake as if something had exploded. Looking around, the star was once again suspended high above his knowledge sea, and looking up he saw a sky full of twinkling stars. However, there was a big difference between now and back then. Back then, although this star had been placed in Yang Kai's knowledge sea and had some use to him, it did not truly belong to him. But now this star was his, and every inch of the star contained his aura. So that's how it is. The moment he completely refined the star chart, Yang Kai's mind suddenly gained an additional layer of enlightenment. It was not until this moment that he understood why the Great Desolate Star Territory could invade Hengluo Starfield. The reason for this was actually related to him. When Yang Kai went to the star boundary and took away the star, he had also taken away the star source of this territory. Without this star source, the originally impregnable barrier of the star territory showed a slight flaw. It was this almost insignificant flaw that formed a channel connecting the Great Desolate Star Territory to Hengluo Starfield, allowing the cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory to invade this place. Yang Kai scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. The cultivator from the Great Desolate Star Territory had invaded, killing many people and bringing disaster to many cultivation stars. Yang Kai had never expected that he was actually responsible for this. But now that things had gotten to this point, he could only apologize. Collecting his thoughts, Yang Kai's mind surged as he wanted to experience the feeling of becoming the master of this star territory. It was somewhat similar to the feeling of becoming the master of Shadowed Star. With a single thought, everything was under his control, but the range was thousands of times greater. His mind constantly spread out, and Yang Kai could perceive everything in any location he wanted. Then he saw Xian realm. Xian realm had indeed recovered a lot over the years, and there were no traces of the early contamination. With the 108 profound heavenly spirit array and Xianxia personally overseeing it, 10 years was enough for Xian realm to recover its yuan qi. But this was far from enough. Xian realm's heritage was weaker than other cultivation stars, so it could not give birth to a powerful cultivator. The reason why Yang Kai was so eager to refine the star territory's source and become the master of this star territory was partly because of his own needs, and partly because of Xianxia and Xian realm. Only by becoming the master of this star territory could he use the power of this star territory to bring great benefits to Xian realm and allow Xianxia's strength to rise. Now was the time to experiment. Kai Yang stood motionless in the same place, only waving his two large hands. Xian realm, 9 heavens holy land. Xianxia was talking to Shuiyu. Since the end of the war 3 years ago, the entire star territory had returned to normal, and there was no longer any need to worry about being invaded by powerful enemies. Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce and Sword Union were both rebuilding, and as for Purple Star no longer existed in this star territory. Of the three great forces, High Heaven Sect had replaced it and become the top force. Xia Ningchang's aura had returned to normal, no longer showing any signs of weakness. His skin was ruddy and white and his aura was restrained. Obviously he had reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm. Shuiyu was not any worse. Although she was not a star master, she also had a special constitution and sufficient resources, so her cultivation progress was naturally not any slower than others. Suddenly, Xia Ningchang raised her head and looked outside as if she had sensed something. "What's wrong?" Shuiyu asked suspiciously. "This is." Xia Ningchang got up, took a step forward and arrived outside the hall. Shuiyu's figure also floated over to stand beside him. The two pairs of eyes looked up into the sky and were immediately stunned. Under the clear blue sky, streams of light streaked across the sky, each containing an unimaginable amount of energy, like meteors falling from the sky. Shuiyu's face couldn't help turning pale. Although she was far away, she could still feel the destructive power of these meteor-like things. Even if only one fell, Tongxian realm would suffer heavy losses, but looking around there was more than one. The sky was densely packed and there were simply too many to count. Not only did they see this, but all the living beings on Tongxian realm were also shocked by this scene. Xia Ningchang's expression became solemn and he was just about to urge the star source to block these meteors when he suddenly saw a huge cloud in the sky distort and transform into a clear human face. Xia Ningchang exclaimed. "Husband." Shuiyu was also dumbfounded. The face formed by the cloud was undoubtedly Yang Kai's face. Although she didn't know how far away he was from the two of them, it was as if he could see them, smiling at them and even winking at them in annoyance. This moment of hesitation had cost them the opportunity to intercept. Moreover, the moment he saw Yang Kai's face, Xia Ningchang knew that this was Yang Kai's handiwork and no longer had any intention of intercepting him. However, she was very curious about what Yang Kai was trying to do. This world-shattering momentum was not fake. The meteor fell to the ground, but it didn't cause the expected impact and destruction. Instead it silently disappeared. A stream of light fell straight towards Nine Heavens' Holy Land, filling everyone's vision with light and preventing them from seeing anything else. When the light dissipated, the world energy aura of Nine Heavens' Holy Land was obviously richer, and there were also some other changes that were occurring. Xia Ningchang's perception was the keenest. As a star master, she was clearly aware that Tongxian realm's world principles were gradually becoming more complete and stronger. More complete world principles meant that a more powerful cultivator could be born and could display more power. A joyful atmosphere spread throughout the stars, causing Xia Ningchang to feel a sense of great joy. "Ningchang, this is..." Shuiyu couldn't help asking when she saw the smile on her face. "He succeeded," Xia Ningchang replied. Shuiyu suddenly understood, her beautiful eyes flashing a strange light. He finally succeeded. After leaving 10 years ago, there had been no news of Yang Kai since. Occasionally, she would hear that someone had seen him in the star territory, but it was only a fleeting glimpse. No one had gone to look for him as everyone knew what he was busy with. It was just that no one had expected him to succeed in a mere 10 years. The abnormalities of Tongxian realm at the moment were the best proof of this. Only by successfully refining the star territory and becoming its master would one be qualified to use the power of the stars from the outer heavens to carry out such a transformation on Tongxian realm. It could be said that such a transformation was almost without any hesitation. The promotion of Tongxian realm was at the cost of drawing power from other places, but when it came to Xia Ningchang, how could Yang Kai be stingy? Chapter 3171. What's going on? Suddenly Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. Above his knowledge sea, somewhere on the star, there was a fist-sized ink dot. This ink dot looked so familiar, just like the scenery Yang Kai saw when he went to Tongxian realm and looked down from the sky. Yang Kai was now connected with the star territory's source, so he immediately felt a strong malice from this ink dot. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, the location of this ink dot should be the connection between the Great Desolate Star Territory and the Hung Luo Starfield. That place was extremely important, and as early as 10 years ago, Yang Kai had sent Li Jiao and his family to guard it. Yang Kai had thought that it was safe, but today, after completely refining the star, he discovered that something was wrong. With a thought, his vision seemed to drift across hundreds of millions of kilometers and suddenly pulled to the vicinity of the ink dot. What he saw shocked Xianxia. The void within hundreds of millions of kilometers had become an unimaginably huge black hole, and everything in this star field had disappeared, including many dead stars. Not only that, the edge of the black hole was still expanding, and wherever the darkness passed, everything turned into nothingness. It was as if the darkness was devouring the territory of this star. Xianxia was furious. He had refined the source of the star and had become the master of this star territory. In other words, this entire star territory was his back garden, and no matter what the hell this darkness was, it was invading his territory. As the master of this star territory, how could he tolerate it? Where was that old brat Li Jiao? Xianxia had sent him here to guard this place, so why didn't he tell him that such a big thing had happened? Even if Xianxia had been running around all these years without a fixed residence, if Xianxia really wanted to find him, how could he not have a way? He couldn't help but grumble in his heart. With a sway of his body, he arrived at the edge of the huge black hole in a short while. Looking at it from a close distance, he could feel how terrifying the black hole was. All he could see was darkness. It was not inferior to the void crevice. The darkness was like a tide that slowly spread in all directions, assimilating everything in its path. Xianxia felt like he was losing his territory bit by bit. With a stern expression, he communicated with the star with his mind. The star buzzed and trembled as if it had received some kind of encouragement, emitting a dazzling light. The unhurried darkness that was advancing in all directions suddenly slowed down a lot at this moment. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He had never encountered such a thing before. To be honest, he didn't know how to deal with it. He just wanted to give it a try and stop the darkness from spreading. He didn't expect that after communicating with the star chart, there would be some effect. He immediately understood that since he was the master of the star's territory, his will was the will of the star's territory. With a single thought, he could resonate with the star's territory. Now that he had this answer, Xianxia no longer hesitated and became more attentive to communicating with the star, borrowing the power of the entire star's territory to stop the darkness from spreading. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the spreading darkness slowed down and gradually stopped. Xianxia wasn't satisfied and instead shouted, "Scram!" He pushed both of his arms forward and invisible world powers squeezed out from all directions. Instantly, the boundary of darkness shrank back by several tens of li, and it was still shrinking. In the place where the darkness faded, everything that had been swallowed was restored, and Xianxia could clearly see a huge meteorite slowly emerge from the darkness, completely revealing itself. This discovery made him overjoyed. He had thought that the places swallowed by the darkness would no longer exist, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Although those places had been swallowed up, everything still existed, it was just that no one could see them. Only by expelling the darkness would their original appearance be revealed. What was this darkness? Xianxia drove it away while investigating it with rapt attention. A moment later, his body shook and a look of shock appeared on his face. He had actually glimpsed the world will from the darkness, a world will that didn't belong to the Hengluo star field. This world will was so similar to the Hengluo star field, as if the darkness was another world. Incredible, too incredible. Could it be that there was really another world that was eroding the Hengluo star field? Was that world the territory of the Great Desolate Star? After all, this was the territory of the two stars. If the territory of the Great Desolate Star was encroaching on the Hengluo star field, it was reasonable. Xianxia suddenly rejoiced. If he hadn't refined the star and become the master of the star's territory, he wouldn't have been able to do anything about the current situation. The encroachment between worlds was no longer a problem that could be solved by the level of cultivation. He had to rely on the power of the world he was in to resist this encroachment. He had a faint feeling that the reason why he could refine the star so smoothly was related to the current situation. The Hengluo star field obviously wanted to rely on his power to resist this encroachment. Spit out everything you've eaten. Xianxia had just become the master of the star's territory and was in high spirits. How could he be afraid of such a small obstacle in front of him? The power of the star's territory was drawn out and crazily squeezed towards the darkness. The darkness had no power to resist and was retreating. The star field that had been encroached by the darkness also returned. With Xianxia's strength, the speed at which the darkness receded became faster and faster. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the darkness had retreated thousands of miles away. However, compared to the territory it had encroached, these thousands of miles were nothing, but it was still a good start. Yang Kai believed that as time passed, the speed at which he recovered his lost territory would become faster and faster. This was indeed the case. The entire Hung Luo star field seemed to be aware of Yang Kai's intentions, and the star's territory's origin unreservedly cooperated with him, bestowing him with the power of the heavens and earth. 100,000 miles, 200,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles. The darkness had obviously shrunk. At this speed, Yang Kai would be able to take back all the things he had lost from the darkness in less than a month. However, at this moment Yang Kai's hair suddenly stood on end, and a great sense of crisis enveloped him. His eyes widened as he stared at the darkness in front of him. There was nothing there but chaos and nothingness. Not only was there no life, there weren't even dead things, but he firmly believed that the crisis came from the darkness. A light suddenly bloomed in front of his eyes and attacked him in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai raised his head, opened his mouth and bit down on this light. The light continued to tremble as if it was alive. Yang Kai clenched his teeth, and his sharp fangs turned into an indestructible blade. With a crunch, the sound of something being crushed rang out, and the struggling in his mouth suddenly stopped. Bah! Yang Kai spat out the object, reached out and caught it, his eyes narrowing. It was a flying knife with an exquisite shape. It was about a foot long and its whole body was smooth and flawless. However, there was a row of teeth marks on it at this moment. Moreover, there were dense cracks on it. Yang Kai's bite had destroyed the spirituality of this throwing knife. This is... Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. An emperor artifact? The thing that had attacked him from the darkness was actually an emperor artifact. Although its spirituality was damaged and it was full of cracks, Yang Kai was not blind, so how could he not recognize an emperor artifact? There was even a trace of emperor chi left on this throwing knife. Raising his head and looking into the darkness again, Yang Kai's eyes burned like flames. Great, I thought that the invasion of two worlds was just a natural disaster, but in the end it was actually a man-made disaster. This throwing knife emperor artifact could not have attacked him for no reason. From the remnant Emperor Yuan Qi, it was clear that someone wanted to kill him from another world, and the attacker was definitely someone from the emperor realm. Even Yang Kai could not attack from another world. The barrier between worlds was too strong and only the great emperors could do this. However, the Hung Luo star field and the Great Desolate Star's territory were not completely separated, and the darkness was the place where the two worlds connected. It was not difficult for a hidden enemy to attack him from another world. As for the reason, it was none other than him obstructing the invasion of the Great Desolate Star's territory. A bold idea popped up in Yang Kai's mind. Although he was not sure, he guessed that it was probably the case. Finally, it's a little interesting. He could not help but grin. His smile was ferocious as he stared into the darkness, as if he could penetrate the barrier between worlds and see the strong enemy hidden in another world. Ever since he had returned to the star field, even though he had been rejected by the heavens and earth, the enemies he had encountered were all weak little fish and shrimps that couldn't even stand up to a gust of wind. Now that such a powerful enemy had suddenly appeared, his long-awaited battle intent quickly rose. It is impolite not to reciprocate, take this. He clapped his hands and a huge moon blade leisurely formed. He did not immediately slash out but instead continued to pour power into it. The moon blade buzzed and fluctuated as if it could collapse at any time, but under Yang Kai's control, it was more stable than ever. After a long time, Yang Kai raised his eyes and first threw the broken throwing knife into the darkness in front of him, then slashed out with the moon blade. Without a sound, the flying dagger and the moon blade disappeared. In the territory of the Great Desolate Star, in the endless star field, the scenery was exactly the same as that of Yang Kai, with great darkness surging. At the edge of the darkness, a sallow-faced middle-aged man frowned and stared ahead. Suddenly, a throwing knife appeared in the darkness. He raised his hand and pinched the flying knife in his hand. Before he could check the condition of the flying knife, a pitch-black moon blade slashed at him. He was not a careless person, but he did not notice the moon blade until it was in front of him. The main reason was that the moon blade was too strange. It was silent and was exactly the same as the darkness, so it was difficult to notice. Perceiving the terrible power of the moon blade, The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised look, but he did not panic. Suddenly, another throwing knife appeared in his hand, which was exactly the same as the one that Yang Kai had intercepted before. He raised it high and the throwing knife shone brightly and turned into a huge blade, slashing down. Chapter 3172. The moon blade collapsed, but the middle-aged man's eyebrows twitched. His heart thumped as he hurriedly retreated. However, it was too late. The moon blade exploded and the power of space was rampant. Cracks appeared in the void. Those cracks weren't arranged in a disorderly manner. They actually outlined 3 large words in front of his eyes. "Fuck your mother." Space divine technique. The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise, revealing a shocked expression. However, he didn't care about Yang Kai's insults. The main reason was that the space divine technique was too treacherous and unpredictable. It was also difficult to cultivate. Moreover, how could someone who could use the space divine technique to such an extent be an unknown person? Could it be him? A figure appeared in the middle-aged man's mind. If the person in front of him matched his imagination, then it would be difficult to deal with him. The reputation of the Spirit Beast Island's martial beast couldn't be ignored. That person was a general under the martial beast Mo Huang, and it would be quite troublesome to deal with him. However, he had never heard of this person having any connection with the lower plane star territory. How could he suddenly appear in the Hung Luo star field? He suddenly remembered the family of 3 who were swept into this world 3 years ago. He didn't deliberately pay attention to them, but now it seemed that it was time to have a chat with them. Perhaps he could find out some information from them. Before the darkness, Yang Kai waited with rapt attention. After waiting for a day and a night, he didn't see any signs of counterattack. He suddenly felt bored. He didn't know if his moon blade had hurt the other party, but he thought that it shouldn't have. Although the barrier between the 2 star territories had weakened, allowing him to launch an attack across the star field, the power wouldn't be great. The other party had extraordinary means, so how could he be hurt so easily? However, he didn't know why the other party didn't move. Yang Kai was too lazy to think too much. Since the other party didn't make a move, he could peacefully restore his star territory. The darkness continued to recede, revealing the originally devoured starry sky. At a certain moment, Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he grinned. "You've got guts." Yang Kai stretched out his hand to grab something in front of him. Suddenly, a figure fell out of the boundless darkness. Yang Kai frowned. When he saw the figure, he immediately pulled back his hand. Then he pulled the figure in front of him. "Yuqin." Yang Kai looked down at the little girl in front of him and frowned. Lu Yuqin was not injured, but his face was extremely pale. It was obvious that he had been frightened. His pupils were dilated and he was trembling. Yang Kai called her twice, but she didn't respond at all. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only urge his power to calm her down. It took a while for Lu Yuqin to recover. Her eyes gradually focused, and when she saw Yang Kai's face clearly, she began to cry. Tears rolled down her cheeks. "Why did you come from there? Where are your parents?" Yang Kai felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. "Lord Yang, please save my parents." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He said in a low voice, "They are over there? I beg you, please save them." Lu Yuqin grabbed Yang Kai's arm and cried like a pear blossom in the rain. "Tell me, don't cry," Yang Kai comforted her. After a while, Lu Yuqin calmed down and told him what had happened in the past few years. One day 3 years ago, the void corridor that connected the Hung Luo star field and the Great Desolate Star territory suddenly exploded. The darkness swept over and swallowed their family of 3. When they came back to their senses, they found that they had arrived at another star field. Later, they found out that this territory was actually the territory of the Great Desolate Star. However, with Li Jiao, who was in existence beyond the star territory, their family didn't encounter any danger. They just couldn't find the way back. Just one day ago, a middle-aged man suddenly found them and chatted with Li Jiao for a long time. Lu Yuqin didn't know what they talked about. In the end, the middle-aged man grabbed her and threw her into the darkness. "What's that guy's name?" Yang Kai knew that there was a guy on the other side of the darkness that was devouring his star territory. Now that Lu Yuqin confirmed it, he knew that his guess was wrong. Lu Yuqin shook her head. She had never seen that person before yesterday. She only knew that even her parents weren't his match. When he captured her, her parents tried to stop him, but they couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. His strength was simply unfathomable. What did he say? Yang Kai continued to ask. Since that person threw Lu Yuqin back, it was obvious that he wanted her to pass on a message. Lu Yuqin said, "He told me to pass on a message to you. If you want my parents to live, hand over the Star Territory's source." Ha! Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Is there something wrong with his head? Although he had been with Li Jiao for many years and their relationship was quite good, it hadn't reached the point where he would be used as a pawn. If it had been Su Yan and the others who were captured, Yang Kai might have considered it. What's more, even if he really handed over the Star Territory's source, the other party might not keep their promise to release them. If Yang Kai lost the Star Territory's source, he would no longer have the capital to resist the other party. The Heng Luo Starfield would also not be able to escape the fate of being devoured. That guy had asked Lu Yuqin to pass on a message. Was he deliberately trying to disgust him? Lord Yang. Lu Yuqin looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. I'll send you back first. Don't worry, I'll definitely save your parents. Yang Kai patted her on the shoulder before diverting a part of his attention to continue suppressing the darkness. His figure flickered as he quickly flew towards Shadowed Star. Star Territory was vast and anyone would have to spend a lot of time traveling across its territory, but Yang Kai was now the master of Star Territory, so he naturally had a degree of convenience that others did not have. With a single thought he could travel tens of thousands of kilometers. After a few leaps, Yang Kai saw Shadowed Star and with a flicker he appeared directly in High Heaven Sect. A stream of light flew out from a certain spirit peak. It was Su Yan who had sensed Yang Kai's return, and under her lead, all the masters of High Heaven Sect had gathered. A short time later all the elders had gathered. Yi Shiyun stepped forward and said, "Sect Master, there is something I need to tell you." Saying so, she turned to look at Lu Yuqin, who was leaning against Yang Kai with some surprise. The matter she wanted to report was the disappearance of Li Jiao's family of 3. "You don't need to say anything, I understand." Yang Kai handed the unconscious Lu Yuqin to Su Yan and said, "Look after her." For eyes met and everything was understood without words. Su Yan gently nodded before carrying Lu Yuqin back to her spirit peak. Inside the hall, Yang Kai took his seat while the others scattered to the left and right. Looking around, Yang Kai said, "All of you have worked hard these past few years. I have seen everyone's efforts, and although I did not participate, I still want to thank everyone for their efforts over the years." Yi Shiyun nodded. "Of course, but I wonder what Sect Master knows about the expanding black hole?" Yang Kai said, "I only discovered it not long ago. Rest assured I will deal with this matter myself." Hearing him say this, Yi Shiyun's heart relaxed, the worries she had held for several years finally disappearing. Although Yang Kai was often elusive, leaving everything to her to deal with, he was still very reliable when he was serious. "Husband, what is that black hole? Why is it eroding Starfield?" Shanqing Luo asked in confusion. Yang Kai said, "It's the power of Great Desolate Star's territory." Great Desolate Star's territory again? The group of people suddenly showed looks of righteous indignation. Since the end of the war 3 years ago, the entire territory of Great Desolate Star had entered a period of rest and recuperation. They had thought that they would be able to settle down for a while, but in less than 3 years, Great Desolate Star's territory had once again begun to stir up trouble, and this time it was even worse, actually beginning to erode Starfield, leaving them completely at a loss as to how to deal with it. Yi Shiyun frowned and said, "Sect Master, how can the territory of Great Desolate Star erode our territory? Could it be that the level of Great Desolate Star's territory is higher?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "That's not the case. There is not much difference between the territory of the 2 Great Desolate Stars, nor is there any difference in level. The reason this situation is occurring is because someone is secretly pushing it." "Someone? Who is it? Could it be?" Yang Kai nodded and said solemnly, "The master of Great Desolate Star's territory." The guy who was secretly fighting with him was definitely not an ordinary person. Since he could push the territory of Great Desolate Star to swallow one another, there was only one possibility. This person was the master of Great Desolate Star's territory. Just like his identity at the moment. A series of gasps rang out, but soon everyone remembered that Yang Kai was also the master of Great Desolate Star's territory, so there was nothing to be afraid of. But if these 2 masters of Great Desolate Star's territory were to fight, who knew how much of an impact it would have on their respective territories. After all, if they fought, it would definitely not be a one-on-one battle, but rather a confrontation supported by the forces of their respective Great Desolate Stars territory. This was bound to set off stormy waves in both Great Desolate Stars territory. Dare I ask, Sect Master, who is stronger and who is weaker? Yi Shiyun asked the question everyone was concerned about. He is not my opponent right now, Yang Kai said lightly. The place shrouded in darkness was his own territory, so even if it was being swallowed up, he still had a certain advantage, so it would not be difficult to drive him out. Now, Yi Shiyun keenly grasped the key point in Yang Kai's words. What about later? Yang Kai laughed. Who can say what will happen in the future? We will do our best and leave the rest to heaven's will. Yi Shiyun wanted to ask something more, but Yang Kai raised his hand to stop her and smiled meaningfully. There's a little bug here. Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed forward, his movements neither too fast nor too slow. The void in front of him suddenly became chaotic as Yang Kai's big hand reached into the void, seemingly grabbing towards a distant place. When he retracted his hand, an old man with white hair and a white beard appeared in the hall. This old man had a look of surprise on his face and his body was trembling slightly, as if he could not stand steadily. The aura on his body was not strong, only an origin returning realm master. Everyone in the hall looked at each other, not knowing why Yang Kai had suddenly grabbed this old man and brought him here. They did not even know where Yang Kai had brought him here. After becoming the master of this Great Desolate Stars territory, Yang Kai's various means had become more and more incredible. The stooped old man looked around and was startled. The faces around him did not recognize him, but he recognized most of the people here. A trace of panic flashed across his eyes as he pretended to be calm and asked, Where is this place? Chapter 3173. Above the hall, Yang Kai looked at the old man with a smile, while everyone else's expressions were also filled with surprise and doubt. The old man asked, Greetings, master. Who are you? Acting dumb. This old man doesn't know what little brother is talking about. Yang Kai looked him up and down before grinning. Seeing that the corpse chi on your body is quite thick, you should be proficient in corpse refining. Which netherworld sect are you? Netherworld sect. The faces of Yi Shiyun and the others changed as they glared at the old man. Although they could not see what was so special about this old man, since Yang Kai said so, he could not be wrong. All the cultivators in the entire star territory hated the name Netherworld sect. They thought that everything had been settled after sweeping through the world 3 years ago, but now, a fish had slipped through the net and appeared right under their noses. Little brother must be mistaken, this old man is not a Netherworld sect. What do you want to do on my shadowed star? What are you looking for? The old man shook his head and said, This old man does not understand. Yang Kai raised his hand and a thick murderous intent enveloped the old man. In an instant, the old man's hunched figure suddenly straightened up and his aura erupted. Yi Shiyun and the others were dumbfounded as they realized that this old man in front of them was not an origin-returning realm master but a peak origin king. His aura was stronger than any other origin king they had ever encountered, as if he could break through the shackles of the origin king realm at any time. It was unknown what kind of secret technique this old man had used to conceal his cultivation so well that if it were not for Yang Kai's keen observation, no one present would have been able to see through it. However, the killing blow Yang Kai was expecting did not come and instead he lowered his raised hand. The old man did not know that he was being toyed with and no longer pretended to be calm, simply coldly snorting, You forced my hand. He had indeed been lurking on Shadowed Star looking for something and had not wanted to confront High Heaven sect so quickly, but the heavens had not allowed him to do so. Now that things had gotten to this point, he had no choice but to kill. As he spoke, he summoned a large banner in his hand. As the banner rolled, blood energy surged and the entire hall was dyed a dark red. Inside the hall, everyone from High Heaven sect suddenly felt as if they had fallen into a rolling river of blood as the blood chi around them gave off a strong corrosive aura that made it difficult for them to breathe or even circulate their saint chi. Their expressions changed. They all knew about the blood sea banner. In the past few years of fighting with the cultivator of the Netherworld sect, every single one of them had experienced the might of the Blood Sea Banner. However, they had never seen a Blood Sea Banner as terrifying as this. It seemed that as long as this Blood Sea Banner was summoned, even a third-order Origin King cultivator would not be able to resist. There is a path to heaven but you don't want to take it, there is no door to hell but you insist on barging in. Today this old man will turn all of you into. The old man was halfway through his words when he suddenly bit his tongue. This was because in the blood sea, a small figure was slowly walking in front of him, raising its head and looking up at him innocently. The figure did not give off the slightest ripple of energy, yet strangely, it was unaffected by his blood sea banner. The short figure suddenly became as lofty as a mountain, making him feel like he needed to look up for no apparent reason. How is this possible? The old man paled in shock. This artifact of his had long surpassed the limits of what could be reached in star territory. It was also a treasure bestowed to him by a master, and it was because of the power of this artifact that he was able to act so fearlessly after his identity was exposed. It was impossible for anyone in star territory to escape the imprisonment and decay of his blood sea banner. Anyone who fell into it would die without a doubt. But now, this 7 or 8-year-old little girl had completely ignored the power of his blood sea banner. The little girl in front of him blinked her eyes, raised her small hand and made a grabbing motion. The old man felt as if he had been struck by lightning and could not help but take a few steps back. His face paled slightly as he became more and more shocked. The connection between him and the blood sea banner had been severed. Looking up again, the blood-red color that had enveloped the hall had disappeared and the blood sea banner had been grabbed by the little girl. She casually stuffed it into her space ring before turning around and walking back without even looking at him. The old man only felt his throat become slightly dry as he forcefully gulped. His greatest reliance had been so easily taken away, and even his mind had suffered a backlash. The originally arrogant old man immediately became like a venomous snake whose fangs had been plucked. His aura withered and he no longer had the arrogance from before. Compared to the trauma of having his artifact taken away, the shock he received was even greater. The feeling that the little girl gave him was not much weaker than that master. How could there be such a powerful person in this star territory? No wonder the territory of Great Desolate Star had been exterminated in recent years. With this person overseeing it, how could the invasion succeed? This artifact, was it that person who helped you improve it? In the hall, Yang Kai sat with his face propped up in his hand as he looked at the old man calmly. The old man trembled as he bowed to the ground and respectfully said, "Master, if there is anything this old man would like to know, this old man will tell you everything he knows. Please, Master, spare this old man's life." Since he was in a disadvantageous position, he immediately became much more obedient. "You don't seem to be qualified to negotiate with me." The old man lowered his head. "I beg Master to spare this old man's life. This old man has never done anything harmful to this star's territory." Yang Kai thought about it seriously for a moment before nodding. "Good, I won't kill you. Master, can you keep your word?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Usually when I say this, I'm just bluffing." The old man's face suddenly paled. However, Yang Kai's tone suddenly changed. "Since I said I won't kill you, I won't kill you." "Many thanks, Master." The old man shed tears of gratitude. "What does Master want to know?" "You are the sect master of Netherworld sect, right?" Yang Kai asked. The old man was stunned and then smiled bitterly. "Master's vision is like a torch. This old man is not talented, but I am the 345th sect master of Netherworld sect." "What? He is the sect master of Netherworld sect?" Inside the hall, there was an uproar as everyone stared at the old man angrily. The Netherworld sect was the main culprit behind the invasion of the Grand Desolation Starfield, but over the years, although they had killed many people from the Netherworld sect, including several vice sect masters and elders, they had never been able to find the Netherworld sect's sect master. The elders and vice sect masters also didn't know where he was. They only heard that after coming to the Hung Luo star field, the sect master left alone. As for where he went and what he did, no one knew. There was almost no news of this person in the information that he had gathered. Who would have thought that this old man had actually hidden on Shadowed Star until today when Yang Kai found him? This was probably a case of being too smart for his own good. He thought that the most dangerous place was the safest place. But little did he know that after Yang Kai became the master of Shadowed Star's territory, his perception of Shadowed Star had become even more acute. How could he not notice the existence of this old man who clearly carried the aura of Netherworld sect? If this old man had hidden on another star, Yang Kai would not have bothered to find him and might even have been able to hide for a while longer. Was that person the one who helped you improve that artifact of yours? Yang Kai asked the same question again. That person? I wonder who Master is referring to. The old man looked at Yang Kai in surprise. It's that guy from your great desolate stars territory. You've met that master. The old man was shocked. Yang Kai shook his head. No, after a pause he continued. I secretly fought with him once. The old man was dumbfounded when he heard this, instinctively feeling that this guy was boasting. No matter what cultivation this person in front of him had, how could he have survived a fight with that master? But suddenly remembering the various anomalies he felt a few days ago, the old man exclaimed, Are you already the master of this star's territory? Yes. No wonder, no wonder. The old man muttered to himself. No wonder he felt some anomalies in his star's territory a few days ago, and no wonder he could fight with that master. It turned out that he was already the master of this star's territory. Only by becoming the master of this star's territory would one have the qualifications to fight with the master of another star's territory. Yang Kai observed the old man's expression and suddenly thought of something. You've been hiding for many years and acting alone. Could it be that you're looking for my Hengluo Starfield star source? The old man's expression changed, but since Yang Kai had already pointed it out, he no longer concealed it and nodded. I'm just following orders. Yang Kai coldly snorted. That guy really has a big appetite. Kacha. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The wind and clouds gathered in the sky and dark clouds suddenly formed, like thick cotton quilts. Under the heavenly might, everyone felt extremely depressed. As the master of this star's territory, his every move, laughter and anger could affect this part of the world. Seeing this, the old man no longer had any doubts and finally confirmed that this person was already the master of this star's territory. Yang Kai still sneered. He wants to swallow my Hengluo Starfield in one gulp. Now it seemed that the Netherworld sect was the culprit behind the invasion of the cultivator in the Great Desolate Stars territory. It was most likely that the Netherworld sect was also driven and used by someone else, and the shadow behind it was naturally the master of the Great Desolate Stars territory. Using the war between the cultivator in the territory of the two stars to create chaos in the Hengluo Starfield and affect the situation in the Hengluo Starfield. Only in this way could the star's territory's source be revealed. At that time, as long as the old man found the source of the star's territory, the person on the other side of the darkness could devour and refine it. Once he succeeded in refining the source of the Hengluo Starfield, the territory of the two stars would really be integrated and there would be no distinction between them. At that time, that person would be the master of the territory of the two stars, and his strength would also rise with the tide. The method was not very clever, but it was extremely effective. If Yang Kai had not returned to the star's territory, he was afraid that at this moment he would have succeeded. At that time, the Hengluo Starfield would definitely become a vassal of the Great Desolate Stars territory. This old man doesn't know the purpose of that master. The Netherworld sect master lowered his eyebrows and eyes. Is that so? Yang Kai smiled at him meaningfully, which made the Netherworld sect master's heart skip a beat. Forget it. Come with me. Yang Kai said this and stood up. With one hand holding the old man's collar, he took a few steps and was already in the star field. Master, please spare my life. The old man shouted, his face full of fear. Previously, when he faced that strange little girl, he had a feeling that he was no match for her. But he did not expect that after facing Yang Kai, he would understand that he could not even think of resisting. This was the power of the master of the stars territory. He did not think that Yang Kai's strength was much stronger than his. The reason why he could control him so easily was all because of the recognition of the source of the stars territory. If he also had such an opportunity. Why are you shouting? Yang Kai slapped the back of his head. Chapter 3174. After being slapped by Yang Kai, the Netherworld sect master immediately became obedient, and the scenery in his field of vision quickly passed by. Huge stars brushed past each other before being left behind and turned into specks of light. In a flash, the two had traveled tens of thousands of kilometers. Suddenly, the old man's figure came to a halt as he was dropped by Yang Kai. Quickly stabilizing his figure, he looked around and narrowed his eyes. In front of him was a huge black hole that was wriggling like the maw of a giant beast, gnawing at this world and trying to swallow it into its belly. That side is the territory of your great desolate star. Yang Kai pointed to the place where the darkness was the thickest. The old man's eyes lit up. Do you want to go back? The old man nodded repeatedly. Good, I'll let you go, but you have to tell me one thing. The old man asked cautiously, what is it? Tell that guy for me to wash his neck and wait for me to chop it off. This, scram. Yang Kai grabbed him by the collar again and threw him into the darkness without any explanation. The old man screamed in horror and wanted to resist, but he couldn't even condense his Saint Chi, so he could only crash into the darkness and disappear in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai shaded his eyes with his hand and glanced around before whistling softly. On the other side of the darkness, 3 figures stood at this moment. In addition to the sallow-faced man, there were 2 acquaintances of Yang Kai, Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang. The auras of the 2 people were still intact. They had not suffered any torture or injury, but they did not have the intention to escape. In this world, no matter if it was Li Jiao or Lu Sanyang, they were unable to display their full strength, but the middle-aged man in front of them could. Pinching them was as easy as pinching a conch, and neither Li Jiao nor Lu Sanyang had the slightest ability to resist. No matter who you are, you must pay the price. Li Jiao looked at the middle-aged man with a sinister expression. Lu Yuqin had been thrown into the darkness right in front of him, and he didn't know if Lu Yuqin was dead or alive. Naturally, Li Jiao was furious and hated that he had fallen from grace. If they were in the star boundary, he would have already fought a life-and-death battle with Lu Yuqin. Even if he wasn't Lu Yuqin's match, it would still be better than being so angry. The middle-aged man turned a deaf ear to him and said indifferently, "Why are you so confident?" Li Jiao sneered, "Because you don't know who you have provoked." The middle-aged man finally turned his head to look at him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability," Li Jiao said. "If I had the ability, I would have twisted your head off long ago." "Are you pinning your hopes on that Yang Kai?" The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows, secretly amused. He had never even heard of Yang Kai's name, so how strong could he be? Even if he was lucky enough to become the ruler of a star territory, he probably wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. He had only learned of Yang Kai's existence after chatting with Li Jiao for a while. It wasn't that Li Jiao was willing to betray Yang Kai, but Lu Yuqin and Lu Sanyang were beside him, so he had to answer some questions. "Just you wait, you will regret it." Li Jiao sneered and didn't say anything else. No matter where this guy came from or what his cultivation was, as long as he wasn't one of the great emperors, he believed that Yang Kai could deal with him. After all, he had even broken through a place like Dragon Island, so what in this world would be difficult for him? "I hope he really is as you say, otherwise wouldn't it be too boring?" The middle-aged man smiled slightly. Suddenly he sensed something and turned his head to look into the darkness. A layer of ripples appeared in the darkness, and immediately after, a figure flew out from it. He was dancing with joy and his face was filled with shock. The middle-aged man reached out and grabbed the figure in his hand. The old man was still shouting and the middle-aged man shouted, calming him down. Master." When the old man saw the appearance of the person in front of him, he immediately exclaimed, and his eyes couldn't help but show the joy of surviving a disaster. The moment he was thrown into the darkness by Yang Kai, he thought he was dead for sure. Who knew that Yang Kai really kept his promise and let him live? Not only that, but he also sent him back to the territory of the Great Desolate Star. "Why did you come from there?" The middle-aged man looked at the old man curiously and slowly let go of his hand. The old man hurriedly said, "This little old man endured humiliation and saved my life. I specially came back to inform the master." "Did that person let you come back?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly and asked the truth. The Netherworld sect master looked embarrassed, but he could only nod and say, "Yes, he asked me to come and pass a message to the master." "What message?" "That arrogant brat said that sooner or later he would ask the master to teach him a lesson." The old man chose his words carefully. Naturally, he didn't dare to convey Yang Kai's words. "That's all?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly, obviously a little surprised. He turned his head and glanced at Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang. Didn't that person care about the life and death of these 2 at all? "That's all." The Netherworld sect master bowed his head and said. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and raised his hand to grab the Netherworld sect master's head. This action startled the old man and he instinctively wanted to resist, but he knew that even if he resisted it would be useless. After a moment of hesitation, the middle-aged man's hand had already covered his head. His body suddenly stiffened and even his thoughts seemed to have stopped. "I'll see for myself," the middle-aged man said lightly. The middle-aged man said indifferently. His divine sense surged and poured directly into the old man's knowledge sea, prying into the old man's memories with astonishing methods. This method could easily cause indelible damage to the old man, but for the middle-aged man he obviously didn't care too much about the life and death of the Netherworld sect master. Suddenly the old man's knowledge sea tumbled violently, and a ray of light rushed out from the sea. This ray of light contained an aura that didn't belong to the old man. It turned into a sharp and unparalleled attack and slashed towards the middle-aged man's divine sense. Yang Kai had buried a killing move in the old man's knowledge sea at some point in time, waiting for the middle-aged man to walk into the trap. Humph. The middle-aged man coldly snorted. Although he was a little surprised, he didn't panic. With a move of his divine sense he met the attack with his pure spiritual energy. With a loud bang the knowledge sea boiled. The two divine senses collided and immediately disappeared. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised because he found that the other party's attainments in spiritual energy were not inferior to his own. However, according to the information obtained from Li Jiao, Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he have such a powerful divine sense? The two divine senses collided, but no one could do anything to the other. However, the Netherworld sect master was the one who suffered. The aftermath of the collision caused his sea of consciousness to become a mess. The world in his sea of consciousness was rapidly collapsing, and his aura was annihilated. Yang Kai didn't kill him and even let him go, but the Netherworld sect master was also killed in an instant. It was no longer realistic to want to investigate anything further. Just as the middle-aged man was about to withdraw from the collapsing knowledge sea, a great sense of crisis descended from the sky. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked up. A vortex suddenly appeared in the darkness in front of him, and from that vortex, a young man grinned as he crossed the territory's world barrier and threw a punch at the middle-aged man. What amazing courage! The middle-aged man's face finally changed as he muttered in his heart. One had to know that this side of darkness was the territory of the Great Desolate Star, his territory. Anyone who entered here would have to be restrained by him. Even if he wanted to seize the Hung Luo starfield, he would have to plan slowly and carefully step by step. Furthermore, he had to send people to find the source of the Hung Luo starfield. This Yang Kai actually came here directly? Isn't he afraid that I'll make him stay here forever? All kinds of thoughts flashed through the middle-aged man's mind in an instant, and he was pleasantly surprised. If Yang Kai had hidden in the Hung Luo starfield and fought against him, he really wouldn't have had a good way to deal with him. Both of them were masters of star territory and controlled the power of their respective star territories. Whoever's territory had the advantage, and right now this was his home field. Facing the incoming fist, a trace of pride flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He communicated with the source of the world barrier and also threw out a punch. Dragon transformation. A loud shout rang out. Yang Kai's body suddenly expanded, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a half-dragon that was 20 feet tall. His fist also suddenly became the size of a small mountain. The middle-aged man was stunned, and before he had any time to react, the two fists collided. Looking around, the middle-aged man was not even as big as one of Yang Kai's fists. He inexplicably gave people the feeling of an ant trying to shake a tree. However, the auras of both sides were not inferior to each other, and they were both as majestic as giants. When the two fists collided, Yang Kai's huge fist caved in directly, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The sound continued up and passed along his arm to his shoulder. One of his arms instantly drooped down like a noodle. With just one punch his arm was crippled. Even in dragon transformation, the middle-aged man's strength could be seen from this. However, although he was not having a good time, his opponent was not much better off. Originally, he thought that he had the home field advantage and could use the power of the star territory to support him. Crippling Yang Kai would be as easy as drinking water and eating, but the moment the two fists collided, the middle-aged man knew that he was completely wrong. A copious and irresistible force came from the front, and his entire body was sent flying like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace, and it was unknown where he was smashed to in the star field. What's going on? The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief, but soon he understood how Yang Kai had done this. Logically speaking, in his own star territory, even if Yang Kai had heaven-defying methods, it was impossible for him to cause any harm to him. However, that punch was obviously not an ordinary one, but one that contained the power of the opponent's star territory. This was the only way to explain why he had such powerful strength. Brother Yang. Li Jiao was pleasantly surprised. Let's go. Yang Kai used his other intact hand to grab Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang, grabbing them in the palm of his hand, and then plunged into the darkness behind him without looking back. That kind of punch could only be used once, and it was impossible for a second punch. Yang Kai had also caught his opponent off guard. If he waited for that guy to stabilize himself, not to mention escaping with Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang, he himself would not be able to leave this star territory. Chapter 3175. You want to leave? An enraged voice came from behind him, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze at this moment. Yang Kai's figure that was leaping into the darkness suddenly stopped, and he was fixed in place. He was only a few feet away from the darkness, and he was about to escape. Turning his head, he saw the middle-aged man that he had blasted away flickering and rapidly approaching him. It had always been him using the divine technique of space to imprison others, but he never thought that he would be the one being imprisoned. The middle-aged man did not grasp the divine technique of space, but as the master of this star territory, he could naturally mobilize thousands of laws and all kinds of powers. Fighting him in this star field was indeed very disadvantageous. After suffering a loss, the middle-aged man's expression was extremely ugly, but his eyes were extremely excited, as if he wanted to get rid of Yang Kai once and for all. This was indeed a heaven-sent opportunity, and if he missed it he would probably never be able to devour the Hung Luo star field again. Let's go. Yang Kai threw Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang into the darkness, and his brute force and space laws were pushed to the limit. Gotcha. Tiny cracks appeared in the surrounding space, swimming around like fishes. His imprisoned body finally gained a bit of freedom. He clenched his uninjured fist, and in his palm he secretly held something. He prayed that his guess was correct, or else he would be in deep trouble this time. Your Excellency is truly righteous, and your spirit soars to the heavens. However, such a method is simply stupid. The middle-aged man could not suppress the joy in his heart, and in a few steps he rushed to Yang Kai. Although the power of Yang Kai's punch was not small, it did not cause any substantial damage to him. As the master of this star territory, standing in this star territory, he had countless methods to dissolve the power of that punch, so he only suffered a slight surge in his blood and qi. On the other hand, Yang Kai had one arm crippled and another arm was sent over. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, preparing to cripple that arm as well. When the two fists collided again, the smile on the middle-aged man's face suddenly froze. He turned into a meteor again and was blasted away. His eyes were blank and full of puzzlement. There was only one question in his heart. How could this be? How could this be? The fact that he couldn't withstand the first punch could be explained as him underestimating the enemy. Furthermore, the other party had just come over from his territory and could use a little of the territory's power there. However, it was impossible for the second punch to have such an effect. He had already sealed the space he was in and cut off the connection between him and the territory of that side of the star. No matter what, he could not use the power of the star territory again. However, from his fist, the middle-aged man clearly felt the power of an entire world crashing towards him. It was different from the first punch, but it was very similar. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai laughed wildly. When the middle-aged man heard his laughter, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This feeling was akin to an adult fighting with a child and being thrown to the ground time and time again. It was extremely infuriating. Of course, Yang Kai was not a child, but in this star territory, there was no difference between him and a child. An even more infuriating voice sounded in the middle-aged man's mind. Just you wait. Sooner or later I'll beat you until even your mother can't recognize you. After leaving these words behind, Yang Kai turned around and stepped into the darkness. When the middle-aged man pounced a second time, there was no trace of Yang Kai. Clenching his fists tightly, he gritted his teeth and growled, Yang Kai. There was no enmity between him and Yang Kai. It was just that there was some filth because of the invasion of Star Devourer's territory. However, when the middle-aged man came up with the plan to invade Star Devourer's territory, the Hung Luo star field did not have a star territory master. What he wanted to devour was just an ownerless star territory. In the end, it was Yang Kai who ruined his plan. In other words, it was Yang Kai who ruined his plan. At this moment he had been teased twice and was covered in dirt. Naturally, he was filled with anger. In his heart he had already listed Yang Kai as an enemy. If there was a chance, he would definitely fight him to the death. In the Hung Luo star field, Yang Kai's figure flashed out, and he had already returned to his human form. Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang both stood in the void, anxiously looking into the darkness. When they saw him walk out, they were overjoyed and looked at him with concern. When they saw Yang Kai's arms drooping down as soft as noodles, how could they not know that he had suffered a great loss? Brother Yang. Li Jiao's eyes were a little moist. After he was captured by the middle-aged man, he didn't expect Yang Kai to save him at all. This was because he knew that even if he had some weight in Yang Kai's heart, it was absolutely impossible for him to compare to an entire star's territory. Within this star's territory there were his friends, family and sect. How could he possibly give up this star's territory for him? Li Jiao had already prepared for the worst. But who knew that Yang Kai would be willing to take such a huge risk and break into the star's territory controlled by the other party to save him? Moreover, he had even succeeded. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he would repay such great kindness with great kindness. Yang Kai looked at him with disdain and said, "My hand hurts a lot right now and you're making my head hurt like this." Li Jiao's old face reddened. Yang Kai said again, "I was just making an attempt. If I can't save you this time, then it's your fate. Of course I will avenge you." Li Jiao nodded. "This Li understands. In any case, I will be grateful." Lu Sanyang wanted to say something but hesitated. Yang Kai said, "Yuqin is fine. She is now in High Heaven sect, you should go as well." "What about you?" Li Jiao asked with concern. Yang Kai said, "I'll stay here and observe the situation. I also need to tend to my wounds." After a pause he asked, "Right, do you know the identity of that person?" Li Jiao replied, "That person called himself Wu Heng." "Another one surnamed Wu?" Yang Kai frowned, his expression becoming strange. There was no good person surnamed Wu. The greatest villain in the history of Star's territory was surnamed Wu. Li Jiao obviously knew what he was talking about and shook his head. This person shouldn't be related to that person, they just happen to have the same surname. "It's best if they aren't related," Yang Kai nodded. If Wu Heng really had something to do with Wukong, then they would be in big trouble. Star's territory could not afford another heaven-devouring great emperor. The original great emperors of heaven-devouring great emperor were still alive. After exchanging a few more words, Yang Kai sent Li Jiao and Li Jiao back to Shadowed Star without knowing the origins of this Wu Heng. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Yang Kai pushed his strength to restore his arms. Both of his arms had been shattered. Although he had caused Wu Heng quite a bit of trouble just now, it was not without a price. Various kinds of world principles had flowed through his arms, wantonly destroying his physique and meridians. If it had been anyone else, their arms would likely have been completely crippled. Fortunately, Yang Kai's physique was quite good and his restorative ability was extremely strong. Now that he had returned to his own territory with the help of the surrounding power, he was able to easily draw out the many world principles from his body and disperse them into the void. Not only did he not suffer any losses, he even managed to replenish the energy of his star territory, although it was insignificant. After a long time, Yang Kai raised his arms slightly. The hidden danger had been removed, so all he needed to do was slowly restore himself. It shouldn't take long for him to fully recover. Yang Kai took out some healing pills and swallowed them, further shortening the time it would take to restore himself. His right hand was tightly clenched and he hadn't loosened his grip until now. Only now did he open his palm, and a pearl the size of a longan lay quietly in his palm. The sealed world bead. Yang Kai's first punch was able to send Wu Heng flying because of the element of surprise, and because he had just crossed over from his own territory. Standing at the junction of the two star territories, Yang Kai was able to slightly mobilize the power of his star territory. Yang Kai's second punch did not rely on the power of his star territory, but on the sealed world bead. If the star territory was a world, Then the sealed world bead was also a world, just of different sizes. The sealed world bead, compared to the entire star territory, was simply the difference between a grandson and a grandfather. However, there was one thing in common, and that was that they were both supported by the power of the entire world. As the owner of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai could naturally mobilize the power of this small world. In the past he had mobilized the power of the sealed world bead to deal with enemies, but as a result, the small sealed world was ruined and its world principles collapsed. Later he went to the 5-colored treasure pagoda in Star Soul Palace and used the sealed world bead to devour a lot of source strength to repair the sealed world bead and upgrade it to the next level. This time he used the same trick as a last resort. Fortunately, the result did not disappoint him. Without the sealed world bead, even if his second punch could destroy mountains and overturn seas, it would not have been able to force Wu Heng to retreat half a step. God bless me. God bless me. Yang Kai held the sealed world bead with both hands and muttered a few words. Then, with a resolute look on his face, he immersed his divine sense into the sealed world bead and investigated it. The corners of his eyes twitched as his expression changed. After a long while, a miserable howl resounded throughout Starfield. As he expected, the small sealed world was in a mess again. The world that had been repaired in the 5-colored treasure pagoda had collapsed again. World principles were in chaos, mountains and rivers were upside down, rivers flowed in reverse, and void cracks spread across the small sealed world like scars. At first glance, this world was simply ruined, as if it could collapse at any time. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. This time, in order to save Li Jiao, he had spent a lot of money. Fortunately, he was saved. Fortunately, there was no damage near the medicine garden. The medicine garden was the most important part of the small sealed world. On one hand, it was because he had deliberately protected it, and on the other hand, it was because the immortal tree and the firmament tree were planted in the medicine garden. Whether it was the immortal tree or the firmament tree, they were the only ones in the world. Their existence could not be destroyed, so the place they were planted in was naturally extremely sturdy. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense from the small sealed world and returned to normal. Although the small sealed world was seriously damaged, it was not destroyed, so there was always a chance to repair it. In the future, Yang Kai would have to see if there was a chance to enter the 5-colored treasure pagoda again. However, thinking of the scene when he left Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai dismissed this idea. The last time he entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda, he had caused a lot of trouble for Star Soul Palace. It was likely that the great Emperor's Mingyu would not allow him to enter again. Putting away the sealed world bead, Yang Kai turned his gaze to the darkness ahead. Right now, the most important thing was to solve the problem in front of him. Chapter 3176. When the Heng Luo Starfield had no owner, the robber Wu Heng had barged in and plundered wantonly, and no one had been able to stop him. Now that Yang Kai had become the owner of the territory, how could he allow him to be unbridled and rampant in his own territory? Just as he was no match for Wu Heng in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Wu Heng was no match for him here. Using his divine sense to communicate with the star chart in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai faced the vast darkness, took a deep breath, spread out his arms and pushed them forward, assuming the posture of an immeasurable sea. The rolling darkness rolled back like the receding tide, retreating thousands of miles in an instant, and it was still shrinking. Where the darkness passed, the original star field reappeared. As the saying went, spit out what you ate. Yang Kai was not just joking, he was really going to put it into action. The retreating darkness suddenly slowed down, as if there was a force blocking the end of the darkness. You're still being stubborn with me. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and laughed sinisterly. He did not know that Wu Heng could not take this lying down and was secretly fighting with him. He wanted to force back the darkness that was devouring the Heng Luo star field, while Wu Heng was exerting force on the other side to hinder his actions. However, this was meaningless. Even though the speed had slowed down a lot, Yang Kai continued to do so, and the darkness was still retreating. 3 years ago, the darkness here had erupted, and the devouring had begun. Wu Heng had spent 3 years and devoured more than 100 million miles of the starfield. However, compared to such a long time, the devouring speed was not too fast. Now the speed of recovery was much faster. The darkness retreated, compressing bit by bit toward the center. The black hole that shrouded the vast space of the territory gradually disappeared, and the void was rebuilt. In less than a month, all of the darkness had been driven away, leaving only the first void corridor behind. The mission of Li Jiao's family of 3 was to guard the front of the void corridor and prevent rescue and escape in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. On the other hand, Yang Kai and Wu Heng had been secretly fighting each other for a month. However, there was no suspense in the final result. Yang Kai emerged victorious. Staring at the dark entrance to the corridor, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. The appearance of this passageway was mainly due to the fact that he had taken away the source of the Heng Luo star field when he went to the astral boundary. The source was not in the territory of the astral boundary, and the boundary wall of the territory of the astral boundary was weak. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or perhaps it was Wu Heng's intention, but the weak point turned into a passageway between the 2 astral boundaries. Presently, he'd already brought the quintessence back and successfully refined it to become the master of the territory of the stars, so he naturally possessed the ability to repair this passageway. With his current abilities, it would not take much effort to do such a thing. He only needed to spend some effort. However, once the tunnel was completely repaired, it meant that the connection between the territory of the 2 planets would be completely severed. How could Yang Kai make such a choice before taking his revenge? That was why he left the tunnel there. Not only did he not repair it, but he also came up with a devious idea. Since he wanted revenge, the best way was naturally to give him a taste of his own medicine. Since Wu Heng wanted to annex his Heng Luo starfield, then Yang Kai would take over his Great Desolate Star territory and let him have a taste of his own medicine. But before that, Yang Kai had to come up with a good plan. Otherwise, with Wu Heng in charge, his plan would not succeed. There was silence in the tunnel. Although Yang Kai could not see anything, he knew that Wu Heng must be looking at him from the other side of the tunnel. Grinning, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and began to draw something in the void. Light flowed, and in an instant, a complicated pattern appeared in the void in front of him. This pattern was the pattern of the territory-crossing space array. With the void as the foundation and the power of the stars as the material, Yang Kai arranged a space array with a wave of his hand, demonstrating the great power of the master of the astral territory. On the distant shadowed star in the high heaven sect, the embodiment was sitting cross-legged, absorbing world energy. Suddenly, a light lit up behind him and an identical array appeared. The embodiment sensed something and looked back, got up and stepped into the array. In an instant, it crossed millions of kilometers of territory and appeared in front of Yang Kai. Their eyes met and everything was understood in silence. The embodiment silently walked up to Yang Kai, raised a hand and pressed it on his head. A vast sea of information poured into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. To some extent, the embodiment was an extension of Yang Kai's body, but because the embodiment was transformed from the stone mongoose and formed by Yang Kai's soul clone, it had developed some of its own thoughts over the years. It could communicate with Yang Kai and express different opinions, but when it was necessary, it didn't need to speak at all, as Yang Kai could understand its thoughts and apply his own thoughts to it. The information that the embodiment was transmitting to Yang Kai was none other than the most powerful and evil secret art in the world, the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique. The Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique was created by Wukong, and it was a secret art that devoured everything in the world. Wukong used this secret art to devour countless stars and territory, becoming the strongest person in the world. In order to kill him, several great emperors fell, but tens of thousands of years later, they were still reincarnated by Wukong. If those fallen great emperors knew about this, it was unknown whether they would be so angry that they would come back to life. However, although the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique was powerful, Yang Kai did not practice it when he got it, because he always felt that this secret art had some drawbacks. After the embodiment practiced it, he confirmed that this secret art did have drawbacks. It could devour and refine everything in the world. It sounded powerful, but if there was no corresponding way to resolve it, it would only end in tragedy. This was because when devouring and refining everything in the world, it would inevitably devour all kinds of energy and impurities of different attributes. Due to the different attributes of these energies, there would inevitably be some restraints. Once accumulated to a certain extent, it would inevitably cause great harm to the practitioner. It might even cause the practitioner's cultivation to regress and become the demon race. Wukong had a way to resolve it, so he could use the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor Battle Technique to dominate the world. Yang Kai knew that he did not have this ability, but the embodiment did. The stone mongoose race had a unique physique. They could devour metals and stones, so the difference of attributes was nothing to them. They could directly refine things in their bodies. Everything returned to one. Strictly speaking, there was no race in the world that was more suitable for practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique than the stone mongoose. This was probably something that even Wukong did not expect. The embodiment had been practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique for many years and had never encountered any problems. He had even devoured the origin of stone fire. In terms of understanding and comprehension of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, the embodiment was the only one in the world other than Wukong. A huge amount of information poured into his mind. Yang Kai slowly digested it and suddenly found that this secret art was far more profound and mysterious than he had imagined. If Wukong was not evil, he would be a rare genius. Half a day later, the embodiment stopped and looked at the black hole not far away. He stood aside to guard Yang Kai in case of any accidents. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai was immersed in comprehending the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. The more he comprehended, the more desperate he was to practice this secret art. This secret art was incredibly powerful. Wu Mengchuan had been practicing it for so many years, but he still had not reached the Emperor realm. However, he had been wandering for many years and had a good temperament, so he was able to curb this greed. After a full month, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, which were clear and bright. He stood up, stretched his body. Crackling sounds came from all over his body. He shook his hands and found that they were as good as new. 1 month was enough for him to fully recover. Staring at the void corridor, Yang Kai grinned fiercely. Time for revenge. He communicated with the star map and urged the power of the star field to rush into the tunnel. At the same time, he used the heaven-devouring battle law to test his strength. Knowing the pros and cons of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, Yang Kai naturally would not practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique himself. At this moment, he was using the entire star territory as the foundation to stimulate this powerful secret art, which was equivalent to letting the Hung Luo star field operate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. No matter how much energy of different attributes was devoured, he did not need to digest it himself. The star territory naturally had the ability to do so. This was a heaven-defying technique that only the master of a star region could use. At the other end of the void corridor, Wu Heng's face was gloomy. After waiting for a month, he was bored to death. He originally wanted to use the method of invading the star territory to cultivate, but who would have thought that it would be ruined at the last moment and that someone would break into his house and punch him? He instinctively felt that Yang Kai was not someone to be trifled with, and was afraid that he would cause trouble again. Who would have thought that this month would be peaceful and nothing would happen? He thought that it seemed that Yang Kai also knew that he could not do anything to him, so he would probably give up. The void corridor was there, but he did not repair it. Because if he did, it would seem that he was afraid of Yang Kai. How could he be willing to lose face? In fact, for him, it would be best if this matter was left unsettled. Invading the star territory was not a trivial matter, and he only had this idea because he noticed that there was no master in that star territory. If Hung Luo Starfield already had a master, he would not have done this. Wu Heng was willing to turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing, but Yang Kai was not willing to do so. The kindness of a meal must be repaid, and the enmity of a grievance must be avenged. What's more, because of the invasion of the Great Desolate Star Territory, countless people in Hung Luo Starfield were separated from their families, and even Tongxian realm was almost destroyed. His little senior sister had almost died. If he did not vent this anger, what was the use of Yang Kai's cultivation? Suddenly, there was an abnormal movement in the void corridor. Wu Heng raised his head and looked in that direction. His face sank as he gritted his teeth and said, "Shameless thing." He felt that being willing to turn big problems into small ones was already the biggest concession he could make. But who knew that Yang Kai would not give up and instead wanted to invade his star territory? Wu Heng made up his mind to make Yang Kai suffer a big loss. Otherwise, the other party would not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Darkness spread out from the void corridor like a tide, like thick ink crazily spreading in all directions. Wherever the darkness passed, everything turned into nothingness, revealing a chaotic black hole. Wu Heng ignored it and kept retreating because it was not yet time to act. If he acted now, he would certainly be able to suppress the darkness, but he would definitely be caught in an endless tug-of-war with Yang Kai. He had to wait for a good opportunity to finish things once and for all. Chapter 3177. Wu Heng had no intention of stopping it, but the devouring speed of the darkness was not as fast as he had imagined. Seeing this, Wu Heng sneered. Although they were both lords of the star territory, there was a difference in time, so naturally there was a difference in status. Yang Kai had just become the lord of the star territory, so he probably could not take advantage of this identity, which was why the devouring process was so slow. He stepped back bit by bit, watching coldly, waiting for the moment to close the door and beat the dog. In the Hung Luo star field, Yang Kai's eyes were closed. At this moment he was in a strange state. His divine thoughts were erratic, as if he had become the incarnation of the star territory and was gnawing on something with his mouth wide open. Near the void corridor, there was obviously an additional star field that did not belong to the Hung Luo star field. In that star field, not only were there meteorites of various sizes floating, but also some slightly different worldly laws were swimming and breeding, which had some subtle conflicts with the original star field. Although the Great Desolate Star Territory and the Hung Luo star field were both star territory, and the worldly laws were generally similar, there were always some differences, just like the differences in the worldly laws of cultivation stars that were born in the same star territory. These differences were not obvious, but the more profound one's strength was, the more one would be able to feel them. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was operating, using the Great Desolate Star Territory as the foundation and the star field as the stomach to digest the space that had been devoured. Yang Kai felt even more wonderful. Although he was using the entire star territory as the foundation to perform the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, it was his will that dominated everything. Therefore, when the star territory was digesting the space that had been devoured, he could clearly perceive all the details in it. In the star field that originally belonged to the Great Desolate Star Territory, the worldly laws collapsed and dissolved, gradually being assimilated by the worldly laws of the Hung Luo star field. The two sides merged and slowly became indistinguishable. There was no obstruction. Where was that bastard Wu Heng? Logically speaking, the devouring shouldn't have gone so smoothly. Wu Heng should have taken precautions, but Yang Kai didn't sense any obstruction. This made him feel a little strange. Although it was strange, his movements were not slow at all. While urging the power of his territory to transform into darkness to devour the star field of another territory, he also used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to digest it. After an unknown period of time, an enormous resistance suddenly came from the other side of the darkness, and the space he had invaded was quickly pulled back. Not only that, there was even an extremely terrifying force that passed through the dense darkness, wanting to devour his mind. Had he finally made his move? Yang Kai had been waiting for this moment, so he didn't panic at all. He didn't even put up any defenses, allowing the power to travel through the darkness and attack him. On the other side of the darkness, Wu Heng sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. It was true that a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. If Yang Kai was willing to settle the matter peacefully, it would have been fine, but he actually wanted to devour his territory. If Wu Heng didn't teach him a lesson, how could he swallow this anger? The more the darkness spread, the greater the scope of the devouring. Correspondingly, Yang Kai had to spend more energy. When he was sure that Yang Kai couldn't withdraw immediately, he brazenly attacked, borrowing the power of his territory to give Yang Kai a heavy blow. In this way, the darkness in the territory of the Hung Luo star field receded like a tide, revealing the star field that had been devoured before. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't take long for everything to return to normal. Suddenly, the smile on Wu Heng's face froze as if he had noticed something, and his eyes widened. The power he had unleashed through the darkness had encountered an invisible barrier and was unable to advance any further, let alone take advantage of the opportunity to cause any harm to the other party. The place where this barrier existed was actually the position of his own starry sky. How could this be? How could he set up such a strong barrier in his star field? Wu Heng's heart sank and a feeling of uneasiness grew in his heart. At the same time, the darkness had receded to the end. No matter how hard Wu Heng tried, he couldn't make the darkness move any further. When he looked up, his mouth suddenly opened and his eyes were full of disbelief. He saw that in the star field, a black hole with a diameter of hundreds of miles was imprinted in his eyes. In the black hole, there was nothingness and chaos, as if heaven and earth had not been created, which gave people a great feeling of horror. The center of the black hole was originally the location of the void corridor, but how could the original void corridor be so big? At this time, it had expanded more than 100 times. What was going on? His territory had been refined by him? Only this explanation could explain why the void corridor had expanded into a black hole with a diameter of hundreds of miles. The star field in the black hole no longer belonged to the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The refined star field was missing, so such a big black hole was formed. How did he do it? Wu Heng even suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. It should be known that although he had taken over a large area of the star field of Heng Luo star field in the past 3 years, that was only taking over. He couldn't refine it at all. If not, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to take it back so easily. Taking over and refining were two different concepts. It was like eating. Eating a bowl of rice and digesting a bowl of rice were different. The food that was eaten would be spat out. Only the food that was digested truly belonged to oneself. His 3 years of hard work had only been for eating, while Yang Kai had really digested the starry sky within 100 kilometers. In his original plan there was a step of digesting, but that had to wait until he had completely taken over the Heng Luo star field and refined the origin power of Heng Luo star field before he could start digesting. This process could take hundreds, thousands of years or even longer. But for the improvement of power, this kind of time investment was worth it. Digesting the territory of a star was definitely not something that could be done in a short time. Before this he had no doubts. But after seeing the scene in front of him, he felt that his common sense had been greatly impacted. From the time Yang Kai started to take over the territory of the star to the time he stopped him, it had only been 1 day. In just 1 day he had digested the space within 100 miles of him. He didn't think that Yang Kai had this ability. Could it be that the Heng Luo star field was of a higher level than the territory of the Great Desolate Star? Otherwise, how could such a bizarre thing happen? Oh no. As his thoughts changed, Wu Heng's expression changed. He immediately communicated with the origin power of the Great Desolate Star territory and suppressed the black hole. He had to eliminate the black hole as quickly as possible. Otherwise, as time passed, he would lose more than just the territory within 100 miles. It was very likely that he would lose 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, or even 100 million miles. He regretted that he didn't repair the void corridor and gave Yang Kai a chance to fight back. At that time, if he hadn't repaired the void corridor in a moment of anger and cut off the connection between the two-star territory, the following things wouldn't have happened. It was useless to regret now. He could only make up for it and pray that it was not too late. In the sea of consciousness, the origin power of the Great Desolate Star territory emitted a dazzling light. Obviously, it had been activated to the limit by Wu Heng. The squeezing force came from all directions and wrapped around the black hole. But it couldn't go any further at the edge of the black hole. As soon as it came into contact with the black hole, even the ubiquitous origin power showed signs of being swallowed and digested. After trying for a while, Wu Heng's face turned green and red. He stared at the black hole and resentment was brewing in his chest. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and his aura was dangerous. Yang Kai. He roared to the sky, full of unwillingness. Although he didn't want to admit it, in fact he was completely at a disadvantage in the fight with Yang Kai at this moment. It was because the black hole no longer belonged to him. The star field that should have existed in the black hole had become Yang Kai's territory. No matter how he communicated with the origin power of the star territory, he couldn't repair the black hole. The existence of the black hole couldn't cut off the connection between the two-star territory. Unless Yang Kai took the initiative to retreat. Yang Kai obviously wouldn't retreat. At this moment he was experiencing a great joy spreading in his heart. He couldn't wait to devour the whole territory of the Great Desolate Star. How could he care about Wu Heng's feelings? The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's fighting method was worthy of being the most powerful cultivation method since ancient times. The essence of it could be summed up in one word, that was plunder. No matter whether you were willing or not, as long as you had something useful, you would plunder it. As an individual, practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's fighting method was extremely terrifying. At this moment, Yang Kai was using the whole territory of the star as a carrier to perform the fighting method. He was completely convinced that as long as he had enough time, it wouldn't be a problem to devour the whole territory of the Great Desolate Star. In the beginning, everything didn't progress too fast. But as time went by, Yang Kai became more and more familiar with the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's fighting method. The speed of devouring and digesting suddenly sped up a lot. In less than a month, in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, the black hole with a radius of only 100 miles suddenly expanded to tens of thousands of miles. The dark hole lay across the star field of the territory of the Great Desolate Star. At first glance it looked extremely deep and terrifying. The black hole was still expanding without any sign of stopping, and its speed was also increasing imperceptibly. Wu Heng's face was as pale as if his parents had died. The territory of the Great Desolate Star was damaged, and the most direct change that was fed back to him was a black spot in the territory of the Sea of Consciousness. Compared to the whole star, this black spot was not too big, but it was like a drop of ink on a delicate picture scroll, destroying the harmony and beauty of the whole. What was more frustrating was that this drop of ink was still expanding in all directions. Sooner or later, the whole picture scroll would be dyed black. At that time, the territory of the Great Desolate Star would be changed to Yangkai. It wasn't that he didn't resist. In the past month, he had been constantly contending with Yangkai, but he couldn't stop him from devouring. How could a master of the territory of the stars, who had just refined the origin of the stars, have such amazing means? If he had such means, he would have turned the Heng Luo star field into his back garden. Only now did Wu Heng realize that the situation was not good. If this matter was not handled well, not only would his cultivation improve, but he would also suffer a double loss. Chapter 3178. The process of devouring not only made Yangkai happy, but also the whole Heng Luo star field. The world had its own will, so it could naturally feel that Yangkai's actions could bring it benefits. As time passed, the speed of the devouring became faster and faster. Even though Wu Heng tried his best to stop it, it was useless. He could only watch his territory disappear, and his heart was filled with grief. At a certain moment, Yangkai suddenly had another idea. While maintaining the devouring of the star territory, he considered the feasibility of this idea. The more he thought about it, the better he felt. He couldn't help but give himself 100 likes. He opened his eyes and looked at the Dharmakaya. When he was refining and devouring, the Dharmakaya had been guarding beside him. At this moment, when they looked at each other, the Dharmakaya immediately understood what he was thinking. He nodded slightly, raised his hand and opened his palm to Yangkai. Yangkai activated the origin of the star territory and forced it out of his sense of perception. The bright star, which had shrunk countless times, appeared in his palm, blooming with dazzling light. The Dharmakaya took it, swallowed it, and sat cross-legged in the star field. After a long time, he opened his eyes and nodded at Yangkai, indicating that everything was going well. At this moment, the Dharmakaya had temporarily replaced Yangkai as the master of the Heng Luo star field. Only the Dharmakaya could be accepted by the origin of the star territory so easily. If it were others, they would not be able to do it at all. They were afraid that the moment they swallowed the star, they would be devoured and killed. After all, strictly speaking, the Dharmakaya's mind was transformed by Yangkai's avatar. The two came from the same source and had the same breath. Naturally, the origin of the star territory would not be rejected too much. In addition, during this period of devouring and refining, the origin of the star territory had also tasted the benefits. It was even more reasonable for the Dharmakaya to temporarily become the master of the star territory. On the other hand, as the Dharmakaya had been practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor technique for many years, his understanding and application of the technique was far superior to Yangkai's. Needless to say, the efficiency of using the Dharmakaya to devour and refine the star's origin was much better than that of Yangkai. With his hands empty, Yangkai turned his head and looked into the darkness. He grinned and said, "Wu Heng, I'm coming." Although Yangkai had vented his anger by devouring and refining the territory of the Great Desolate Star, it did not cause much harm to him. He might have to wait until he had completely refined the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star before he could hurt him. Yangkai didn't have that much time to waste on him. If he said he would beat him until his mother couldn't recognize him, then he would beat him until his mother couldn't recognize him. This kind of confrontation across the realm wall, even if he had the upper hand, couldn't let him experience the feeling of satisfaction. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Yangkai was going to rush into that dragon's pool and tiger's den again. But this time was different from last time. Last time, in order to save Li Jiao and Lu Sanyong, Yangkai immediately retreated. This time he was going to turn the territory of the Great Desolate Star upside down. Of course, another reason was that Yang Kai had to find a way to repair the small sealed world. As the saying goes, wool comes from a sheep's back. The small sealed world was damaged because of Wu Heng, so naturally he had to find a way to repair it. There was definitely no shortage of materials to repair the small sealed world in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai plunged into the darkness without hesitation. In the star field of the Great Desolate Star territory, the black hole had spread over 1,000,000 kilometers, and even the nearby dead stars had been swallowed up, disappearing without a trace. Wu Heng kept retreating, doing his best to resist the black hole, but all he could do was slow down the speed at which he was being devoured. Just now, there was a moment when the devouring suddenly stopped, but before he could rejoice, the devouring began again, and this time, it was even faster than before. Naturally, he did not know the identity change between Yang Kai and the embodiment. Now that the embodiment was using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, the terrifying power of this secret art had suddenly risen to a whole new level. While he was in shock, a figure suddenly flashed out of the huge black hole. Looking over, Wu Heng's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Bastard, you still dare to come here? Who else could this person be but Yang Kai?" Wu Heng did not expect this guy to actually dare to come here. Did he not know how to write the word, death? But soon he remembered another thing. If Yang Kai was here, why was the speed of the other side's devouring becoming faster? Logically speaking, if the Star Territory Master was not in the territory, it was absolutely impossible for the Star Territory to devour. But in fact, Yang Kai had clearly crossed over and appeared in front of him. Was he not the Star Territory Master? Had he been mistaken all this time? No. The last time he fought with him, he did use the power of the Star Territory. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to blow him away with one punch. When enemies met, their eyes turned red, but there was no time to think too much. Wu Heng shouted ferociously, "Since you're here, die here." He had suffered 2 losses at Yang Kai's hands before, so how could he dare to take it lightly this time? As soon as he made a move, he grabbed at Yang Kai with his big hand and suddenly clenched it. Yang Kai's whole body was immediately imprisoned, his bones cracking, and he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Yang Kai had angered others in their territory, so he would not have a good ending, but he did not panic and just grinned at Wu Heng. That smile was full of evil intentions, which made Wu Heng's heart skip a beat, feeling that he was going to play some tricks again. In the next moment his face changed drastically. Because the moment he was distracted to deal with Yang Kai, he had reduced the power he had to deal with the Star Territory Master, resulting in the Star Territory Master's defeat. Although he was not Yang Kai's opponent before, at least with him presiding over the situation, he could slow down the speed at which he was being swallowed. While he was distracted, the Star Territory Master's devouring became unscrupulous, suddenly expanding to thousands of kilometers. The speed of the Star Territory Master's devouring before was like a tortoise crawling. In order to suppress the Star Territory Master's devouring to the greatest extent, he was not too far away from the black hole. Boundless darkness crept over, almost swallowing him as well. Wu Heng was startled and hurriedly retreated, opening a distance of thousands of kilometers in an instant. Not daring to neglect, he hurriedly communicated with the Star Territory Master's Star Territory Master and suppressed the darkness. The speed of the Star Territory Master's devouring slowed down, but Yang Kai took the opportunity to escape. He did not run away, just standing there with his arms crossed, looking at Wu Heng with a calm expression. "Is it fun? You're courting death." The veins on Wu Heng's forehead bulged, his killing intent surging. Yang Kai chuckled, wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth. "Then please hurry up and kill me." The corners of Wu Heng's eyes twitched fiercely. He had seen Yang Kai's methods and knew that he seemed to have the bloodline of the dragon race. Not to mention the consequences of killing such a person, even he did not have the confidence to kill Yang Kai in a short time. The strength of his grip just now was extraordinary, but Yang Kai had only been slightly injured. It was clear that Yang Kai's ability to resist pressure was far beyond his imagination. And if he could not kill Yang Kai in a short time, while he was distracted, the speed of the Star Territory Master's territory devouring would definitely increase. Not only would it bring danger to the Star Territory, but it would also bring irreparable damage to Wu Heng. Resentment was like a mountain pressing down on Wu Heng's heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. He had never thought that he would suffer such a big loss in this star territory. What was the background of this Yang Kai? Why had he never heard of his name? If he was a rising star, his strength was too amazing. It seems that you're just talking. Kai Yang didn't seem to feel Wu Heng's murderous intent as he continued to pour oil on the fire. It was as if he wouldn't stop until he was completely enraged. It was as if he was walking on a tightrope on a cliff. Even Wu Heng couldn't help but admire his courage. But I'm not just talking. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, coldly looking at Wu Heng, and said unhurriedly, "Wait here, I will come back to kill you." As he spoke, he used his fingers like a knife and cut his neck. After saying this, he turned around and left. "Wait!" Wu Heng shouted in a low voice. With a thought, the space around Yang Kai turned into a cage, imprisoning his freedom. But while he was distracted, the expansion of the black hole began to accelerate. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to his side, making him a little flustered and tired of dealing with it. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him sideways. "If you have something to say, say it." Wu Heng was furious. When had anyone dared to be so disrespectful to him? Since he became the master of this star territory, he had a feeling that he was in control of heaven and earth. Those who dared to be disrespectful to him were all dead. Of course, he also wanted Yang Kai to die. He might have the ability to do so in this star territory, but the price he had to pay was so great that even he could not bear it. Desperado. These words popped up in Wu Heng's mind. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, "As the saying goes, it is better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. Previously, this king wanted to devour the Heng Luo star field only because I noticed that it was ownerless. Now that your excellency has become the master of this star territory, this king will not do it again. Let's stop and make peace. Otherwise, if we continue to fight, it will only make the billions of creatures in the territory of this star territory suffer." Yang Kai widened his eyes and looked at him in surprise. "Are you begging for mercy?" Wu Heng said in a deep voice. "This king is just proposing a solution to the problem." Begging for mercy? What a joke. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. He just didn't want to make a strong enemy. "Just a suggestion." Yang Kai showed a disappointed expression and shook his head. No. What's wrong with it? Stopping and making peace is good for both of us," Wu Heng asked patiently. Yang Kai said, "You drove the people in the territory of the Great Desolate Star to run amok in my star territory. Countless people under this young master's command have been killed and injured. If I stop now, won't I suffer a great loss?" Wu Heng disagreed in his heart, but on the surface he nodded and said, "It makes sense. If you think it's inappropriate, this king can make up for it." "What kind of compensation?" Wu Heng said, "The star field that has been devoured belongs to you." Yang Kai laughed. "It was originally mine. Can you take it back?" The star field that had been digested by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique had long been integrated with the Heng Luo star field. No matter how powerful Wu Heng was, he could forget about separating it. "Then what do you want?" Wu Heng asked in a deep voice. Chapter 3179. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and thought for a while. "Since you're so sincere in your request, I'll give you a chance." Wu Heng gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he could only grit his teeth and say, "I'd like to hear the details." Yang Kai spread his arms. "I want half of this planet's territory." He spoke casually as if he was asking for half a cake. The veins on Wu Heng's forehead bulged as he said word by word, "Wishful thinking." Not to mention that with Wu Heng's pride and self-esteem, he wouldn't agree to such a harsh condition. If he really gave him half of the planet's territory, he would completely lose control of the Great Desolate Planet's territory. By then, wouldn't he be at his mercy? How could he do something like digging his own grave? Yang Kai lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "The opportunity is right in front of you. If you don't seize it, it'll be gone." Wu Heng suppressed the anger in his heart and shook his head. "That's impossible. Friend, please change your proposal." Yang Kai spread his hands. "Then there's nothing to talk about." He turned around and was about to leave. Wu Heng hurriedly said, "To show my sincerity, I can give you a cultivation star as compensation for your loss." Of course, he couldn't give up half of the planet's territory, but if it was just a cultivation star, it wouldn't hurt his foundation. In the Great Desolate Planet's territory, there were many cultivation stars. One less wouldn't make much of a difference. Yang Kai paused and looked back at him. Really? Wu Heng was slightly stunned and nodded. That's right. Yang Kai said, then I want the cultivation star where the Netherworld sect is located. Wu Heng didn't even think about it. Okay. He paused and said, from today onwards the Netherworld planet belongs to you. The Netherworld sect was basically wiped out. Even if there were still people left, they were just some cultivator who couldn't be shown in public. As the master of the great desolate planet's territory, no one could object to Wu Heng's decision. Moreover, if he gave it to him, could he take it away? That was a cultivation star, not a clump of dirt. Wu Heng just casually suggested it. He didn't expect the other party to actually agree. Yang Kai smiled and said, then I'll have to ask Brother Wu to show me the way so that I can take a look at my own territory. As he spoke, he secretly communicated with his avatar and had it slow down its devouring speed. Apparently Wu Heng also sensed something and took a deep look at Yang Kai. Although he didn't know how he did it, it was obvious that he could control the origin of the stars in the Hengluo star field even though he was in the territory of the Great Wilderness Star. It was truly extremely strange. As the Lord of the Star Territory, he did not have this ability. If he entered the Hengluo star field, it would be difficult for him to communicate with it, let alone control the origin of the Great Desolate Star Territory. As the pressure on the other side suddenly decreased, Wu Heng immediately had the idea of taking this opportunity to kill Yang Kai. However, this idea only flashed through his mind for a moment because he had a better plan. Please hold back a little more of your power. Otherwise, I won't be able to split my attention to send you over, Wu Heng said, looking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and communicated with his avatar again. As expected, the pressure from the Hengluo star field decreased a lot again. Yang Kai suddenly said with a vigilant look, you won't take this opportunity to attack me, right? Wu Heng looked calm. If you don't trust me, then I have nothing to say. Yang Kai waved his hand casually. Forget it, just send me over first. As you wish. Wu Heng nodded slightly and pointed with his hand. Immediately, a void corridor appeared behind Yang Kai, leading to the depths of the star territory. Yang Kai looked into the corridor and shook his head. Bad omen, a very bad omen. Wu Heng's eyes twitched. You still don't trust me. Although he didn't have any good ideas in mind, he obviously couldn't show it. Yang Kai said seriously, wrong. What's wrong? Wu Heng asked in a low voice. I mean, Brother Wu, you have a bad omen. Look back if you don't believe me. There was no need to look back. When Yang Kai said this, Wu Heng clearly felt the pressure from the Hengluo star field suddenly increase. He panicked and hurriedly resisted with all his strength, but he still couldn't stop the darkness from spreading to this side. There was some abnormal movement behind him. He turned his head and saw that Yang Kai had already stepped into the void corridor. He turned back and gave him a warm smile, saying loudly, Thank you for your kindness, Brother Wu. See you another day. Bastard. Wu Heng cursed. With a thought, the void corridor collapsed, trying to kill Yang Kai, but it was obviously too late. After waiting for a while, his face changed again. How is this possible? Yang Kai had clearly gone through the void corridor to the Huangquan star, which was billions of miles away. Why didn't the pressure from the Hengluo star field show any signs of weakening? Previously, he thought that Yang Kai was able to control the origin of the Hengluo star field because he was too close to it. It was because of this that he decided to send him further away. As long as he went deep into the hinterland of the Great Desolate Star Territory, the origin connection with the Hengluo star field would definitely weaken or even be cut off. When that happened, he would be able to free himself to deal with Yang Kai. With a thought, he could consign him to eternal damnation. It was only now that he understood why Yang Kai was so fearless. It was because no matter how far away he was, the devouring of the Hengluo star field showed no signs of stopping. In fact, it was even more intense than before. He had no choice but to focus and resist with all his strength. How would he have any energy left to deal with Yang Kai? Could it be that he really wasn't the owner of the Hengluo star field? He felt uneasy. He didn't know if sending him to the Huangquan star was right or wrong. He felt that he had planted a disaster and it would come sooner or later. Huangquan star, one of the highest grade cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. After all, it was the home star of the Netherworld sect and was no worse than the water moon star of the Hengluo star field. The world energy here was extremely rich and there were mountains and rivers everywhere. The Netherworld sect was the owner of this cultivation star. However, the last invasion of the Great Desolate Star Territory had caused the Netherworld sect to suffer heavy losses. Now the ones left on Huangquan's star were just a bunch of weaklings with only a few Origin Kings remaining. Yang Kai stepped out of the Void Corridor and arrived directly above Yellow Springs Star. Looking around, he examined his surroundings and was extremely satisfied. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to put his plan into action. First, he flew around Yellow Springs Star for a while before he landed on a large mountain. This mountain was towering and filled with rich world energy. At first glance, it was obvious that it was extraordinary. There were countless birds and beasts roaming about, and there were also several secluded cultivator caves, all of which were protected by powerful spirit arrays. Obviously, there were people cultivating here, but Yang Kai didn't know if they were from the Netherworld sect. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to these things and went directly to the highest peak. With a flip of his hand, a longan-sized bead appeared in his palm. The Sealed World Bead. This was a trophy Yang Kai obtained from the Star Emperor sect. Tracing back tens of thousands of years, it was a treasure that Yang Yan had brought from the star boundary. According to Yang Yan, this was a treasure that one of her friends had refined. Because Yang Kai, like that person, cultivated the space divine technique, Yang Yan left it to Yang Kai. After so many years, the Sealed World Bead had left many indelible brand marks in Yang Kai's growth, and it had helped him a lot on many occasions. The Sealed World Bead had long been one with him, and it was one of his most important cards. His plan this time was very simple. He would use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to devour cultivation stars and repair the damaged small sealed world. This was a sudden idea, and Yang Kai didn't even know if it could be realized. But with the precedent of the Hung Luo star field devouring, Yang Kai felt that this plan was very feasible. The Hung Luo star field was a world, and since it could become the carrier of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique and devour another world, the Sealed World Bead could naturally do the same. The Sealed World Bead was also a world, and fundamentally speaking, it was not much different from the Hung Luo star field. The only difference was that it was bigger than the Hung Luo star field. If the Sealed World Bead was a small world, then the Hung Luo star field was a medium world and the star boundary was a great world. Worlds could devour each other. The cultivation stars in the star territory were also small worlds. The Yellow Springs star, as one of these countless small worlds, was the target that Yang Kai planned to use the Sealed World Bead to devour. If he succeeded, the small sealed world was very likely to be repaired, and it could even be improved to the next level. At that time, with the embodiment driving the Hung Luo star field on the outside, and him using the small sealed world to stir up trouble on the inside, the Great Desolate Star Territory would definitely be plagued by both external and internal threats. Wu Heng would also be tired of dealing with them, and after a long time, killing him would not be a problem. After calming down and deducing the feasibility of this plan, Yang Kai suddenly looked solemn and flicked his finger, sending the small sealed world flying. At the same time, he sat down cross-legged and communicated with the Sealed World Bead with his mind, transforming it into the world will of the small sealed world. Suddenly, Yang Kai's vision changed, as if his body had become the small sealed world. This feeling was not unfamiliar to him. When he communicated with the Hung Luo star field source, he also had a similar feeling, as if his whole body had turned into the world will, becoming its spokesperson. Using the small sealed world as a medium, Yang Kai unhurriedly urged the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method. He had similar experience before, so he was familiar with all this without the slightest hesitation. The Sealed World Bead immediately released a strange aura, an aura that could devour all things in the world. Wherever the Sealed World Bead passed, the void collapsed and melted, revealing a dark void crack, like a piece of delicious food that had been cut off by someone. Sure enough, it works. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this and immediately understood that his previous guess was not wrong. The original space in the void crack had obviously been swallowed by the small sealed world because Yang Kai clearly felt that there was something extra inside the small sealed world. Yang Kai didn't know the name of Yang Yan's friend, but his methods were heaven-defying and he was able to refine an entire world to form the Sealed World Bead. Yang Kai's actions at this moment were definitely better than that person's. For a long time, the Sealed World Bead's role for Yang Kai had been to store people, plant spirit flowers and plants, or to avoid being hunted down. Its biggest function was to pull enemies into the small sealed world and fight them to the death. However, since Yang Kai had the ability to pull enemies into the small sealed world and use the world force to crush them, he could probably win with his own ability, so this function was a bit useless. But from today onwards, the sealed world bead might be able to play a bigger and more powerful role. Yang Kai could not wait to see the final results. Chapter 3180. The sealed world bead, which had turned into the carrier of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, gave off a dark glow, as if the entire bead had turned into a black hole. This black hole was only the size of a longan fruit when it first appeared, but it rapidly expanded as it fell. By the time it reached the ground, it was already about a kilometer in diameter. This was the limit of what Yang Kai could summon. It could barely be regarded as the territory of the sealed world bead. Silently, a huge hole was melted into the ground, the vegetation disappeared, and a deep hole appeared in the ground. Everything was swallowed into the sealed world bead. It was not until 100 kilometers underground that Yang Kai's heart stirred. The sealed world bead rose up leisurely, flew out of the ground and flew off into the distance. At first glance, a black hole with a diameter of a kilometer was moving across the ground like a living creature. Wherever it passed, everything disappeared. In the blink of an eye, a long rift valley appeared under the Spirit Peak. The black hole hit the belly of a mountain not far away and immediately penetrated it, creating a large hole through which one could see the scenery on the other side. The mountain peak shook and a figure flew out from the belly of the mountain. His face was covered in dust and he shouted, "Who is it? Get out here." This person had just been meditating in his secluded home when he was suddenly awakened by the sound of the sealed world bead being swallowed. Thinking that a powerful enemy had invaded, he immediately ran out to investigate. His cultivation was not high, only second-order origin returning realm, but on today's Yellow Spring star he could be considered an outstanding cultivator and rarely met a worthy opponent, so he was quite confident in his words. But in the next moment his eyes widened as he stared blankly at the black hole moving across the ground below. He felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shiver. What the hell is that? It has such terrifying power. He saw with his own eyes that everything in the path of this black hole turned into nothingness, as if even space itself was being swallowed up. A number of figures rushed out from various peaks, obviously having been disturbed in their cultivation just like this person. Soon, all of them discovered the existence of the sealed world bead and stared at it dumbfoundedly, exchanging divine senses with one another, none of them able to come up with an explanation. Although they had been cultivating for a long time and had a lot of experience, what they had seen and heard was beyond their imagination. "There's someone over there. Do you guys recognize him?" The first cultivator who appeared suddenly noticed the existence of Yang Kai and asked while pointing at him. Everyone looked over and shook their heads. Could it be that he's doing something evil? Who is this? He doesn't look familiar. Is it an elder of the Netherworld sect? Should we go up and ask? If you want to go, then go. This guy doesn't look easy to deal with. After a series of excuses, it was still the first man who took the task of communicating with Yang Kai. He cautiously flew towards the place where Yang Kai was, cupped his fists and said, "I am Wu Zimin. Greetings, master. May I know your name, master?" Yang Kai looked up at him. "What's the matter?" Wu Zimin was nervous. Although he was frightened, he still had some courage. He said, "Master, may I ask, how did we offend you?" Yang Kai supported his cheek with his hand and said calmly, "You didn't offend me." Wu Zimin's face turned bitter. "Since you didn't offend me, why are you doing this, master? What's the problem?" Wu Zimin said, "My and my friends' cave residences are right here. How can our cave residences be safe when master uses such a technique? If this goes on, we won't be able to protect this spiritual mountain." Before he finished speaking, a miserable cry came from the other side. One of the cave residences had been devoured. His face was bitter as if he had eaten Chinese gold thread. Even the mountain where the cave resided began to collapse. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "What does this have to do with me?" Wu Zimin pleaded, "Master, please stop the divine technique quickly." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "No. Not only am I going to eat this spiritual mountain, but I'm also going to eat the entire Yellow Springs planet." Wu Zimin opened his mouth wide with a blank face. "If there's nothing else, get out of here. I don't want to kill anyone recently." Yang Kai waved his hand and shooed him away like a fly. Wu Zimin's face turned green and red. He hesitated and said, "Master, you're not from the Yellow Springs sect?" "You're from the Yellow Springs sect. Your whole family is from the Yellow Springs sect." Wu Zimin said, "Master, since you know this planet is called the Yellow Springs planet, do you know how powerful the Yellow Springs sect is?" He was still hoping to use the Yellow Springs sect's reputation to deter Yang Kai and make him retreat. Yang Kai laughed. "I've already destroyed the Yellow Springs sect." "Impossible." Go, don't be noisy." Yang Kai waved his hand and Wu Zimin felt a strong wind blowing at his face. He lost his balance and was pushed back more than 1,000 feet. Kong long long. Another mountain collapsed. This time it was because the mountain's foundation was swallowed by the black hole and had lost its support. Wu Zimin fixed his eyes and felt his heart bleed. That spirit peak was where his secluded cave mansion was located, and now that it had collapsed, his secluded cave mansion was definitely gone as well. Wu Zimin turned his head and glared at Yang Kai angrily, but he didn't dare to say anything. "What should we do?" The cultivator had never seen such a scene and didn't know what to do. Wu Zimin pondered for a while and said decisively, "This person is powerful. We're no match for him. Let's go to the Yellow Springs sect and report this." As the saying went, even if the sky fell, there would be a tall person to hold it up. The Yellow Springs sect was the highest existence on the Yellow Springs planet. Everyone felt that it made sense and immediately rushed in the direction of the Yellow Springs sect with Wu Zimin. After shooing away the flies, Yang Kai continued to activate the sealed world bead. Wherever the black hole passed, it was unstoppable. In less than a day, the continuous spiritual mountain was swallowed up, leaving only a huge basin in its place. If anyone saw this, they wouldn't believe their eyes. When a cultivator cultivated to a certain extent, they would be able to move mountains and overturn seas, but they would have to use extremely powerful divine abilities to barely be able to do so. Who would have the ability to make a spiritual mountain disappear silently in a single day? After swallowing such a spiritual mountain, Yang Kai clearly felt that the black hole formed by the small sealed world bead expanded a little. In other words, its territory had increased. The larger the territory of the small sealed world bead increased the efficiency of the devouring process. After a day of experimentation, Yang Kai confirmed his conjecture. At this point he no longer hesitated and flew off into the distance. Below him, the black hole formed by the small sealed world bead was like a rolling black ball, plowing a deep gully in the ground. In this gully, what was missing was not only the earth of the Yellow Springs sect, but also its principles and world energy. Such a gully would never be able to be restored. In the wilderness, a starship with a striking skull symbol was approaching. It was Yellow Springs sect's starship, but this starship's grade wasn't very high, only origin returning grade. In order to invade the Hung Luo star field, Yellow Springs sect had mobilized almost all of its forces, from the sect master to the disciples. More than 90% of them had gone, leaving only 10% to guard the sect on Yellow Springs star. A few days ago, Wu Zimin and the others went to Yellow Springs sect and finally met with a steward of Yellow Springs sect. They reported what they had seen, but the steward didn't take it to heart and didn't report it. In recent days, more and more people came to Yellow Springs sect and reported that a terrifying person had appeared on Yellow Springs star. That person was controlling a black ball and was devouring the earth. Wherever it passed, whether it was the wilderness, mountains, deserts, or even cities and sects, everything was devoured by the black ball. Nothing remained. Only then did Yellow Springs sect realize that the situation was not good. The elder who stayed behind immediately gathered people and prepared to meet the perpetrator. The starship was only 1,000 kilometers away from Yellow Springs sect when a rumbling sound suddenly came from the front, like thunder rolling across the earth. What happened? Inside the starship, an old man asked. It was the elder who stayed behind to guard Yellow Springs sect. Immediately, a disciple projected images of the outside world into the starship. In their field of vision, a hair-raising scene suddenly appeared. In the distance, a young man was flying over, and 1,000 feet below him, a huge black ball was moving. The black ball crushed the earth, leaving an indelible mark. The mark stretched for an unknown distance, as if a wound had appeared on the earth. "It's him!" Wu Zimin cried out in horror. It had only been a few days, so how could he forget this person's face? Only now did he know that he was not an alarmist when he said that he would devour the entire Yellow Springs star. That's the black ball that devours everything. The elder's eyes also widened. Although he had received a lot of reports in the past few days, it was hard to imagine that such a bizarre thing could happen in this world without seeing it with his own eyes. The information he received was not wrong. That black ball was indeed terrifying. The place where the darkness enveloped was completely devoured. Not good, he's coming towards us. A disciple cried out in horror. Get out of the way. The elder shouted. Although he had not truly fought with Yang Kai and had only seen an image, he knew that he was definitely not his opponent. Regardless of the gap in their cultivations, just that black ball alone made the elder feel extremely uneasy. If he was contaminated by that black hole, he would not be able to escape and would be devoured. It's too fast, we can't dodge. The disciple's voice was already filled with tears. As he spoke, a figure had already brushed past the battleship, flying away as fast as lightning. He did not even look at the battleship as if it was nothing. The black ball also rolled past the starship. Before everyone could rejoice, they heard the ground shake behind them as if something had collapsed. Turning around, the elder cried out in grief, "Don't." This place was less than 1,000 kilometers away from the Yellow Springs sect. Although the starship was lucky not to be devoured by the black ball, the Yellow Springs sect, which stood on the ground, was not able to avoid it. The black ball rolled past the Yellow Springs sect and split it in half, with a large piece missing from the middle. The so-called sect protecting array could not resist for even a moment before collapsing. Oh, this is the Yellow Springs sect. Yang Kai glanced back. Then we'll have to take good care of it. Thus, everyone on the starship soon discovered an even more shocking scene. The black ball actually returned and rolled several times inside the Yellow Springs sect. After a few breaths, the Yellow Springs sect was gone. Chapter 3181. Inside the small sealed world, large pieces of land appeared out of thin air. Invisible world principles and world energy also filled this small sealed world and merged with the world principles and world energy of the small sealed world itself, making this small sealed world even more solid and complete. Along with the appearance of these pieces of land, there were all kinds of creatures. Most of them were humans, but there were also some monster beasts that had been swallowed by the black sphere. Having suddenly arrived in another world, they were all in a state of shock. These creatures were all swallowed by the black sphere because they could not avoid it in time. They thought that they were doomed, but when they came back to their senses, they found that they were safe and sound. They were all in disbelief. They hurriedly ran away, ready to explore the mysteries of this world and figure out their situation, but they were imprisoned in a certain place by an invisible force, unable to move too far away. The entire Yellow Springs star was in chaos. As time passed, everyone came to know that there was a demon-like existence who was driving a huge black sphere that could devour everything and wreaking havoc on Yellow Springs star. This person's divine technique was unparalleled, and even the famous Yellow Springs sect was flattened. As a result, the cultivator who had the ability to escape from the Yellow Springs sect set off one after another, not daring to stay on this stars any longer. Those who did not have the ability to escape could only pray that the heavens were merciful. But what awaited them was a terrifying devouring. 2 months later, the entire Yellow Springs star had completely changed. Looking down from the void, this stars that the Yellow Springs sect used as their home star, which was originally full of world energy and had given birth to countless creatures, had become dead silent. Large and small cities had disappeared, and so had all the sects and families. Even the many spirit mountains and rivers had disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the entire Yellow Springs star looked like a huge meteorite. There were still endless and deep ravines on the meteorite, and its size had also shrunk significantly. If a cultivator from another star within the territory of the Great Desolate Star were to come and take a look, they would definitely not recognize that this was the Yellow Springs star. They would probably think that this was a silent dead star. How troublesome, Yang Kai muttered as he hovered above Yellow Springs star and used his divine sense to explore the small sealed world. Yang Kai had not expected that so many people would suddenly appear in the sealed world bead, but there was nothing he could do about it. The Netherworld sect was not a dead star, but a cultivation star with an extremely vibrant population. He urged the sealed world bead to devour the stars. The cultivator above the Saint King realm on the Yellow Springs star could escape if the situation turned bad, but how could the cultivator below the Saint King realm escape? There were also many mortals. He could not expect them to leave the Yellow Springs planet and escape into the territory of the Yellow Springs planet. That would only be courting death. As such, Yang Kai simply swallowed all these creatures into his sealed world bead along with the earth around them. Now, how to deal with these creatures was a troublesome matter. Should he take them to another cultivation star and set them free? But there were more than 100 million of these creatures. More than 80% of the creatures on the entire Yellow Springs star had already been taken into the sealed world bead. Even if he wanted to set them free, he did not have the time. Which cultivation star could accommodate so many creatures at once? After thinking about it carefully, why should he set them free? In any case, he had no intention of killing them, so he might as well let them live in the sealed world bead and perish on their own. In a world, only when all living things competed could it produce an endless stream of vitality. Perhaps these creatures could bring unexpected changes to the sealed world bead in the future, improving the world principles of the sealed world bead. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the sealed world bead did not reject the arrival of these hundreds of millions of creatures. On the contrary, it seemed to be accepting them. Another point was that he had established the High Heaven Palace in the star boundary. Such a huge sect required an endless stream of new blood, and this new blood was naturally the newly recruited disciples. Where could he recruit them? Although the Northern Territory was filled with talented people, who could know the background of every newly recruited disciple. However, these creatures in the sealed world bead were different. As the master of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai accepted them to live in it. He could see through their hearts with a single thought. He could choose some disciples with good temperament and aptitude from among these hundreds of millions of creatures and cultivate them from a young age. In this way, he would not have to worry about the loyalty of these cultivated disciples to the High Heaven Palace. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good idea. It felt like an unintentional willow growing in shade. When trouble turned into a good thing, Yang Kai's mood naturally improved. After carefully inspecting the sealed world bead, Yang Kai found that there had indeed been a great change. The entire outer layer of Yellow Springs star had been swallowed, and everything that had been swallowed had been replenished into the sealed world bead. The damaged parts of the sealed world bead were almost completely repaired. The area of the entire sealed world bead had also expanded several times. Although the original sealed world bead was not small, how could it compare to the entire Yellow Springs star? Although the two were both small worlds, there was still a huge gap between them. If Yellow Springs star was a small world in a strict sense, then the world inside the sealed world bead could only be regarded as a small world. Now the sealed world bead had grown a lot after the snake swallowed the elephant. Suddenly, a flash of insight flashed through Yang Kai's mind as he vaguely grasped something. The sealed world bead was also artificially refined from a small world. Since others could refine the sealed world bead, why couldn't he upgrade and transform it? Yang Kai did not feel that he was much worse than others. And the gains and comprehensions he gained from upgrading, transforming, and constructing a new world weren't something that could be obtained through closed-door cultivation. This would be of great help to him in comprehending the power of the world, and the power of the world was the key to becoming a great emperor. Thinking so, Yang Kai could not help but scratch his cheeks in excitement, becoming more and more convinced of the idea in his heart. After devouring the surface of Yellow Springs star, the territory of the small sealed world bead had also expanded several times. Originally, the black sphere was only about a kilometer in diameter, but now it was more than 10 kilometers in diameter. The expansion of the small sealed world bead's territory meant that the efficiency of devouring would increase, which also meant that Yang Kai's transformation of the small sealed world bead would be faster. Yellow Springs star had been destroyed, so Yang Kai was preparing to set off towards a nearby star when he suddenly felt something and stared at the huge black sphere with a strange expression. He actually felt a sense of longing from the black sphere. His brow furrowed as he muttered in disbelief. No way. He had obtained the sealed world bead many years ago, but it was nothing more than an inanimate object with a decent purpose. Even if it claimed to be a small world inside, it was still an inanimate object. But at this moment Yang Kai clearly noticed something different, and when he thought of the joy of the small sealed world bead after it accepted hundreds of millions of creatures, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had made a huge profit this time. As you wish. Yang Kai laughed as he controlled the huge black sphere and rushed towards the remaining half of Yellow Springs star. Since the sealed world bead did not dislike these stars that were as bare as meteorites, how could he dislike them? In any case, it would just take some time. Large meteorites became medium meteorites. Medium meteorites became small meteorites. Yang Kai and the black sphere flew around Yellow Springs star again and again, and every time they did so, Yellow Spring Star would shrink a little. It was a very strange scene, as if there was a mouth of a god eating Yellow Spring Star and swallowing it into its stomach. In the end, the entire Yellow Spring Star disappeared. When the entire Yellow Spring Star was swallowed up, a change suddenly occurred in the small sealed world bead that caught Yang Kai off guard. At the same time, Wu Heng, who was still resisting the endless darkness at the edge of the great desolate star territory, changed his expression and hurriedly sent a part of his consciousness into his knowledge sea to observe the star. He seemed to have felt that something was missing just now, but when he took a closer look he found nothing. Just as he was about to withdraw his consciousness, his eyes suddenly bulged and he stared at a certain spot on the star in disbelief, exclaiming in horror, "Impossible." He had been the master of the great desolate star territory for many years and knew the entire territory like the back of his hand. He also knew which stars were where, but at this moment he clearly discovered that one of the stars had disappeared from his own star. The name of that star was Yellow Springs Star. 3 months ago he sent Yang Kai to Yellow Springs Star with the intention of killing him, but unexpectedly he fell into a dilemma. Not only did he fail to kill Yang Kai, but he was also trapped here by Yang Kai's tricks. He was unable to move and had no time to spare. Over the past 3 months he had been fighting against the encroaching darkness and could not spare any attention to investigate Yang Kai's movements. However, in his opinion, Yang Kai had nothing more than gone to Yellow Springs Star to vent his anger and kill the people of Yellow Springs sect. Other than that, what else could he do? For him, this was not a big deal and was not worth too much attention. Yellow Springs sect was in its twilight years, and even if Yang Kai did not wreak havoc, it would not last long. Moreover, with the transfer of power, birth, old age, illness and death were the norm. The most important thing right now was how to resist the encroachment of the Yellow Springs Star's territory. Who would have thought that in just 3 months Yang Kai would give him such a big surprise? He did not know what method Yang Kai used to make the entire Yellow Springs Star disappear. It was truly gone. It had completely disappeared. How did he do it? How could this be possible? A cultivation star was stolen just like that? Wu Heng would not believe it himself. It was not something that could be put in a space ring, it was a real star. If it was not stolen, then where did Yellow Springs Star go? He was the master of the Yellow Springs Star's territory and controlled the star territory's source. As long as he wanted to, he could pay attention to anything that happened in any aspect of the Great Desolate Star territory. The disappearance of Yellow Springs Star was not an illusion. Wu Heng felt terrible. Because of this distraction, the power to resist the darkness weakened greatly, causing the encroachment of the Yellow Springs Star's territory to speed up again. Flustered, he hurriedly restrained his thoughts and did not dare to be distracted, but the feeling of uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger, almost filling his heart. He knew he had made a mistake this time. He had never expected to fail so miserably in the territory of a lower star. Chapter 3182. What the hell is this? Yang Kai hovered in the void, pinching his chin with one hand as he stared in front of him in amazement. The huge black sphere formed by the small sealed world was right in front of him, but at this moment, this black sphere had actually opened a big mouth. It was really a big mouth and an extremely terrifying one at that. When the mouth opened, it stretched for hundreds of kilometers like a huge void crack. Not only that, but the mouth was also filled with sharp fangs, and when the fangs opened and closed, they made a crunching sound as if they could bite anything in the world. Even Yang Kai felt a little creeped out when he saw this. When the small sealed world swallowed the entire Yellow Springs Star, the black sphere wriggled violently and transformed into this appearance. Yang Kai almost couldn't accept it. How did his sealed world bead become like this? No, strictly speaking, the sealed world bead hadn't changed much. It was still just a Longan-sized bead. What had changed was the sealed world bead's devourer territory. What kind of monster had he raised by using the entire Yellow Springs Star's nourishment? Yes, the sealed world bead's devourer territory looked like a monster at first glance. It was rolling, had a huge black body and no facial features, only a big mouth full of fangs. It was extremely ugly and ferocious. World's will. Yang Kai frowned and muttered to himself. The information transmitted from the small sealed world became clearer and clearer, and Yang Kai actually felt desire and hunger from it. Was this the manifestation of the small sealed world's will? Or perhaps it should be called an artifact spirit. The sealed world bead was originally just an emperor artifact without a consciousness, but at this moment, it seemed to have a life of its own. This black sphere monster, which was so huge that even when he transformed into a dragon race, he felt insignificant, should be the sealed world bead's artifact spirit. Its consciousness wasn't obvious and was just in a budding state, instinctively wanting to devour more. The big mouth and fangs were the manifestation of this artifact spirit's instincts. Ha! Yang Kai laughed and suddenly remembered the little black dog with the bloodline of Return to Ruins that he had left in the High Heaven Palace. Why did all those who were related to him seem to have the ability to devour? The black puppy was like this, and so was the sealed world bead. Needless to say, the Dharmakaya was like this as well. It was unknown whether it was the will of the heavens or fate. However, the devouring of the Dharmakaya and the sealed world bead was somewhat different from the black puppy's devouring. The former two relied on the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to devour, while the black puppy relied on its innate divine technique to devour. However, in the end it was all for the sake of strengthening itself. Yang Kai suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Did Wukong see the Return to Ruins? That was why he created the heaven-devouring Great Emperor strategy based on the characteristics of Return to Ruins. If that was the case, it would explain why they were so similar. Gotcha. The sound of moving teeth kept ringing out as if urging Yang Kai to do something. Okay, I'll take you to the next place. Yang Kai stood in the void and looked around. It was not a bad thing that the sealed world bead had a vague will. Every world had its own will. The heavens' will could not be seen or touched, but it affected the reproduction and survival of all living things. The sealed world bead having such an opportunity would be of great benefit to its future growth. But where should I go now? The territory of the sealed world bead was vast, and if he did not find the right direction, it was likely that he would waste a lot of time on the road. Got it. Yang Kai raised his head and looked in a certain direction. His body flashed and he stood on top of the black sphere, sat down cross-legged and waved his hand. Let's go. The black sphere seemed to be able to sense his order. It did not need to be controlled at all and took the initiative to fly in that direction. Moreover, its speed was very fast. As it flew, its teeth clattered up and down, leaving a ferocious sound along the way. It was not for no reason that it chose this direction. It was because many of the Yellow Springs Star Cultivator had fled in this direction before. Yang Kai did not know the distribution of cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. But how could these natives not know? Since they were going in this direction, it meant that there were other cultivation stars in this direction. A man and a black sphere drifted in the star field, heading towards an unknown destination. This scene was indescribably strange. The darkness that could devour stars seemed to have no effect on Yang Kai. Instead, it turned into a carrier to bear his weight. He stretched out his hand and patted the new mount under his butt. It was soft to the touch, as if he was touching a cloud. It did not match its ferocious appearance. In fact, if it did not clatter its teeth all the time and kept its mouth shut, it would look charmingly naive. However, it had just been born and its instinct to devour made it constantly gnaw. Yang Kai was too lazy to stop it. I have to give you a name. I can't just call you a black sphere. Yang Kai stroked his chin and mumbled to himself. Just like Lu Yen, her original body was nothing more than a crafting furnace. Only after she was given a name could her life be considered complete. I got it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He snapped his fingers and said, From now on, you will be called Rolling. After rolling past the Yellow Springs Star would be completely devoured. The name Rolling was quite appropriate. Gotcha. Her teeth clattered, making crisp sounds. You think it's good too, right? Then it's settled. Yang Kai was all smiles. He felt that he was really a genius at naming. He clapped his hands and put on a distressed expression. I can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Return to Ruins will be called Little Black. With a single thought, he gave the infamous Return to Ruins in the demon territory a new name that could not be denied. He wondered what the demon kings and demon emperors would think when they found out. Rolling, let's go. Yang Kai pointed his finger, like a child who had just gotten a new toy, dancing with excitement. Rolling, devour. Along the way they encountered a few huge asteroids. Rolling crushed all of them, opened its mouth and swallowed them into its belly before throwing them into the sealed world bead. However, Yang Kai clearly felt that Rolling did not like the taste of these asteroids very much. If the previous Yellow Springs star was compared to a plate of delicious food, then these few asteroids were pickles that were simply difficult to swallow. After several times when they encountered asteroids wandering in the star field again, Rolling no longer had the interest to devour them. Even some dead stars could not arouse its interest. However, when Yang Kai did not direct it, it took the initiative to change direction several times, as if it had a keen sense of smell and could smell the delicious aroma of food. Yang Kai did not stop it. A month later, his guess was confirmed. A star that was not much smaller than Yellow Springs star appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes, and even if it did not land, Yang Kai could tell that it was definitely an extraordinary cultivation star. Rolling could indeed tell where a cultivation star was. On Wild Wave Star, the entire stars were facing a great enemy. Countless creatures looked up at the sky. Since a few days ago, a small black dot suddenly appeared in the sky, lying between the Wild Wave Star and the sun. At first, not many people paid attention to it, but as the days passed, the small black dot grew bigger and bigger. Today, it actually covered the entire sun, causing the Wild Wave Star to fall into darkness, as if a solar eclipse was coming and all living things were restless. An inexplicable sense of crisis was growing in everyone's heart. Even the sea was undulating, swaying unsteadily. Almost 80% of Wild Wave Star's territory was covered by seawater. Large and small islands were like chess pieces on a chessboard, turning into space for Wild Wave Star's creatures to stand on. This was a world dominated by the Sea Clan. The living space for humans and monster race on this stars was extremely narrow. Looking up at the darkness that blocked the sun, many Sea Clan members could not help but recall a rumor that had been circulating in the past month. When the black ball rolled over, everything would be swallowed up and nothing would exist. The origin of this rumor came from some humans who had fled here. According to those people, they came from the Yellow Springs star. A terrifying demon had arrived on the Yellow Springs star, driving a black ball that could swallow the heavens and devour the earth, and swallowed the entire Yellow Springs star. The Sea Clan had always boasted of their nobility, looking down on humans and monster race. They felt that these fellows born on land were extremely despicable, let alone a few refugees who had fled here. None of the Sea Clan members took these rumors seriously. However, these rumors spread very quickly. In less than a month, more than half of the Sea Clan members on Wild Wave Star had heard of them. Until now, when they looked up at the black ball, the recent rumors could not help but ring in their minds. They could not help but feel uneasy. Could there be a darkness that could swallow the heavens and devour the earth in this world? Heaven and earth shook. On a huge island, a figure rushed into the sky, heading straight for the darkness. Countless Sea Clan members saw this scene, and their uneasy mood immediately calmed down. It's Master Ao Wei. Yes, we have Master Ao Wei. Why should we be afraid of that black ball? If it dares to come, Master Ao Wei will definitely teach it a lesson. It's really courting death. Does it think that our Wild Wave Star is the same as the Yellow Springs star? The Sea Clan members cried out in alarm. Ao Wei's name turned into a wave, almost covering the heavens and earth. Ao Wei, the Lord of Wild Wave Star, was regarded as a savior by all the Sea Clan members. It seemed that as long as he made a move, the black ball falling towards Wild Wave Star would immediately turn into ashes. The will of billions of creatures seemed to materialize, allowing Ao Wei to receive the will of the heavens and earth. At this moment, he could really be called an invincible existence. However, no one noticed that Ao Wei's expression was extremely solemn. Even though he had the will of the heavens and earth and the will of billions of creatures converging, he inexplicably felt a chill in his body, and the thought of turning around and running away surged in his mind. But others could run, but as the lord of this star, where could he run to? Looking up at the black ball, his heart was filled with disgust and fear. These emotions were not his own, but the will of the heavens and earth of Wild Wave Star. It was the feeling that the star's origin gave him back. It was this feeling that made him panic. Like a mouse encountering a cat, a rabbit encountering a falcon, it was like encountering a natural enemy. He stood in place, not even having the courage to fly up a little. He could only wait for the arrival of the black ball, his mind constantly thinking about how to resolve the crisis in front of him. Chapter 3183. What the hell is this? When the darkness fell from the sky, Ao Wei's face changed greatly. It was a huge black sphere with a diameter of almost 100 kilometers, with a giant mouth with fangs in the middle. Cracking sounds reached his ears, making his hair stand on end and his whole body turn cold. Even as a Star Lord, he didn't have the courage to face such a monster. The monstrous pressure from the sky made his chest feel stuffy, making it difficult for him to breathe. Who is blocking the way? Do you want to die? A voice suddenly sounded. Aowei was shocked. Only then did he notice that there was a person standing on top of the black sphere. It was a young man who stood quietly on the back of the black sphere monster, looking down at him condescendingly as if he was looking at an ant. Gently swallowing his saliva, Aowei cupped his fists and said loudly, "Wild Wave Stars Lord Aowei greets Master." Yongkai raised his brow. "Are you this star's lord?" "Yes." "Good, this young master wants to swallow your Wild Wave Star. If you cooperate with me, the benefits will be great." If he could get the cooperation of a Star Lord, it would be easier to swallow this monster. The corner of Aowei's eyes twitched, almost suspecting that he had heard wrong. This person had come with ill intentions, but now he said he wanted to swallow Wild Wave Star and wanted him to cooperate? Aowei was a little angry, but he didn't dare to show it, suppressing his anger and asking, "I wonder how my Wild Wave Star has offended your excellency." Yongkai impatiently said, "There is no such thing as offending or not offending, it's just a coincidence that I came here." Coincidentally, Aowei had never thought that this earth-shaking catastrophe was just a coincidence. He shook his body and said in a clear voice, "The heavens are virtuous. Billions of creatures in the Wild Wave Star have been living here for generations. If your excellency wants to swallow this star, what will happen to those billions of creatures? People of our generation compete with each other. Life and death are predestined. What does it have to do with those innocent people? If you really want to destroy Wild Wave Star, your excellency will be plagued with karma, which will be detrimental to your future cultivation. Please reconsider." He sincerely dissuaded Yongkai, his sincerity evident in his words. Yongkai leaned forward with one hand on his thigh and grinned. "What do you want?" Although he didn't release any aura, Aowei couldn't help but change his expression. He suddenly felt as if an ancient giant beast was opening its mouth at him, as if it wanted to swallow him into its stomach. Fortunately, he was the Wild Wave Star's Star Master after all. At this moment he also had the invisible luck of heaven and earth on his body. Otherwise he was afraid that he would really turn around and run away. He then cupped his fists and shouted, "Please think twice." Yongkai rubbed his chin and thought seriously for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "I've thought it over." "Master, you mean?" Aowei looked at him eagerly. "I've made up my mind. Get out of my way." If devouring a cultivation star really led to the loss of hundreds of millions of lives, Yongkai would definitely not have the heart to do so. The world was heartless and treated all living things as dogs. Even though his cultivation was high, he had not reached the point where he could casually kill all living things as if they were ants. The small sealed world would certainly destroy a cultivation star, but it wouldn't harm any of its inhabitants. It would simply force them to move to a new place to live. Moreover, Yongkai was confident that he could make the small sealed world even better than a cultivation star. In other words, what he was doing now would not only not bring any harm to the hundreds of millions of inhabitants, it would also bring infinite benefits in the long run. Therefore he didn't need to think too much about it. Aowei's expression changed, but he refused to back down. As a Star Master he had no room to back down. His figure flickered as his peak Origin King Realm aura filled the air. At the same time, scales began to appear on his face along with traces of a monster beast. From his appearance it was obvious he was not human. Even though he knew he was no match for Yongkai, once he attacked he would not have a good end. Aowei still stood in front of him and shouted coldly, "If Master insists on doing so, then step over this Ao's corpse." His voice was not loud, but under the influence of the world will, it spread across the entire cultivation star. The hundreds of millions of inhabitants on Wild Wave Star were moved, feeling that Wild Wave Star had such a responsible Star Master. Imperceptibly, Aowei's momentum rose to a new height, as if he had obtained great benefits with just a few words, but this still did not make him feel the slightest sense of security. "Oh, you're a flood dragon?" Yongkai looked at the scales on his face and the traces of beast transformation on his body and smelled a familiar aura in the air. Aowei nodded. There was no need to hide this matter. After all, it was not a secret. Yang Kai nodded and said, I know a flood dragon, but you're too weak. Even though Ao Wei had always been polite and humble, and his attitude had always been humble, he was still greatly unconvinced after hearing this. He was already standing at the peak of the Origin King realm and was the Star Master of Wild Wave Star. Almost no one in the entire territory of Great Desolate Star was his opponent, yet his cultivation was actually being evaluated as too weak. The anger in his heart washed away the fear in his heart as he grit his teeth and said, Is that so? Then this Ao would like to see Master's means. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, You won't believe me if I tell you. That guy can probably last a few moves against me, but as for you, Ao Wei shouted angrily, then this Ao would like to see how many moves Master can defeat me. Saying so, he rushed towards Yang Kai. A faint dragon roar rang out, but it was not so pure. Although flood dragons had the bloodline of the dragon race, it was very thin after all, so how could they compare to a true dragon? However, with the support of the entire Wild Wave Star, Ao Wei's momentum was quite impressive. In an instant, the sky changed color and the clouds surged. The Star Master's attack was extraordinary. Yang Kai didn't seem to be on guard, nor did he take any stance, just staring blankly at Ao Wei, who was rushing towards him. This person is too arrogant, he doesn't even put me in his eyes. I must teach him a lesson. Yang Kai's attitude undoubtedly angered Ao Wei completely, and he no longer held back, going all out. An invisible force suddenly spread out from Yang Kai's body. Ao Wei's figure suddenly froze as his eyes bulged, revealing a look of extreme shock. At that moment, he seemed to see a giant dragon hovering in the air, its huge head overlooking him, his strength rapidly collapsing, unable to condense it all and even unable to breathe. Then the dragon head rushed over, opened its big mouth and swallowed him. Ao Wei screamed as his clothes were soaked in sweat. At his level of cultivation, he was rarely frightened by anything. Just now, when Yang Kai came with the rolling dragon, he could directly question it and even fight back, but facing a giant dragon, he didn't even have the courage to look at it. This was the suppression of bloodline. When he came back to his senses, there was no dragon in front of him, only a young man with a hateful face looking at him with a smile. Was it an illusion? If it was an illusion, then it was too real. Without waiting for him to figure it out, Yang Kai had already raised his hand and said, Come in. The rolling dragon opened its big mouth and swallowed him in one bite. My life is over. A thought flashed through Ao Wei's mind. He closed his eyes and poked his neck, but after waiting for a while there was no pain. When he opened his eyes, he was immediately surprised. He had actually appeared in another world. This world looked rather messy, and there were millions of pieces of earth and stones scattered all around. As far as the eye could see, this was the only scene in his field of vision. After feeling it a little, he was surprised again because the world energy here was extremely rich, several grades better than that of Wild Wave Star. Only the world's principles seemed to be somewhat broken, making the circulation of power in his body somewhat sluggish. What the hell is this place? Wasn't I swallowed by the giant black beast? How did I end up here? There was a shiny object nearby that attracted his attention. It was pressed under a huge rock. He walked over and lifted the huge rock. Immediately, a horizontal board came into view. Netherworld Sect. Ao Wei's eyes narrowed, almost unable to believe his eyes. Isn't this the plaque of Netherworld Sect? Although he was the Wild Wave Star Star Master, he had been to Netherworld Star and entered Netherworld Sect a few years ago. This plaque was erected in front of Netherworld Sect. He believed that he was not mistaken and that weather-beaten feeling was not fake. This was definitely the plaque of Netherworld Sect, so how could it appear here? Thinking of the rumors on Wild Wave Star during this period, an extremely bold conjecture emerged in his heart. His ears twitched and some voices entered his ears. Ao Wei flew up and looked into the distance, seeing a group of people coming over. He immediately flew over and exchanged a few words with these people, and his face became even more shocked. These people were actually the residents of Netherworld Sect. Master Ao Wei was defeated. Master Ao Wei was swallowed in one gulp. Doomsday is coming, doomsday is coming. On Wild Wave Star, countless pairs of eyes saw Ao Wei being swallowed by the giant black beast without even the strength to resist. This visual impact made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They had never thought that Ao Wei, a Star Master, would be so easily defeated. They had hoped that Ao Wei would save them from the fire and water, but now that hope had immediately turned into deep despair. When Yang Kai drove the rolling star toward Wild Wave Star, no one dared to stop him. The rolling star's mouth opened and closed, swallowing large and small islands one after another, and even the boundless sea water was swallowed into its stomach. Crying for their parents and running for their lives, countless people were cursing and swearing. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to them and sat cross-legged on the back of the rolling star, gnawing in a direction along the entire Wild Wave Star. A group of ignorant people. This young master wants to take you to paradise, but you don't appreciate it. You guys are unlucky to run away. Suddenly his heart moved. What was the difference between him and the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperor's Wukong in the past? Wukong wreaked havoc in the territory of the Chaotic Star and also destroyed countless stars. In the end he provoked the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people, and was besieged by the emperors. No, Wukong was Wukong and he was himself. His way of doing things was very different. On the stars of Wukong's destruction, all living creatures were wiped out, but he only sent those creatures to another world and didn't do anything to them. Instead, many years later they would probably be grateful to him. Order was re-established in chaos, and only by experiencing destruction could it be reborn. Chapter 3184. At the border of the territory of the Great Desolate Star, Wu Heng's face was livid. He had been confronting the all-devouring darkness for half a year. He had tried his best but could only slow down the speed of its devouring and spreading. He could not stop it at all. In half a year he had lost hundreds of millions of miles of star field. Such a large territory was almost several times larger than the Hung Luo star field he had devoured in the past 3 years. Who was the person opposite him? How did he do it? He had once driven the territory of the Great Desolate Star to devour the Hung Luo star field, so he naturally knew how difficult it was. It was a painstaking effort that needed to be pushed forward bit by bit. It was not something that could be done overnight. At that time the Hung Luo star field did not have an owner of the territory of the Great Desolate Star field, so his devouring was almost unhindered. But now with him here the erosion of the opposite side was still so fast. What was the reason? That was all. It would be fine. There was another thing that troubled Wu Heng. In the past 6 months, in the hinterland of the Great Desolate Star territory, he had lost 3 cultivation stars one after another. From the Yellow Spring Star to the Wild Wave Star to the Flying Crab Star, they disappeared from the star one after another as if they had never appeared. Those were 3 cultivation stars, not 3 meat patties. In the end, what method did Kai Yang use to steal them? In the territory of the Great Desolate Star, there were many cultivation stars. Losing 3 was not a big deal. The key point was that this was just the beginning. Losing 3 cultivation stars in half a year, what about 1 year, 10 years, 100 years? If there were no more cultivation stars in the entire Great Desolate Star territory, what was the point of the existence of the Great Desolate Star territory? He, the owner of the Great Desolate Star territory, would only exist in name. To Wu Heng's relief, after the Flying Crab Star, Yang Kai did not seem to do anything else. He did not know what he was doing here. As the owner of the Great Desolate Star territory, if he really wanted to spy on Yang Kai, it would be easy. However, he did not dare to do so, because a slight distraction would cause the erosion of the opposite Great Desolate Star territory to increase rapidly. It could not go on like this. If it went on, he would definitely not have a good ending. Did he really have to do that? Wu Heng's expression kept changing. Of anger. Above a dead star, billowing was suspended in midair. The huge pitch-black body was constantly shrinking and expanding, repeating the same cycle. Kai Yang stood next to it, paying close attention to it. Along the way, Rolling had swallowed a total of 3 cultivation stars, and when it finally swallowed the Flying Crab Star completely, it closed its mouth, no longer making that crunching sound. Then it stopped at the position where the Flying Crab Star originally was and began to undergo such a change. Yang Kai wanted to communicate with the small sealed world, but found that his mind could not enter it, so he could only wait and see. If his senses were correct, then Rolling was currently digesting. After all, 3 cultivation stars were not so easy to swallow. Even if they were swallowed into the small sealed world, they would still need to be digested. Otherwise, the slightly different world principles would be enough to cause the small sealed world space to collapse, and the creatures on the 3 cultivation stars would definitely die without a burial. After this time's change, the entire mysterious small world would likely undergo a complete makeover, so Yang Kai waited quietly with great expectations. He wanted to check the situation with the embodiment, but he was too far away now and he was in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, so he could not establish contact with the embodiment at all. However, Wu Heng was definitely not having a good time. Otherwise, Yang Kai's recent actions would not have been so smooth. If Wu Heng could spare some time, he would definitely give Yang Kai a hard time. Thinking so, Yang Kai grinned. Those who provoked him never had a good end. Even Wukong had suffered a big loss, let alone Wu Heng. Days passed little by little. There was no sunrise or moonlight in the star field, so Yang Kai did not know how much time had passed. But every time Rolling wriggled, it seemed to cause some changes to its body. Yang Kai could clearly feel that Raleigh's consciousness had become much clearer. This could only mean one thing. Raleigh had successfully digested the world principles of the 3 cultivation stars and fused them together, no longer distinguishable from each other. After a while, the consciousness became even clearer. Although it was not to the extent that it could communicate with Yang Kai, it could already give some reactions to Yang Kai's contact. The most obvious change was the shape of the Rolling. Originally, it was just a huge black ball. After swallowing the Yellow Springs star, a big mouth appeared. Now a tail grew out directly opposite the big mouth. The tail slowly grew longer, and at first glance the Rolling looked like a huge tadpole. It looked quite funny. Finally, one day after wriggling for a while, the Rolling stopped changing. The big mouth opened again and made a crunching sound, conveying the urgency of hunger. After digesting the 3 cultivation stars, it began to devour again. Its body size had also become much larger. When it arrived at Wild Wave Star, it was 100 kilometers in diameter. At this moment, it was probably more than 200 kilometers in diameter. Yang Kai did not intend to stop it and let it go. The Rolling immediately turned around and rushed in a certain direction. Even though it was dark there, Yang Kai knew that there was definitely a cultivation star there. It seemed to be extremely sensitive to cultivation stars. Even though it was separated by a large star field, it could still smell the delicious smell coming from cultivation stars. Yang Kai flashed into the small sealed world bead. This was the first time he had entered the small sealed world after the Rolling changed. As soon as he came to this world, Yang Kai was stunned. Because this was no longer the small sealed world he was familiar with. The whole world had become many times larger. Even after stretching out his divine sense for a long time, he still could not find the end of it. The original small sealed world could only be regarded as a small world. Even the world principles were pieced together by Yang Kai. If the small sealed world bead was compared to a piece of clothing, then the original small sealed world bead was definitely full of patches. The world principles were complete but not so harmonious. However, at this moment the whole world was soft without the slightest abruptness. The world principles were also extremely perfect, far superior to the original world principles. This could already be regarded as a real small sealed world. Such a world was of a higher grade than an ordinary cultivation star. In this world the landscape was constantly changing. Forests, wastelands, seas, deserts, basins, everything one could imagine. It was suitable for all kinds of races to live and work in peace. The auras of countless living beings filled the entire world, and buildings of different styles rose from the ground. After the creatures from the 3 cultivation stars were swallowed into this place and found that their lives were no longer in danger, the first thing they did was naturally to rebuild their own sects and clans. There were no conflicts. After all, no one knew where they were now, nor did they know if a great disaster would befall them. Even if creatures of different races occasionally met, they were quite restrained and tried their best not to have conflicts with others. Yang Kai looked around carefully for a while and soon found the original small sealed world bead. The original space was located at the very center of this new world, and there seemed to be an invisible barrier that isolated this new world, making it impossible for anyone to enter. This made Yang Kai breathe a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that someone would break into his medicine garden and destroy his spirit medicines. The current situation could not be better. Thinking about it, it was all thanks to the Rolling Stone. Since Yang Kai was here, he should at least say hello. At the very least, he should let the people of this world know who was the master here. With a thought from Yang Kai-san, the figure of a giant suddenly appeared in the sky. Any living creature in this world could see the existence of that figure as long as they raised their heads. His eyes were majestic, as if he was looking at the void, but also as if he was looking at everyone. Everyone was shocked. When they looked up, they could not help but feel a sense of worship. Countless people even fell to the ground, trembling. It's him. On a new island, Ao Wei looked at the face in the sky and his expression changed. The memory of being defeated by this person some time ago was still vivid in his mind. How could he not know that this person's means were many times higher than his own? It was ridiculous that he thought he was a star master and wanted to fight with this person. Many people recognized Yang Kai. After all, when he drove the rolling stone to devour the stars a few days ago, many people had seen him from afar. Now that they saw him again, their awe was even deeper. I'm the Lord of this world, and I have no ill intentions towards all of you. I only hope that all of you can live and work in peace and contentment in this world. If there are talented and intelligent people, I can guide them to a higher level world and experience a more wonderful path of martial arts. Stretching out 2 fingers, Yang Kai pointed to his eyes and grinned. Work hard, boys. I will be watching you. Whether you become a dragon or a worm will depend on your own ability. The whole world fell silent as everyone was shocked, speechless. It was not until a long time later that the huge figure in the sky disappeared. But those simple words set off stormy waves in everyone's hearts, especially the Origin Kings. A higher level world, a more wonderful path of the martial Tao. This was like a carrot dangling in front of a donkey, making them drool and yearn for it. Most of the Origin Kings within the territory of Great Desolate Star knew about the existence of the star boundary. After all, there had always been a path connecting Great Desolate Star's territory to the star boundary. Several decades ago, the previous Netherworld sect Master Yin Luxing had entered the star boundary with several masters from Great Desolate Star's territory, but no one knew what the final result was. However, it was undeniable that entering Great Desolate Star's territory through that passage was bound to be dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. So even though the passage had always existed, no cultivator within Great Desolate Star's territory dared to pass through it unless they had great confidence in their own strength. But now there was another opportunity in front of them. It seemed that as long as one was recognized by the master of this world, they could be introduced into the star boundary. Chapter 3185. The stars were resplendent and had existed since ancient times, but they were collapsing and disappearing one after another, as if an invisible hand was erasing them from the vast star field. Wu Heng couldn't bear it any longer. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Yang Kai. Up to this day he had been at a complete disadvantage in the battle against Yang Kai. Not only had he lost a large part of the vast star field, but he had also lost as many as 5 cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. If this silent battle continued like this, he would definitely lose everything he had. Deep regret welled up in his heart. If he had stopped when he noticed that a Star Lord had been born in the Hung Luo star field, perhaps there wouldn't be so many troubles now. But at that time he had bullied Yang Kai, who had just become the Star Lord of the territory, and did not put him in his eyes. He even wanted Yang Kai to hand over the Hung Luo star field. Their enmity had already been formed. But now it was useless to regret. No matter what, he had to get rid of Yang Kai first. Even if he had to suffer more losses, he could not tolerate him doing whatever he wanted in his own territory. Thinking of this, Wu Heng no longer hesitated and divided a part of his mind to investigate Yang Kai's situation. In the extremely distant star field, Wu Heng quickly found traces of Yang Kai. After seeing the situation there, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded and absent-mindedly asked, "What is this?" More than half of the 6th cultivation star had already disappeared. And on this broken cultivation star, a giant black tadpole-like monster was leisurely moving back and forth. As its mouth opened and closed, it swallowed the cultivation star piece by piece, as if it was eating a delicious cake. In the blink of an eye, a large piece of the cultivation star had disappeared. Even though Wu Heng was very knowledgeable and experienced, he couldn't recognize what this black monster was, but when he saw it he instinctively felt a little frightened. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the rolling beast's back, seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and glanced at the star field, grinning. At the next moment Wu Heng appeared before him. As the master of the star territory, it was naturally not difficult for him to traverse a distance of hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. He raised his hand, clenched it and shouted, "Die!" The power of this planet's territory was instantly mobilized, turning into invisible shackles that suddenly tightened Rolling's huge body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Rolling's round body was constantly shrinking. His mouth was wide open and his teeth were clattering as if he was struggling against something. Yang Kai also felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. His entire body stiffened and he couldn't move. He felt as if all his bones were being crushed by Wu Heng. It was indeed not a good thing to be too presumptuous in someone else's territory, but it was probably a little too late for Wu Heng to make a move now. If Wu Heng had been so decisive in the beginning when Rolling Beast was still not a threat, he might have had a chance to win. But now, did he really think that he was a soft persimmon that he could pinch at will? The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a secretive smile. Wu Heng's expression suddenly changed. He felt that the shackles he had imposed on them were being broken bit by bit as the black monster opened and closed its mouth to gnaw at them. No, it wasn't breaking, it was disappearing. Just like the cultivation star in front of him, the power of the star territory that he had mobilized was also being devoured. Voila! A vibration that came from the depths of his soul rang out. Rolling Yasuo's body suddenly returned to normal, and he regained his freedom of movement. You can do this? Wu Heng was absent-minded for a while. He had come here with the determination to deal with Yang Kai. Because every second he delayed here, the Heng Luo star field's devouring power would go unchecked. The loss caused by the terrifying devouring speed was not something he could bear. He had originally made up his mind to directly kill Yang Kai and then return to continue the confrontation with the Heng Luo star field. Who would have thought that this plan would not be realized? That black spherical monster was far more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. He could even devour the power of this star territory. And just as he was absent-minded, Rolling Beast suddenly rushed straight toward him. Its seemingly fat and bloated body showed unimaginable agility at this moment. When Wu Heng came back to his senses, a big mouth full of fangs appeared in front of him. Crack! The big mouth closed and a large piece of the void disappeared. Wu Heng appeared in another position with cold sweat on his forehead. In that situation just now, if he was not the master of this star territory and could freely travel through this void, he would have been killed. Yang Kai stood on Rolling Beast's back and laughed with one hand on his waist. This is your home, why are you running? Hurry up and fight for 300 rounds. Let's hurt each other, you bastard. Don't be so arrogant, you little brat. Wu Heng suppressed a ball of fire in his heart, like a volcano that could erupt at any time, but he calmed down and was not disturbed by Yang Kai's words. But what he said was indeed right. This was his territory, his home. Yang Kai was a thief who had sneaked into his home. He, the master, came to deal with him, but not only did he not feel guilty, he even provoked him. This kind of thing could not be tolerated if it happened to anyone. Focusing his mind, Wu Heng stretched out his hand and grasped the void. Thousands of streams of light gathered and condensed into a spear in his hand. This was not an emperor artifact, but a manifestation of the power of the stars that filled this star field. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was the world force of this star field. Of course, it was not the world force of the entire Great Desolate Star Territory. Although Wu Heng was the master of the Great Desolate Star Territory, it was not so simple to mobilize the power of the entire territory. This was something that Yang Kai could not do. Even so, the power contained in this spear was no small matter. At the very least, it condensed the power of the star field within a radius of 10 million kilometers. This was something that could only be accomplished by the master of a starfield with a simple wave of his hand. The spear was born, the lightning flashed, and the thunder died. The spear turned into a ferocious viper, condensing a power that could destroy the heavens and earth, and instantly arrived in front of Rolling Beast. Yang Kai's figure suddenly froze and his hair stood on end. If this shocking blow was a viper, then he seemed to have turned into a frog at this moment, suddenly encountering a natural enemy. Even though he had already prepared himself mentally, facing this attack head-on was still quite tricky. Rolling Beast. Yang Kai lifted his foot and stomped Rolling Beast's back. Rolling Beast suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the terrifying blow. A sneer hung on Wu Heng's face as he stared quietly at the pitch-black monster, but soon his smile disappeared. The scene of him killing his enemy with a single blow did not occur. The pitch-black monster's body only rolled violently a few times before a crack appeared on its back. Even the crack was closing up at an extremely fast speed. Wu Heng's eyes widened suddenly, almost suspecting that his eyes were playing tricks on him. His attack, which had condensed the power of the star field within a radius of 10 million kilometers, had been so easily dissolved. What the hell was this pitch-black monster? How could it possess such power? What Wu Heng did not know was that just as Rolling Beast swallowed that shocking blow in the mysterious small world, a stream of light flashed across the sky, almost penetrating the entire mysterious small world. This stream of light gave off a heaven-destroying aura that caused all the living beings in the mysterious small world to look up, unable to resist the urge to kneel down and worship it. As this stream of light passed by, it left a deep mark in the sky of the mysterious small world, as if it had been cut open. World force was something that could only be resisted by world force. Wu Heng's strike, which contained the power of the starry sky within a radius of 10 million kilometers, was indeed terrifying, but the sealed world bead was also a world of its own. The world principles and world energy contained in it were not much worse than in the star field, perhaps even better. The only difference was its size. Wu Heng wanting to destroy the mysterious small world with this attack was naturally wishful thinking. The mysterious small world was more than enough to swallow and digest his attack. And judging from the result, not only would it not cause much damage, it would also have a nourishing effect. Yang Kai picked his ear with his little finger and mocked loudly, "Such a soft attack, are you trying to tickle me? Shut up." Wu Heng flew into a rage out of humiliation. But how could Yang Kai allow him to do as he wished? He shouted even louder, "We are both masters of the star territory. This young master really feels ashamed for you. If someone dared to act so presumptuously in my home, I would have beaten them so badly they wouldn't be recognized." "Impudent." Yang Kai sneered, "I am impudent if you have the guts. Come and hit me." Even though he knew that Yang Kai was trying to provoke him, Wu Heng could not bear it anymore, feeling his mind fluctuating violently as his eyes turned red. Although Yang Kai's words were rampant, he was right about one thing. It was really shameful that he couldn't deal with a thief and robber in his own territory. So he no longer said anything, shook his arms, and a little fluorescent light appeared on each of his hands, gathering the power of the stars and turning it into a thunderous attack that blasted towards the rolling beast. Although he didn't know what the hell this giant black beast was, he instinctively felt that it was not as strong as it looked on the surface. Even if it could swallow his attacks, there should be a limit to it. The wounds on its back that were slowly healing were the best proof. It was not that he couldn't hurt it, it was just that the damage was not enough. Since it was not enough, then he would just add a little more. There would always be a blow that could completely crush it. The power of the stars came crashing down and was once again swallowed by the rolling beast. Suddenly 2 more wounds opened on its back. The rolling beast suddenly became excited, and without Yang Kai's instructions, it actually took the initiative to rush towards Wu Heng, as if it wanted to swallow him as well. How could Wu Heng wait helplessly for his death? Relying on the convenience of the Star Territory Master, his figure twisted and turned, avoiding the rolling beast's attack, while constantly gathering the power of the Star Territory between his hands and turning it into attacks. In an instant, the world inside the small sealed world suddenly changed. Streams of light streaked across the sky as if it was a meteor shower, and the small sealed world was filled with lightning and thunder, as if doomsday was coming and the world was about to collapse. The hundreds of millions of creatures, regardless of their cultivation, were all trembling, prostrating themselves on the ground, begging the Master God for mercy. They didn't even know how they had offended the World Master who had appeared before. They only thought that it was the World Master's anger that caused the world to change. Above the sea, waves rose and fell, the ground in the wilderness cracked, and countless newly built buildings collapsed. In an instant, the peaceful world became full of danger and murderous intent. It made people feel more and more what it meant to have divine grace as deep as the sea and divine might as deep as a prison. Chapter 3186. Yang Kai couldn't perceive any of this, or even if he did, there was no way he could stop it. Wu Heng was the master of the Star Territory, and in this great desolate star territory he could exert godlike power. Yang Kai had no chance of winning against him here, so the one who could fight now was not him but Rolling Star. Rolling Star also lived up to his expectations. No matter how much power Wu Heng condensed from the star territory, it was all swallowed into his stomach. 2 figures, one big and one small, shuttled back and forth in the star territory, chasing each other, making for an extremely lively scene. No, this can't go on, Wu Heng thought anxiously. Every moment he delayed here, a large part of the great desolate star territory would be swallowed up by the star field, and the shrinking of the star field would directly affect the power he could mobilize. If this continued, he would definitely lose. I can't believe I'll lose. Although this was only a possibility, Wu Heng still felt it was inconceivable. Before coming to find Yang Kai, he never thought such a situation would occur. But his current situation was simply a dilemma. Yang Kai also felt that something was wrong. He took some time to investigate Rolling Star's situation and finally discovered the changes in the small sealed world. Just like Rolling Star needed to rest and digest after swallowing 3 cultivation stars before, Wu Heng's attacks condensed from the power of stars were not so easy to swallow. Compared to directly swallowing a cultivation star, the pressure on Rolling Star was much greater. If this continued for a long time, the small sealed world would definitely not be able to withstand it. When that time came, Rolling Star would have to rest for a while and find an opportunity to digest the power of those stars. The two enemies had different concerns, but at this moment they made the same choice, which was to rush towards the edge of the Great Desolate Star territory. Wu Heng was in a hurry to go back to contain the Heng Luo star fields devouring and drive away the robber Yang Kai. Yang Kai was in a hurry to take Rolling Stone to find a safe place to recuperate. The speed of both parties was extremely fast. Needless to say, Wu Heng was the master of the planet's territory. The distance of hundreds of millions of kilometers could be crossed with a single thought. Although Rolling's body was fat, every time he leaped he could cross a terrifying distance. Coupled with Wu Heng's intentional or unintentional guidance, he had the ability to teleport. In less than an hour, the endless darkness was imprinted in his eyes. Soon both parties arrived at the junction of the territory of the 2 big stars. Yang Kai's spirit was shaken, and he immediately established a connection with the embodiment. Moreover, he could vaguely feel the power of the Heng Luo star field. Although he was still in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, this place was considered the intersection of the 2 star territories, so the suppression was not so obvious. He couldn't help but laugh. There's a way to heaven, but you don't want to take it, and there's no door to hell. Wu Heng, I really have to thank you. When he finished speaking, he had already driven Rolling Stone past Wu Heng and rushed back to the Heng Luo star field. After sending away this strong enemy, Wu Heng was not happy but shocked. His heart sank and he felt that he seemed to have done something wrong. The next moment, an extremely terrifying pushing force suddenly came from the endless darkness, which made him feel that it was difficult to resist. In the darkness, Yang Kai's smiling face appeared clearly in his eyes. You are really the master of the star territory, Wu Heng exclaimed, and a strong sense of regret welled up in his heart. If he had known this, he would never have sent Yang Kai back. Previously, he considered that Yang Kai was not the master of the star territory, so he couldn't let him make trouble behind his back. Therefore, he wanted to send him away. In this way, he could concentrate on dealing with the pressure from the Heng Luo star field without any worries. But now it seemed that this was a very bad move. Yang Kai was really the master of the Heng Luo star field. However, Wu Heng couldn't figure it out. Since he was the master of the Heng Luo star field, who was in charge of the devouring of the star territory when he broke into the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Could it be that there were 2 masters of the Heng Luo star field? But this was impossible. There was only one origin in the territory of the star. How could it be refined by 2 people? A very bold conjecture came to his mind. Wu Heng's face turned pale and he gritted his teeth. Doppelganger. Only in this way could he explain all his doubts. He must have a doppelganger that he could command at will. That was why he could continue to maintain the devouring of the star territory when he broke into the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The doppelganger technique was not a secret, nor was it difficult to practice. Many experts had practiced it before, but the ordinary doppelganger couldn't play a very powerful role. At most, it could only be used to spy on some dangers, so it seemed to be of little value. Moreover, practicing this secret technique required extremely precious materials and a lot of time. Under normal circumstances, no one would spend too much time on the doppelganger technique, and this secret technique was not used in a life-and-death battle. But now it seemed that Yang Kai's doppelganger was unbelievably powerful. Otherwise, he couldn't have activated the power of the entire Heng Luo star field. The darkness was like waves, spreading layer by layer. Large areas of the star field disappeared. Wu Heng retreated again and again. It was a complete defeat. Previously, when the doppelganger activated the origin in the territory of the star to devour, it was difficult for him to resist and he could only try his best to stop it. Now that Yang Kai had returned to the territory of the star, the doppelganger technique was naturally more powerful. In addition, the Great Desolate Star had lost a large area of the star field these days, and the Heng Luo star field's territory was expanding. Under these circumstances, Wu Heng was even less of a match for it. He couldn't stop it, absolutely couldn't stop it. Wu Heng's face was ashen. He had never thought that his sudden decision to devour an ownerless star territory would bring about such a disaster. He had just become the owner of the star territory. How could he exert such a powerful force? As the owner of the star territory, he should have the upper hand in this battle. But the fact was the opposite. Wu Heng's figure flashed and he retreated 1,000,000 miles. In the darkness, Yang Kai's condensed face stared at him quietly and said mockingly, "Run? Let's see where you can run after this young master devours the territory of the Great Desolate Star." He was extremely happy. No wonder Wu Heng had the idea of devouring the Heng Luo starfield. After becoming the owner of the star territory, devouring the territory of another star gave him a great feeling of joy. He could clearly feel the change of the world's power while devouring. He had made up his mind to devour the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star and combine the two star territories into one. By then he would be the owner of the two star territories. Facing his mockery, Wu Heng's face was as calm as water. He seemed to have accepted his fate, but his eyes flashed with a trace of determination. He suddenly took out a jade tablet from the space ring. The jade tablet was dotted with stars as if there were countless stars on it. It was a brand that emitted an extremely mysterious aura. From 1,000,000 miles away, Yang Kai saw this scene and couldn't help frowning. Although he wasn't close, he could feel that this jade tablet wasn't an artifact. What was he going to do with it at this time? Having said that, he didn't know what this jade tablet was, but it didn't look like an ordinary object. Wu Heng's expression was solemn as he formed a few mysterious seals with his hands, pointed his finger at the jade tablet, and then raised it high and shouted, "Star Envoy, please." Dots of fluorescent light suddenly emerged from the jade tablet, like hundreds of millions of fireflies flying out, converging into a dazzling pillar of light that shot straight to the sky. Above Wu Heng's head, at the top of the pillar of light, a white light bloomed and gathered into a circle that covered an area of several kilometers. This circle was filled with complex patterns that rotated irregularly, dazzling anyone who saw it. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was startled because those patterns looked somewhat familiar. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the spirit array he needed to arrange a space array that could cross territory? What the hell was this jade tablet? How could it construct such a pattern in an instant? The power of space fluctuated. Yang Kai suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Combined with what Wu Heng shouted before and what he saw in front of him, Yang Kai keenly felt that there seemed to be someone coming out of the pattern. Sure enough, in the dazzling light, a big foot suddenly stepped out of the large circular array, like a banished immortal descending from the sky, slowly revealing his figure. Yang Kai stared with wide eyes and was surprised to find that it was a handsome man with a feathered crown on his head and a feathered fan. This man was as handsome as jade, so handsome that it made Yang Kai feel disgusted. There was a long sword hanging from his waist, which made him look like a Confucian hero. When he descended from the circular pattern, his eyes were closed. Wu Heng, on the other hand, stood there with a solemn expression and looked up. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes, which flashed like lightning as if he could see through all things. Wu Heng hurriedly lowered his head, as if looking at this man any longer would be disrespectful. On the other hand, Kai Yang felt the hairs on his body stand on end as a great pressure descended upon his heart. Yang Kai didn't know much about Wu Heng's true strength and estimated that he was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, but he had seen many third-layer Emperor Realm Masters before, so he didn't feel any pressure facing him. However, this man with a feathered crown who descended from the sky made his breath catch, and this was under the premise that this man wasn't deliberately targeting him. There was only one kind of person who could make him feel this way. This man isn't from the Emperor realm, he's one of the great emperors. Which great emperors are they? The names of the great emperors kept flashing through Yang Kai's mind, but he found that none of them matched this man. What made him feel even stranger was that Wu Heng was able to summon him. What did he mean by inviting an emissary just now? Star Soul Palace also had the title of emissary. Xiao Yuyang was a Golden Star emissary, but it wasn't a position in Star Soul Palace. Xiao Yuyang's position in Star Soul Palace was an elder. The so-called emissary was a title established in the entire Southern Territory. Star Soul Palace's emissaries were mainly responsible for communicating and reconciling the conflicts between the various sects in the Southern Territory. Star Soul Palace's emissaries also held other positions in Star Soul Palace. The two were independent but did not conflict with each other. This star emissary obviously wasn't from Star Soul Palace. The Bright Moon Great Emperors were only SA. No, he seemed to be a little worse than the Bright Moon Great Emperors, but Yang Kai's experience was limited, so he didn't know what the difference was. Master. Wu Heng cupped his fists and saluted. The man with the feathered crown looked down at him and said lightly, Wu Heng. Yes. Chapter 3187. How dare you? The man with the feathered crown bellowed. His voice made Wu Heng tremble as if he was struck by lightning. His face turned pale. Master, please forgive me. Wu Heng lowered his head even more. Something urgent has happened. I have no choice but to ask Master to come here. The man with the feathered crown said, You are the master of this star territory. What can't you handle? Wu Heng raised his hand. Master, please look over there. The man with the feathered crown looked in the direction of Wu Heng's finger and saw the boundless darkness hundreds of thousands of miles away. He also saw Yang Kai's face in the darkness. He couldn't help but lower his eyes. In a flash he knew the truth of the matter. When they looked at each other, Yang Kai was shocked. He almost couldn't maintain his projection. He was frightened. This man was indeed one of the great emperors. Otherwise he wouldn't have given him such pressure at first glance. Even the darkness was slightly hindered and slowed down. Wu Heng said sorrowfully, Master, this man and I have some grudges. He wants to swallow the territory of the Great Desolate Star. He doesn't care about billions of creatures. I'm not his match. Master, please help me. The man with the feathered crown didn't respond. His eyes looking at Yang Kai became sharper as if they could penetrate the barrier between the two-star territory and see into Yang Kai's heart. Instantly Yang Kai had a feeling of being stabbed in his back. He subconsciously urged the power of the star territory to push the darkness forward and block the prying eyes. How dare you? Seeing this, the man with the feathered crown shouted. He seemed to blame Yang Kai for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth and for hiding his secret. While he was talking, he pulled out the long sword at his waist and gently slashed forward. It was a silent and very simple slash, but it rolled up the power of the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star and erected an invisible barrier in front of the boundless darkness. Yang Kai felt as if he had slammed his head into a wall and suddenly felt a little dizzy. No matter what he did, he couldn't push the darkness any further. He couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of person was this? How could he accomplish such a feat with just a wave of his hand? He instinctively felt that this wasn't the power of the man with the feathered crown. Even if he was really one of the great emperors, he would be rejected by the laws of heaven and earth in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, not to mention using the power of the territory of the Great Desolate Star. The master of the Grand Desolation Star domain was Wu Heng, but what Wu Heng couldn't do, he could easily do. Now it seemed that not only was he not rejected by the laws of heaven and earth of the star domain in the lower planes, but he was also able to manipulate the power of the star domain better than Wu Heng. He was more like a star domain master than Wu Heng. Now he was in big trouble. Such a guy appeared out of nowhere and didn't seem to have a good impression of him. Instead, he seemed to be hostile. How could he solve this matter? Yang Kai didn't even know what the relationship between him and Wu Heng was. But from the fact that Wu Heng summoned him here, there might be some relationship between them. After the man with the feathered crown stopped the devouring of the Heng Luo star field with one slash, Wu Heng's face suddenly showed an imperceptible joy. He thought that it was a wise choice to summon the master here at the risk of being blamed. Only he could stop his territory from being devoured. But it was not enough. Wu Heng carefully observed his expression and said, Master, this boy is arrogant, ignorant, and rude. He devoured the boundless star field of the territory of the Great Desolate Star and destroyed many cultivation stars in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, causing countless lives to be lost. Please punish him severely, Master. The man with the feathered crown glanced at him coldly. His eyes were emotionless. Wu Heng's face suddenly stiffened. He couldn't say a word of the words he had prepared. He had hoped to use the master's authority to make Yang Kai return the star field he had devoured. But now he understood that the authority of a tiger was not so easy to use. Even if he summoned this master, he would be forced to stop Yang Kai from continuing to devour, but he would never stand up for him for no reason. If he continued to speak, he was afraid that even he would be punished. After all, as the master of a territory of the Great Desolate Star, he didn't defend his territory well. As a result, he lost a large part of his territory when fighting with others. He could only blame himself for being incompetent. Go back. The man with the feathered crown looked at the darkness in the distance and shouted. Although his voice was calm, his tone was unquestionable. Yang Kai's mind was in a trance, as if he had been affected by something. He actually had the thought of turning around and running away. The darkness that couldn't move forward was tumbling because of the fluctuation of his mind. A cool feeling spread in his knowledge sea, shaking his spirit. The tumbling darkness stabilized again. It turned out that the rainbow soul-warming lotus had taken effect at the critical moment. He was shocked. He didn't know why, but he felt that this man was more powerful than all the great emperors he had seen. Such a strong man shouldn't be unknown, but why couldn't he match up with any of the great emperors? Suddenly he remembered a sentence he had heard before. There are more than 10 great emperors in the world. Suddenly everything became clear. After calming down, Yang Kai said in a clear voice, "Dare I ask Master's name?" No matter what this man's background was, he was not someone he could compete with now. Even if he relied on the strength of the Star Territory's master, it would not be enough. It might be a good ending for this matter to be left unsettled. Anyway, he had already annexed a lot of star field in the territory of the Great Desolate Star. Although he couldn't swallow the entire Great Desolate Star territory, the anger in his heart had already been vented. Yang Kai was also mentally prepared to stop while he was ahead. He asked this question out of curiosity. He wanted to know the name of such a strong man. Perhaps in the future he would have a chance to deal with him. It would be good to form a good relationship with him. "You're asking me?" The man with the feathered crown stared at Yang Kai indifferently, but his eyes were empty. Nothing in the world could withstand his gaze. "Yes," Yang Kai frowned. "Master, please enlighten me." "You don't deserve to know." The man with the feathered crown responded indifferently. He raised his hand impolitely and said, "Go back. If you dare to do this again, I will kill you without mercy." Suddenly, an irresistible force came from the front. That force was invisible, but Yang Kai seemed to see a huge wave coming toward him. If he didn't retreat, he would be smashed into pieces. If Wu Heng had such power, he would have lost in the confrontation. How could he be so free in the territory of the Great Desolate Star? At this time, the wisest thing to do was to take the opportunity to retreat. Although that force was fierce, as long as Yang Kai returned to his Heng Luo starfield, he would be safe. However, the man with the feathered crown's arrogant attitude and disdainful tone made Yang Kai angry. Yang Kai thought that his tone was polite and his attitude was good. He had already planned to settle things peacefully, but who would have thought that his modesty would become the reason for the other party's arrogance? Suddenly, a heroic and unyielding spirit welled up in Yang Kai's heart. He communicated with the Heng Luo starfield and urged the power of the territory of the Great Desolate Star to condense the boundless darkness into an impregnable defense. Hong. A loud noise was heard and layers of ripples appeared in the darkness, spreading wildly in all directions. The man with the feathered crown raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised look. Although he just waved his hand casually, his identity was still there. This wave of his hand had condensed the power of the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star. He thought it would be enough to repel Yang Kai, but instead, it aroused his courage to resist. Wu Heng was surprised at first, but then he was happy. He was surprised that Yang Kai had the courage to challenge this master. Did he really not know the origin of this master? Wu Heng was happy that Yang Kai had recklessly offended him, so he was afraid that he would suffer a lot. The darkness shook and rolled, and the huge projection condensed by Yang Kai was also wavering, as if it would collapse at any time, but in the end it slowly stabilized, and with a dignified expression he said, "How am I not worthy?" Hearing this, Wu Heng almost laughed out loud. This brat really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dared to challenge this master. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have fanned the flames. As long as he waited for the situation to develop, this master would naturally deal with him. He could already imagine himself sitting on the territory of the Great Desolate Star and becoming the master of the Great Desolate Star territory. This aura. The man with the feathered crown suddenly frowned, his eyes searching the boundless darkness. What kind of secret art do you practice? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he secretly cursed. Although he was using the power of the entire Great Desolate Stars territory to stimulate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art and didn't cultivate it himself, this secret art was, after all, created by Wukong and was a first-class evil secret art. If it fell into the eyes of someone with ill intentions, it wouldn't end well. Regardless of whether or not he had used this secret art to do evil, just using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art was a great sin. This man with the feathered crown was able to detect a trace of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret art in the darkness. His eyes were really sharp. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't follow his words and instead changed the subject, shouting, "How am I not worthy?" The darkness seemed to become more violent due to the ups and downs of his mood, seemingly wanting to break through the shackles and continue to devour him. Interesting. The man with the feathered crown nodded slightly and suddenly shook his sword, thrusting it straight forward. His whole body turned into a stream of light, merging with the sword and traversing hundreds of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, stabbing into the darkness with his sword. Yang Kai's whole body shook and the huge projection could no longer be maintained, collapsing with a loud bang. He was now using his mind to communicate with the Hung Luo star field, turning into boundless darkness to devour the star field. Although the man with the feathered crown stabbed into the darkness, it was also the same as stabbing into his body. His mind shook and his consciousness returned to where his main body was, only to feel a splitting headache as if his head was about to explode. His eyes were filled with stars and he couldn't focus his vision. In his knowledge sea, the sword chi rampaged, rolling up monstrous waves in his knowledge sea. The rainbow soul-warming lotus rotated and a rainbow-colored light enveloped his knowledge sea, repairing his damaged divine sense. Yang Kai felt a little better as a cool feeling came over him. He looked up and a chill rushed straight to his head. The man with the feathered crown was standing not far in front of him, but he didn't even look at him. Instead he was looking at the rolling stone beside him with burning eyes. Chapter 3188. From the moment the feathered-crowned man appeared until now, his demeanor was extremely cold and his eyes were empty and indifferent, as if he didn't put anyone or anything in this world in his eyes. Only now did the appearance of rolling stone arouse his interest. Yang Kai clearly saw a desire for possession in this man's eyes. Rolling stone was the manifestation of the mysterious small world's world will and could also be regarded as the artifact spirit of the sealed world bead, but after swallowing 5 or 6 cultivation stars, its body had become extremely large and it had even grown a large mouth and a long tail, making it look like a fat tadpole. Its birth was a coincidence that Yang Kai had never expected before. These days, when he was like a fish in water on Great Desolate Stars territory, he had considered a problem. Whether the existence of rolling stone or the changes in the mysterious small world conflicted with the existence of Hung Luo Starfield for him. He was the master of Hung Luo Starfield and the master of the mysterious small world, so he was the master of 2 worlds. However, it was impossible to bite off more than one could chew, and the path of cultivation paid particular attention to this. Naturally, the more worlds one owned, the better. If he wanted to comprehend world force, he could do so with the help of the Hung Luo Starfield, and to some extent the mysterious small world was not comparable to an entire star territory. Therefore, the existence of these 2 worlds seemed to be a bit repetitive to him, and one of them would sooner or later become useless. But at this moment, seeing the eyes of the feathered-crowned man, Yang Kai immediately understood that he was wrong. The Hung Luo Starfield and the mysterious small world did not conflict, and the mysterious small world was not inferior to an entire star territory. In fact, in some territories he did not know, the value of a mysterious small world was far greater than that of a star territory. Otherwise, why would this feathered-crowned man show such an expression? Yang Kai stepped in front of the feathered-crowned man, causing him to lower his eyes, seemingly a little angry, but soon the anger in his eyes disappeared and he asked, "Is this mysterious small world yours?" Yang Kai naturally knew that he was not asking about the Hung Luo Starfield, but the mysterious small world. With his vision, it was not surprising that he could see through the essence of rolling stone at a glance, but it would be strange if he could not. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? If it isn't, then I'll take it. If it is, then I'll take it too. Then what are you asking? Yang Kai frowned. The man with the feathered crown shook his head and said, "Of course I have to ask. Even though I'm stronger than you, I won't take it by force. What do you want to exchange with me? Not bad. The man with the feathered crown nodded. This small world is of great use to me. Name your price. Don't worry that I won't be able to afford it. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I'm sorry, it's also very useful to me. Although he didn't quite understand why the other party was so enthusiastic about rolling, how could Yang Kai exchange it for any benefits? Not to mention that it might be of great use in the future. Even if it was useless, Yang Kai would not exchange it with this feathered-crowned man. It would only be a waste to leave it in your hands. How is that a waste? Yang Kai's face sank. There should be a limit to looking down on others. He didn't deny that the other party was stronger than him, but there was also a huge gap between their cultivation years. If it weren't for some scruples, Yang Kai would have said, don't bully a poor youth. But thinking about it, he was no longer young and had long since left the category of youth, so he gave up. Boy, you should have some self-awareness, the feathered crown man impatiently said. He looked at Yang Kai as if it was an honor for him to have taken a fancy to Yang Kai's things. If you want to exchange with this king, I won't let you suffer a loss. This king can make the decision to give the neighboring star's territory to you. You can refine and devour it to your heart's content and even hand over the star's source to you. With just a few words, the fate of the great desolate star's territory was decided. Yang Kai wondered what Wu Heng would think if he heard this. Yang Kai shook his head. No. The man with the feathered crest said, within 10 years, I will help you break through to the Third Order Emperor realm. Yang Kai stared at him. What's wrong, sir? Are you trying to take it by force? Even if this man was really a great emperor, Yang Kai had seen great emperors before and had even fought alongside great emperors, so how could he be intimidated by this man's might? If he provoked him, he would transform into a 200-meter-long dragon and let this man know what it means to have a dragon's pressure as vast as the sea. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The man with the feathered crest's face sank, obviously angry. He felt that he was being sincere, as even he would have to pay a huge price for a star's territory and a third-order emperor realm breakthrough within 10 years. All he wanted was a small world, but he didn't expect the other party to refuse so readily. Yang Kai grinned, I won't accept a toast or a forfeit. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the vast star field crazily pressed down on the man with the feathered crest. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Although he hadn't been in contact with this man for long, Yang Kai could tell that this guy wasn't a patient person. Since he had made up his mind not to exchange the small sealed world with him, sooner or later, he would have to shed all pretense of cordiality. Instead of passively waiting to be beaten, it was better to take the initiative and perhaps have the strength to fight back. In an instant, the space around the man with the feathered crest turned into a solid cage. Space force fluctuated and entangled as void cracks swam around the man like fish. Although Yang Kai was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master now in this Hengluo starfield, he was the Master of Heaven and Earth. Even if the other party was really a great emperor's, bearing the power of the entire territory would not be easy. Looking closely, Yang Kai's heart jumped and he was dumbfounded, almost suspecting that he was seeing things. He saw that although the man with the feathered crest was full of flaws, his surroundings were not affected at all. The power of the star territory that Yang Kai had mobilized couldn't press down on him at all, only lingering around him. The man with the feathered crest was wearing a treasure robe that was blooming with starlight, blocking all the power outside. His expression was also slightly startled at this time, probably not expecting Yang Kai to be so bold as to attack him. He was so angry that he laughed, "You court death." If Yang Kai hadn't taken action, the man with the feathered crest would have just taken it by force at most. After all, the master of the star territory couldn't be killed just because he said so. After all, his duties did not allow him to do so. Otherwise, others would be able to use his weakness against him and he would have endless troubles in the future. Since Yang Kai took the initiative to provoke him, he might as well kill him and no one would say anything. Slowly raising his hand, Yang Kai instantly became vigilant as if he was facing a great enemy. The man with the feathered crest drew the sword at his waist and fiercely slashed forward, shouting, "Break!" An invisible but extremely mysterious power burst out, not harming Yang Kai at all, but causing him to tremble and cry out in alarm, "How is this possible?" This was always the line that his opponents used, and at this moment he finally understood how his opponents felt when they said this. Unbelievable, beyond imagination, completely incomprehensible. The man with the feathered crest sword had actually severed the connection between him and the Hung Luo star field. It had to be known that Yang Kai had spent a great deal of effort to refine the star source of the Hung Luo star field, becoming the master of this star territory. This kind of refining had formed a connection that went deep into his soul, and unless someone could kill Yang Kai, it would not be severed. But under the power of the man with the feathered crest sword, this impossible had become possible. The surging power of the star territory was suddenly dispersed. Yang Kai tried to communicate with the star, but he could not get any response from it. There seemed to be a pair of shackles that had locked up the star source of the entire star territory, causing his advantage as the master of the star territory to disappear. You actually dare to attack me? The man with the feathered crest slashed out with his sword, but did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead he looked at Yang Kai with a mocking expression. This king is the Star Court's emissary in charge of thousands of star territory. You actually dare to attack me? Star Court. Yang Kai's expression changed. This was really a mysterious name that he had not heard for a long time. He knew about the existence of the Star Court. It was said that after the War of Emperors, the surviving great emperors created it in order to prevent something like Wukong from happening again. Its purpose was to seal and suppress the passage to the star territory of the lower star territory and to protect and monitor the creatures in the lower star territory. The Star Court would not take the initiative to intervene in the matters of the star territory. They would let them live and die on their own, but if another Wukong appeared, the Star Court would definitely take action in time. The Star Court was extremely mysterious, and not many people in the entire star boundary knew of its existence. Yang Kai wanted to return to the Hung Luo starfield back then, so he asked around. Someone told him that he could go to any star territory through the Star Court. But that person did not tell Yang Kai where the Star Court was. Yang Kai was able to return to the Hung Luo starfield because of Wukong. If Wukong had not used the power of the Dragon Palace to forcefully break open the Void Passage, he was afraid that he would really have to go to the Star Court to look for a way out. There were many powerhouses in the Star Court, and there was always a great emperor overseeing it all year round. It was said that the one overseeing the Star Court these years was the Iron Blood Great Emperor. No wonder this feathered man could cut off his connection with the Hung Luo starfield with a single sword strike, causing his biggest reliance to lose its effect. Since the other party was an emissary from the Star Court and was in charge of the star territory, it was natural for him to have this ability. The treasured clothes on his body and the sword at his waist were probably specially made for the star territory of the lower star territory. They could protect him from or reduce the rejection of the laws of heaven and earth when he went deep into the star territory. Yang Kai had a feeling that this person was not stronger than the other great emperors, but because of his identity and the environment he was in, he gave him this illusion. Oh, you don't know about the existence of the Star Court. The feathered man observed Yang Kai carefully before nodding. So that's how it is. You've only become the Star Territory's lord not long ago. No wonder you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Generally speaking, any Star Territory's lord who became the Star Territory's lord would have to register with the Star Court and have their own dossier. Wu Heng was like this, and so were the other Star Territory's lords. Every Star Territory's lord was a powerhouse from the star boundary, and it was impossible to become a Star Territory's lord without a 3-layer Emperor Realm Lord. They had to go through the Star Court in advance and obtain the qualifications to refine the Star Territory. Once they succeeded, they would naturally report it to the Star Court, create a dossier and leave their name. This was a kind of restriction but also a kind of responsibility. Chapter 3189. In other words, the Masters of Star Territory were also subject to the jurisdiction and restrictions of the Star Court, so they couldn't do whatever they wanted in their own territory. Otherwise, if a Star Territory Master wanted to, he could completely destroy the entire territory. And this man with the feathered crown was, to some extent, the direct superior of Yang Kai and the other Star Territory Masters. Otherwise, Wu Heng, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, would not have had to be so subservient to this man. Yang Kai knew nothing about this matter, so he had directly bypassed the Star Court to refine the Hung Luo star field, so naturally he couldn't be in awe of this man. The man with the feathered crown raised his sword above his head, his figure suddenly becoming as majestic as a mountain. It wasn't that his figure had grown bigger, but rather that his aura had soared into the sky and surged through the stars. Boy, since your cultivation has not been easy, quickly hand over your small world and this king may spare your life. Yang Kai resolutely shouted, wishful thinking. Boy, you court death. A cold light flashed in the feathered crown man's eyes as he slashed down with his sword, its blade glowing with unfathomable power. In an instant the only thing left in the world was this sword. It wasn't a particularly powerful move, just a casual wave of his hand, but it seemed to be able to seal off all of Yang Kai's escape routes, making him feel like he couldn't avoid it. Schwa. With a flash of light the sword froze in place. Yang Kai put his palms together and raised them high, clamping the sword above his head. A few strands of black hair were cut off and turned to dust by the invisible sword chi. The feathered crown man was slightly surprised, obviously not expecting Yang Kai to be able to block his sword. Even Wu Heng would have to stretch out his neck to take this blow, but this boy didn't seem to be as strong as Wu Heng, so how could he come out unscathed? But he didn't care too much about it and simply pressed the sword down with more force. Yang Kai instantly felt like a mountain was pressing down on his head, and this weight was constantly increasing, as if it wouldn't stop until he was flattened. When he raised his eyes to look over, he saw the man with the feathered crown looking at him with a ridiculing expression, and he seemed to be appreciating the struggle of an ant. Yang Kai's left eye instantly turned into a dignified vertical eye. From the vertical eye, a long saber pierced through the air and slashed towards the feathered-crowned man's head. A Soul Emperor artifact. The feathered man's eyes lit up, not being affected by the demon eye of annihilation at all, instantly understanding the essence of the soul-splitting blade. Emperor artifacts were not rare in Yang Kai's eyes, but Soul Emperor artifacts were rarer. Of course, although the soul-splitting saber was extraordinary, it was not to the extent that Yang Kai coveted it. What he really cared about was the sealed world bead, which would be of great benefit to his cultivation. He was just curious as to why this young man had so many good items in his possession. An ordinary person from the Emperor realm wouldn't have such wealth. With a stir of his divine sense, he laid down a layer of defense in front of his knowledge sea. Kong. A trembling sound rang out from the depths of his soul, and the hurriedly laid down defense did not have the slightest effect. A pure attack transformed into the shape of a long saber and cut a long gully in his knowledge sea, as if it wanted to split it in two. In an instant his knowledge sea rose and fell violently. The feathered-crowned man let out a muffled groan as a tingling sensation came from his head. A simple soul-splitting saber might not be able to cause him any harm. At his level of cultivation it was very difficult for him to be hurt by external objects. But the soul-splitting saber combined with the heaven-shattering slash was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It had been many years since the last time he used the soul-splitting saber. Over the years, Yang Kai had been using his divine sense to nourish the soul-splitting saber, accumulating a terrifying amount of power. At this moment he used the heaven-shattering slash secret technique imparted to him by Tianyan, and sure enough it was effective. Little brat. The feathered-crowned man's face instantly turned ferocious as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He never thought that he would actually suffer a loss in front of this brat. He thought that this brat was just an ant he could easily crush, but who would have thought that he would be bitten by this ant? Kong. A huge fist suddenly appeared in front of the feathered-crowned man's eyes and an earth-shattering force rushed towards him. The feathered-crowned man's body suddenly shot out like a meteor, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai withdrew his fist and stood up straight. At some unknown time his body had transformed into a 200-meter-long dragon with dragon horns on his head and a dragon tail on his back. His exposed skin was covered in dragon scales, giving him an insufferably majestic appearance. "You old dog, are you done calling me little brat?" Before his voice fell, a cold light flashed as the feathered-crowned man became one with his sword and rushed forward from tens of thousands of kilometers away, slashing his sword towards Yang Kai's dragon head. Yang Kai's dragon claw reached out and grabbed the long sword. With a clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out and sparks flew everywhere as the dragon scales cracked. Yang Kai gripped his sword tightly, not caring about the damage the sharp sword chi was causing him, allowing the unparalleled sword chi to rush into his body and wreak havoc. At the same time, Yang Kai's other dragon claw formed a series of seals with one hand, and a mysterious principal energy immediately surged. This is... The feathered crown man's eyes drooped. At this moment he actually felt as if time had stopped flowing, causing his five senses to produce an illusion. Time principle. Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, shuttling dream. Yang Kai pressed his palm towards him with a solemn expression. Flowing time, great emperor's shuttling seal. The feathered crown man's expression changed slightly for the first time, and he actually recognized the name of this divine technique. Obviously, he recognized this divine technique of the flowing time, great emperors. A trace of hesitation flashed through his eyes, but it quickly turned into determination and he retreated. But it was already too late. Yang Kai's palm pressed down and the flowing time, great emperor's withering glory completely enveloped him. Yang Kai frowned and looked up, only to see a few dozen kilometers away, the feathered crown man's body flickering with light, resisting the corrosion of the principles of time. It only took a moment for him to disappear. Separated by a few dozen kilometers, the feathered crowned man carefully sized up Yang Kai for the first time. He had a half-dragon body and had even cultivated the flowing time, great emperor's shuttling seal. Just where did this boy come from? Although the flowing time, great emperor's shuttling seal he displayed was only a fraction of the flowing time, great emperor's shuttling seal, compared to the great emperor's, it involved the extremely mysterious time principle. If he hadn't retreated quickly just now, he would have suffered some minor injuries. That injury wasn't unbearable, but once it was corroded by the principles of time, he would have to pay a price to get rid of it. As the son of a rich family, he wasn't willing to pay the price he could afford. "Boy, what's your name?" The feathered crowned man stared at Yang Kai with a hint of caution. If it was just the flowing time, great emperor's shuttling seal, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, the great emperors of the flowing time, great emperor had fallen many years ago. Even if he had obtained the mantle of the flowing time, great emperor by chance, he was just a lucky man, not enough to make the feathered crowned man fear him. However, that 200-meter body gave him an extraordinary feeling. Obviously, it was only a half-dragon body, but it made him feel like he was facing a real dragon. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone who could cultivate a half-dragon body to such an extent. "You're asking me?" Yang Kai grinned at him, his left hand gripping the long sword so tightly that blood dripped down. When the feathered crowned man retreated just now, although he wanted to take the long sword with him, how could he let him succeed with Yang Kai's brute strength? As such, he simply left the sword behind. When the feathered crowned man heard this, he suddenly had a bad feeling and hurriedly said, "Forget it, this king doesn't want to. You don't deserve to know this young master's name." Yang Kai laughed loudly, a look of arrogance on his face as if he had finally gotten his revenge. The feathered crowned man's face darkened. How could he not know that Yang Kai was deliberately returning his words? His expression suddenly sank as he formed a hand seal and shouted, "Sword, come." Although his long sword had been left behind by Yang Kai, it was his artifact and was connected to his mind, so Yang Kai couldn't really take it away. With just a thought he could take back the long sword, which was why he had retreated without hesitation just now. Hearing this order, the long sword in Yang Kai's hand immediately began to vibrate, desperately trying to break free from Yang Kai's control. The sword chi wildly swam about and drilled into Yang Kai's arm, destroying his flesh and meridians. Asterisk ping ping ping. Asterisk bloody holes appeared on Yang Kai's arm one after another, from which sword chi flowed freely. However, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and refused to let go, his face contorting with pain like a demon. The feathered crowned man watched this scene and sneered, "An ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating yourself. There's an ox flying in the sky." Yang Kai looked up at him, a pair of eyes shining brightly under his thick black eyebrows. The feathered crowned man was startled, thinking that Yang Kai had used some kind of trick again, but when he looked up he saw nothing. Yang Kai smiled and said, "You're bragging to death." The feathered crowned man was stunned for a moment before recovering, the corners of his eyes twitching as he changed his hand seal again and shouted, "Sword, come." In an instant Yang Kai's 5 fingers released sword chi, releasing a dazzling sword chi. It was as if what he was holding was not a sword, but as stars that were about to explode. The sharp sword chi was so sharp that even his dragon transformation could not resist it, cutting off pieces of his flesh, revealing his white bones. "Father won't give it to you." Kai Yang roared, his voice was like a deafening dragon's roar. Looking around, his eyes lit up and in a flash he appeared in front of Raleigh. Ruthlessly he threw the sword directly into Raleigh's mouth. Rolling Stone swallowed the sword and then closed its mouth, its huge body suddenly beginning to expand and contract violently. You. The feathered-crowned man was furious, never having expected that in such a battle his artifact would be snatched away. A thick sense of shame filled his heart, and he could not wait to grind Yang Kai's bones into dust to vent his anger. Satisfying. Kai Yang's left hand drooped down, his arm a complete mess. He didn't even have the strength to lift it up. The flesh on his palm had been completely obliterated, leaving behind only white bones. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of pain on his face, only wild joy. Exchanging his arm for his opponent's long sword, this trade was not a loss. You die here. The feathered-crowned man no longer paid any attention to his long sword. Now that it had been swallowed by Rolling Stone, even if he had the means to reach the heavens, he would not be able to retrieve it immediately. It was tantamount to being banished to another space, causing the connection between him and his sword to become extremely weak. Chapter 3190. However, how could his cultivation stop at just a single sword? Even if his artifact was taken away, he still had 100 ways to kill this boy in front of him. Yang Kai stretched out his little finger and picked at his ear, casually saying, "My ears are growing calluses from hearing these words. If you have the ability, why don't you fucking kill me right now?" "As you wish." The feathered man's furious expression suddenly calmed down and he took a few steps forward, arriving in front of Yang Kai like a ghost, clenching his fist and raising his thumb towards Yang Kai's huge head. This move of his was not fast, on the contrary, it was extremely slow, almost like a tortoise crawling. In a battle between masters, every breath was the key to victory, but this youth seemed to be doing the opposite, his posture relaxed and carefree as if he was about to crush a bug to death. Yang Kai felt as if he was facing a great enemy, seeing his opponent's thumb pressing towards his forehead. He felt as if he had been struck by a body lock curse, his entire body becoming stiff and unable to move. As his fist approached inch by inch, Yang Kai could clearly see space collapsing around him. If this move were to land on his forehead, his head would likely explode. Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and let out a series of dragon roars, shaking the surrounding stars. A violent force burst out from his mouth, causing the feathered man's robes and hair to flutter wildly. Inside his knowledge sea, it was as if a giant dragon was flying, causing the sea to tumble, diverting his attention. Dragon breath. The feathered man's eyebrows jumped, feeling even more incredulous. Although the dragon race was rare and had not appeared for a long time, he had once dealt with a dragon race in his early years, so he had some understanding of the dragon race. Dragon race were proficient in using dragon breath, but this was not a secret technique, but a divine technique of the dragon race. The power of dragon breath was not inferior to top-secret techniques in the slightest, and because it was a divine technique, it was extremely convenient to use. This was the advantage of being born a divine spirit, something that other creatures could never hope to achieve. As soon as Yang Kai opened his mouth, the feathered man immediately felt the power of the dragon breath. Moreover, this dragon breath was extremely pure, as if it was the breath of a real dragon race. The dragon race he met a few years ago had just reached adulthood and only had a level 9 dragon bloodline. The dragon breath he spat out was not as powerful as this kid in front of him. What was going on? Even if he had cultivated some kind of secret technique that allowed him to transform into a half-dragon body, he shouldn't have been able to spit out such a dragon breath. There were countless secret techniques related to the dragon race in the star boundary, but there was absolutely no secret technique that could achieve this level. His thumb stopped 3 inches away from Yang Kai's forehead and he couldn't press it any further. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he grinned, "So you're not completely unsuppressed." He finally realized that even if this guy was an emissary of the Star Court and was in charge of the territory of thousands of stars, he couldn't do whatever he wanted after coming to the territory of the lower planes. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that he had snatched his sword. In short, this feathered man couldn't display his full strength at this moment. Yang Kai's confidence greatly increased. Although the connection between him and Hung Luo Starfield had been severed by the sword, and he couldn't take advantage of the various advantages of being the master of this territory, he still had one advantage over his enemy: he wasn't suppressed in the slightest in this star territory, and even the laws of heaven and earth no longer rejected his existence. He could use his strength as he wished, provided that he didn't care about the damage he would cause. Facing a suppressed enemy in his peak state, even if this person was a great emperor's, there was nothing to be afraid of. Then why are you acting so arrogant in front of me? Suddenly an object appeared in Yang Kai's right hand. It was a small bell, and as soon as it appeared, it grew bigger and bigger, reaching a height of several dozen feet. Yang Kai grabbed the bell by its ear as if he was holding a brick and fiercely smashed it towards the feathered man's forehead. The feathered man was startled as he felt an indescribable suppressive force enveloping him, giving him a feeling that he couldn't escape. At this time it was too late for him to withdraw and retreat. Just as Yang Kai said, without the sword he was restrained in this star territory, so he couldn't display his full strength. Otherwise he wouldn't be in such a bad state. Steeling his heart, he urged all his strength and pressed his stiff thumb towards Yang Kai's forehead. He had hoped that Yang Kai would retreat in the face of difficulties and avoid a mutual destruction, but unexpectedly, Yang Kai had no intention of stopping. The big bell whistled and smashed into his head, producing a deafening sound. The feathered man only felt a burst of dizziness and was sent flying again. The treasured robe on his body flashed wildly, and if it weren't for the protection of this treasure robe, the consequences would have been dire. Yang Kai's dragon head also jerked backwards, and his entire neck seemed to have been broken. It was strangely bent at a 90-degree angle, and his towering mountain-like body stiffened in place, not moving for a long time. Schwa. The feathered man returned, a look of lingering fear on his face, and his face was slightly pale. Although the treasured robe on his body had helped to offset most of the damage, the pure strength of his body was unable to withstand it. His internal organs were still tumbling and the taste of blood was still in his throat. Looking at the 200-foot dragon in front of him, a complex expression appeared on his face. If someone had told him before that there was someone in this star territory who could injure him, he would never have believed it. But now someone had really done it. His eyes turned to the big bell in Yang Kai's right hand and saw vivid images of flowers, birds, fish, beasts, mountains, and rivers flowing endlessly, exuding an extremely ancient and desolate aura, as if it had crossed time and space from the barbaric era. The mountains and rivers bell. The feathered man's eyes narrowed before he became ecstatic. This was actually the mountains and rivers bell. This was an extremely famous treasure from the ancient era. The Unyielding great emperors had relied on the mountains and rivers bell to become great emperors, so its value could be imagined. However, with the end of the War of Emperors and the death of the Unyielding great emperors, the mountains and rivers bell had disappeared. He had heard that someone had obtained the mountains and rivers bell in the Shattered Star Sea a few years ago, but he didn't know the specific information. Only when he saw it with his own eyes did he realize that this little brat in front of him was the lucky one who had obtained the mountains and rivers bell. No wonder even he couldn't resist the power of that smash. This was the mountains and rivers bell, not an ordinary emperor artifact. Even the great emperors would benefit greatly from it. In other words, it was not Yang Kai who had injured him, but the power of the mountains and rivers bell. The sound of the bell could suppress the mountains and rivers, and the emperor aura could change the world. Who didn't know of its illustrious name? He had made the right choice this time. Not only could he obtain a small world, but he could also obtain the mountains and rivers bell. With this treasure he would no longer need to worry about not being able to become one of the 10 great emperors in the future. If the small sealed world gave him the feeling of greed, then he was determined to obtain the mountains and rivers bell. This thing was much more precious than a small world, even though that small world looked extraordinary. Even with his temperament, his lips were dry at this moment. He licked his lips and reached out to grab the mountains and rivers bell. As soon as he touched it, a wonderful feeling surged throughout his body, giving him a sense of sublimation. He became more aware of the mountains and rivers bell's extraordinariness, making him even more determined to obtain it. He stretched out his hand and pulled, but the mountains and rivers bell didn't move. Kacha. The sound of bones dislocating rang out. The feathered man was slightly surprised. When he looked up, he saw that Yang Kai's head, which should have been broken, had turned back. There was a bloody hole in his forehead and golden blood was flowing out, dyeing his cheeks golden yellow. You. The feathered man was shocked. Yang Kai had taken his divine technique head-on, but he was still fine? I'm not dead yet, bastard. Yang Kai suddenly exerted force and the feathered man was caught off guard, allowing him to take back the mountains and rivers bell. Then Yang Kai turned the bell around and pressed it down on his head, shouting, "Suppress." In an instant, the flowers, fish, birds, beasts, mountains, and rivers on the bell seemed to have come alive, and a more terrifying suppressive force than before enveloped the void. The feathered man seemed to be unable to react and was directly covered by the mountains and rivers bell. Yang Kai was not happy but shocked. He looked to the side and saw that the feathered man had appeared at some point and was looking at him with a frown. What he had just suppressed was just an afterimage. Suppress, suppress, suppress. Yang Kai simply threw out the mountains and rivers bell and made a hand gesture to control it. The mouth of the bell was dark like the mouth of a fierce beast, and it was about to swallow the feathered man. The feathered man's figure drifted, moving back and forth in the void without any pattern, but he could always avoid the suppression of the mountains and rivers bell at the critical moment. His expression was no longer careless and contemptuous, as if he had re-examined Yang Kai's strength and put on a serious attitude. Yang Kai had made him suffer losses several times, and he had the ability to take him seriously. The voice continued to drift over. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Boy, you should understand this principle. Not to mention your miniature world, just this mountains and rivers bell is enough to bring you a fatal disaster. Why don't you hand it over to this king? This king can guarantee your safety. Fuck you. Yang Kai responded happily. The man with the feathered crest continued, "Do you insist on courting death?" Yang Kai laughed. "Although you have nothing worthy of my attention, I think your life is not bad. Why don't you obediently hand it over to this young master? This young master will give you a quick death. You have a sharp tongue but you're just showing off." The feathered man shook his head slowly as if he expected better from Yang Kai, but his figure suddenly stopped and he stared coldly at Yang Kai. Suddenly Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine, and without hesitation the mountains and rivers bell released layers of light, sealing off the surrounding space and suppressing the world. Yang Kai's vision blurred, but he had already lost sight of the feathered man. A gigantic green palm slammed down from the sky, and a feeling of annihilation washed over them. Not to mention Yang Kai's 200-foot-long dragon body. Even if a star was here, it would probably be crushed by this palm. Is this his full strength? Yang Kai was shocked. Even if he was suppressed, the great emperors were still great emperors. This person's cultivation was not inferior to any of the great emperors that Yang Kai had ever seen. All the carelessness before was just that he was not serious. Can I block such a powerful attack? This doubt only appeared in his heart for a moment, but it melted like snow in the spring. I must block it. If I can't block it, I will die. The sound of a dragon's roar came out of his mouth, and the dragon's roar was mixed with a complicated and obscure language, as if it came from ancient times, stirring up the stars in the sky. I have to go to the hospital today. My stomach hasn't been cured and I have been tortured for more than half a year. I have to do a Helicobacter test in the morning so I can't eat or drink. I don't know when I will be back, so I won't be back today. Chapter 3191. The void shattered and a few nearby dead stars exploded with a loud bang, turning into boundless rubble that scattered in all directions. Once the master of the territory was angry, the entire territory of the star would be affected. A dragon's roar resounded above the 9 heavens. In a trance, golden light shone brightly, and a huge golden dragon leisurely appeared. The dragon's eyes were majestic, overlooking the world as if all living beings were ants. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed toward the huge green palm. Dragon language. The feathered man's expression changed and he was extremely surprised and shocked. He had heard that obscure and profound language once before, and it was definitely dragon language without a doubt. And this huge golden dragon was obviously the secret technique of the dragon race. What's going on? What's your relationship with the dragon race? He shouted loudly and the momentum of the huge green palm paused. Even if Yang Kai was the master of a star territory, he was still qualified to kill him for offending him. At worst, he would just be punished when he returned to the star court. But if this kid in front of him was related to the dragon race, then he would have to be careful. The dragon race was extremely arrogant, and arrogance meant that they would be protective of their own, and that they would hold grudges. Provoking a dragon race was provoking the entire dragon island. Even he didn't have the confidence to face the anger of the entire dragon island. And as far as he knew, whether it was the dragon language or the secret technique of the dragon race, only the purest members of the dragon race were qualified to learn it. Those with half-dragon bloodline couldn't possibly understand the mysteries of the awkward dragon language. Could it be that this kid didn't cultivate some secret technique that allowed him to transform into a half-dragon, but was actually a dragon race? As soon as Yang Kai used the secret technique of the dragon language, he immediately became afraid, and the power of the divine technique involuntarily decreased a little. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he saw this and understood everything in a flash. He secretly sighed to himself that the dragon race's name was really a good layer of protective clothing. Even in this lower star field, the dragon race was still able to make people feel fear. Sure enough, the dragon race's name was quite famous. Why would he explain anything to him? In a battle of life and death, any carelessness could be fatal, not to mention that his strength was inferior to his opponents. Amidst the dragon's roar, the golden dragon collided with the giant cyan palm, and energy surged. Whether it was the giant cyan palm or the golden dragon, both suddenly fell into a strange stalemate. Cyan and golden halos intersected, and invisible shockwaves spread out. Yang Kai thought to himself, that was a close call. Fortunately, this guy held back a little just now. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be his opponent. Brat, answer my question. The feathered-crowned man shouted sternly. Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. He madly urged the dragon blood in his body and shouted, "Dragon race is nothing. Grandpa, I am a man who wants to be the head of the dragon." As soon as these words were spoken, the man with the feathered crown was stunned. Dragon head. That was a supreme title. Although there were several great elders on Dragon Island now, and they jointly governed Dragon Island and the entire dragon race, even the great elder Zhou Xian didn't have the qualifications to call himself the head of the dragon race. The head of the dragon race was the leader of the dragon race, and it was the leader of the dragon race. What a ridiculous statement! The man with the feathered crown suddenly had a very funny thought in his mind. He secretly mocked himself. Am I not being too careful? Even if this brat learned some dragon race secret technique by chance, it doesn't mean that he is really related to the dragon race. How could the dragon race be like this? But these words didn't sound like a simple boast, it sounded like a natural goal. A goal that could be achieved sooner or later. Gotcha. The sound of dislocated bones entered the ears of the man with the feathered crown, and his eyes shrunk when he looked over. He saw that Yang Kai, who was originally 20 meters tall, suddenly grew a lot taller, reaching 25 meters in an instant. Not only did his height become taller, the various characteristics of the dragon race on the surface of his body also became more obvious. The dragon horns on his head grew a little longer, and the dragon scales all over his body became rounder. His facial features changed and squirmed, and he completely transformed into a huge dragon head. His pair of golden dragon eyes were filled with indifference, as if he didn't put anything in the world in his eyes. Under such great pressure, Yang Kai's dragon transformation arts actually made another breakthrough, and it was a leap forward. The dragon blood in his body flowed faster and faster, and Yang Kai felt that his vision and mentality had undergone a subtle change, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. The dragon race boasted that they were the leader of all creatures, and the leader of the holy spirits. Although it was a boast, no creature refuted it because no one in this world had the qualifications to refute it. Any member of the dragon race was born to be arrogant, and they looked down on everything. Facing that pair of majestic dragon eyes, the man with the feathered crown couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, and ripples appeared in his mind. After Yang Kai's breakthrough in his dragon transformation art, the power of his dragon race secret technique seemed to have soared as well. Originally it was in a stalemate with the giant cyan palm, but now it seemed to be gaining the upper hand. The man with the feathered crown gritted his teeth and at the same time increased his strength, finally managing to offset Yang Kai's resistance with great difficulty. Divine Dragon Tail Whip. Yang Kai roared as his figure remained motionless, but the dragon tail behind him swept out in the direction of the man with the feathered crown. In a trance, the man with the feathered crown only felt a terrifying force coming towards him, and just as he was about to dodge, the dragon tail swept over him. Completely caught off guard, the dragon tail seemed to ignore the barrier of space, and even someone as powerful as him didn't have time to react. It was as if he had been hit by a meteor, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as the sound of bones breaking rang out from his body. Fortunately, he had been prepared for this, so he wasn't sent flying in an unsightly manner. However, such a blow had undoubtedly thoroughly angered him, and in an instant his killing intent surged as he gnashed his teeth and roared, "Do you really think this king doesn't dare to kill you?" He had been humiliated time and time again, so even if it was a real dragon race he would still kill him. Not to mention he still didn't know what this boy's relationship with the dragon race was. This was the territory of the lower plains, so even if he killed Yang Kai, the dragon race wouldn't be able to discover anything, so he did have some misgivings, but that didn't mean he would endure. His strength suddenly erupted, and the giant Xian palm that had been in a deadlock with the golden dragon suddenly pressed down. A dragon's roar rang out again, but this time the golden dragon couldn't bear the pressure and collapsed, the giant palm pressing down on Yang Kai's head, sealing off the surrounding space and cutting off his escape route. At this critical moment of life and death, the madness on Yang Kai's face dissipated, replaced by a calm expression. Their eyes met, and the feathered man's heart skipped a beat as a feeling of extreme uneasiness welled up in his heart, as if something terrible would happen if he really slammed his palm down, and a sense of crisis grew in his heart. But the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, so how could he not release it? He gritted his teeth and hardened his heart. Die. A slender jade hand suddenly appeared out of thin air, gently blocking the feathered man's palm that was slamming down on Yang Kai. "Let's stop here." A faint voice rang out. It was clear and pleasant to the ear, like the sound of spring water. It was sweet to hear. Although the voice was soft, it gave people a sense of conviction. A graceful figure slowly appeared and stood beside the man with the feathered crown. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the person who had suddenly appeared. She was wearing a golden robe with a golden phoenix crown on her head, and a pair of phoenix wings spread out. Her waterfall-like black hair was tied up in a bun, and there was a red plum blossom mark between her eyebrows. Her willowy eyebrows were like crescent moons, and her eyes were bright and charming. Her delicate and flawless skin was as soft as snow, and her figure was very attractive. The golden robe was vulgar, but when she wore it, it gave her a kind of endless grace and luxury. Yang Kai opened his mouth but didn't dare to recognize her, so he stood there in a daze. The giant Xian palm descended on his head, but suddenly collapsed and the remaining power dissipated, turning into a misty Xian light that dissipated between heaven and earth. The feathered man turned his head to look at her and frowned when he saw her face. Even though he had seen her many times, he was still stunned by her beauty. In the martial Dao, the higher the cultivation, the fewer women there were. Among the 10 great emperors, only the Flower Shadow Great Emperors was a woman, and the others were all men. It wasn't that women's aptitude was inferior to men's, but in the martial Dao women were more susceptible to interference than men, especially when it came to love. Many outstanding women were trapped by love, and their cultivation stagnated. This led to the fact that the higher the cultivation, the fewer women there were. And this woman in front of him was very likely to be one of the 10 great emperors, so she had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him. Even if the feathered man thought highly of himself and didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes, and even had the courage to secretly slay a dragon, he couldn't not treat her seriously. "Why are you here?" the feathered man asked. The woman pursed her lips and smiled. "Why can't I be here?" The feathered man thought for a moment and nodded. "That's true after all, this is territory under your jurisdiction." The woman said, "That's right, a new star territory lord has appeared in my territory, so I naturally have to come and take a look. Otherwise I would have been killed by you." The feathered man snorted. "He's courting death." Yang Kai was unhappy when he heard this and immediately withdrew his gaze from the woman and pointed his chin at the feathered man, putting on an insufferably arrogant posture. "If you're not convinced, then let's fight again and see who will win." The feathered man's face sank and he sneered, "Since you've escaped with your life, you should rejoice. If you dare speak rudely again, what are you going to do?" The feathered man flicked his sleeve and said, "Forget it, this king won't lower himself to your level." Since this woman had appeared, it wouldn't be good for him to bully the weak. Just now he had made up his mind to kill this brat here because no one knew about it, but now that there were witnesses he could only give up on this idea. Not to mention, if he really did attack this brat, this woman definitely wouldn't stand idly by. After all, this territory was under her jurisdiction. In short, today's matter could only be left unsettled. "Hand over this king's star-slashing sword," and today's matter will be dropped. The feathered man crossed his hands behind his back and coldly looked at Yang Kai. So it was called the star-slashing sword. Yang Kai's heart stirred, but he looked around as if he hadn't heard what the feathered man had said. The feathered man's forehead throbbed with anger. Brat, this king is talking to you, are you deaf? What did you say? I can't hear you. Yang Kai tilted his head and put a hand to his ear, his voice shaking the world. Chapter 3192. What kind of joke is this? This guy inexplicably came to help Wu Heng and even fought with me, and now he wants me to return his star-splitting sword? Go home. In fact, it wasn't just the man with the feathered crown who was a little annoyed. Yang Kai was also annoyed. His reinforcements had come too early. If the man with the feathered crown knew about this, he would probably laugh at him for overestimating himself. But in any case, the star-splitting sword was his trophy, so how could he return it so easily? Unless the man with the feathered crown knelt down and called him grandfather, he might consider it. There is nothing to worry about. Do you think this king won't be able to get his star-splitting sword back? The man with the feathered crown looked at Yang Kai coldly before glancing at Rolling next to him. This time, Raleigh hadn't been able to contribute in this battle. It wasn't that Yang Kai deliberately held back, but rather that after the star-splitting sword was swallowed by Raleigh, it was rampaging through the small sealed world, so Raleigh had to urge the entire small sealed world's power to suppress it. Even so, there were some signs of instability in its suppression, and the slightest carelessness could cause great damage to the small sealed world. Yang Kai was about to speak when the woman said, "Leave this to me." The man with the feathered crown glanced at her and gently nodded, "Good." Since she had spoken, he naturally couldn't refute. The woman turned around and stared at Yang Kai. When their eyes met, Yang Kai seemed to see her winking at him, but it also seemed like an illusion. A pleasant voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The star-splitting sword must be returned. Yang Kai frowned. Can't I keep it? That sword was extremely strange. It could actually cut off his connection with Hung Luo Starfield, and this time he was able to fight against the man with the feathered crown. It was all thanks to him that he had banished the star-splitting sword into Rolling's body at the beginning. Yang Kai had a feeling that if he hadn't done so, he would have been defeated long ago. He can't keep it. The star-splitting sword doesn't belong to him, it belongs to the Star Court. I also have one in my hand, it is the sword of a star envoy. If you insist on keeping it, you will only become an enemy of the Star Court. It's actually something from the Star Court. Yang Kai was surprised and said excitedly, "So if I insist on not returning it, he will be in big trouble." The woman was obviously stunned, and she seemed to have never expected that he would actually think in this way. Normally speaking, when one found out that the star-sword belonged to the Star Court, one would definitely have no choice but to return it. After all, one couldn't do anything against the Star Court. However, his thoughts were focused on another result instead. He laughed involuntarily and said, "That's right. He will be severely punished and even lose his status as an emissary." He changed the topic and said, "But your days won't be easy either." Understood, understood. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. As an emissary, he had actually lost the sword bestowed by the Star Court. This was a serious dereliction of duty. And Yang Kai, who had snatched the star-slashing sword, would also be punished for despising the Star Court. "If you trust me, leave this matter to me. I won't let you suffer a loss." "I trust you." How could he not? If you really are her. "Alright, I'll go talk to him." "Slaughter him." Yang Kai sent out a divine sense message. The woman pursed her lips and smiled, then turned her head and communicated with the feathered-crowned man. The two's divine senses surged, and Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about. He only saw the feathered-crowned man's expression constantly changing, sometimes dignified and sometimes angry, and he kept shaking his head. Obviously, the woman had given him some conditions that were difficult to accept, which made Yang Kai feel very good. This battle was originally a struggle between the masters of the two star territories, but in the end, it involved two emissaries. Am I also someone with a backer? Yang Kai looked at the familiar yet strange face and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Thinking about it, she had come to this star territory before, so as an emissary, it was natural for her to govern this star territory. Silently withdrawing his dragon transformation secret technique, Yang Kai's figure returned to its original size. A sense of exhaustion washed over him and the pain in his left hand was unbearable. Today's battle had not been long, but it had been extremely dangerous. As the master of this star territory, Yang Kai didn't have the home field advantage at all. He had relied entirely on his own strength. Fortunately, he had made a breakthrough in his dragon transformation secret art, so he hadn't come out empty-handed. Circulating his strength to resolve the injury on his left hand, Yang Kai waited for the result. A moment later, the woman stretched out her hand to Yang Kai and said, "Give it to me." Yang Kai naturally knew what she was referring to and immediately used his divine sense to communicate with the small sealed world bead. Rolling Star immediately opened its mouth and a sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning, slashing straight towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression didn't change as he sneered. The star-splitting sword suddenly changed direction a meter away from him and flew around him before falling into the feathered-crowned man's hand. The feathered-crowned man's face went pale as he sheathed his sword and cupped his fists to the woman. "I'll take my leave first." Turning around, he stepped into the darkness behind him and disappeared in the blink of an eye. From beginning to end, he didn't know Yang Kai's name and Yang Kai didn't know his name either, but they had inadvertently formed a grudge. After the feathered-crowned man left, the woman turned around and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai also grinned and rushed over to her, looking her up and down as if he was trying to get to know her all over again. The woman's smile faded and her pretty face filled with anger as she shouted, "Bold bastard, you dare cultivate the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique? Speak, how do you want to die? This queen can give you a quick death." Yang Kai was startled and suddenly felt that the woman in front of him had become extremely unfamiliar. He couldn't help wondering if she was the same person he knew. "Don't make trouble." Opening his arms, Yang Kai pulled her into his arms. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times as her bright eyes filled with surprise, as if she had never expected such a situation to occur. Caught off guard, she was hugged by him. However, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest desire. This wasn't the intimacy between a man and a woman, but an old friend who had just reunited after a long separation. Lifting her delicate hand, she placed it in front of Yang Kai's chest and pushed him away. Her hand was as delicate as a scallion, but it transmitted an irresistible force. Separated by a foot, Yang Kai smiled freely and complained, "Yang Inflammation, you made me look for you so hard." Yang Inflammation tilted her head and said, "Yang Inflammation? Who is that?" "I don't know." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, "I almost didn't know either." In the past, she was extremely introverted, always wearing a black robe and covering her head, as if she was afraid of letting others see her true face. Seeing her again after several decades, who would have thought that she would have such a graceful and noble side? That noble and otherworldly temperament almost made him not dare to recognize her. He couldn't help but think of the scene when she was frightened and threw herself into his arms. He couldn't help but take another look at her chest. "What are you thinking about?" Yang Inflammation seemed to be able to see through people's hearts as she reached out and knocked on his head. With a thump, Yang Kai touched his head and said, "Why did you hit me? Be careful or I'll fall out with you." Yang Inflammation stared at him and said, "You can try turning around." Yang Kai said with a mischievous smile, "Well, I was just saying, don't take it seriously. And by the way, you are also an emissary of the Star Court. So, you returned to the Star Court after leaving that year?" "Yes." "No wonder." Yang Kai nodded. No wonder Yang Inflammation handed Lin Yun over to the Iron Blood Great Emperor. She was an emissary of the Star Court, and the Iron Blood Great Emperor was one of the great emperors guarding the Star Court. The two of them could be considered to be working together, so it was convenient for them to communicate. However, it seemed that the Iron Blood Great Emperor was not doing his job and probably did not stay in the Star Court. Otherwise, Lin Yun would not have not seen Yang Inflammation for so many years. She suddenly clenched her fists and said, "Since you are in the star boundary, why didn't you come to find me?" Yang Inflammation asked curiously, "Are you my son? Why should I look for you?" Yang Kai staggered and looked at her with a mournful face. "Heartless and ruthless, a woman's heart is indeed the most poisonous." Yang Inflammation stroked her hair behind her ear and raised her eyes. "But I don't know what kind of feelings there are between us." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Well, let's not talk about the past. The past is the past. Let's talk about the present. Just now, that grandson said that the emissary was in charge of the Star Territory. Doesn't that mean that as the Star Territory's master, I am also under your jurisdiction?" It was good to have a backer, but it was not good to be under their jurisdiction. However, this was a relative correspondence just like light and darkness. Yang Inflammation patted her chest and said, "Yes, from now on, this queen will be your immediate superior. Boy, I see that you are also a promising talent. In the future, be filial to this queen and this queen will guide you." Yang Kai's eyes widened. He reached out and grabbed her neck, shaking her vigorously. "What did you do to my Yang Inflammation? Hurry up and give me back my Yang Inflammation." The Yang Inflammation of the past was so good. Why did she seem like a different person now? In an instant her hair was messed up. Yang Inflammation glared at him and said, "Take your dog's paw away." Yang Kai immediately withdrew his hand and touched his chin. He looked as if nothing had happened and said, forget it. This is good. If there is anyone who doesn't have eyes in the future, I will tell them your name." Although he would be under the jurisdiction and restrictions, at least it would not be like just now, where some random emissary would bully him. His expression changed and he said, "Can I have that star-slashing sword?" Yang Inflammation touched her neck and tidied her hair. She said disdainfully, wishful thinking, "That is the emissary's sword. You, the Star Territory's master who is inferior to others, is delusional to have it. You should take a piss and look at yourself." "Huh." Yang Kai's mouth twitched fiercely. It was too late for regrets. He should have strangled her to death just now. At least he could keep the beauty in his heart. He held his forehead and said dejectedly, "Then what benefits can I get by accepting the Star Court's jurisdiction?" Yang Inflammation spread her hands and said, "Nothing. I refuse." Yang Kai said resolutely, "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you can't refuse. The Star Territory's master who is not under the jurisdiction of the Star Court is generally deprived of the qualification." Yang Kai clenched his fist and said, "You are bullying your customers. Why can't I get any benefits? Why should I listen to you?" Yang Inflammation squinted at him and said, "Do you think you are in a brothel? Bullying your customers? You can be unrestrained if you want." "How?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Become great emperors." Yang Kai cursed a few times in a low voice. "What did you say?" Yang Inflammation stared at him. "Nothing." Yang Kai sniffed and said righteously, "Well, for the sake of this Star Territory, the Star Court will govern it. As the saying goes, sacrifice yourself for the sake of the greater good." Hey, my consciousness is really high. Chapter 3193. The reason he accepted his fate so quickly was mostly because his immediate superior was Yang Inflammation. If it had been the man with the feathered crown, Yang Kai would not have been so happy. Yang Inflammation looked at him strangely. "What do you want to do to this Star Territory? Why are you so against the jurisdiction of the Star Court?" "What can I do?" Yang Inflammation smiled. "Actually, you don't have to be like this. Although it is said to be jurisdiction, no one cares about this. You are still the master of this Star Territory. You can do whatever you want. Of course, the only thing you can't do is destroy the territory of this star." At the end, her voice suddenly became low. Her beautiful eyes looked into the endless darkness, revealing a dignified expression. Yang Kai quickly changed the topic. "I understand. Speaking of which, you appeared in such a timely manner. Have you been paying attention to this Star Territory?" "Not really. It's just a coincidence." Although she was in charge of the Hung Luo Starfield, how could she pay attention to this place all the time? What's more, even if she was in the Star Court, it would take a lot of effort to pay attention to this place. How could she have so much free time? However, when the man with the feathered crown received the summons and came to the territory of the Great Desolate Star, she sensed something and inadvertently looked at the situation of the Hung Luo Starfield. Then she discovered the existence of Yang Kai. In the end, she had no choice but to come here and block the disaster for Yang Kai. However, she always felt that Yang Kai seemed to have another trump card. Even if she didn't do anything, Yang Kai wouldn't have died under that move. He even had the strength to resist. In just a few decades he had grown to this extent. When she left that year, she deliberately didn't take him with her because she wanted him to train more. The strength that he worked hard for was truly his own. What others gave him would always be external. She had long known that Yang Kai was not a fish in a pond, but she didn't expect that Yang Kai could ride the wind and become a dragon in such a short time. She had underestimated him. Whether it's a coincidence or not, thank you in advance. Yang Kai casually touched his stomach. The seal there had almost been released. If young Inflammation hadn't arrived, he would have used his dragon form to demonize. At that time, he would have given the man with the feathered crown a big surprise. You still haven't told me what conditions you reached with that guy. He took the star-slashing sword. Isn't this going too easy on him? That guy, his name. She had watched the battle between Yang Kai and the feathered-crowned man from beginning to end, so she naturally knew about the exchange of words between the two. One day he will take the initiative to tell me his name when he is on the verge of death, Kai Yang said firmly. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. Young Inflammation didn't try to persuade him. It wasn't a bad thing that Yang Kai had such hatred. At least he could be brave and work hard. Hatred and women had always been the two biggest motivators for men to become stronger. She waved her hand and pointed at the endless darkness. The swallowed territory belongs to you from now on. Yang Kai looked at her expectantly. After waiting for a while, she didn't say anything else. He was speechless. That's it. Young Inflammation said with anger. Then what do you want? Yang Kai gritted his teeth. You're not Young Inflammation. Tell me, who are you? In the past he had been so calculative for a few crystals. How could he be so generous now? Yang Kai had hoped to swallow the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star. Now it seemed that it was useless. Moreover, the swallowed territory belonged to him. It couldn't be divided. Even if Yang Kai didn't give it back, the man with the feathered hat couldn't do anything to him. This benefit was not a benefit at all. You think you've lost? Young Inflammation smiled coldly. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. You don't think this is a loss? Wake up, kid. If he reports this when he returns to the Star Court, I can guarantee that you won't live for more than 3 days. Iron Blood will capture you and cut you into pieces. That's not necessary. Yang Kai felt a little guilty. Iron Blood Master is one of the 10 great emperors. Why would he attack me personally? If you were just an ordinary master of the Star Territory, Iron Blood wouldn't care about you. But are you an ordinary master of the Star Territory? What kind of technique are you cultivating? Yang Kai said, the one you taught me, the star refining art. I'm not blind. Young Inflammation poked her eyes and pointed at the darkness in front of her. Do you think I can't see this familiar feeling? Kid, you're good. It's only been a few years since we last met, and you've actually inherited the mantle of the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor. You've even cultivated the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's technique. What Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's technique? I've never heard of it. You're still trying to trick me. Alright, it's the Heaven-Devouring Battle Law. Having been seen through by her, Yang Kai simply admitted it. Young Inflammation's expression changed. It's really the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's technique. Yang Kai looked at her in shock. He gritted his teeth and said, Are you trying to trick me, woman? Yang Yen, on the other hand, was so angry that she was trembling from head to toe. Her jade-white hands clenched into fists as her aura pulsed with murderous intent, causing Yang Kai's hair to stand on end. Although he hadn't fought with Young Inflammation, he had a feeling that Young Inflammation was stronger than the man with the feathered crown. Even if he really turned into a demon in his dragon form, he might not be her opponent. The killing intent came and went quickly. Young Inflammation's eyes drooped and her long eyelashes cast a shadow, making it difficult to see her expression. She said painfully, How did you get involved with the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor? She was different from the man with the feathered crown. The man with the feathered crown only felt that there was something wrong. He felt that the technique was very mysterious, and it shouldn't be something that someone like Yang Kai could grasp and touch. However, Young Inflammation had participated in the War of the Great Emperors. She had seen the power of the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor with her own eyes. She knew the horror of the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's technique. Yuan Ding, Yen Wu, Songhai, Qinglian, all the great emperors were famous. They were all rare geniuses, but in the end they all died in the hands of Wukong. She didn't dare to be too sure that it was the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's technique. She would rather miss it than let it go. She tricked Yang Kai, but she didn't expect to get an answer that made her feel despair. Wukong was an eternal sinner. The root of this was the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's technique. Anyone who practiced the Heaven-Devouring Great Emperor's technique could not be tolerated in the world. She said that if the Iron Blood Great Emperor knew about this, Iron Blood would definitely tear her into pieces. She wasn't exaggerating. Iron Blood was a forthright person. He liked to fight and he couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes. The Songhai great emperors who died in the hands of Wukong in the War of the Great Emperors were his best friends. If Iron Blood knew that there was someone in this world who had inherited the mantle of Wukong, how could he let it go? At that time, even if Yang Inflammation and Lin Yun'er pleaded for leniency, it would be useless. The agreement she reached with the man with the feathered crown was that Yang Kai would return the star-slashing sword, and the swallowed star field would belong to Yang Kai. This was a condition that was easy to accept. Yang Inflammation didn't treat the man with the feathered crown too harshly. It was only because of this that the man with the feathered crown would regard today's matter as a disgrace. He would probably never mention it in front of others. Naturally, no one would notice the changes in the Hung Luo starfield. The territory of the Great Desolate Star was under the jurisdiction of the man with the feathered crown, and the Hung Luo starfield was under the jurisdiction of Yang Inflammation. As long as the two emissaries didn't report this matter, it could be left unsettled. That was why she said that Yang Kai didn't suffer a loss. Just by concealing this matter, it was enough to make the man with the feathered crown bear a great risk. Yang Yan's voice was filled with grief as if she had expected better from Yang Kai, causing him to feel as if he had done something wrong. Suddenly feeling a bit guilty, he pursed his lips and said, "It's not a big deal, is it?" He also knew that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method couldn't be exposed, so he had been very careful all these years. However, he always felt that there was no evil in this world. The evil was people. The characteristics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method were a little strange, but no matter how strange a battle method was, it was still a battle method. However, he didn't expect that Yang Inflammation would have such a big reaction. His heart felt warm. Although Yang Inflammation had changed a lot, in the end she still cared about him. Only when she cared would she be sad. If she didn't care, she could just capture Yang Kai and report back to the Star Court. She could also clear her name. What do you know? Yang Inflammation sighed. It was no wonder that her cultivation was so amazing in just a few decades. After cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle method, how could her cultivation not be fast? That was the battle method that could increase one's cultivation and strength the most. She looked up and suddenly came to Yang Kai's side. She grabbed his arm with one hand, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai was shocked. He felt a trace of unease from those bright eyes. Yang Inflammation said, "Your aptitude is good and your heart is strong. Even if you start all over again, it won't be a big deal. Don't worry, this time I will take you back to the Star Court and personally guide you in your cultivation. I guarantee that you will recover your strength within 100 years. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong. Yang Inflammation said resolutely, "I will destroy your cultivation." Yang Kai was furious and raised his fist at her. "You dare?" How many times had he risked his life to attain this level of cultivation? How could he let it go just like that? "You have to agree even if you don't want to." Yang Inflammation insisted, her face full of self-blame. "This is also my fault. I kept you here out of kindness, but I didn't expect you to go down the wrong path." "You're the one who went down the wrong path. Your whole family went down the wrong path. Let go or I will beat you. Don't think that I won't beat you just because you are a woman. Hit me, hit me." Yang Inflammation took the initiative to move her head closer. Yang Kai swung his fist, causing a strong wind to blow, but Yang Inflammation didn't dodge. The fist stopped 3 inches in front of her and Yang Inflammation smiled proudly. "Crazy woman." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and cursed. Yang Inflammation said seriously, "Don't be afraid, it will be over soon. Just bear with it." "Calm down." Yang Kai grabbed her other hand and held it tightly. "Calm down. You are the one who needs to calm down." "Okay, I've calmed down. I was really confused by your anger." Yang Kai was speechless. "Listen to what I have to say first. If you still want to waste my cultivation when the time comes, I won't resist." "Really?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "Then tell me." Yang Kai sorted out his thoughts and said, "You said the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique." "That's right. I do know the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique, but I haven't practiced it." Chapter 3194. At that moment Yang Kai told her the whole story from how he entered the star boundary, ended up in the Blue Feather sect, met Wu Mengshan, and helped him escape by teaching him the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Then he went to the Shattered Star Sea to kill Wu Mengshan, perfecting his embodiment's secret art. Yang Yan listened quietly, frowning from time to time. After listening, she turned to look at the embodiment summoned by Yang Kai with a thoughtful look on her face. The embodiment had been hiding nearby, and Yang Kai's original plan was to wait until he unlocked the demonization seal on his dantian before summoning it to join forces with him to fight against the man with the feathered crown. But at the last moment, Yang Yan suddenly appeared and stopped him, causing the embodiment's surprise attack to lose its effect. So, it's your embodiment that has cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques? Yes. Yang Kai looked at her with some vigilance. You don't want to waste its cultivation, do you? Having said that, the embodiment was not made of flesh and blood, so it did not have any meridians or dantian meridians. Even if Yang Yan really wanted to destroy it, it would be difficult for her to do so unless she completely destroyed it. Using the stone mongoose's body to cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Yang Yan walked around the embodiment a few times with a look of amazement, as if she had found a novel toy. How did you think of it? It was just a coincidence. Yang Kai laughed. Back then Wu Mengchuan taught me the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Although I didn't know the purpose, I always felt that it was not a good thing. However, that secret art was really mysterious and I couldn't bear to throw it away, so I let the embodiment try it out. Who knew that an unintentionally planted willow would turn out to be a shade? Yang Inflammation nodded. It's not necessarily a coincidence, but it's an opportunity. The stone mongoose is born with a body of earth and a body of stone. It doesn't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires of other creatures. Its innate divine technique is also very easy to refine and expel all kinds of impurities. It may be the best choice to let it practice the tactics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. She knew the stone mongoose well, and she also knew some of the drawbacks of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique. She had a feeling that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was tailor-made for the stone mongoose, and not something that could be practiced with flesh and blood. Wukong might not have been born so cold-blooded and heartless, but after practicing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics, his temperament had been twisted, making him view all living beings as ants. For the sake of his own power, he did not hesitate to destroy countless planets and territory. However, the stone mongoose did not have to worry about this at all. Its innate divine technique allowed it to expel all the impurities it absorbed into its body, and it would not be affected in the slightest. No wonder so many people who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were always stuck at a bottleneck. It turns out that they needed to devour another person who practiced this evil technique as a catalyst to break through the bottleneck. Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes flickered as she suddenly understood many things. Yang Kai was shocked. How many people practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique? It happened many years ago. When she said many years, it was definitely not a few hundred years, nor was it a few thousand years. It was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Wukong relied on the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique to stabilize his position as the strongest person in the world. So naturally, this secret art was coveted by many. For some reason, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was leaked out and obtained by some ambitious people. There were even some people in the Emperor realm who did not hesitate to abandon their cultivation and start all over again in order to practice this secret art. However, those who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were all stuck in the third-order Dao Source realm without exception, with no hope of breaking through to the Emperor realm for the rest of their lives. It was not that their cultivation was wrong, nor was it that the secret art they obtained was wrong, but that the characteristics of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique were such. Wu Mengchuan was also a descendant of Wukong, but even he was stuck in the third-order Dao Source realm for many years, not to mention others. If they wanted to break through, it was simple. They just had to devour another person who practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique and take everything for themselves. This was like raising insects and killing each other. Only the one who survived would have hope of ascension. Wu Mengchuan taught Yang Kai the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique for 2 reasons. First, he wanted to use it as a condition for Yang Kai to rescue him from the bone prison, and second, he wanted to cultivate someone to devour in the future. Unfortunately, he met Yang Kai, a cultivator who came from the lower star territory, and was completely uninterested in the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, so he resisted the temptation. If it were a native cultivator from the star boundary, they would probably immediately practice the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, which would naturally end in tragedy. After Wukong, even though many people practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique, no one was able to break through to the Emperor realm, causing many people to have the illusion that the secret art was wrong. Wukong did not pass down the real heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique at all. The real cultivation method had long been buried in the shattered star sea with him. As time passed, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was gradually lost, and no one practiced it anymore. Suddenly Yang Yan remembered something. Since the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique was so strange, who did Wukong devour in the past to make a breakthrough in his secret art? There must be another existence who also practiced the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique. Perhaps there was an unknown grudge between them, but it was too long ago to be traced back. She looked up at the rolling stone again and hesitantly asked, "Is this the sealed world beads? Artifact spirit?" Naturally, she was no stranger to the sealed world bead. She had brought it from the star boundary to this part of the star territory. Later it was obtained by Yang Kai and left to him. She never expected that when they met again the sealed world bead would become like this. Not only did it give birth to an artifact spirit, but it also had a devouring ability. Exactly. Yang Kai laughed with a proud expression. The sealed world bead had been in his possession for many years and had helped him avert danger many times. In addition, its internal space was very beneficial to his cultivation of the space divine technique, so Yang Kai naturally attached great importance to it. Now that it had given birth to an artifact spirit, it was like giving birth to a son. Startled, Yang Kai scratched his head and asked, "Do you want to take it back? If I really want to take it back, what will you do?" Yang Yan looked at him. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Then take it back." This was hers to begin with. Yang Yan was stunned, not expecting Yang Kai to agree so readily. "But you have to promise me one thing, don't destroy its spirituality. Although I used it as a carrier to perform the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's combat technique and gave it an artifact spirit, it didn't do anything wrong. If you promise me this, I'll return the sealed world bead to you." After wandering around the territory of the Great Desolate Star and devouring as much as he could, expanding the small sealed world space, Yang Kai's comprehension of space principles had deepened. He had a feeling that he could also refine a part of the world and condense it into a sealed world bead. So if Yang Yan really wanted to take back the sealed world bead, there was nothing he couldn't give up. At worst, he could refine one himself and transfer the immortal tree and firmament tree from the small sealed world to it. Everything else didn't matter. Yang Yan laughed. "I'm just saying, don't take it seriously. This thing had its own world inside. If one wasn't proficient in space principles, even if they held it in their hands, it wouldn't be of much use and would only be a waste. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left this treasure to Yang Kai back then." With a solemn expression she said, "Use it with caution." "I know. Also, don't devour any more territory of this star. If things get out of hand, it won't look good for either of us." Yang Yan pointed to the boundless darkness and said, "In addition, when you return to the star boundary in the future, don't expose the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to the world. Otherwise, a great disaster will surely befall you." Yang Yan warned solemnly. She was willing to believe in Yang Kai and his embodiment, but it didn't mean that others were willing to believe in him. Needless to say, if the Iron-Blood Great Emperor knew that there was someone in this world who cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, he would probably be the first to take action. The wrath of the Great Emperors was something Yang Kai couldn't bear right now. "Remember." Yang Kai nodded and secretly sighed. He had finally passed the hurdle of Yang Yan. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Let me ask you something. What's the cultivation of that guy just now?" Yang Yan didn't answer and asked instead, "What do you think?" "Great Emperors," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. This wasn't an illusion. That man with the feathered crown gave him the feeling that he was facing great emperors, but he seemed to be suppressed and underestimated Yang Kai, so he suffered a loss. If Yang Kai had faced that man in the star boundary, he probably wouldn't have been able to fight back. He was able to move unhindered on Dragon Island and fight against the great emperors of the dragon race mainly because of his bloodline suppression. Without the suppression of the dragon race's bloodline, he wouldn't have been a match for any of the elders of the dragon race. Yang Yanyan smiled and shook his head. How is that possible? Yang Kai was shocked. Isn't he one of the great emperors? Could he be a third-layer emperor? No, how could a third-layer emperor have that kind of strength? He's not a third-layer emperor either. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Don't tell me there's another realm between the third-layer emperor realm and the great emperors. There's no such thing, it's just that he's one of the great emperors, but he's also not one of the great emperors. Yang Kai was confused by her. What do you mean? How should I put it? Yang Yanyan pondered for a moment. If it were an ordinary first-order emperor realm master asking this question, Yang Yan wouldn't answer. Sometimes, knowing too much before one's strength was enough to hinder one's cultivation. However, Yang Kai was obviously not an ordinary first-order emperor realm master. With the strength he just displayed, he was qualified to know this. If the entire world is a bottle, then the sand, stone, mud and water in the bottle is our cultivator. The capacity of the world as a carrier is limited. The corresponding scene appeared in Yang Kai's mind and he nodded slightly, motioning for her to continue. All living beings are the water in the bottle. Every drop is insignificant, but it can fill the entire world. The larger the volume of sand, the greater the strength. The great emperors are just the stones in the bottle. 10 stones? Yang Kai showed a strange expression. Yang Yanyan smiled. That's exactly what I mean. Although the world bottle is big, it can only hold 10 stones. It can't hold any more than that, so since ancient times there have been 10 great emperors. No matter how flowing time great emperor has passed, this number has always been the same. However, this doesn't mean that there are only 10 stones in the world bottle. There are other powerful existences who have transcended the emperor realm but haven't been recognized by the world. These people are great emperors, but they're also not great emperors. In terms of cultivation level, they have reached the level of great emperors, but because of the constraints of the world bottle, they can't become true great emperors. Like him? Yang Yanyan nodded. Like you? Yang Yanyan smiled but didn't say anything. Chapter 3195. Yang Kai was suddenly enlightened and his long-held confusion was finally solved. No wonder there had only ever been 10 great emperors since the flowing time great emperor. It turned out that there was still a limit to the capacity of the heavens and earth. Just like how Tongxian realm could only produce a cultivator who had reached the Saint Origin realm, and the Star Territory could only produce an Origin King realm cultivator. That was the limit of the heavens and earth, not something that could be achieved by humans. The limit of the star boundary was to accommodate 10 great emperors. Even though many people were not worse than the great emperors in terms of cultivation, without the recognition of the heavens and earth, they could not become true great emperors. The feathered-crested man was like this, Yang Yan was like this, and even many people like them were like this. Then there were the divine spirits. Yang Kai had always found it strange. The strength of those divine spirits was clearly higher than that of the emperor realm, but he felt that they were not as good as the great emperors. Now this confusion was finally explained. The 10 great emperors were existences recognized by the heavens and earth, and were part of the world principles themselves. Even if their realms were the same, if they really fought, ordinary divine spirits could not compare. Are there many people like you? It's a lot, but it's also not a lot. Yang Yanyan smiled, but most of them don't show themselves in front of others, so you don't have to worry too much. Although there were not many existences like her, many people had reached this point in the flowing time great emperor, but because they could not obtain the recognition of the heavens and earth, they were unable to move forward. And when one's cultivation reached this point, their lifespans were very long, so naturally there were many of them. Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and frowned. If what you said is true, then this bottle of heaven and earth has a limit to its capacity, and it is impossible for an 11th great emperor to appear. Then what should I do in the future? Yang Yanyan was stunned. You're thinking too far ahead. Yang Kai said solemnly, there will be a day. His matter-of-fact words stunned Yang Yanyan. He smiled and said, you can wait for the day when one of the great emperors dies of old age and then fight for the vacant position of great emperors. Yang Kai shook his head and said, that would take years. The lifespan of the great emperors was extremely long. If there were no accidents, tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years would not be the end of their lifespan. Although they did not dare to say that they would live as long as the heavens and the earth, they would not be too far off. Maybe there is another way. Yang Yenyun saw that he was serious and couldn't help but want to tease him. What is it? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Yang Yen stretched out his hand and clenched it. Crush a stone in the bottle and the position will naturally be empty. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before agreeing. That's a good idea. Looks like we'll have to find some great emperors to kill him in the future. Yang Yenyen looked at him with a strange expression. Are you serious? Yang Kai laughed. I'm kidding. Don't be nervous. The great emperors are recognized by the heavens and the earth. How can they be so easy to kill? Am I that ignorant? If it was really so easy, the 10 great emperors would not be replaced so slowly. But it was undeniable that this was indeed a good idea. When it came to that point, who would care too much about the great Dao? Could the great emperors not be killed? In the War of Emperors, not including Wukong, 4 great emperors fell. To some extent, the 4 great emperors who were promoted later had to thank Wukong. If it weren't for Wukong killing the 4 great emperors, they probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to become great emperors. Seeing Yang Kai's expression flicker, Yang Yenyun didn't know that he really had such thoughts, but now wasn't the time to pour cold water on him. He could only hope that Yang Kai would slowly understand the difficulties in the future. Brushing his hair back, Yang Yenyun said, Well, I've said what I need to say, so I should go back. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Yang Kai grabbed her arm. Yang Yenyun glanced at him with disgust. If you have something to say, then say it. Let go of your dog paw. Yang Kai said, Let's go to High Heaven Sect and have a look. Elder Yi misses you very much. Yi Shiyun and Yang Yenyun had a deep relationship, otherwise she would not have come out of seclusion to help High Heaven Sect. She didn't have much respect for Yang Kai, the sect master, but she deeply respected Yang Yen. I won't go, you are now the master of Star Territory, there's no need to worry about not having a chance to meet again in the future. Speaking of which, I just remembered that I want to move High Heaven Sect to the star boundary. Is there a problem with that? Move the entire star boundary? Yang Yenyun was slightly surprised. Is that not possible? Yang Yenyun frowned. Isn't that a bit too many people? Not too many, just a few tens of thousands. Just a few. Yang Yenyun looked at him angrily. Only when a cultivator reaches the peak of their cultivation can they be qualified to open a void corridor and enter the star boundary through the Starlight Avenue. Every 100 years, no more than 5 cultivator can enter the star boundary from a given star territory, but now you want to bring tens of thousands of people to the star boundary. Don't you think that's too much? Isn't that unfair to the cultivator from other star territories? It's not too much, it's very fair. Don't talk nonsense with your eyes wide open. Who told them not to have a good boss? As a star envoy, it is my duty to maintain the balance of power between the star territory. I can't agree with you acting so slyly. Why don't you care about our old friendship? High Heaven Sect was founded by you and me together. As the saying goes, if a man gains enough, even his chickens and dogs can rise to heaven. Now that I am the master of a star territory and you are the star envoy, I demand the welfare of Hung Luo Starfield. Yang Kai said angrily. In his plan, not only did he want to relocate High Heaven Sect, but also the entire Hung Luo Starfield's human resources. Ah, that's your business. Just as Yang Kai was about to continue arguing, he suddenly raised his brow and followed her gaze to the side. Since just now she had been staring at Rolling Stone, which was a bit too strange. Grinning, Yang Kai asked, It shouldn't be a problem for me to enter the star boundary alone, right? Of course it shouldn't be a problem. Yang Yenyun slowly withdrew his gaze and whispered, Boy, restrain yourself. If Iron Blood really notices you, you'll be finished. Understood, understood. Yang Kai also responded in a low voice with a sneaky look on his face. Good, then that's it, I'll go back first. I still have to create a dossier for you, otherwise, you won't be able to claim the title of Master of a Star Territory. Only with the recognition of the Star Court can you sit firmly on this Star Territory position. Yang Yenyun looked down at the arm he had been holding and sneered, Boy, you'd better get this straight. I'm your boss from now on, so don't be so rude. Yang Kai quickly let go and tidied up the wrinkles on her arm before cupping his fists and saying, Farewell, Master. Yang Yenyun showed a smug expression as a flash of light appeared in his hand. Looking at it, it was the same as the one worn by the feathered crested man. The star-splitting sword was really the standard weapon of a star envoy. As the sword light flashed, Yang Yenyun became one with the sword and shattered space, turning into a dot of light and disappearing from Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai quickly shouted, "Right, I built the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Come and play when you have time." The light disappeared and he didn't know if she heard it or not. Looking in the direction she left, Yang Kai's face was filled with disappointment. After a while he slapped his thigh and said in annoyance, "I forgot to ask her where the Star Court is." However, this was a small matter. As she said, he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't have a chance to see her again in the future. Thinking back to his life, he started from nothing and now he was the master of a star territory. He had also established a foundation in the star boundary, and it had only taken him 100 years. What would happen in another 100 years? However, no matter what, the position of the great emperors was something he had to fight for. If he really had to fight for it, he wouldn't hesitate to break a stone in a bottle. It was just, who should he choose as his target? Yang Kai suddenly fell into deep distress. This scene was like an ant plotting how to kill an elephant. If Yang Yenyun saw this, he would probably laugh at him again. Rubbing his head, Yang Kai collected his thoughts and communicated with the star territory's source, his mind sinking into it. In the boundless darkness, Yang Kai's towering figure appeared and shouted to the other side of the darkness, "Bastard Wu Heng, I will spare your dog life today. If you dare to touch my Heng Luo star field again, don't blame this young master for being impolite." In the star field of the great desolate star territory, Wu Heng stared at the tumbling darkness with an ashen face. His eyes were full of resentment and fear. His face turned green and red. Suddenly, his qi and blood rushed to his heart and he coughed up blood. This time he had really tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Originally, he wanted to devour the Heng Luo starfield to help his cultivation. Who would have thought that in the end things would go against his wishes? Not only did he not gain any advantage, but his star field, which spanned hundreds of millions of li, was also swallowed by the other party and he lost several cultivation stars. The star field was swallowed up and the cultivation stars disappeared for no reason, causing the source strength of the great desolate star territory to be deficient. It seemed to be punishing him. The source strength that he had refined a long time ago was now showing signs of slipping out of his control. How could he bear it after being provoked by Yang Kai? He couldn't wait to rush to the other side and fight to the death with Yang Kai, but when he thought of the emissary master's instructions before leaving, Wu Heng felt somewhat dejected. Even the emissary master couldn't do anything to him, so what could he do? But if he didn't get his revenge, how could he swallow this anger? He was now a third-stage emperor realm master, and above him were the great emperors. He was also an ambitious person, so how could he be willing to sink to the bottom? However, revenge was never too late for a gentleman to wait 10 years. This matter had to be dealt with slowly. In the face of Yang Kai's clamor, Wu Heng didn't dare to respond, nor could he respond. After a long time, the tumbling darkness stabilized again, as if it had become the boundary between the two stars' territory, leaving a scar in Wu Heng's heart. At this moment, Yang Kai was already riding rolling thunder back towards Shadowed Star. The matters in Shadowed Star's territory had almost been resolved, and it had taken more than a decade of effort. Before coming here, Yang Kai had never thought it would take so much effort, but it was all worth it. With Shadowed Star's territory stabilized, not only did he become the master of Shadowed Star's territory, he even had Yang Inflammation as his immediate superior. No matter what happened, there was still someone to cover for him, making Yang Kai extremely happy. In a flash, Yang Kai arrived at Shadowed Star. Yang Kai stayed behind Rolling Thunder to digest his food, while he returned to High Heaven Sect in a flash. Inside High Heaven Sect, in a pavilion on the main peak, Su Yan, Xianing Chong, Shanqing Luo, and Shui Yu were gathered together, chatting happily. Yang Kai leisurely appeared, lightly coughed and said warmly, "Madams, I'm back. Sorry for making you wait." Chapter 3196. The laughter instantly faded as several pairs of beautiful eyes swept towards Yang Kai. Xianing Chong stood up excitedly, "Junior brother." Shanqing Luo snorted softly, grabbed Xianing Chang's arm and pressed her to sit down. Xianing Chong immediately looked at Yang Kai apologetically and stuck out her tongue, showing an expression of helplessness. Su Yan and Shui Yu also withdrew their gazes and gathered together to whisper something, one with an indifferent expression and the other with a faint smile. Except for Xianing Chong, the other three women didn't seem to have seen him. Yang Kai's eyes widened. What's going on? Lu Yan was sitting next to Su Yan. Yang Kai looked at her and his lips silently squirmed a few times. Lu Yen raised her small hand and touched her neck slightly, sticking out her tongue and rolling her eyes, as if she had died with a grievance. Yang Kai laughed and immediately understood that these women were probably blaming him for being gone for so many years without any news. They were teaming up to punish him. Yang Kai naturally wasn't afraid. Women, he just needed to coax them. If he couldn't coax them, then he would see them in bed. Just as he was about to speak again, he saw a small figure come out from under the stone table and run to stand in front of him. She put her hands on her hips and looked up at him. Kai Yang also looked down in surprise. He saw that this small figure was actually a 4 or 5-year-old little girl. She was born with a tiger's head and a tiger's head, cute and innocent. Her hair was tied up in 2 small braids. Her body was dressed in a small robe and on her neck was a golden lock. On her wrist were several silver bracelets, all of which glittered with a spiritual aura. For eyes met, Yang Kai was surprised. Whose child was this? The little girl pointed at Yang Kai and said in a childish voice, "Who are you? How come I've never seen you before?" Yang Kai suddenly laughed and squatted down. "Who do you think I am?" The little girl tilted her head and looked at him seriously. She shook her head and said, "You don't look like a good person. Eat my fist first." Her tender little hand clenched into a fist and actually punched towards Yang Kai's face, but it was easily blocked by Yang Kai's gentle finger. The little girl was taken aback, and no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to move Yang Kai at all. Her face flushed red and she couldn't stop crying out. Yang Kai loosened his hand in the little girl's body. Yang Kai reached out his hands and pinched her cheeks and pulled, and her face immediately changed shape. This action obviously made the little girl was very angry. Yang Kai's back. Of him. Kai Yang raised his head and asked, "Whose child is this? Why is she here?" Shanqing Luo turned around and crossed her legs. The flesh on her inner thighs was faintly discernible, which made people daydream. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Since she's here, whose child can she be? Naturally, she's our child." Yang Kai was surprised. Our child? He quickly turned the little girl in his arms and looked at her carefully. He stared at her and said, "Hey, she really looks like me." He didn't pay attention when he suddenly saw her. Now that Shanqing Luo reminded him, he immediately saw that the little girl's eyebrows seemed to be similar to his. "Our family has a child." Yang Kai held the little girl's body with both hands and raised her high, laughing. He laughed and laughed until he couldn't laugh anymore. The corner of his eyes twitched. He looked at the little girl and said, "How old are you this year?" The little girl ignored him and just waved her fists. "Hurry up and let me down, or don't blame me for being impolite." She spoke with a childish voice, but she looked like an old man. She used all 4 limbs to punch and kick, but how could she touch a hair on Yang Kai's body? Yang Kai turned to look at the others. How old is she this year? Was she more than 4 or 5 years old? Was she more than 10 years old? Since she was his child, it didn't make sense for her to be so young. Shanqing Luo said faintly, "She just turned 5 years old." 5 years old. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead pulsing. He hadn't been back for 10 years, so where did this 5-year-old child come from? Yin and Yang intertwined, the great Tao of heaven and earth. A child couldn't jump out of a crack in a rock. Suddenly, he saw Shanqing Luo's smug expression. Even Shui Yu's shoulders trembled, and she looked like she was trying to hold back her laughter. Su Yan's back was facing him, so he couldn't see her expression. Xiaoning Chong looked like he couldn't bear it. Suddenly understanding something, Yang Kai smiled and asked, "Who gave birth to her?" Shanqing Luo changed her sitting posture and looked at him with a smile. "If I said I gave birth to her, would you believe me?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I don't believe you." He couldn't get any answers from them. These women had obviously discussed and came to laugh at him. He didn't even know where they had found a little girl. Little senior sister wanted to remind him, but she didn't dare to provoke public anger, so she couldn't say anything. Needless to say, this matter must have been started by the dragon lady Shanqing Luo. Only she would dare act so presumptuously. "If you don't tell me, I won't know." Yang Kai sneered, clasped his 4 fingers together and tapped his thumb a few times. "Wait for this young master to calculate. I know how you're my little sister." He was the master of Shadowed Star, and although he had given up his identity as Shadowed Star's master in order to refine the entire territory of Shadowed Star, It was still easy for him to eavesdrop on some information. In an instant, tens of thousands of pieces of information from High Heaven Sect flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he came to a shocking conclusion. This little girl was actually his own little sister. I actually have a little sister. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when he came back and saw his parents, his mother seemed to have mentioned this matter, but he hadn't expected that by the time he returned, it had already blossomed and bore fruit. My father is really old but strong. Yang Kai couldn't help admiring him. Knowing the identity of this little girl, Yang Kai felt a sense of familiarity, as if there was a faint but indelible connection between him and this child in front of him. This connection was called blood. No wonder he felt that her eyes were somewhat similar to his own. Since they were brother and sister, it wasn't surprising. Gently putting the little girl down, Yang Kai didn't expect the little girl to kick him and angrily shout, "I'm your great aunt. You're not big, but your temper isn't small." Yang Kai laughed, but he didn't move, causing the little girl to kick empty air. The little girl was so angry that she was about to kick him again when Yang Kai raised a finger and gently flicked her forehead. With a bang, the little girl retreated a few steps, covering her forehead with both hands as she stared at Yang Kai in shock, seemingly unable to believe that Yang Kai actually dared to hit her. Since she was born, everyone in High Heaven Sect had been obedient to her. Ordinary children naturally didn't receive this kind of treatment, but she was different. She was the daughter of 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju and Yang Kai's little sister. Even the sect masters of Shadowed Star's top sects had to call her second young lady. Her sisters-in-law doted on her even more, giving her anything she wanted, almost plucking the stars and the moon for her. In High Heaven Sect, the little girl could be said to be in existence akin to an emperor. Let alone being hit, she had never lost a single hair, so today she was suddenly attacked, causing her to be stunned. "I'm your big brother." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "You can't mess with this seniority." The little girl blinked her eyes as her mouth twitched, looking like she was about to cry. "Don't cry." Yang Kai raised his middle finger and pretended to flick it. The little girl's mouth was completely pulled down, but she really did not cry, instead turning her head to look at her sisters-in-law, seemingly asking for help. Su Yan didn't move. Shuiyu pretended not to see anything. Shan Qinglua watched with interest, and only Xianing Chong still had a look of reluctance on her face. Although the Yang family's second young lady was pampered and had some minor problems, her nature was not bad. Xianing Chong had spent a lot of time with her, so he knew her best. Once, when they were playing in the back mountains, it was raining heavily, but she was busying herself under a tree in the heavy rain. Xianing Chong curiously looked over and found an ant nest under the tree. She was using leaves to build a shelter for the ant nest. At that time she was only 3 years old. Ever since then, Xianing Chong had become even more fond of her. Being pampered and spoiled was not a big deal, but what was rare was the kindness that came from her nature. "At least you know how to judge the situation." Yang Kai smiled slightly, raised his hand and rubbed her head a few times. "This is the first thing your big brother taught you: endure. Those who go too far will break easily, do you understand?" The little girl nodded foolishly, obviously not understanding. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Since you're still not convinced, how about this: if I call out your name, you call me big brother, how about it?" The little girl said angrily, "You say it." She was a little proud. This was the first time she met this person in front of her. How did he know her name? But she did not think about how Yang Kai would know that she was his sister when they met for the first time. Yang Kai pinched his fingers again and said with a smile, "Yang Shui. How did you know?" Yang Shui's eyes widened as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement, her pair of clear eyes filled with a look of worship. "Just tell me, am I right?" Yang Kai asked. Yang Shui put down her hands and said dejectedly, "Yes." Yang Kai said, "Then what are you going to do?" Yang Shui pouted, turned her head to the side and said unwillingly, "Big brother." Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is the second thing. A man can't live without his word, and you can't break your promise." Yang Shui looked thoughtful. "Well, that's it for today. Go back and tell Mom and Dad that I'll visit them in a few days." While speaking, he winked at Lu Yan. Lu Yan stood up from beside Su Yan and walked to Yang Shui's side and stretched out her little hand. Yang Shui took the initiative to put her hand on Lu Yan's hand, and the two little people immediately flew down the mountain. In a daze, Yang Shui looked back a few times. They look like sisters. Yang Kai watched them leave and smiled, his heart warm. Yang Shui was only 5 years old and Lu Yan was 7 or 8 years old. When the two stood together they naturally looked like sisters. Turning around, Yang Kai lowered his eyes and grinned. Who just said that she gave birth to little Shui? I have something to do so I'll take my leave first. Su Yan got up and was about to leave. I remember I also have something to do. Shui Yu said with a flustered expression. Xianing Chang's cheeks flushed red and she said softly, My Dan. Only Shanqing Luo did not move and looked at Yang Kai provocatively. Chapter 3197. You want to leave now? It's too late. Freeze. Yang Kai sneered and with a single word he sealed the space around him. The women immediately froze in place as if they had been struck by a spell, leaving only their eyes rolling around. Yang Kai calmly walked over to Shanqing Luo with his hands behind his back and pinched her smooth chin. You were the one who said those words just now, weren't you? Bah. Shanqing Luo spat. So what if I was? Yang Kai nodded. Very good, it seems you really want to have a child. Your husband will fulfill your wish today. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Shanqing Luo snorted. You'll know in a moment whether I have the ability or not. As he spoke, he walked over to Shui Yu and stretched out his finger to gently draw a line across her face, all the way to her neck. Shui Yu's face immediately turned red and her delicate body trembled. Do you still remember the promise from that year? Shui Yu looked away, not meeting his eyes, and gritted her teeth. What promise from that year? Yang Kai smiled. You said it, as long as I can restore Ning Chong to her original state. You. Don't say it, don't say it. Shui Yu was anxious. That day she was also worried about Xia Ning Chong, so she spoke without thinking. Later, when she came back to her senses, she felt that it was inappropriate. Although she had already experienced many things, she had never said anything too absurd. Every time she thought about the promise, she would tremble in fear, let alone face it in person. Fortunately, for the past 10 years there had been no news of Yang Kai. Who knew that after 10 years he would bring up this matter as soon as he returned? What promise? Xia Ning Chong asked curiously. It sounded like this matter was related to her as well. Yang Kai said, Shui Yu said that as long as I can restore you, she will agree to let me be with you. He stretched out his hands and made a few grasping motions in the air, his face filled with sincerity. But Xia Ning Chong was shocked, her face turning red as she whispered, How can you do this? Shanqing Luo glanced sideways at Shui Yu and clicked her tongue in amazement. I didn't expect little sister you to be so bold. But it's a good idea. Shanqing Luo wore an eager expression on her face, seemingly even more than Yang Kai's interest. You also think it's a good idea? Yang Kai turned to look at Shanqing Luo's eyes. Naturally. Shanqing Luo's eyes flashed as if she could already imagine such a scene. Yang Kai snapped his fingers and Shanqing Luo immediately regained her freedom. Standing up and walking over to Shui Yu, she leaned over and whispered into her ear. Although I think it was a good idea, I'm not happy about being sold out in secret. Little sister Yu, how do you think I should punish you? Shui Yu closed her eyes and bitterly cried out, Qing Luo, how can you help a tyrant? I don't agree. A cold voice suddenly sounded, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. Shanqing Luo turned to look at Su Yan and said, Husband, big sister said she doesn't agree. Yang Kai laughed. It's not up to you today. Luo, bring Shui Yu here. Saying so, he hugged Xia Ning Chong in one hand and Su Yan in the other and rushed towards the palace. Shanqing Luo reached out and grabbed Shui Yu's shoulder before flying up and following closely behind. In a flash, 3 delicate figures were lying on the bed in the palace. Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo stood side by side, grinning wickedly, like weasels that had stolen a chicken. Xia Ning Chong closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes trembling, as if she had accepted her fate. Shui Yu's head was tilted to the side as she bit her red lips, feeling uneasy. Only Su Yan stared coldly at Yang Kai, her entire body exuding a cold aura. Let me go quickly, otherwise don't blame me for ruining your mood. Luo, take care of her. Yang Kai pointed. You'll definitely be satisfied. Shanqing Luo smiled lightly as she walked over to Su Yan and stared into her eyes, her beautiful eyes instantly turning into a pool of spring water, releasing a seductive charm. She had the bloodline origin of the heavenly moon demon spider and was proficient in charm techniques. If Su Yan was at her peak, she would naturally be able to ignore her, but now that her cultivation was sealed by Yang Kai, even moving a finger was extremely difficult, so how could she resist? Being stared at by Shanqing Luo, Su Yan immediately felt like she was sinking into a whirlpool, her cold body gradually heating up as a wave of numbness washed over her. After a short while, the ice began to melt. Inside the room, soft moans soon sounded, filling the air with boundless spring scenery. A few days later, Yang Kai took Su Yan and the others to visit his two parents. Naturally, they were reprimanded by Dong Suzhu, but fortunately with little Shui accompanying them, the two old men felt somewhat comforted. Since the last time, Yang Shui seemed to have developed some awe towards her big brother, always looking at him timidly. It wasn't until Yang Kai called out to her and led her around Starfield that she saw the magnificent and beautiful Starfield that Yang Kai's position in Yang Shui's heart rose rapidly, suddenly surpassing Xianing Chong and the others and ranking only behind her parents. After spending a few days with her parents, under the orders of Yang Kai, the relocation of the entire High Heaven sect began. On Shadowed Star, all the great sects heard the news and gathered together to inquire about the situation. After receiving a positive answer from Yi Shiyun, all of them were overjoyed and expressed their willingness to hitch a ride. Yi Shiyun obeyed Yang Kai's instructions, neither refusing nor agreeing completely, only allowing them to select outstanding disciples to join her at High Heaven Sect. High Heaven Sect already had enough people, so if they were to bring everyone from other sects, there would likely be hundreds of thousands of them. Although High Heaven Palace's heritage was quite good now, it couldn't support so many people. Yang Kai could only make a choice. Not only on Shadowed Star but throughout the entire star territory as well. All the major cultivation stars had received the news that Yang Kai, the master of star territory, would be leaving his territory and heading to a higher level world. Before leaving, he would be bringing a group of outstanding cultivators with him to become his own subordinates. These cultivators would be selected through a series of selections, with each cultivation star only having 1,000 spots. There was no restriction on the level of cultivation, only aptitude. In star territory, no matter how high one's cultivation was, they would only reach the Origin King realm, so going to the star boundary was not a big deal. What Yang Kai wanted were talents, the kind of elites who could one day become the cornerstone of High Heaven Palace. It didn't matter if their cultivation was low once they went to High Heaven Palace, as long as they had enough aptitude, there was no need to worry about them not being cultivated. The entire star territory shook. If the invasion of Great Desolate Stars territory had brought disaster to Hung Luo Star Field, then this was a great opportunity, one that could allow one to reach the heavens in a single bound. Any cultivator with even a little ambition was not willing to miss this opportunity. As such, in a short time, all the cultivation stars in star territory became extremely lively. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Kai brought Su Yan to a world of ice and snow. When he first entered the star boundary, he obtained huge benefits by relying on his Star Master status. Now that he was bringing Su Yan and the others back to the star boundary, he naturally wanted them to also become Star Masters before leaving. Xianing Chong was the master of Tongxian realm, so there was no need for him to go through such trouble, but Su Yan, Shanqing Luo, and Shuiyu had not refined star sources yet. Although Yang Kai had some remaining star sources in his hands, they were all obtained from the Shattered Star Sea. The corresponding stars had long been destroyed, so there was no room for them to grow. Naturally, it was better to refine the star sources in a cultivation star. As the master of star territory, he knew the situation of the entire star territory like the back of his hand, so it was naturally easy for him to choose targets for the three women to refine. Shanqing Luo was accompanied by Lu Sanyang, and Shuiyu was accompanied by Lu Yan. With their cultivation and star refining art, they should not be in any danger. As for Su Yan, he needed to personally oversee her. Although Su Yan was already a Dao Source Realm cultivator, the stars that Yang Kai chose for her were somewhat unusual. The whole world was snow-white, and looking at it from the void it looked like a huge ice ball. It was extremely beautiful and spectacular. Ice Soul Star, this cultivation star, was a very famous existence in the entire star territory. Yang Kai had heard of it before he left star territory, but he had never had the chance to see it in person. It was famous not only because these stars were extremely cold, so neither humans nor monster beasts could set foot on it. Therefore, although it was a cultivation star, It had never been touched by the human race or the monster race. It was an extremely pure land. However, its special world principles gave birth to a group of very strange creatures, ice spirits. The ice spirit clan was extremely rare and could not be seen in the outside world. They could only be found on Ice Soul Star. They were born to be unafraid of the cold, and the cold aura was the cradle of their growth. The colder the environment, the more they liked it. It was said that in the beginning the Ice Spirit clan was also kind and hospitable. If a wanderer accidentally came to Ice Soul Star, they would be warmly entertained by them. However, as the flowing time Great Emperor passed by, they gradually became xenophobic. This was because the guests they entertained would turn their backs on them when they turned around. The men of the Ice Spirit clan were all extraordinarily handsome, and the women were all as beautiful as flowers. Coupled with their special physiques and strange existences, it was easy for them to attract many covetous eyes. They were born from the ice and snow, and to those who cultivated ice attribute cultivation methods, their existence was simply the best shortcut to obtaining power. Casually grabbing one of them back and dual cultivating with them would allow one to rapidly accumulate power without the slightest bit of hidden danger. Many people who cultivated ice attribute secret arts had coveted ice spirits. Even if they did not cultivate ice attribute secret arts, if they could catch an ice spirit they could sell it for a sky-high price. However, it was not easy to catch an ice spirit alive. It was said that if they were hurt their hearts would break and they would die. Therefore, even if some ice spirits were caught and sold or even defiled in the early years, they would die in a foreign land after one night. Only a few experts maintained the lives of ice spirits with great divine technique, changed their temperament and made them obedient. The existence of ice spirits was of great value, not to mention that the entire Ice Soul Star was a treasure trove. The Ice Soul Star was extremely cold, and its special environment created special products. There were many ice attribute spiritual flowers and rare herbs growing on this star. They were extremely precious, and there were even some strange species that had long since gone extinct. If it was not for those ice spirits that died easily, the treasures that filled this world were enough to make many cultivators take risks. Chapter 3198. Ice Soul Star's reputation was well deserved. When Yang Kai and Zhou Xian arrived here, they saw a world of ice and snow that was wrapped in an enchanting silver sheen. The plants, the earth and even the mountains seemed to have been carved out of ice, all of them crystal clear and beautiful. Ice attribute spirit flowers and grasses were everywhere in the wilderness, and ice attribute spirit grasses that were rare in the outside world were actually common here. However, although these things were valuable in star territory, they were not of much use to Yang Kai and Zhou Xian, so they were only surprised for a while and had no intention of collecting them. This place was extremely cold and not many people could stay here for long, but Yang Kai's physique was strong and his cultivation was superb, so he naturally did not fear this minor cold. Looking at Zhou Xian on the other hand, not only did she not feel uncomfortable, she even felt a sense of joy as if she had returned to her homeland. Coming to this world of ice and snow, she clearly felt the strength in her body flow faster. The cold environment not only did not suppress her strength, but also enhanced it. She cultivated an ice attribute secret art and had obtained the Ice Phoenix source inheritance. So this environment was simply like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger entering the forest. If she had been cultivating in this environment in the early years, her cultivation would have risen to a level no one could match. Yang Kai summoned his embodiment and asked it to lead the way while he led Zhou Xian all the way down into the Earth's crust to search for Ice Soul Star's source. The Stone Mongoose clan's Earth attribute secret art was a gift from their innate talent, so clearing a path through the earth was naturally a piece of cake. After a quarter of an hour, the path ahead opened up and they arrived at an underground cave. The surrounding environment was getting colder and colder, causing Yang Kai to marvel. Although he was not affected by this place, he estimated that if one did not cultivate an ice attribute secret art, even a third-order origin king would not be able to last long here. Ice Soul Star was like a dead land in star territory, and only those who had surpassed the limits of the Origin King realm could come here to explore. However, the most powerful existence in star territory was only a third-order Origin King. Inside the cave, icy blue flames flowed, exuding an extremely cold aura. Just looking at it seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. This was clearly a type of strange flame. Moreover, it was the type of flame that was extremely cold. One couldn't help but sigh. The uncanny workmanship of nature was truly unfathomable. At the center of the cave, there was a rather conspicuous ball of light. It was wriggling and changing constantly as if it had a mind of its own. Essence. Zhou Xian turned to look at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai looked at it for a while and grinned. It's fake. Fake? Zhou Xian was startled. It's fake. Yang Kai said with certainty. He had come into contact with quite a number of stars' origins, and now that he was the master of the star territory, he could naturally see through the origin at a glance. It was clearly the condensation of icy flames, not the origin of Ice Soul Star but a trap. With a snap, Yang Kai snapped his fingers and a bright light shone in the cave. A number of lifelike ice sculptures suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Xian's eyes. These ice sculptures were all sitting cross-legged, strolling around the various corners of the cave. Because the light here was too dim and there was no aura, Zhou Xian's attention had been completely focused on the essence, and she had not noticed them before. These. Zhou Xian frowned. They're probably the ones who want to refine Ice Soul Star's essence. Zhou Xian looked around carefully and found that there were more than a dozen ice sculptures, in fact hundreds of them. If what Yang Kai said was true, then hundreds of people had died here because they wanted to refine Ice Soul Star's essence. And how bad could the cultivation of those who were qualified to enter here and attempt to refine Ice Soul Star's essence be? They were definitely third-order origin kings. They died extremely peacefully without the slightest struggle or pain on their faces, as if they had ended their lives in a deep sleep. In other words, when they died they did not even realize that death was coming. There had never been a cultivation star whose essence was so dangerous. Ice Soul Star was probably unique in the entire star territory, yet so many third-order origin kings had died here without even realizing it. Looking at the clothes they were wearing, Zhou Xian immediately discovered that these clothes had a clear sense of age. The people who died here obviously did not come from the same era. These third-order origin kings might have lived thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Zhou Yan's heart went cold. Although she was now a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, if she had really come here alone to refine the so-called essence, the consequences would not have been good. The essence is not here. Yang Kai shook his head. Then where is it? Zhou Xian asked. Yang Kai's eyes turned and stared in a certain direction, smiling as he said, "Over here." At that moment he clearly felt that there was a wolf spying on them. Although it was very subtle, how could it escape his perception? Following the vine to the melon, Yang Kai instantly locked onto a certain position. Under normal circumstances, even if the essence of stars was a representation of the world will, it was just a lifeless object that would not actively move. But Ice Soul Star's essence was obviously not like this. It seemed to have gained sentience. Interesting, really interesting. Yang Kai suddenly remembered the Xian realm's essence he had seen before. Back then, Xian realm's world energy was exhausted and the world was on the verge of collapse. Unwilling to sit still and wait for death, the Xian realm's essence took the form of a rabbit and, whether intentionally or unintentionally, encountered Xia Ningchong and was eventually refined by her. The Ice Soul Star's essence was somewhat similar to the one in Xian realm. In Xian realm, when the world was on the verge of collapse, the essence sensed danger and took the initiative to seek opportunities. But Ice Soul Star was obviously not like this. Could essence really give birth to sentience? Yang Kai suddenly felt a strong sense of curiosity, feeling that Zhou Yan's harvest this time was not small. Following the passage opened by the embodiment before, Yang Kai hugged Zhou Yan all the way up and soon returned to the surface. Unlike the previous calm, at this moment, the entire Ice Soul Star was engulfed in wind and snow. The cold wind was bone-chilling and the ice and snow were like sharp blades that cut through everything. In the sky, thick clouds gathered, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The world seemed to be angry. Yang Kai grinned, raised his hand to the sky and waved, shouting, "Scatter!" The thunder stopped, the lightning stopped and the ice and snow stopped. The sky was clear and cloudless. Although he was not Ice Soul Star's master, his status as the master of a star territory was higher than that of a simple star master. His every move was in accordance with the principles of the Great Tao, so it was naturally easy for him to control the weather of a star. The wolf seemed to realize something and did not try to resist Yang Kai. Instead, an ice bridge suddenly appeared above the ice and snow, connecting the heavens and earth, leading all the way to an unknown distance under Yang Kai and Zhou Yan's feet. The ice bridge was pure and flawless, and when it suddenly appeared, even Zhou Xian was stunned. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Master seems to be very hospitable, let's go." If he had not just displayed a unique method, he would never have been able to enjoy such hospitality. Holding Zhou Yan's hand, Yang Kai stepped onto the ice bridge and flew towards the end of the ice bridge at an extremely fast speed. Atop a towering ice mountain, a cold voice suddenly sounded, "Guests have come to visit, prepare to receive them." The ice mountain trembled and one figure after another emerged from the ice caves. At first glance, these people looked no different from ordinary humans, but if one looked closely, one would discover that they were not human. Each one of them was like an ice sculpture, pure and flawless. The men were handsome while the women were otherworldly. All of them wore white robes and had pointy ears similar to those of beasts. Not only did this not ruin their overall beauty, it only added to their noble temperament. They were the fairies of ice and snow, the pure ice spirit clan. There were tens of thousands of ice spirits on the ice mountain. If others were to know of this scene, they would probably go crazy. In the territory of the star, any ice spirit could be sold for a sky-high price, let alone tens of thousands. Their very existence was a huge and incomparable wealth. The numerous ice spirits were shocked and looked at each other in dismay, as if they could not believe what they had just heard. The owner of the cold voice just now was a supreme existence in the ice spirit clan. She was the foundation of the ice spirit clan's birth, the ice god. Ice spirits were xenophobic and did not have any friends. At this moment, the ice god actually told them that guests had come to visit, so they were naturally very surprised. Since when did the ice spirit clan need to welcome guests? However, since it was the ice god who had spoken, even if they were puzzled, they hurriedly prepared. They were pure not only physically but also spiritually. Naturally, they did not dare to disobey the ice god's words. An ice bridge suddenly extended from a distant place and connected to the mountainside of the ice mountain. From the ice bridge, a man and a woman came side by side. Their figures did not move and they quickly reached the end of the ice bridge. Landing on the ground, Kai Yang's face immediately lit up with amazement as he looked around. It was also the first time he had seen the so-called ice spirits. Using his divine sense, he found that these ice spirits' bodies seemed to be made of ice crystals. Their bodies exuded a cold aura and seemed to be extremely sturdy. Their cultivation realms seemed to be nothing to them. The classification of Origin King Realm and Origin Returning Realm was not enough to describe their abilities. However, Yang Kai could feel that many of them were not inferior to Origin Kings. What a powerful force! Yang Kai was secretly shocked. It was really incredible that there was such a group of forces in the territory of the star. In the past, the Netherworld sect had invaded the territory of the star. If they had come to attack Ice Soul Star, Yang Kai was afraid they would have been wiped out before he even had to take action. Fortunately, the Ice Spirit Clan had not appeared for a long time and only operated on Ice Soul Star. Otherwise, they would have been able to rule the entire territory of the star. A handsome male ice spirit walked out and asked curiously, "Are you the guests of the ice god?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "If no one else is here, then we are." God. Yang Kai did not know whether this was a self-proclaimed title or just a respectful title given to it by the Ice Spirit Clan, but it was quite appropriate. After all, it was the source of this star. On this cultivation star, it was indeed a god. Chapter 3199. There was a power outage in the morning. The male ice spirit looked at Yang Kai seriously for a while before slowly shaking his head. "You're not." He then pointed to Zhou Xian. "She is." "We came together." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "You saw it too, it was your ice god who brought us here." The male ice spirit stubbornly shook his head. "You are dirty and she is pure, so she is a guest." Yang Kai's eyes twitched. "Boy, the last guy who dared to talk to me like that has grass growing on his grave." He was now the master of the star territory and everything in the territory was under his jurisdiction, yet now someone was pointing at him and saying he was dirty. The male ice spirit frowned at him, a look of disgust on his face. He really didn't understand why the ice god would bring such a person here. His existence had already tarnished the purity of this place. Zhou Xian patted Yang Kai's hand before looking at the male ice spirit and saying, "Please take me to see your ice god." She knew that the key to whether she could refine Ice Soul Star's source this time was the ice god, so she didn't want to waste any time. The male ice spirit nodded but didn't lead the way, instead reaching out to take out an ice bag from his waist and handing it to Zhou Xian. "Drink some." The ice bag was shaped like a water bottle and contained something unknown. When it was shaken, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Zhou Xian took it and asked, "Can I see the ice god only after drinking?" "You're a guest after drinking." Obviously, wanting to see the ice god wasn't as simple as just walking over. There seemed to be some test. "Good." Zhou Xian opened the ice pack as she spoke, and a sweet smell immediately wafted into the air. Yang Kai was slightly startled. He had thought that the ice bag contained some kind of wine, but now it seemed that it was something else, probably a specialty of the Ice Spirit clan. Although he didn't know what it was, one thing was certain: the contents of this ice bag were definitely not something ordinary people could bear. Zhou Xian raised her head and gulped it down, showing a rare heroic expression. The ice spirits who had gathered around were still waiting for a good show, but as time passed their expressions gradually changed, especially the male ice spirit who had handed the ice bag to Zhou Xian. His eyes slowly widened and with a look of shock he said with a distressed voice, "Enough, enough." Zhou Xian put down the ice pack and raised her sleeve to wipe the corner of her mouth. "Does this count as passing?" The male ice spirit took back the ice bag, shook it gently and moved aside with a pained expression. "Please." Zhou Xian glanced over at Yang Kai and gave him a meaningful look, telling him not to be impatient. Then she began walking up the ice path. After walking for less than 1,000 feet, a female ice spirit jumped out and blocked their way. She was holding a plate carved out of ice, and on the plate were some snow-white silkworm cocoon-like things. She tilted her head and looked at her with a smile. "Do you want to try?" Zhou Xian pinched 2 fingers together and took one out, placing it in her mouth. The ice-cold taste exploded in her mouth along with a sour taste that she couldn't quite describe. In a flash, the plate was eaten clean. The female ice spirit looked at her ice plate absent-mindedly, but Zhou Xian just brushed past her. Halfway up the mountain, Yang Kai stood in place and waited. Although he was the master of the star territory, since he had brought Zhou Xian here to refine the ice soul source, he had to rely on her own ability. Only in this way could the ice soul source acknowledge him and help her grow in the future. Otherwise, with his current ability he could completely subdue the ice soul source directly. But that would be meaningless. Since it was a test, there shouldn't be too big of a problem. The ice spirit, the ice soul source, probably wouldn't expect that Zhou Xian was a second-order Dao source realm cultivator, so the so-called test wouldn't be a problem for her. Bored, he stared at the male ice spirit's ice bag and said, "Let me try it too." The male ice spirit immediately shook his head like a rattle. "No." Zhou Xian had drunk so much just now, so he was still feeling pained. "Stingy." Yang Kai curled his lips. The male ice spirit said, "You'll die if you drink it." Yang Kai sneered, "Do you think it's so easy to die? Let me try it." "You'll really die." The male ice spirit said seriously, "Although you're not a guest of the ice spirit, since you came with that guest, I can't harm you." "Enough nonsense, give it to me." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and snatched the ice bag. Tilting his head back, he gulped down a mouthful. The sweet taste immediately filled his mouth. Not only that, an extremely cold aura filled his mouth, almost causing him to lose all sensation in his mouth and his entire head to be covered in frost in an instant. Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know how this thing was brewed, but it should be a kind of fruit wine. He tasted hundreds of spirit fruits in it, and all of them were ice attribute spirit fruits. If a third-order origin king drank this kind of fruit wine, they would definitely die. No wonder the male ice spirit said he would die. If his cultivation had not transcended the scope of this world, his life might really have been in danger. Zhou Xian, on the other hand, was indifferent even after drinking so much, obviously because of her ice crystal jade body. Seeing Yang Kai so reckless, the male ice spirit was also shocked. Although Yang Kai was not a guest of the ice spirit, he had come with that guest after all. If he really died here, it would be difficult to clean up the mess. Just as he was feeling anxious, Yang Kai's body shook, and the frost on his face instantly disappeared as he laughed. "Refreshing." He raised his head and gulped it down again, drinking even faster than Zhou Xian just now. The surrounding ice spirits were all dumbfounded. For a moment they were all shocked. Although the ice bag was not big, the space inside was not small. It contained at least a few dozen kilograms of fruit wine, but Yang Kai drank it all in one gulp, not letting go until there was not a single drop left. Suddenly he burped, filling his mouth with a sweet taste. It was really strange. This fruit wine obviously did not have the smell of alcohol, but it could still make people drunk. Waving his hand, Yang Kai said, Bring out whatever delicious food you have. The male ice spirit looked at him like he was a monster, shook the empty ice bag and after a long time waved his hand. A moment later on the platform an ice table was set up. Yang Kai sat at the table which was filled with all kinds of specialties of Ice Soul Star. There was the fruit wine he had drunk before as well as some food he had never seen before. Each dish was extremely exquisite, pure and flawless. Although there was no meat, such a table of delicious delicacies was enough to make one's mouth water. A group of ice spirits gathered around watching him eat and drink in a daze. There were even a few female ice spirits who put on a posture of wanting to kill him here, constantly pouring wine for him. Yang Kai did not refuse any of them, drinking as much wine as he could, showing this group of ice spirits who had not seen much of the world what it meant to be forthright. As time passed, more and more ice spirits gathered around, and the wine and fruit plates on the table were changed again and again. Yang Kai was a little tipsy and his tongue was a little slurred, but he still did not collapse. After 3 full days, Zhou Xian's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at her for a moment before circulating his emperor qi and immediately sobering up. How is it? Xing. With a flash of cold light, Zhou Xian pulled out her sword. It's done. Profound Frost Divine Sword? Yang Kai raised his brow. This Profound Frost Divine Sword was brought out by Zhou Xian from Scarlet Wave Star's Ice Heart Valley. It was a sword left behind by Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun. Over the years she had been using Profound Frost Divine Sword as a sword. However, as she broke through to the Dao Source realm, this sword could not keep up with her pace. Yang Kai had been thinking about asking Hou Yu to make a sword for her when he returned to the High Heaven Palace. But now it seemed that there was no need. Profound Frost Divine Sword had undergone a great change. The entire sword had become as thin as a cicada's wing. Even if Zhou Xian did not circulate any power, it still exuded an extremely cold aura, faintly showing signs of being a Dao Source grade artifact. On the hilt of the sword there were 2 small words. Soul. Yang Kai asked curiously, did you refine it into an artifact spirit? Zhou Xian shook her head. It chose itself. Inside the Ice Palace, Zhou Xian and the Ice Soul had fought for a day. It was not a life or death battle but rather a battle of control over ice attribute power. After obtaining the Ice Soul's approval, Zhou Xian took the initiative to enter Profound Frost Divine Sword and become its artifact spirit. This artifact spirit was extraordinary because it was the star source of the entire Ice Soul Star. No one had ever used the star source of a star as an artifact spirit, so even Yang Kai could not say whether Zhou Xian's decision was good or bad, but one thing was certain. Zhou Xian had become Ice Soul Star's Star Master, so she and Ice Soul Star were inseparable. What's wrong with them? Zhou Xian asked curiously. When she came over just now, she saw a group of ice spirits with sorrowful expressions, as if someone had cut off a few kilograms of their flesh. Yang Kai burped. I ate and drank a little of their stuff, they're so stingy. Zhou Xian swept her gaze across the ice table and immediately understood the cause and effect, smiling. You ate at least 10,000 years of their accumulation. Did I? Haha, it seems that they are quite enthusiastic. Yang Kai patted his stomach. Although he was only in human form now, his dragon form was 250 feet long. Not to mention 10,000 years of accumulation, even 100,000 years of accumulation could be eaten and drunk. Ice Goddess. The surrounding ice spirits focused their gazes on the Profound Frost Divine Sword and the Ice Soul Sword with complicated expressions. With a flash of brilliance, a pure and flawless woman of peerless beauty leisurely appeared from the Ice Soul Sword, making Yang Kai's eyes widen. Although he knew that the Ice Soul Star Source had gained sentience, he did not expect it to turn into a human form. Her state was somewhat similar to Lu Yan's, but the two had different attributes. Lu Yan was like fire and the Ice Soul was like ice. If they encountered each other there might be a conflict. Ice Goddess. Many ice spirits knelt on the ground and cried out. Ice Soul's beautiful eyes looked around and her cold voice resounded through the world. I'm leaving. The expressions of the ice spirits became more and more sorrowful and reluctant. Ice Soul turned to Yang Kai and said, before leaving, please leave behind some protection for this star and protect them. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. Even if Ice Soul did not mention it, he would have done so. This cultivation star had already been connected to Zhou Xian, so naturally he could not be careless. Immediately communicating with the star source in the territory of the star, he drew the power of tens of thousands of stars and covered up all traces of the Ice Soul Star. Chapter 3200. Towering ancient trees towered into the sky as thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. The void shattered as if someone had torn open a rift. An extremely dangerous aura leaked out from this rift, as if doomsday was coming. A monster commander with 2 horns on his head hid under a tree, trembling as he looked up. With a deafening crack of thunder, the monster commander was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his face pale. All of a sudden the clouds and lightning receded, and the blue sky was completely devoid of clouds. When the demonic commander looked up again, he saw that a figure had appeared in the sky, and he was immediately bewildered. This was the territory of the monster race, so very few humans dared to enter this place. Those who dared to enter were basically all dead, so the monster commander was very curious as to how this person had appeared when there was clearly no one there just now. Taking a closer look, the monster commander vaguely felt that this person was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Before the monster commander could figure out what was going on though, the expression on this person's face suddenly changed as he closed his eyes and spread out his arms, causing the surrounding world energy to roll and gather towards him. Kong. An invisible shockwave suddenly exploded, turning into a shockwave visible to the naked eye that swept across the surrounding 100 kilometers, causing the trees to sway and rustle. The monster commander's eyes widened as he realized that this person was not to be trifled with from the aura he had just released. Quickly holding his breath, he quietly retreated. He was just a monster commander equivalent to a Dao Source realm cultivator, but this human who had suddenly appeared was from the Emperor realm. What's more, it seemed that this person had just broken through. The monster commander didn't know if he was a second order or third order Emperor realm master, so he was definitely not his opponent. This matter needed to be reported to the king as soon as possible so that he could make a decision. However, the monster commander couldn't understand why this person would suddenly come here to break through. Was he looking for death? Although the Emperor realm was not weak, there were many kings here who were stronger than him, and any one of them could easily eat his heart out. High up in the sky, Yang Kai felt refreshed as he felt the long-lost power flowing through his body. He felt as if he could move mountains and seas with just a lift of his hand. Unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, he let out a long roar. After returning to Star Territory for more than 10 years, Yang Kai had been suffocating. At first, in order to avoid the rejection of world principles, he had to seal his cultivation. Later, even though he had become the master of Star Territory, he didn't dare to recklessly use his power for fear of causing damage to his territory. Until now, the shackles on his body had finally been removed, and he once again felt the taste of freedom. And just as he expected, he had already accumulated a lot of First-Order Emperor realm strength. So as soon as he returned to the star boundary, his strength naturally broke through to the Second-Order Emperor realm. The increase in his realm and strength made him feel like a bird flying in the sky and a fish swimming in the sea. As the howling gradually subsided, Yang Kai swept the area with his divine sense. Although he was sure that he had returned to the star boundary, the first thing he needed to figure out was where he was. After returning from Ice Soul Star with Zhou Xian, he stayed on Shadowed Star for half a year. When everything was ready, he moved everyone into the sealed world bead, broke through the void and returned to the star boundary. The process was quite smooth, and with his ability as the Star Field Master, it wasn't difficult for him to find a passage to the star boundary. He even left behind the passage so that if anyone in Hung Luo Starfield had enough strength in the future, they could use it to enter the star boundary. This was tantamount to reconnecting Hung Luo Starfield and the star boundary. In the future, the masters in Hung Luo Starfield wouldn't have to worry about wasting their time if their cultivation was high enough. Everywhere he looked, there were towering ancient trees that even a dozen people couldn't wrap their arms around. They looked vaguely familiar, and the surrounding environment gave off an ancient and wild aura. Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his brow. What a coincidence! Have I arrived at that place? He set off from Star Territory to the star boundary, but he couldn't pinpoint his destination accurately. The starlight corridor he opened up with great effort only connected to an approximate location. 100 kilometers away, a monster commander was hurriedly rushing to a certain place. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and in the next moment he appeared in front of the monster commander. The two-horned monster commander came to a halt, a look of shock appearing on his face as he stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. Is this the ancient wildlands? Yang Kai looked at him and asked. The monster commander couldn't figure out Yang Kai's origins and purpose for a while. Knowing that he wasn't his opponent, he cooperated, yes. He felt strange. Since this guy came here, how could he not know about the ancient wildlands? Humans are really stupid. Very good. Yang Kai grinned. Which Saint Venerable's subordinate are you? The monster commander was stunned. You know the Saint Master? Cut the crap. Are you asking me or should I ask you? Yang Kai raised his hand and looked at the monster commander's horns. The monster commander's face turned pale. He didn't see how Yang Kai attacked. In other words, if this human wanted to take his life, it would be as easy as pinching a conch with 10 fingers. Standing in front of the gates of hell, the monster commander felt a chill down his spine. This one is the subordinate of the Western Saint Venerable, the Flying Eagle Monster King. The Flying Eagle. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. The monster commander was even more confused. You know our king? Because in that moment, this human's expression became much more amiable, and since he called the Flying Eagle by his name, they must know each other. The Flying Eagle is my subordinate. Do you think I don't know him? Ah. The monster commander was stunned. He instinctively felt that this guy in front of him was bragging. The Flying Eagle King was one of the 8 monster kings under the Western Saint Venerable, the old dog master. Even if a human was lucky enough to know him, how could he dare to boast like this? But in the next moment he suddenly seemed to remember something and stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes. He finally understood why this human in front of him looked so familiar. More than 10 years ago, there were a few people who entered the ancient wilderness and got involved in the Blood Door. After a great battle, the North Saint Shihua even fell. Since then, the 4 Saint Venerables in the ancient wilderness became the 3 Saint Venerables. It was said that one day a descendant of Tianxing entered the Blood Door, and there was another human male who had a good relationship with that descendant. Even the 3 Saint Venerables had to be polite to him. When he left the ancient wilderness, he took the 3 kings with him, and the Flying Eagle was one of them. During the battle back then, this monster commander had also watched from afar, and although he hadn't been able to see it clearly, he had vaguely remembered Yang Kai's features. Now that Yang Kai had reminded him, his dusty memories were instantly unlocked. What was that human called again? Oh right. The double-horned monster commander excitedly cupped his fists and said, So it's Lord Yang. You recognize me? Yang Kai asked with interest. There were countless monster commanders in the ancient wilderness, but he did not expect that one of them would recognize him. When did he become so famous in the ancient wilderness? I recognize you. I was fortunate enough to see Master from afar in my early years. The double-horned monster commander was extremely excited, and his expression became more and more flattering. How could he not recognize him? Enter the Blood Door, obtain a new life, return to the ancestral bloodline, and transform into a saint's spirit. This was a saying that had been passed down in the ancient wilderness since ancient times, and every monster race was familiar with it. Now that the Blood Door had been closed, and there was no news of the descendant of Tianxing who controlled the source of thousands of saint spirits, it was widely known in the ancient wilderness that if they wanted to restore the glory of their ancestors and become saint spirits, the human called Yang Kai was the key. If not for this, how could the 3 Master Shi Lei, Ying Fei and Xia Wei be willing to be ordered around? They even left the ancient wilderness for thousands of years to serve as his subordinates. Wasn't it all for the sake of being in a favorable position? Among the 32 Monster King in the ancient wilderness, only the 3 of them had such good fortune. The other 29 Monster Kings were incomparably envious of them. If not for the 3 Saint Venerables' strict orders to suppress them, the other 29 Monster Kings would have already left the ancient wilderness to look for this Yang Kai. The double-horned monster commander had never thought that the opportunity that the 29 Monster Kings could not find would suddenly descend upon his head. How could the person standing in front of him be an ordinary human? This was the shortcut to becoming a saint spirit and walking to the peak. He suddenly revealed a covetous expression which made Yang Kai feel disgusted. He took a few steps back and said, Since you recognize me, things will be easier. I have something for you to do, but I don't know if you have the time. Yes. The double-horned monster commander repeatedly replied. What a joke! Since he had met this master, he naturally had to grasp this opportunity. Even if he did not have the time, he had to squeeze out some time. Please instruct me, master. The corner of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. He felt that this fellow's gaze was a bit strange, but he did not want to waste time with him, so he instructed, "Go to Luan Feng's place and tell her that I, Yang Kai, have returned. I have to properly settle the debt from back then. Tell her to prepare." Debt? What debt? The double-horned monster commander was confused. Why are you asking so much? Hurry up and go. Yang Kai lifted his leg and kicked him. The double-horned monster commander turned around and left, but after taking a few steps he suddenly felt that something was wrong. If he left now, wouldn't he have missed the opportunity to approach Yang Kai? He quickly turned around, but there was no one behind him. Yang Kai had long since disappeared, so he immediately slapped his thigh in annoyance, silently cursing himself for being so stupid. He did not dare to disobey and only hoped that he would have a chance to see Yang Kai again and properly work for him, so he immediately set off for Luan Feng's palace. Yang Kai's figure flickered, swaying from one tree to another as he followed his memory and flew in a certain direction. Only after an hour did he descend. The air was filled with a fragrant fragrance and all kinds of creatures were competing with one another. Although this place was still in the desolate ancient lands, it did not have the desolation and danger of the ancient lands. Instead, it was a peaceful and natural scene, completely different from other places. Birds rested on the treetops and beasts ran on the ground. Scenes that were rarely seen in other places of the ancient lands were common here. It was as if there was an invisible force protecting this land, preventing disasters from befalling the surrounding 10,000 kilometers. As the wind blew, the waves on the trees rose and fell, and there seemed to be whispering among the towering ancient trees. One after another, palm-sized figures suddenly flew out from behind the trees. Each and every one of them was extraordinarily beautiful and exuded a pure wood attribute aura from head to toe. Wood spirits,